The Origin Find Me One Man E Common Sense. Book 1. Charles Darwin stood in front of his dark wooden shaving table. He moved his brush inside a white bowl with blue flowers. The bowl sat on a round shelf. He poured hot water from a copper jug into the bowl. Then he covered his light face with soap and opened his sharp steel razor with a black handle. Charles was 22 years old. Shaving was easy for him because he had thick reddish-brown sideburns down to his jaw. He only shaved his red cheeks and round chin. His red lips were a little small. His large brown eyes had small purple marks in them. They watched everything carefully. He washed the soap from his face. Then he picked up 2 silver brushes. He parted his long orange-red hair on the right side. The hair covered most of his right ear. He brushed the thick hair across his large head until it curved over his left ear. Next, he took a clean white shirt from a walnut chest of drawers. He closed the buttons on the high white collar. The collar points rested under his sideburns. Then he wrapped a dark brown cravat around the collar and tied a large bow in front. Charles usually shaved early in the morning, but today he wanted to spend the day on the river. He planned to fish and collect things along the Severn River in the family boat. So he waited to dress until it was time to welcome Professor Adam Sedgwick. From downstairs, a wonderful smell came up the wide staircase. Annie was making goose pie. People in Shrewsbury loved this dish. Annie cooked it when an important guest came to dinner. When Charles was a boy, he often watched Annie make the pie. He remembered her working beside the large wooden coal stove with 8 burners. Even from far away in the house, he could still picture everything clearly. First, Annie removed the bones from the large goose. Then she removed the bones from a large chicken and put the chicken inside the goose. After that, she placed a pickled tongue inside the chicken. Then she put everything inside a tall pie crust. She added mace, pepper, and a large piece of butter on top. Mary Ann was Charles's oldest sister. She married a doctor when she was 26 years old. After their mother died, she did not want to manage the mount. She could have done the work because she was already capable at 19. Instead, the work went to Caroline, who was 17 and happy to help. After Mary Ann married, she moved to Overton with her husband. There she had 2 sons. She did not return to the mount very often. Still, she and her sisters wrote letters to each other from time to time. Caroline tried many times to make Annie close the kitchen doors while she cooked, but Annie refused. She was a strong farmer's daughter from Shropshire.
Family has the right to know what is for dinner, Annie said. The kitchen is the most important room in the mount.
Dr. Robert Darwin spoke calmly to his daughter.
That is why Annie is such a good cook, he said. She loves everything she puts inside her pies and every good smell from the kitchen. Before I leave to visit patients, I can already tell what she is cooking. I know if it is giblet pie, duck pie, pigeon pie, or herring and potato pie. The smell keeps me happy during my long drives between patients.
But it was not easy to keep Dr. Darwin happy when food was concerned. He was a very large man. He weighed 320 pounds. His father was even bigger and weighed 20 pounds more. Dr. Erasmus Darwin was famous in England. He wrote books about poetry, nature, medicine, and living things. He was also famous because of his great size. At the dining table, he needed a half-circle cut into the wood so he could sit comfortably. Charles took a blue velvet vest from the wardrobe. It had wide collars. Then he chose a light brown suit. The coat was long in the back and high around the neck. It also had very wide collars. From the bottom of the wardrobe, he picked up a pair of short boots. He placed them on the rug. Then he laid the clothes on the brass bed with its large round posts. He carried his gold watch on a thin chain around his neck. The watch rested low in his vest pocket. After he dressed, he looked at himself in the tall mirror. He felt pleased. He had finally grown to 6 feet tall, and he had wanted that for a long time. Still, he thought his nose was a little too long. Charles was a healthy and active young man. He had finished his studies in theology only 4 months earlier. He received a Bachelor of Arts degree from Christ's College in Cambridge in 1831. He finished 10th among the students who did not try for honours. Soon he would become a church minister in Hereford Cathedral. The Darwin and Wedgwood families lived not far from there. Still, there was no need to hurry. His father did not push him. The Church of England also did not give a fixed time for young theology students to become ministers after graduation. In any case, he would probably wait 1 or 2 years before a church position opened for him. A deacon or curate had a low position in the church. He worked under a vicar. In a rich church, he worked under a rector and learned from him. The bishop would choose who received the job. The work of a curate was not difficult. The pay was also small. Charles did not mind this. The easy work would give him time for his collections and his studies of nature. He also loved hunting very much. It was one of the great joys of his life. First, he planned to spend 3 weeks studying rocks in the mountains of northwest Wales with Professor Sedgwick. After that, he would spend a month hunting at Maer. Then he might choose a date to become a minister. He thought another plan might be even better. The next summer, he could travel with Professor John Henslow from Cambridge and 2 young friends. They wanted to sail on a merchant ship to Tenerife in the Canary Islands. It would be their first visit to the tropics. Charles also wanted to see the famous dragon tree that he had read about in Humboldt's travels. His father agreed to the trip to Tenerife in June of the next year. Charles could travel for a year, just like his older brother Erasmus. Erasmus had traveled in many countries before he became a doctor. There was still plenty of time for Charles to choose a settled life. For now, he stopped thinking about the church. He looked at himself one last time in the mirror. "I am wearing my best clothes," he thought. "It looks like I am going to meet the lovely Fanny Owen." Nobody called him a handsome man. Still, he was pleasant to look at. He had large eyes and a friendly face. He enjoyed fun and liked to laugh. People saw that he was kind and polite. He liked being with other people and did not hide it. Many people liked him. His family liked him. His friends and teachers at Cambridge liked him too. Older men especially enjoyed his company. Charles spoke to them easily and did not think too much about age. His uncle Josiah Wedgwood liked him very much. Since childhood, Charles spent many Septembers at Maer Hall with him. There they hunted partridge and other birds. William Owen also welcomed him at Woodhouse. When the weather became very cold, Charles was expected to come and hunt pheasants there. John Stevens Henslow also cared greatly for him. Henslow was his teacher and guide in the study of nature. Henslow had once been a professor of mineralogy at Cambridge University. For the last 4 years, he had taught botany. He was also the curate of Little St. Mary's Church near Trumpington Street and close to the River Cam. Professor Henslow had asked his friend Adam Sedgwick to take Charles on a trip to explore the countryside. Charles wore his best clothes because of Sedgwick. Sedgwick was a strong man and still unmarried at 46. He dressed very well, even on his famous journeys to the Alps and the mountains of Wales. He wore a tall white hat and a fine long coat. At Cambridge, students joked about him.
"He wears the tall white hat so hunters do not think he is a deer and shoot him," they said.
Charles was ready for his visitor. He took a copy of The Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott from the shelf in the room where he was born. Then he sat in a soft chair near the window. The velvet curtains were pulled back. Behind the thin white curtains, he could see the large lawn in front of the Darwin home. There were old oak, fir, and sycamore trees there. Beyond the mount, which was both the name of the hill and the house, he could see green fields. Farther away stood the old ruins of a fortress built long ago by early Britons. Charles had enjoyed his 3.5 years at Cambridge. He read many books. The Darwin and Wedgwood families both had good libraries. They loved reading, mostly for pleasure. In good weather, his favourite place was under the mulberry tree in the Fellows' Garden at Christ's College. About 200 years earlier, John Milton had also sat there and read many books. Charles listened carefully in class. He worked well enough in subjects he had to study, like Paley's natural theology and Euclid's elements of geometry. After 2 years at Cambridge, he passed his Little Go examination. He also learned quickly when a subject truly interested him. There was a lot of outdoor activity and friendship. Before Charles went hunting with his friends, he often practiced in front of the mirror in his room at Christ's College. He lifted his gun quickly to his shoulder and checked that he held it straight. Sometimes a friend moved a lighted candle, and Charles fired at it with a cap on the gun. If he aimed well, the small burst of air put out the candle. The sound of the cap was very loud.
One tutor said, "What a strange thing. Mr. Darwin seems to spend hours cracking a horsewhip in his room. I often hear the sound when I walk under his windows."
Professor Henslow often took his botany students into the countryside around Cambridge. Charles always wanted to go with him. Sometimes they went away for weekends to far forests and wet marshes. On one trip to Gamlingay, Charles caught many natterjack toads in the long grass.
Professor Henslow said proudly, "Darwin, you have very sharp eyes."
Later, Charles caught more toads than all the other students together.
Henslow asked with a smile, "What will you do with all those toads, Darwin? Will you make a toad pie?"
Charles waited only a moment before he answered. "Professor Henslow, you know I cannot cook." Henslow loved collecting insects. Charles and his friends at Cambridge also loved collecting beetles. Charles said that nothing at the university gave him more pleasure than finding beetles. One day he pulled away some old tree bark and saw 2 rare beetles. He quickly took one in each hand. Then he saw a third beetle. It was a new kind, and he did not want to lose it. So he put the beetle from his right hand into his mouth. That evening he told Professor Henslow, sadly, the beetle let out a strong liquid. It burned my tongue, so I had to spit it out. Then I lost that beetle and the third one too.
"So this is what happens when a person wants too much," Henslow said with a laugh. "My boy, be careful when you collect beetles and money."
When John Stevens Henslow came to Cambridge 13 years before Charles Darwin, many people thought science was against religion. The university had started in the 12th century to train religious teachers. Because of this, science was not accepted there. Students could not take courses that led to a degree in science. The botanic garden in the center of town was empty and wild. Professor Henslow and Professor Sedgwick changed this situation. Together, in 1819, they started the Cambridge Philosophical Society. Interested professors and graduate students met there often. They read papers and talked about new subjects in natural science. Now students could study botany and geology as part of a gentleman's education. During the school year, Professor Henslow invited bright students, tutors, and professors to his home on Friday evenings. They talked about science and its future. Charles became almost like a member of the Henslow family. After dinner they often took long walks in the countryside. On weekends they sometimes went to the rich fen lands. There they collected herbs, meadow rue, milk parsley, iris plants, thick brush, grasshoppers, glowworms, snipe, spiders, and moths. From this friendship, people began to call Charles the man who walks with Henslow. Many people loved Henslow. The university could not give him any higher honor. Charles learned a great deal from him. Henslow had more than knowledge. He shared wisdom in a natural way. This friendship was like the one Charles had with his brother Erasmus at Shrewsbury's Royal Free Grammar School. People called Erasmus Raz. He was 5 years older than Charles and loved chemistry. He built a laboratory in the tool shed at their home, the Mount. Charles helped him mix gases and chemical compounds. Erasmus taught Charles simple experiments. He showed him how to mix sulfuric acid with water. Then they poured the liquid over small iron nails. After that, they collected the gas in a bottle. One experiment made many people in the neighborhood angry. The boys mixed quicksilver and sulfuric acid in a flask. The liquid became dry from the heat. A very bad smell spread across the hill.
Dr. Robert Darwin was not fully happy with the chemistry work of his sons. He said dryly, "Could you boys try a less unpleasant kind of chemistry?"
Erasmus did not worry much about his father's opinion. He answered, "Father, how can we know what smell our acids make if we do not test them? You do not want to stop our young and curious minds, do you?"
Dr. Darwin understood that Erasmus was joking about his large body. He looked at his tall sons and answered with humor.
"Heavens, no. I have spent my whole adult life trying not to crush anything."
For a moment, Charles felt sorry for his father. All 6 Darwin children looked more like the Wedgwood family. They were thin and strong. None of the sons was large like Dr. Darwin. Charles was only 14 years old, but he and Erasmus often worked late at night. Other people heard about their experiments. The smell of burning sulfur around the mount also became well known. Because of this, other students gave Charles the name Gas. The name also brought him trouble at school. Dr. Samuel Butler publicly criticized him. Dr. Butler was the famous headmaster of the Royal Free Grammar School in Shrewsbury. King Edward VI founded the school in 1552. Later, Queen Elizabeth made it much larger. The school was not free. It was very expensive. But it had a beautiful classroom building, a chapel, and a library. One day Dr. Butler spoke to the students.
"Darwin, you are wasting your time on useless subjects," he said. "Study your Greek grammar and Latin literature. These are the true marks of an English gentleman."
Then Charles heard gravel moving on the curved road in front of the mount. He put his Waverley novel beside a vase of flowers. Then he stood up and moved the lace curtain from the window. Outside was Professor Adam Sedgwick in his small carriage. He had driven from Cambridge by a long road through the coal fields of Wolverhampton and the stone hills of Alberbury. The stone there was burned to make lime. Sedgwick held the reins in one hand and stopped the horse. With the other hand, he pushed down his tall white hat. Charles ran down the wide stairs 2 steps at a time. Outside, he found Sedgwick standing near the large oak door and the porch with 4 marble pillars. The professor held out his arms and smiled with pleasure.
"This is how a house should be built," Sedgwick said. "Strong and solid. Only a great volcano could move it from its place."
"That was my father's idea when he bought these 12 acres on the hill," Charles answered. "The place was already called the Mount. So the house is called the Mount too. People also call my father the Mount." Charles called a stable boy to care for Sedgwick's horse and carriage. Edward, the family steward who had worked there for many years, already carried Sedgwick's bags upstairs. The guest room looked over the River Severn. Charles asked for hot water so Sedgwick could wash after his long journey of 175 miles from Cambridge.
"Did you have a good summer?" Sedgwick asked.
"In July I worked very hard at geology," Charles answered. "Professor Henslow told me to make a map of Shropshire as practice. The work was harder than I expected. I made colored drawings of several areas, and I think they are correct. But I am still unsure about some parts of the rock layers."
"I will look at them after I wash," Sedgwick said. "If you carry a hammer and break enough rocks in the mountains, you can become a good geologist in 2 years.
Charles looked quietly at the strong man from northern Yorkshire. Sedgwick was handsome. He had a long thin face, thick black eyebrows, very large eyes, curly black hair, and a large nose. But his warm lips and sharp chin balanced his face well. At Cambridge he was famous for his exciting lectures. He always seemed full of energy, even when he spoke about his rheumatism. His eyesight was poor because a piece of rock had once flown into his eye during field work. Like his friend John Henslow, Sedgwick was also a church deacon as well as a professor at Cambridge. He often preached in his home area of Dent in Yorkshire. He was a deeply religious and moral man. As far as Charles knew, Sedgwick had never been in love and had never had a close relationship with a woman. Students also knew his strong opinion about marriage.
Marriage may be fine for an old man near the end of his life, Sedgwick often said. But a wife usually brings trouble and unhappiness.
Even with this opinion, many people thought he was a good man to marry. He was invited to dinner almost every day. Charles had never gone to Sedgwick's geology lectures. When he was 16 to 18 years old, he studied medicine at the University of Edinburgh. There he listened to the geology lectures of Professor Robert Jameson. Those lectures were so dull that Charles lost interest in geology for a time. Professor Sedgwick was very proud, but he was not proud in small ways. He showed Charles that this strange thing did not change his opinion of him.
Adam Sedgwick called his hammer Old Thor, after the old god of thunder. He held the hammer with care, like it was an old friend.
Henslow once said, if Sedgwick finds a young woman he likes as much as Old Thor, he will marry her.
Charles answered, a woman must be very special to be more important than the Alps.
Dr. Darwin was still out visiting people. Charles's 3 sisters were getting ready for dinner. When Sedgwick came downstairs again, Charles said, now I can show you our gardens.
They are very important to us.
Flowers are very important to English people, Sedgwick said. They help us feel happy during the long winter.
They walked past the gardener's small house near the stables. Then they came to the large gardens that Dr. Darwin and his wife Susanna made 30 years before. There were many flower beds and climbing plants on the walls. The flowers were dark red, yellow, and deep red. The air smelled sweet in the warm summer. Pansies filled many of the flower beds. There were also blue lobelia flowers, snapdragons, and many colors of pink flowers. Farther away, the blue larkspur flowers stood for feet tall. Behind them were tall hollyhocks like guards. The rose garden stood apart from the other gardens. There were climbing roses, bush roses, and tree roses everywhere.
You have a very good gardener, Sedgwick said quietly.
Joseph came to us when Father was building the mount, Charles answered. Now his son works in our kitchen garden. We buy only a few things from the market. We buy spices, beef, and milk products. My mother did not want cows here. At night, before they gave birth, the cows made sad sounds. Those sounds upset her, and she could not sleep.
A wall stood around the kitchen garden to protect it. Peach, plum, and pear trees grew flat against the brick wall. The 2 men walked past rows of potatoes, carrots, beans, and leeks. There were strawberry beds covered with straw. A large net hung over the garden to keep birds away. Farther on were rows of cabbage, cauliflower, and Brussels sprouts. People ate them at Christmas. The small new potatoes were ready only for a short time in spring. They also looked at the mint, parsley, and rhubarb with pleasure. We keep fruit for winter. We also made greengage jam and many other kinds of jam.
Sedgwick gave a deep sigh. Our days as bachelors at Cambridge now seem hard and simple.
Charles turned and led them back to the house. My sisters should be downstairs now. Father's yellow carriage should arrive very soon. They walked through the large library with 2 wings and tall marble columns. The ceiling was high above them. Sedgwick touched the shelves where his favorite books stood. These were the old Greek and Latin writers. In another part of the library, he quietly read the names on the books.
Chaucer, Milton, Cope, Dryden, Goldsmith, Walter Scott, Shakespeare.
This is where we keep our modern novels, Charles said. He pointed to the last section before the solarium. Sedgwick took down a copy of The Mysteries of Udolpho. The book had been very popular for many years.
Are these novels good? He asked. His dark face showed confusion. I have never really read one.
Some are good, some are bad, and some are in the middle, Charles answered. We never know before we read them. When someone from the family goes to London, we always ask for a good book. Sometimes the bad books are the most fun. We read them aloud and each person takes a turn. It is very enjoyable during the cold months in Shropshire. My mother's family, the Wedgwoods, always read aloud together. Sometimes we use what we call skippibus. We skip the boring parts. They entered the solarium through the open doorway. The room was full of green plants. The air was warm and wet, and it smelled of moss. Sunlight came through the glass roof. Charles's sisters had dressed carefully for the evening because Professor Adam Sedgwick was visiting. They had curled their hair near the fire upstairs. The men crossed the solarium. At the far end, Caroline sat at a tea table. Plants stood all around her. There were maidenhair ferns, calla lilies, pink and red geraniums, and many flowers in pots and boxes. "Professor Sedgwick, may I present my sisters?" Charles said. "This is Caroline. In the middle is Susan. My younger sister Catherine is known as Catty."
Sedgwick took each girl's hand. He bowed politely and spoke kindly to them.
Susan was 28. She was tall, lively, and very beautiful with golden hair. Her father loved her more than the other children. In the Darwin and Wedgwood families, women often married near the age of 30. The men usually married much later. Nobody expected Susan to stay unmarried until 20. Many young men in Shropshire loved her. She treated them all warmly and equally. Susan was also Charles's favorite sister. Still, he once said, "Susan likes every man in a coat and trousers from 8 years old to 80. She brought Sedgwick a glass of Madeira wine. Then she smiled sweetly into his eyes. Catty watched Susan with amusement. Catty was 20 years old and looked very much like Charles.
When Leonard Jennings first visited the Mount and saw Catty, he cried out, "Why, there is Charles Darwin in women's clothes."
She had a lively face. She wore white dresses with puffed shoulders and white stockings. Her hair brushed forward with a small part above her eyebrows. Catty was calm and friendly. People enjoyed being with her. She cared deeply about others. Still, she was often less noticed beside strong Caroline and beautiful Susan. Caroline was tall like the Wedgwood family. She was not considered beautiful, but her eyes were bright and her black hair shone. One cousin once said, "She looks like a duchess." Everyone loved Caroline except Charles. After their mother died when Charles was 8, Caroline became like a second mother to him. She was also very strict. Even now, at 22, Charles still thought, "Oh dear. What will Caroline blame me for now?" whenever she entered a room. He respected her strong and serious character. Caroline had started a Sunday school for very young poor children in Frankland. This was the poor part of Shrewsbury below the Mount. The children learned the multiplication tables and the Lord's Prayer there. Many of the children looked pale and sick. Their clothes were thin and old. Caroline spent much of her free time trying to collect money for books, equipment, food, medicine, and warm clothes. Nobody outside the Darwin family helped her. Still, she continued her work. Susan poured another glass of Madeira for Professor Sedgwick.
He lifted his glass. "To the health of these young ladies," he said. Then he turned to Charles. "And to our weeks of searching for rocks. Are you sure you do not want to travel with me longer?"
Charles smiled shyly. At this time, I would be foolish to miss the first days of shooting at Mayor Hall for geology or any other science.
Sedgwick nodded. "I understand that very well. When I was young, I also cared greatly about my shooting days at Dent.
I loved sports before I became a geologist. When I became professor at Trinity College, I gave away my dogs and my gun."
Tell me, Professor Sedgwick, Susan asked. Why does geology interest a man like you so much?
Adam Sedgwick looked at Susanna Wedgwood. He noticed her long golden hair and her bright green-blue eyes. Her skin was soft and pale. Charles knew from the Friday evening meetings at the Henslows' home that Professor Sedgwick wanted to impress her. When Sedgwick answered, his voice was deep and calm.
Miss Susan, my good friend, the poet Wordsworth, did not usually like men of science, he said. He thought they looked at nature in the wrong way. But he liked me and even wrote a poem about geology.
Sedgwick often repeated lines from books and poems.
He who with pocket hammer strikes the hard rock hidden under the marks of weather and nature.
Everyone listened quietly. Then the front door closed loudly.
The tide has come in, Caroline said with a sharp tone.
Charles quickly went to the hall to greet his father. Neither man showed much emotion. Still, they loved each other and cared deeply for one another. They simply did not know how to show it. Dr. Robert Darwin had turned 65 the past May. He was usually kind to Charles. Sometimes he sounded short and tired after long days visiting sick people in Shrewsbury and traveling on rough, muddy roads. Charles remembered only one painful moment with his father. It happened when he was 16. His father took him out of school in Shrewsbury 1 year before the end of his studies. His teachers and his father thought he was only an ordinary boy. They believed he was below average in intelligence.
His father had said, "You care only about shooting dogs and catching rats. You will bring shame to yourself and to your family."
Charles thought the words were unfair. Every morning in chapel, he learned lines from Virgil or Homer by heart. He worked hard in his classes and never cheated. He admired the poet Horace and enjoyed reading his poems. He simply did not want to become a scholar. "Father, that is not fair," Charles said. They never spoke about the argument again. Later, Dr. Darwin decided that Charles must study medicine at the University of Edinburgh with his brother Erasmus. His father wanted both sons to become doctors, just as he had followed his own father, Dr. Erasmus Darwin.
"You will become a successful doctor, Charles," his father said. "A doctor must make people trust him. You did that last summer when you helped some of my poorer patients in Shrewsbury. The women and children trusted you."
Charles had written careful notes about the patients his father sent him to visit. He described all their signs of illness. Each evening he read the reports aloud to his father. Dr. Darwin was surprised by how complete the reports were.
"You also mix the medicines well," his father said.
Charles felt happy when his father praised him. His father was sending him to medical school. Charles did not strongly object. Maybe his father was correct. But things did not go well. In October 1825, Charles entered the university. He shared rooms with Erasmus on Lothian Street. There were 900 medical students there. Charles joined classes in medicine, chemistry, and anatomy. From the beginning, he disliked it. He watched operations at the hospital. There was no medicine to stop pain during surgery. One operation was on a child. Charles became so upset that he ran out before the surgeries ended. After that, he could not make himself return. The lectures were no better. He hated Dr. Duncan's early morning lectures about medicine during the cold, dark winter. He disliked every minute of them. Dr. Monro's lectures on anatomy also seemed very boring. "So is the professor himself," Charles told Erasmus. "I hate the subject."
Then you will have to become a doctor who listens carefully, like father.
"I do not think he cares about anatomy any more than you or I do. He lets his patients tell him all their problems. The women cry and speak about their sad lives. They take father's simple medicines and feel much better. Of course, some patients still die."
Charles looked at his brother's face. Erasmus was the only dark-looking Darwin brother. His face had strong bones. But his nose bent a little in the middle before it became wider at the end, like his mother's nose. He had very little hair on his head. He combed the hair from left to right to cover the empty places. His best feature was his mouth. His thin lips showed a soft and sensitive nature. He also had his father's round chin from Shropshire. The chin made him look strong and determined. But his half-hidden brown eyes gave a different feeling. They did not look at the world around him. Instead, they seemed to look inside himself, as if he wanted to understand his own thoughts and feelings.
Raz, it does not seem to me that you enjoy medicine very much either.
I do not, Erasmus answered. Oh, I will go to Christ's College after 1 more year here and get my degree. After that? I do not know.
Before his 2nd year ended, Charles already knew he could not become a doctor. He believed medicine was an honorable job. But he did not feel right for it. His grandfather and father had both been successful doctors for many years. Still, Charles did not want that life. He wrote to his sisters about his feelings. He expected his father to become angry when he said he would not return to Edinburgh after his 2nd year. His father greeted him coldly when he came back to the Mount in the spring of 1827. Late that afternoon, they met in the library.
You are leaving the study of medicine. Why? His father asked.
I was never truly interested in it, father. I went to medical school because you wanted me to.
I still want you to. Dr. Darwin sounded very disappointed. Does that mean nothing to you? Are you turning away from your family's tradition?
Then he became angry.
And what do you plan to do now? He asked.
I want to go to Christ's College in Cambridge, where Raz is. Are you choosing a college because your brother goes there? His father asked. Or are you only looking for the happiest college in Cambridge?
No, father. I am more than 18 years old now. I do not follow Raz. I met some men from Christ's College, and I liked what they said about it. I want to study there for my Bachelor of Arts degree.
And why do you want that, Charles? His father asked.
Charles moved a little with discomfort. His light face became red in places. Dr. Darwin wanted to find a cure for his son's problems with study.
I want to become a clergyman, Charles answered.
In the Church of England? Our family has never been very religious. There are no churchmen in the Darwin or Wedgwood families. Only John Allen Wedgwood has become a vicar at Mayor. But it is still a respected job.
Susanna Wedgwood had joined the Unitarian Church. It was less strict than the Church of England. Robert Darwin took his children to church only at Christmas and Easter. At the Mount, the family did not pray together. Sometimes they said grace at dinner when a churchman visited them. Nobody in the house argued about religion. Nobody asked many questions about it. Religion was simply there, like a normal part of life. People did not feel strongly about it, but they did not reject it either.
I think it is a job I can respect, Charles said. I like people of every age. I get along well with them. Maybe I could help people in a church. But after a Bachelor of Arts degree, there are other jobs too. A man can study law. He can work in diplomacy or the civil service. He can become a teacher.
No, Charles. The church is the best choice. Charles stood as tall as he could. Still, his eyes were lower than his father's eyes.
If that is what you want, I will join the church. You have my word. I do not give up. I stay strong. You must believe me.
A warm smile came across Dr. Darwin's face. He stood up and held his son.
Charles, I know you will keep your word. Now I feel better about it. I like the idea of a churchman in our family. We agree now. You will go to Christ's College.
Erasmus was not fully fair when he called his father a listening doctor. People in Shropshire knew Dr. Darwin by that name. But he was also very good at finding sickness in his patients. He understood signs that other doctors did not see. At that time, doctors could only make careful guesses. They used experience and instinct. They could not look inside the body or the head. Dr. Darwin was much bigger than most men he treated. He was even larger beside women patients. His great size made people trust him. Patients thought a man who looked so strong must understand illness well. At home, his family called him the talking doctor. When he returned home in the evening, he washed and sat on a large sofa. He made sure all his children and guests were there. There were almost always guests, often family members. Then he spoke for 2 hours. During the day he had little time to talk while visiting patients. At home he talked about politics, people, business, and simple ideas about life. This helped him relax. His long talks were not confused. On the ride home in his yellow carriage, he planned his thoughts carefully. Everything connected well. His children and guests were used to these evenings. Still, they were sometimes tired of listening.
Charles's cousin Emma Wedgwood once said with quiet humor, 2 hours of the doctor's talk before dinner makes a person very tired.
People often became restless. But nobody interrupted him. His children understood that their father needed these talks. Afterward he could enjoy dinner and sleep well. They joked that he listened to patients all day. Then he spoke to everyone at home at night. This small joke helped them accept his long speeches. Charles thought it was a small price to pay to keep his father happy. He also thought his father must feel lonely. Dr. Darwin's wife had died 14 years earlier. After that, he never showed interest in another woman. It seemed he would never marry again or fall in love again. He was very different from his own father, Dr. Erasmus Darwin. After the death of his first wife, Dr. Erasmus Darwin had several love affairs. Then, 11 years later, he began to visit a beautiful widow in Derbyshire. Her name was Elizabeth Pole. Many younger and more handsome men wanted to marry her. But Dr. Erasmus Darwin won her love. They had 7 children together. They lived happily for 21 years, until he died. Charles sometimes wondered what life would have been like with a stepmother at the Mount. Caroline might have been happy to lose some of her housework. But Charles himself was glad his father had not married again. It was not because of strong memories of his mother. He could hardly remember her. Only a few pictures stayed in his mind. He remembered her bed when she was dying. He remembered her black velvet dress. He remembered her unusual work table. He also remembered 1 or 2 walks with her. This empty space in his memory troubled him. A son wants to think about his mother. Susanna Wedgwood had been beautiful and gentle. For a long time she was sick and stayed in bed. But before that, she and Charles must have spent much time together. Still, he remembered almost nothing. Only one thing stayed in his mind.
If I ask you to do something, it is for your own good.
On the day his mother died, he was 8.5 years old. He could remember only a few things. Someone called him to come. He went into her room. There he saw his father crying. All other memories were gone from his mind. He thought this happened because his sisters never spoke about their mother. They never said her name. His father also stayed silent. It was almost as if Susanna Wedgwood had never lived. She had been married to Robert Darwin for 21 years. She had 6 children. Charles also remembered another sad event. Soon after his mother's death, he went to Mr. Case's school. There he saw the burial of a soldier. He still remembered the horse. The dead man's empty boots hung from the saddle. He could still hear the other soldiers firing their guns over the grave. Professor Sedgwick stood up when Dr. Darwin walked through the glass room. Dr. Darwin sat down in his chair and stretched his legs. He welcomed the professor warmly. Because he respected the Cambridge professor, he kept the day's talk to 1 hour. Sedgwick thought Dr. Robert Darwin was a very large man. Still, he did not look heavy or slow. He weighed more than 300 pounds, but he walked lightly. His children wished his voice was as gentle as his steps. His head was very large. There was only a little hair on each side. His ears stood out clearly. Charles remembered that his father's eyebrows were once dark and fine. Now they were light above his heavy eyelids. His eyes were small but far apart. His long nose seemed to go on and on. Charles also remembered his father's wide chin from earlier years. Now the chin joined with his large cheeks above his white neckcloth. It was a strong face. The face seemed to watch over the whole family like a large clock high on a wall. Dr. Darwin did not shout at his children. He did not push people with his size.
But his daughter Katty once said, "He fills so much space in a room that the walls seem to move closer and press against me."
Charles wondered, did my mother feel the same after 21 years of marriage? He heard that she was thin and weak. No one knew how she died. Maybe she had a long sickness. Maybe, at 52 years old, she stayed in bed and stopped seeing people. The mount was also very large, but it matched the high income of Dr. Robert Darwin. He also had money from investments. Some of the money belonged to him. Some came from his wife. His wife's father was Josiah Wedgwood. He was a very famous and talented man. Before him, pottery in England was mostly small home work. People made simple cups and milk jars. Josiah changed the business into famous art that people knew around the world. Josiah left his daughter Susanna £25,000 and other property. He had been a close friend of Dr. Erasmus Darwin for many years. Dr. Erasmus Darwin was also a very talented man. Josiah was happy when Dr. Darwin's son wanted to marry his daughter. Robert Darwin became a very careful businessman. He invested his wife's money in safe bonds with 10% interest. He kept careful records of all the family's money. He wrote down every pound and penny they received and spent. By the time Susanna died, the family had a large fortune. After the birth of their first child, Marianne, the Darwins moved from the Crescent in Shrewsbury to the Mount. They moved there in early 1800. Charles was born there 9 years later. When Dr. Robert Darwin built the Mount, the house became a sign of his own large character and body. Both the man and the house made patients feel safe and confident. At that time, doctors could do little more than simple treatments and bleeding. Edward, the old servant of the family, appeared at the door of the sunroom and announced dinner. He wore an old black coat with long tails. He also wore a white shirt front, a vest, black knee trousers, and white stockings. He gave Charles a small wink. Edward had helped raise him when he was young. The dining room had large windows that reached almost to the ceiling. Each window had 12 glass panes. From the room, people could see the Darwin Woods, the River Severn, and the green fields beyond. Charles had loved this bright and open room since childhood. After he and Katty were old enough, they stopped eating in the children's rooms across the hall. Then they joined the adults at the table. The room smelled pleasant from the beeswax on the long mahogany table. The table was reddish-brown and had large carved legs. Charles joined the adults as soon as his feet could touch the floor under the table. A Turkish rug covered part of the wooden floor. The rug had become softer and older with time. Dr. Robert Darwin sat at the head of the table in a large armchair covered with rich cloth. Caroline placed Professor Sedgwick on Dr. Darwin's right side. Susan sat beside the professor, and Katty sat across from them. Caroline and Charles sat in the next 2 chairs. This was one of the rare evenings with no guests. Usually relatives, friends, and neighbors came to visit. Some traveled 20 or 30 miles in their carriages. They often stayed for 2 weeks or even a month.
"The table feels a little empty," Charles said quietly.
"But not the room," Caroline answered. I have always thought we had too much furniture here. You remember what Dr. Johnson said? Nature does not like empty space. That is Father's idea too.
The long sideboards were also made of mahogany. They had curved fronts and mirrors behind them. Bottles of red and white wine stood ready on them. The family's Wedgwood dishes stood on the open shelves of a Welsh cabinet. The cupboards beside it held silver bowls and serving trays. A white cloth covered the table. The napkins were folded into large fan shapes on the plates. Charles's bedroom was on the south side of the mount. From there he could see the front lawn and the road to North Wales below the bank. Because of this, he liked to sit facing north at dinner. Then he could watch the River Severn and the green fields beyond. Hereford cows rested under the trees after eating grass all day. Adam Sedgwick liked to tell stories while he ate.
One time, I worked in the countryside, he said. I went into the home of a farmer who was digging for me. He had several rocks on his fireplace shelf. I asked him, "Do you think these rocks are valuable?" The farmer answered, "No. I keep them there to show the strange things a Cambridge professor carries in his horse bags."
My father wanted me to become a doctor, Dr. Robert Darwin said. Why did you choose geology?
I chose it myself, Sedgwick answered. I really wanted to study law, but I had a father and 2 younger brothers to support. So I earned a fellowship in mathematics at Trinity, but I was not very creative in mathematics. I was only an ordinary worker. My students were the same. None of them liked the subject. Because of this, my health became poor. I understood that I could not spend all my life sitting indoors, so I looked for work that would keep me outside for several months each year.
I became a candidate for the job of professor of geology. Geology has been very good for me.
Sedgwick's eyes shone brightly. Can you imagine the joy of finding a full fossil fish inside stone? The fish was called Paleotrissum macrocephalum. Or studying layers of rock and finding red marl and gypsum, red sandstone, thin limestone, lower red marl and gypsum, and yellow limestone. How did each layer get there? How old is each layer? What did God use to make all these different minerals? A man who studies geology lives with wonder and respect. I think of myself as a knight with a hammer.
Charles saw Nancy for a moment. She was his old nurse and had worked with the family since he and most of the children were born. She watched from the large pantry while 2 young servant girls carried food from the kitchen. The girls wore clean white caps and white aprons. First they brought wide plates of mushroom soup with cream. Then came goose pie with a rich smell. After that they carried vegetables and 3 kinds of potatoes. Some potatoes were baked, some boiled, and some fried. There were also pickles, cooked fruit, and other small dishes. At Dr. Darwin's table, people did not wait a long time to eat. Everyone treated the food with respect.
Darwin, tell me what you found during your geology studies near Shrewsbury, Sedgwick said.
Charles pointed to a shell on the sideboard. I was studying an old gravel pit near here. A worker brought me that old tropical shell. He said he found it in the pit. At first I tried to buy it from him, but he would not sell it. That made me believe he really found it there. Professor Sedgwick, why is a curved tropical shell inside our gravel pit?
Someone threw it there, Sedgwick answered quickly.
Charles felt surprised. Professor, I am very surprised that you are not excited about such an important thing. A tropical shell was found near the ground here in the middle of England.
Sedgwick frowned. If that shell was really inside the pit, it would be very bad for geology. It would destroy much of what we know about the ground layers in the Midland counties. Science, my dear Darwin, means putting facts together so we can find true rules and conclusions.
Charles did not often argue with older people. Still, he felt a little hurt because Sedgwick corrected him in front of his family. I am sure you are right, Professor.
But in my thoughts, I still see the fireplace shelves in many small houses near our town. I went there with my father when he visited sick people. Many homes had similar shells as decoration. We cannot think that someone left all those shells outside the doors. Maybe ships brought them from warm countries far away. But these poor villagers would never spend even a little money to buy such things.
Sedgwick smiled a little.
Do not feel bad. All students make mistakes. I made many mistakes too. For most of my working life, I believed one great flood changed the surface of the earth. I believed it was Noah's flood from the Bible. In 1825, I even wrote an article about it. I said one great flood happened not very long ago in the Earth's history.
Charles's father and sisters agreed and nodded. The Bible said in Genesis 6, God saw that people on earth were very bad. Then the Lord said, I will destroy the people I made on the earth. I will also destroy animals, creatures that move on the ground, and birds in the sky. Only Charles did not nod. Professor Henslow had already told him about Sedgwick's new ideas. They were very different from his old beliefs.
Last February, Sedgwick continued, I left my position as president of the Geological Society. At that time, I admitted that I was wrong.
I made my ideas from the Bible, not from the old remains I found. Now I see that there was not one great flood. There were many disasters and many changes in the earth. These changes made the rock layers and their chemical forms. Susan was very intelligent, but she did not show it often. She asked, Professor Sedgwick, what caused these great changes?
Sedgwick had already told the world that he had been wrong for many years. Now he wanted to speak honestly. Miss Susan, I really do not know.
Annie brought dessert. There were small thin cakes made with eggs, cream, rose water, and sugar. They were baked quickly in the oven. Adam Sedgwick ate many of them because they were very light.
Darwin, this is the best food we will eat for the next 3 weeks.
The next morning the men woke at sunrise. Charles's father always took a morning walk down the steep hill near the mount. People in Shrewsbury called it the Doctor's Walk. The path went to the River Severn and then along the river for some distance. Charles and Professor Sedgwick packed the gig and prepared to leave. When Dr. Darwin came back, the 3 men ate a very large breakfast. They would not eat again until evening.
Dr. Darwin said goodbye to his son. Charles, please take care of yourself. You told me about Sedgwick. He climbs mountains all day like a goat. Do not tire yourself too much and make your health worse.
Charles did not know if he felt more surprised or more moved by his father's care. Since he was young, he had often taken long walks alone. He answered, Father, climbing and collecting feel as natural to me as breathing. This was not Charles's first journey to North Wales. His family often spent holidays there. When he was 4 years old, he stayed near a Beagle for 3 weeks and went sea bathing. His strongest memory was fear. Their carriage crossed a wide water passage, and he watched the white waves with fear. When he was 10, he stayed for 3 weeks at Towyn, south of Barmouth. As Sedgwick drove the gig across the countryside, Charles remembered another day there. Strong wind blew across the beach while he walked alone in the evening. He watched gulls and cormorants flying home in uneven paths. The next year he travelled on horseback with Erasmus to Pistil Rhyadr. It was the most famous waterfall in North Wales. He was amazed that fish could jump up the falling water. At 17, he went walking in North Wales with 2 friends. One friend was Nathan Hubbersty, a new teacher at the Shrewsbury School. Even with heavy bags, the young men walked 30 miles each day. At the end of that summer, he travelled again on horseback with his sister Caroline. They stopped at Bala. Dr. Darwin sent a servant with extra clothes in saddlebags. It was a little more than 20 miles to the border of North Wales. The summer sun rose over rich green fields. Hedges of thick bushes divided the land. Wooden fences stood beside the road and hawthorn grew over them. Trees still stood in the meadows. They gave shade to the Hereford cattle with large white faces. There was only a thin layer of soil over the rock below. Still, farmers could grow carrots, peas, cabbage, and Brussels sprouts. The houses were made from local brick. Chemicals in the earth gave the bricks a red-brown color. Near the front paths grew rhododendron bushes with pink flowers. The farmers often moved the cattle from one field to another. Grass grew everywhere by itself without people planting it again.
Sedgwick said, "These soft rolling hills make the heart feel calm."
Charles looked across the beautiful English countryside. Green is the most peaceful color. How many shades of green do you think we can see?
"I once counted 100 shades before I stopped," Sedgwick answered. "You are right. Green helps people feel peaceful. Blue feels colder. Red is stronger. Yellow is restless." Then he spoke in the same calm voice. "I spend all my free time climbing mountains. Can you imagine a woman climbing granite mountains with me?"
Sedgwick's grey mare enjoyed the cool morning air. She easily traveled the 20 miles. Past the border, the land changed. The country became more hilly. There was less grass and fewer trees. The houses were smaller and stood alone among the stones. Sedgwick noticed an interesting rock surface. He quickly climbed down from the gig. Then he tied the horse to a tree and lifted his heavy leather bag.
"Take your specimen bag, Darwin."
It's easy to walk around a small place and look at rocks. Our work was much bigger. We needed to study a whole area. We had to climb mountains and follow each layer of rock as far as we could see.
"A good geologist understands the whole land," Sedgwick said.
His excitement was clear.
"Take out your notebook. We need careful notes and numbers. Look at the plants growing on the rocks. They will help you understand the rock layers under them. Number every rock sample and connect it to your notes. Give yourself clear signs. Tonight you must write a full report and draw good maps. Do not trust your memory."
It was still 7 miles to Llangollen, their first stop in North Wales. But the rocks interested them so much that they stayed outside until evening and filled their leather bags with samples. Each man used the sharp end of his hammer to break pieces from the rocks. Charles spoke with joy. "I like holding my hammer. The wooden handle fits well in my hand. I hold it tighter when my thumb rests along the steel part. I understand why a man can become close to his hammer. It feels like part of his arm." The hills of Wales moved across the land like sea waves. The weather in North Wales was hard and changed very fast. In one day, people could see snow and cold rain. Strong icy winds could hit them. Then bright yellow sunlight could suddenly appear. There were flat fields with large piles of hay. People kept the hay under roofs because of the constant rain. By the middle of the afternoon, dark clouds covered the sky. In the evening they arrived at the Hand Inn. They cleaned the horse, walked her until she was dry, and fed her oats and hay. Charles and Professor Sedgwick ate dinner on an open porch that faced the mountains. The innkeeper's wife brought them steak and kidney pie, local vegetables, and rice pudding with raisins. They drank ale from metal cups. Charles watched Sedgwick with interest. The professor could eat and talk at the same time without any trouble. Charles had learned to eat quickly with his father. Breakfast was always his favorite meal. At Christ's College, he often ate breakfast in his rooms with his cousin and friend, William Darwin Fox. Charles sent his servant to the college kitchen for chops, steaks, beer, coffee, or chocolate with sweet bread. The meals in hall during the day and evening were usually quiet and serious, even with friendly students. Charles liked meals with laughter and happy talk. He thought it helped the stomach. The mutton they ate after evening prayers in the chapel stayed heavy in the stomach for a long time. During coffee, a man named Robert Dawson joined them. He was the map maker for the area. He gave them maps and information about nearby cliffs, stone pits, and strange rocks that local people called Wild Rock. They went to bed early. As they climbed the old stairs, Sedgwick complained about the noise.
Then he gave Charles one more warning. Write your notes before you sleep.
In his very small room, Charles lit a candle and placed it on an old chest of drawers. He took off his clothes and washed himself in cold water from a tub the innkeeper had brought. Then he dried himself and put on his nightshirt. He thought quietly, "When I become a country church priest, I will not use this training much. Maybe I will only use it during holidays." The next morning they ate a large breakfast by candlelight. At dawn the mare was ready outside. She smelled the cool air as if she knew an adventure was coming. Soon after they started traveling, a storm reached them.
Sedgwick complained again. It seems the storm will drown us. The Greywacke Hills are hidden by clouds. We should cross to the Vale of the Clwyd. Maybe we can still work there among the newer rocks.
At different places on the road, they saw layers of loose earth and stones from the moving carriage. When the rocks changed color or shape, they stopped the carriage. Then they climbed the hills with hammers and leather bags. Sometimes they went all the way to the top. Charles had disliked Professor Jameson's geology lessons at the University of Edinburgh, but the 16-year-old boy still remembered some of the things he learned there. Professor Henslow had also taught him a little about rocks and minerals. Now Charles was learning from a great teacher. Adam Sedgwick and Charles Lyell were two of the most respected geologists in England. Lyell had recently published a new book called Principles of Geology.
Your rock samples must be about the size of your fist, Sedgwick said. Always break the rock from the rock wall itself. Do not pick up stones from the ground. You do not know where they came from. Rain and wind may have changed them.
Charles learned that the most important tools of a geologist were called the strike and the dip. The strike showed the direction of the rock layer. The dip showed the angle as the rock went down into the ground. These two pieces of information helped make maps of the rock layers and cracks in the earth. From these observations, a geologist could also draw pictures of the rock layers below the ground. At the top of each hill, Sedgwick showed Charles how to follow the rock layers into the distance. He also explained how each rock layer stood beside nearby rocks and mountains.
From above the ground, we can study a rock sample, Sedgwick said. A geologist can tell what minerals are inside the stone. Some sandstone is hard because silica holds it together. Limestone is softer and has tight crystals inside it. Huge hills and mountains are not made from one solid piece of rock. They are made from many thin layers. These layers formed over a very long time. Floods, earthquakes, or volcanoes may have caused them. Perhaps God changed the earth in these ways. If God created the earth in the beginning, He can also change it whenever He wants. That is what He has done. Our work is to find the oldest rocks that God first made. We study their chemicals and their shape. We study how the rocks go into the ground and the direction of the layers. There are many old rocks in North Wales. And geology is hard physical work. Every night my knees and ankles swell after fighting with these mountains.
Who wins this fight, Professor? Charles asked.
Sedgwick made a tired face. The mountain wins. We climb it and say we conquered it. We take pieces of rock back to the laboratory. Then we use tools to learn what is inside them. In this way we add a little more knowledge to the world. But we will never fully know how God made a mountain range. We can only use our hammers to learn a small part of the truth.
On the road to Ruthin, rain fell on them again and again. They passed Vale Grucy's Abbey. Only the church still stood in fair condition. Broken pieces of the abbey lay around it. The two men searched there for some time because the abbey was famous in North Wales. After they left, Charles crossed to the bank beside the road. There he measured the dip and strike of the rocks. As they travelled on past more loose earth and stones, Charles said, "These are very much like the ones I studied in Shropshire. But these do not contain sand."
They are mixed with large pieces of trap rock, Sedgwick answered. It is probably volcanic rock.
Beyond the great limestone cliff, they found softer slopes made of clay slate. Dark sandstone covered the hills. Green gorse, heath, and fern grew over it. The limestone areas were bare or covered with brighter green plants. Farther down the road, they stopped at a clay slate quarry. Inside it they found remains of sea animals like scallop shells. They collected several good samples. Beyond Defan Dywyrch, they found black limestone with oil-like material inside it. They also found remains of living things and a piece of veined quartz.
It is the remains of living things that make these rocks so dark, Sedgwick said. Limestone is usually light cream in color.
That evening they stayed at the Cross Keys Inn in Ruthin. After dinner, Charles went at once to his room. He sat at a small table and began to write. Saturday, 6th Vale of Cruds. The bank near the abbey was made of clay slate. The rock broke in regular lines. The lines went northwest to north. The rock sloped down to the northeast. In different places near the road, they saw layers of old earth and stones. The place looked much like Shropshire, but there was no sand. On Sunday morning, they went to church together. Sedgwick was a very religious man. Professor Henslow was the same. Sedgwick sang the hymns loudly and joined the prayers with great energy. Charles thought, he wants to make sure God can hear him. Later, they rode slowly from Ruthin to Denbigh. The trip was 12 miles long. There they passed through an area with new red sandstone. Charles noticed that Sedgwick did not write notes or collect rock samples. He joked kindly with him. And on the 7th day God finished his work, Charles said. Then he rested on the 7th day. And God blessed that day and made it holy.
Sedgwick laughed. God is good for my rheumatism, he said. My joints never hurt on Sunday.
On the 4th day of their journey, they stayed at the Crown Hotel in Denbigh. The next day, they found 2 caves. People had dug about 30 yards into the upper cave. Inside, they found some bones and 1 tooth in very good condition.
I think this is from a rhinoceros, Sedgwick said.
What is a rhinoceros tooth doing so far north, sir? Charles asked.
I could say that someone dropped it here, Sedgwick answered. That is what happened with the shell in your gravel pit in Shrewsbury. But I will take this tooth back to Cambridge. The fossil experts can study it.
Charles greatly enjoyed using his geological hammer. When he wanted a very thin and exact piece of rock, he held the steel handle high with his thumb under the curved end. Then he could break small samples from soft sandstone and even very hard granite. He used the hammer with great care and skill. It was as careful as his cousin Emma Wedgwood playing Mozart on the piano. Later that day, Professor Sedgwick surprised Charles. He told him to go out alone on a path that stayed some distance from his own route.
Bring back rock samples, Sedgwick said. Also mark the rock layers on the map.
Am I trained enough for this, Professor? Charles asked. It has only been. Sedgwick did not listen to the complaint.
I want you to walk in straight lines across important parts of the land, he said. Walk at a right angle to the line of the rocks on the ground. Go across the rock areas. Climb the mountains on both sides of your path. Go all the way up one side and all the way down the other side. We must study the land carefully. Rock layers have 3 dimensions. Our work can show which rocks are oldest. It can also show how the mountains changed and broke during mountain building.
Charles would normally feel very excited to receive such an important job. But he had a strong feeling that Sedgwick wanted to be alone for some time. They separated at St. Asaph. Sedgwick took the direct road to Conway. Charles took a different road. It was little more than a rough path. The road crossed the top of North Wales past Betws-Wyen Rose, Colwyn Bay, and Little Ormey's Head. He slept at an inn on the way. He ate only a small supper. They met again the next day at the Bull and Harp in Conway near the bay. After dinner, Sedgwick read Charles's notebook. The next morning, they walked for a mile or 2 while looking for missing turf pits. Sedgwick stayed quiet and looked unhappy. Then he suddenly spoke.
Darwin, I must go back to the inn, he said. I am sure that dishonest waiter did not give the sixpence to the chambermaid like I asked him.
My dear Professor, there is no reason to think the waiter did something wrong, Charles answered.
Sedgwick looked calmer. You do not think so, he asked. Very well. I will trust your judgment. Let us continue.
Charles shook his head with surprise. Poor man, he thought. Sometimes he becomes nervous. He is a kind and cheerful man with a great mind. He also knows much about music, literature, and Dutch paintings. Who would think that a great person could also have strange worries? Charles made sketches of everything he saw. Azaf, where the rock layers had changed because of natural forces. He also wrote about a red cliff. He thought the red color came from clay inside the rock. Charles was sorry because he did not know how to make good scientific drawings. They crossed the River Conway and climbed up to Lansantfrade. Charles could not say the name well. He also had trouble with Fenmarenmoor and Lanekeimed.
Do you think a practical joker made this language? He asked.
Sedgwick looked at him for a moment. Then he smiled and accepted the joke. As the days passed, Charles filled his leather bag with rock samples. But they did not only look at rocks. They also enjoyed the beautiful countryside. There were no huge empty fields that made people feel alone. Instead, there were many small fields close together. The land felt warm and friendly. The roads turned and curved more than the roads in England. The mountains were bright red because of iron deep under the ground. In some valleys, two rivers flowed side by side. Small villages stood high on the slopes. Wild yellow gorse grew up the hills like bright lines. People and animals could not eat it. It was full of sharp thorns and prickles. The Welsh people were kinder than the English people. When they stopped for fresh water, food, or a bed for the night, people welcomed them. Sometimes there was no inn nearby, but families still helped them. The air became warmer as they moved closer to the sea. They stayed at the Bull Hotel in a small village. Black and white cattle ate grass in the fields under the bright afternoon sun. Light smoke rose from the chimneys. It showed that families were inside the stone houses and were boiling water for tea. The land was rich and successful. The stone buildings for milking cows had fresh white paint. The Welsh sheep had red marks to show who owned them. At a fast brook with clean water, they drank deeply. They also washed their faces and heads. Nearby were large fields where people had just collected thousands of potatoes. In England and North Wales, potatoes were as important as bread. The sun was warm for most of the day. Then dark rain clouds suddenly covered the sky around them. On August 12, Professor Sedgwick took the carriage into Anglesey. He wanted to study some geology maps that John Henslow had made in 1821. Charles stayed behind by himself, and he enjoyed it very much. When he was a boy, he liked to walk in the countryside all day. He collected beetles and other strange things from nature. Then he tried to identify them with the help of a few books. Now he walked 20 or 30 miles each day through the mountains. He enjoyed the beautiful views and filled his bag with rock samples. At night he stayed in inns with names like the Ugly House, the White Swan, and the Black Lion. He no longer wrote the long notes that Professor Sedgwick once made him write every evening before bed. 8 days later, on August 20th, Professor Sedgwick met him again at Carnarvon. He was very happy. All of his friend Henslow's maps were correct. Charles carefully read Sedgwick's notes about his work each hour. After a good dinner in a small inn, Charles said, "With your permission, Professor, I would like to go down to Barmouth. Some friends from Cambridge are studying there. We promised to spend a few days together."
Adam Sedgwick agreed. He smiled kindly. "It has been good to travel with you," he said. "You have also listened to my ideas very patiently. I hope I have taught you a lot about geology, both the ideas and the field work. Maybe this knowledge will help you one day when you become tired of collecting beetles or preaching sermons.
The next morning, Charles started walking to Capel Curig. He used a compass and a map to cross the mountains in a straight line. Along the way, he saw strange and wild places. Sometimes he changed direction because a distant hill or valley looked interesting. The first night, he stayed at Maintrog. After a large breakfast early in the morning, he walked many miles through the Harlech Dome. There were huge slate quarries in the mountains. The slate lies on the hills like dark grey piles, Charles said. His friend stayed in a simple hotel in Barmouth near the sea. Charles spent several days with them there. They swam in the warm water of Cardigan Bay. They also met with the Glutton Club. They had created this club at Cambridge because they disliked the food at the college hall. Robert Lowe was the younger brother of Charles's friend Henry Lowe. Robert was very interested in Charles's love for collecting things. He liked the leather bag full of rocks, the heavy geological hammer, and the neat notebooks. On the day Charles planned to leave for the Mount, Robert asked a question.
"May I walk with you for a short distance?" he asked.
Before sunrise, they started walking along the coast toward Shrewsbury. Later they stopped at a village inn for a small meal. There they were surprised to learn they had already walked 22 miles. Robert had spent the journey asking simple but thoughtful questions about the earth and its rocks. While drinking ale, Robert laughed.
"This walk has been like following a dog," he said. "I have followed you for 22 miles on your journey home. I have never done this with anyone before. I do not think I will ever do it again."
"You should not come farther," Charles said. "I cannot reach Shrewsbury before dark. I will stop wherever I can find a free bed. Then I will still have 2 days at home with my father and sisters. I also want to visit a special friend before I ride to Mayor Hall for a month of shooting. I want to be outside very early on September 1st. I hope to be the first person to shoot a partridge." At dusk, Charles walked around the south side of Shrewsbury. After walking 25 miles through the green countryside, he still felt strong. He passed through the east gate near the school where he had once studied and lived. The school building was large and beautiful. It was made from grey stone and had a tall clock tower. Beside it stood a narrow chapel with coloured glass windows. The windows looked beautiful in sunlight. In winter, the chapel felt cold, wet, and dark. Charles did not mind the required chapel meetings in the morning and evening. That was where he did his schoolwork. On Monday he memorized Cicero and Virgil. On Tuesday he studied Pindar and Theocritus. On Wednesday he learned Tacitus and Demosthenes. He put down his bag for a moment and stood on the grass in front of the large double doors. Old memories came back to him very quickly. They felt like sudden rain in Wales. He still remembered the hard school schedule on the board in the main hall. Thursday. Chapel. Repeat Horace. Say Latin verses. Homer. Algebra lesson. Friday. Chapel. Repeat Homer. Juvenal or Horace. The Satires and Epistles. Tacitus and Plautus. Saturday. Chapel. Repeat Juvenal or Horace. Euclid lesson. He gave a quiet sigh as he remembered the 7 years he spent there. There was little to help a young boy grow in mind and spirit. He learned only a small amount of old geography and history. He looked up at the stone design near the roof. It was hard for him to understand the purpose of the school work. Every morning in chapel, the boys memorized 50 lines from Homer or Virgil. 1 or 2 hours later, they repeated the lines to an assistant teacher. He could not see how this was true education. He also could not see how it taught boys to become polite and balanced gentlemen. That was not the only problem. The school cost a lot of money, but the food was poor and sometimes impossible to eat. The boys washed in small pans of cold water. Charles and Erasmus slept in one room with 30 other boys. The room had only one window. Sometimes the boys protested about these hard conditions. The headmaster, Dr. Samuel Butler, stopped the protests quickly and strictly. One December, Charles was getting better after scarlet fever. Erasmus complained to their father.
Charles's bed is very damp. He needs another blanket to stay warm.
Dr. Darwin wrote to Dr. Butler. He asked if Charles could have another blanket because he had been sick.
Dr. Butler said the bed was not damp. He said all blankets were warmed by the kitchen fire. He also said boys complained because they missed the comfort of home. He did not want to give special treatment to one boy.
But Dr. Butler added one more thing.
If Dr. Darwin truly believed Charles needed another blanket, then he must pay for blankets for every boy in the school.
Charles picked up his bag and walked through the long hall in the middle of the school. The hall led to the dormitories outside and to the headmaster's house. Then he went down rough stone steps to the playing field. He ran across the field and walked through a meadow to the River Severn. After that, he followed the river for a short distance to the Welsh Bridge. Many times during school, he had run on this same path. He went there at night between the school checks and bedtime. The trip was only 1 mile each way. Charles could do it in 10 minutes because he ran very fast. A short distance up the mount, he entered the lower part of the Darwin Gardens. There were long rows of roses and azaleas. Charles did not like being far from home. He loved his family deeply. He could spend only 40 minutes with his sisters and father. But those visits were very important to him. He wanted to keep their love and closeness strong. He also played with his 2 dogs, Nina and Pincher. He loved them very much. Before he left, he gave the horses small pieces of sugar from his hand. Then he ran back through the garden. He went down the hill, across the bridge, and along the river. After that, he crossed the open field and the playing ground. He climbed the steep steps 2 at a time. His younger sister Catty looked very much like him.
She asked, "How do you avoid getting caught?"
"When I reach the river, I sometimes think I am late," he answered. "Then I pray to God to help me."
"Maybe God likes you more than Dr. Butler," Catty said.
"Maybe that is true," he replied. It was dark when he opened the front door of the mount. His sisters were in the library and were reading books. Each sister kissed him on the cheek.
Caroline offered him some high tea.
Susan said, "There is a large letter for you from London. It came 2 days ago, on Saturday. I will get it."
Caroline brought him a kipper cooked in butter and steam, a boiled egg, bread and butter, and tea. He drank the tea quickly because he was very thirsty. Before he started eating, Susan came back with the letter. He did not know the handwriting on the envelope. He opened it carefully with his finger. Inside were 2 different letters. One was from Professor Henslow at Cambridge. The other was from George Peacock. Peacock was a teacher at Trinity College. He wanted to become professor of astronomy. Charles had met him before at Henslow's Friday evening meetings. Charles read Henslow's letter first. His hand started to shake. Cambridge, the 24th of August, 1831.
My dear Darwin, I hope to see you soon. I think you will gladly accept an offer to travel to Tierra del Fuego and return home through the East Indies. Peacock asked me to recommend a naturalist for Captain Fitzroy. The government has sent the captain to study the southern part of America. I told Peacock that you are the best person I know for this work. I do not say this because you already know everything about natural history. I say it because you are very good at collecting things, watching carefully, and writing notes about new discoveries.
Peacock can give you the position. Captain F wants a man who can be a friend and companion, not only a collector. He will not choose a person only because he knows natural history. The person must also be known as a gentleman. The voyage will last 2 years. If you take many books with you, you can do many useful things. I think this is a wonderful chance for a man with energy and strong interest. Do not worry that you are not good enough. I truly believe you are the right man for this work. Imagine that your close friend J.S. Henslow is touching your shoulder and calling you. The ship may sail on the 25th of September, so there is no time to lose. When he finished reading, his face was very pale. His eyes looked strange and tired. Susan held his long thin face in her hands.
Charlie, what is wrong? She asked. I have never seen you like this.
His voice sounded weak and distant. It is an offer. It does not feel real. It came very suddenly. Here, read Professor Henslow's letter. I will read Peacock's letter.
My dear sir, I received Henslow's letter last night. It arrived too late for me to send it to you by post. But I am happy about that because it gave me time to meet Captain Beaufort at the Admiralty. I told him about the offer I wish to make to you. He fully agrees with it. You may now think of the position as yours if you want it. I hope you will accept because this is a chance that should not be missed. I also look forward to the good work you may do for our collections of natural history. Captain Fitzroy, who is a nephew of the Duke of Grafton, will sail at the end of September. He will travel in a ship that will study the southern parts of the world.
Find me one man with common sense.
Coast of Tierra del Fuego, afterwards to visit the East Seas Islands and to return by the Indian archipelago to England. The expedition is only for scientific work. The ship will usually wait while you study plants, animals, and nature. Captain Fitzroy is a kind and active officer. He has very good manners, and other officers like him very much. He is paying an artist £200 each year to travel with him. So you can be sure you will have a pleasant companion. The artist will gladly share your interest in science. The ship will leave near the end of September. You must quickly tell Captain Beaufort and the Admiralty Lords if you accept. The Admiralty does not want to give a salary. But they will give you an official position and good conditions on the ship. If a salary is necessary, I think they may agree to give one. Believe me, my dear sir, truly yours, G.O. Peacock. He was very shocked. Nobody had ever spoken about such a thing before. Now he had an offer to travel around the world. And he would go as a naturalist. It was an amazing offer. Instead of waiting many years for work in a church, he could travel to South America. He could see the Andes Mountains that Humboldt described with such excitement. He could visit Tierra del Fuego at the far end of the world. He could also travel across the Indian Ocean. He felt weak with surprise and shock. By this time, his 3 sisters had read both letters. They looked at him with wide eyes. They felt many things, from disbelief to fear. Charles started walking around the solarium. Moving helped him when he felt strong emotions.
Caroline spoke in a calm voice. You cannot accept this offer. 2 years. Tierra del Fuego. You will sail in dangerous seas.
Why not? Charles asked. He looked surprised more than angry. This is a great chance. How else can I travel around the world?
Cathy asked, but can you do such important work, Charles? Is it because you collected some beetles?
Henslow says I can, Charles answered. And Peacock agrees with him. Then he laughed. I am still learning about natural history. He sat down in a wicker chair. His long legs stretched out in front of him. His voice sounded a little tense. First we must say what a naturalist is. No one really knows exactly. A naturalist watches, studies, collects, describes, and lists living things. That means plants and animals.
Then Professor Sedgwick is not a naturalist. Caroline asked. Mountains are not alive.
No, Charles answered. Not like a tree, a fish, a reptile, or a beetle. But mountains change because of nature. Wind, storms, floods, and eruptions change them. Maybe I will have a better answer after the voyage.
He stood up again. His eyes were bright, and his voice shook with excitement. When I went to Reverend Case's school at 9 years old, I already loved natural history. I tried to learn the names of plants. I collected many things: shells, coins, and minerals.
And many wet little animals you brought into my room, Catty said with a hard laugh.
My love for collecting was very strong, Charles continued. I think I was born with it. None of you girls or Raz likes it at all.
We thought one strange person in the family was enough, Susan said jokingly.
Very true, Charles replied. Then I spent 2 years at the university in Edinburgh. I was not good at surgery or lectures. My best time was outside the classroom. But my professors did not care much about those activities. I met many people there. Some were young and some were old. We became friends because we liked the same things. The Natural History Museum was only a short walk away in the west part of the university. That museum was wonderful. Professor Robert Jameson created it. It was famous for its large bird collection and its careful scientific order. Charles moved around the white wicker chairs. His whole body felt tense. Walking helped him stay calm. That museum became my real university, Charles said. The people there believed in my excitement and my ability to learn. They became my friends and teachers. They let me help with cataloguing and cutting open animals for study. Dr. Grant often took me to collect animals from pools near the sea. One day we found a lumpfish on the dark rocks at Leith. How did it get stuck there? I asked.
It probably came to the rocks to lay eggs, Dr. Grant answered. Then the tide went out and left it there.
Would that not be strange? I asked. If lumpfish had problems laying eggs, would they still exist now? Dr. Grant looked at him with approval.
Let us cut it open and learn more, Dr. Grant said. But first write down its size in our record book.
Charles also wrote that the fish had very small eyes. When Grant cut the fish open, they saw that it carried many pink eggs. Charles wrote in the notebook, "The fish looks healthy. It has no worms inside its body." With McGillivray, I often took long walks. I also spent time with the fishermen at New Haven. Sometimes they let me go with them when they collected oysters. They brought up many kinds of sea animals from the water. I collected them and wrote notes about them in my notebook. Almost every day, he found small sea animals that the fishermen did not want. One was a small green sea creature with a long soft body. Another was a kind of sea snail. He made drawings to show how they looked inside their small cases. He also went to meetings of the Wernerian Natural History Society. There he heard John James Audubon speak about new birds he had found. He became friends with students and teachers from the Plinian Society. The society met every Tuesday evening. People read papers about new discoveries in natural science. Charles also wrote 2 papers and read them to the 25 members. The first paper was about eggs from a sea animal that could move by themselves. The second paper explained that some small round objects were not young sea plants, as people believed. They were really egg cases from a worm-like sea animal. The members of the Plinian Society respected him very much. They chose him to join the ruling council of the society. During his second year, Erasmus left for Cambridge. Charles stayed in the rooms on Lothian Street. The rooms were very near the university. He made more friends among the biology and plant students. He also learned taxidermy and paid for lessons by the hour. His teacher was John, a former slave. John had traveled with Charles Waterton. Charles had read Waterton's book Wanderings in South America. At the same time, he copied drawings of many kinds of birds from a bird book. Then came my years at Cambridge. There was Professor Henslow and many trips to collect plants and animals in the fens. His voice became hard and serious. I worry because I still have not convinced you. And I must also convince Father. Then they heard the front door close loudly. Caroline stood up quickly.
I should go and see how Father feels. He is often tired now. Sometimes he is sad because a patient has died. You should save your letters and your fine speech for tomorrow morning. After his walk, he may listen more kindly. You must admit, dear Charles, that this is a very surprising decision.
Dr. Darwin went to bed soon after dinner. Charles sat in his room and tried to read. The words became unclear. He went to the stable and called Nina and Pincher. Then he walked with them along the dark and empty road in North Wales. After an hour, his legs finally became tired from the long day. He returned home very tired, but he still could not sleep. He moved again and again in bed. The light summer blanket twisted around him. At last he got up and washed his face with cold water. Many pictures passed through his tired red eyes. He saw tropical lands and strange far places. Some pictures came from a childhood book called Wonders of the World. Others came from travel books he had read by Humboldt, Captain Cook, and Admiral Beechey about voyages to the Pacific and Bering Strait. Burchell traveled in the inside parts of South America. Charles thought about this chance again and again. His mind felt full of surprise. Other naturalists had gone on sea journeys before. Often the ship doctors collected plants and animals. But Charles was still young and had only just left university. Now he had an offer to join an important voyage for 2 years. It felt hard to believe. He could not understand how such good luck had come to him. Later, when the night became very late, his feelings changed. Soon the first morning light would come. Then he thought about being away from home for 2 years. He would leave his family and friends. He would leave pretty Fanny Owen. He would also leave the activities he loved very much. All his comforts and easy daily life would disappear. He got dressed and went with his father on the doctor's morning walk. They walked quickly through the woods below the house. Then they followed the river to the end of their land and came back. Breakfast was ready when Dr. Darwin entered the dining room. Charles waited quietly. He ate only a little. He waited for his father to finish eating. The doctor ate steamed haddock, for boiled eggs, lamb kidneys, bacon, and many pieces of toast cut into triangles. Edward served coffee with hot milk in the doctor's large cup. The doctor slowly drank a second cup of coffee. Charles knew this was the best time to speak.
Father, I have received a very unusual offer.
Oh? What offer?
I may travel around the world for 2 years as a naturalist.
A naturalist? Since when are you a naturalist?
Charles became red in the face.
Well, I am not a complete naturalist yet. But I know something about the subject, and I can learn.
Who gave you this offer?
The Royal Navy.
Dr. Robert Darwin looked at his son with surprise.
You received a position in the Royal Navy.
No, I would travel as a civilian, but I would join a Navy survey voyage.
Dr. Darwin opened his eyes wide.
Charles, begin at the start. When did you get this strange offer?
Yesterday evening. After I came back from North Wales.
Why did you not tell me last night?
You were upset because your patient died. Even if the man was old.
Charles took 2 letters from his coat pocket. He passed them across the mahogany table.
I think you should read Professor Henslow's letter first. The second letter is from George Peacock from Trinity College. He is an old friend of Captain Beaufort from the Admiralty Hydrographic Office.
Dr. Darwin read the letters slowly. Charles felt disappointed. There was no sign of happiness on his father's face after he read such kind words about his youngest son. Dr. Darwin finished Henslow's letter. Deep lines showed on his forehead. He said nothing. Then he read George Peacock's letter. Charles watched his father's face change from pink to red. When Dr. Darwin finished reading, he threw the letters across the table to his son. His voice was calm and cold.
It is a wild plan.
Wild? Why? It is an official British Navy expedition.
It would harm your future as a clergyman.
Charles was shocked by these words. He stood up and walked to the large window near the tool shed. Then he came back to the table. Professor Henslow would not suggest a journey that was bad. The Navy men on the ship will be good men.
The need for such great speed worries me. Maybe other people refused this position before you. There may be a serious problem with the ship or the expedition.
I cannot answer that. I do not know. But it may not be true.
You would live in very uncomfortable conditions for 2 years.
Charles moved his hand as if that problem was not important. Dr. Darwin looked directly at him.
I would see this as another change in your career. After this trip, you may never live a serious and settled life.
Charles rubbed his eyes. He tried to think clearly. I still plan to become a clergyman. I have no other plans. You said yourself that I would wait at least 2 years before finding a church position. You also agreed with my travel plans to Tenerife next summer. With your support, I even met a shipping merchant in London and arranged a sailing date for next June. All color left Dr. Darwin's face. He looked tired and troubled. He sat low in his large chair.
It would be a useless journey.
Charles felt deeply hurt. He felt small and weak inside. Father, I would not go if you disliked the idea. That would take away my strength. I will need all my strength for such a journey.
I am not fully refusing. I am only giving you strong advice against it.
I could not feel happy if I ignored your advice. You have always been kind and generous to me. I will follow your wishes. Dr. Darwin stood up. He looked tired after the difficult talk.
Charles, I do not want to sound harsh. If you can find one sensible man who tells you to go, then I will agree.
Charles felt very disappointed. His voice sounded strange. I will write to Professor Henslow and George Peacock this morning. I will refuse their offer. He went upstairs to the desk in his bedroom. There he wrote to Henslow and repeated his father's objections. As for my own feelings, I think I would gladly have accepted the opportunity you kindly offered me. But my father does not clearly say no, Charles thought. But he speaks very strongly against the journey. I will feel bad if I do not listen to him. If he had not warned me so much, I would accept every danger. He put his clean and well-kept guns across the saddle. Then he climbed onto Dobbin and began to ride. He crossed the English Bridge and passed Abbey Foregate. Soon he rode past the busy cattle market and went northeast toward Mayor Hall. Cherry trees and tall elm trees stood beside the road. There were only a few farmhouses in the rich farming land. The road led toward Newcastle-under-Lyme. Black and white cattle ate grass in the flat green fields. Wooden fences divided the land. Far away, soft hills rose under the sky. Dark pine trees and yellow bushes covered the hills. Charles knew this 20-mile road very well. He had traveled on it since he was a small child. His mother came from the Wedgwood family. Her brother Josiah was very close to Susanna until she died. Josiah was also the best friend of Dr. Robert Darwin. For Charles, Mayor Hall always felt like a second home. He loved the place very much. Uncle Joe's was the son of the first Josiah Wedgwood. After his father died, he managed the Wedgwood pottery business. He was a difficult man to understand. He was tall, thin, handsome, and well-dressed. He spoke little. The family respected him greatly. But Charles did not fear him. Josiah's children and the other young people in the family often watched with surprise when Uncle Joe spoke warmly with Charles. The age difference between them was 40 years, but it did not seem important. Josiah truly enjoyed talking with him. Charles thought Uncle Joe's was his last small hope. Maybe he would say, "You should go." But Charles also knew there could be a problem. Why would Josiah risk an argument with Dr. Darwin? Their fathers had also been close friends all their lives. Robert Darwin had married Susanna Wedgwood. Why should Uncle Joe's decide that Charles must spend many years on a dangerous sea journey? What if the ship sank and Charles died? No, Charles thought as Dobbin carried him past cows, tall poplar trees, and workers taking potatoes from the fields. This is too much to ask from any man. The country around him was calm and green. The fields and trees looked beautiful. But Charles felt very troubled inside. He was afraid to leave his home and family for many years. At the same time, he was afraid to lose this great chance. He worried the voyage could destroy his future. But he also feared that staying home would leave him with no future at all. Most of all, he feared Uncle Joe's would become silent and refuse to answer. He stopped at the Squirrel Inn. Dobbin drank water there. Charles drank a large cup of cool ale and tried to feel calmer. Uncle Joe's is an honest man with good judgment, Charles told himself. No one can change his mind when he believes something is right. I will accept his decision. I will not feel sorry later if he says no. He rowed past the road to Market Drayton. Many small boats moved along the quiet river there. Then he entered Staffordshire. The woods became thicker as he rode higher into the hills. Soon he came down into a pleasant valley. Freshly turned fields lay on his left side. Then he reached the entrance to Mayor Hall. There were smooth green lawns and tall rhododendron bushes with pink flowers. Farther along stood large Spanish chestnut trees, lime trees, elms, oaks, and copper beeches. A famous English garden designer named Capability Brown had planned the private road and gardens around the house. Soon Charles saw the lake. Fresh springs filled it with water. The lake ended in a wide shape that the Wedgwood children called a fishtail. Around it were rolling lawns, flower gardens, and a stone wall with large carved stone bulls on top. Wild ducks and diving birds swam in the water. There were also great crested grebes. On the other side of the lake stood a gentle hill. Green beeches, red oaks, and sweet chestnut trees grew there. Cows ate grass on the hillside. Charles gave his horse to a stable boy. He took his travel bag, hunting boots, and guns from the saddlebags. Then he walked toward the front entrance of Mayor Hall. A manor house had stood on this land since 1282. Josiah Wedgwood bought it in 1805. He changed and improved the building. Now it was a simple and elegant house with 3 floors, leaded windows, a large curved double door, and round stone steps that led down toward the lake. From the drawing room, Charles heard Emma Wedgwood playing the piano. Her older sister Fanny sang with her. The 2 sisters were kind and pleasant girls. Their family called them the Doveleys. For Charles, Mayor Hall had always felt like a magical place. The mount stands on hard rock. Mayor Hall is deep in the green countryside. The mount feels heavy and strong. Mayor feels light. The mount is closed in by a small road, a river, and huge trees. Mayor is open to the sky, the soft hills, and the clear lake. The mount is serious and proper. Mayor feels free and full of dreams. The mount is duty. Mayor is joy. The mount is strict. Mayor is relaxed. The mount is real life. Mayor is like art. The mount is family duty. Mayor is love. The mount is middle-class life. Mayor is free and creative. The mount asks much from people. Mayor gives comfort. The mount belongs to rules. Mayor is free. The mount is comfort. Mayor is happiness. The mount holds people in. Mayor lets people feel free. He opened the front door. He dropped his things in the hall and turned left into the drawing room. Inside, he saw his cousin singing and playing. They had not seen him yet. Fanny was short and not very pretty. Charles saw red color high on her cheeks. The rest of her face was pale, like a doll from France. Her mother called her Miss Pedigree. Fanny loved to keep records. She wrote down house bills, temperatures, garden tools, sacks of seed and animal food, and the number of animals on the large farm. She felt safe when she knew every number and every amount. Her brothers liked to tease her.
Fanny is good with numbers, they said, but she does not have a pretty shape.
Emma is very different, Charles thought. Emma was only a few months older than him. For a long time, she had been his favorite cousin in the Wedgwood family. She had large brown eyes that noticed everything. But she never judged people. She parted her soft brown hair in the middle. Short curls fell beside her cheeks. Her nose was small and pleasant. Her mouth was her best feature. It was wide, and her lower lip was full and dark red. Her chin was strong but gentle. Nobody called her beautiful. Still, everyone agreed she had an open and friendly face. In truth, Charles thought, she has a face people can love. When they were children, they already shared secrets. They could talk about anything, even difficult or private subjects. Neither of them repeated what the other said. Over the years, they protected each other when one of them might get in trouble with parents. Emma and Fanny often stayed for long holidays at the Mount. At Mayer, Emma sometimes went shooting with Charles. They also rowed boats and fished on the lake. At the Mount, she walked with him beside the River Severn and into the far hills. They enjoyed being together. They also cared about each other's interests. Charles especially liked Emma's voice. It was soft and calm. There was no fear or worry in it. He also thought she had a lovely body. Her shoulders were round and soft. Her skin had a light pink color. Her chest was full and shapely. Her stomach was not fully flat, but her hips were slim. She had long legs and strong feet. Emma cared a lot about being clean and tidy, but she often left her clothes on the bed, chairs, or floor instead of putting them away. Because of this habit, her mother called her Little Miss Slip-Slop. Emma finished the sonata. Then she felt his presence and turned toward the door. She ran to him and kissed his cheek warmly. They had not met for several months. Emma stepped back and put her hands on his shoulders. She noticed a strange tightness in his eyes and body.
Charles, something important has happened.
It almost happened, he answered. Then something went wrong.
Is your father here?
I want to tell both of you together. He's in the library. Go and see him there. I will send tea in. Charles walked through the drawing room and went into Josiah Wedgwood's library. The room had oak walls, a large fireplace, and two tall windows with light coming through them. Josiah sat in a leather chair under one window. He was reading Pindar's Odes. He had studied at the University of Edinburgh. He loved books, art, and science. He was interested in new inventions and machines. Several days each week, he rode to the pottery works in Etruria. But he cared more about ceramic colors and the beauty of Wedgwood art pieces. The pottery business started by his father had done well. During the Napoleonic Wars, however, people in England and Europe bought much less Wedgwood dishware. Because of this, Josiah had closed Mayer Hall for some years. The house cost too much to keep open. He moved back to a smaller and simpler house in Etruria. Josiah Wedgwood had many interests. He loved hunting. At the same time, he helped start the Royal Horticultural Society and kept gardens near Kew. He was also part of the Bath and West England Society for the Encouragement of Agriculture, Arts, Manufactures and Commerce. In politics, he strongly supported liberal ideas. He wrote papers for the Reform Bill. The bill would have given more English people the right to vote. It also supported early efforts to end slavery. The slave trade itself had already ended in 1807. That spring, Josiah failed in his attempt to become a member of Parliament for Newcastle. But he did not give up. He planned to win a seat for Stoke-on-Trent in the first Reform Parliament in 1832. Mayor Hall became a meeting place for liberals and educated people from Staffordshire.
A young woman named Emma Caldwell once said, "I never saw a happier family. Everyone speaks freely about every subject. People can disagree about politics or ideas and still speak openly. They all say what they think."
But books were Josiah's greatest love. He owned so many books that they stood in 2 rows on the shelves. Most people would have found this very confusing. But Uncle Joe's made a card system. With it, he always knew where every book was. He could tell exactly behind which book of Plato he had placed Sir Walter Scott's Ivanhoe. Charles and Josiah greeted each other warmly. They talked with excitement about the hunting that would begin at dawn. One reason they were close was their shared interest in natural history. Many boys, perhaps, understood their uncles better than their fathers. Like his own father, Josiah had loved nature since childhood. He collected plants, insects, and birds. His father valued this interest greatly. Even though he had 2 other sons, he wrote in his will that Josiah should receive all his books, pictures, fossils, and collections from nature. Then Charles heard the tea bell ring in the outer hall. The Wedgwood children came into the room. Elizabeth was the oldest of the 9 children. She was 38 years old. Emma, the youngest, was 23. Elizabeth had been born with a curved spine. She lived with constant pain. Doctors tried to help her by striking her back with nettles. She never showed her pain to others. Instead, she cared for poor children in the neighborhood like a doctor. She gave them medicine and treated many illnesses. Often, the children became well again. Like Caroline Darwin in Frankland, Elizabeth started a school for poor children at Mayor Hall. Each morning, she taught classes there for a few hours. She also planted flowers around the house. She worked in the garden with her hands in the soil. She separated bulbs, pulled weeds, and cut large flower bouquets for the rooms inside. Charles respected Elizabeth, but they had never been very close. He was also not close to the youngest son, Josiah, called Joe. Joe was now 36 years old. He carried the responsibility of the famous Wedgwood pottery business with difficulty. Everyone knew that Joe Darwin and Caroline Darwin loved each other. People believed they would marry one day. Charles was closer to Charlotte. She was 34 years old. She had a special room at the back of Mayor Hall. There she learned art from Copley Fielding and painted watercolors. The Darwin sisters at the Mount liked her very much. There were 3 other Wedgwood brothers. Harry was a lawyer and studied at Cambridge. He wrote poetry and was married to his cousin Jessie Wedgwood. Frank was 31 years old. He also worked in the pottery business. He planned to marry the next year. Hensley was 28. He came down from his bedroom for tea. He received his Master of Arts degree from Christ's College in the same year Charles arrived there. Now he waited for work as a police magistrate. People already knew him a little for his study of languages. He planned to write books about language science. He was engaged to his cousin Fanny Mackintosh. Another visitor stayed at Mayor Hall. He was Dr. Henry Holland. He was 42 years old, medium in height, and thin. Charles admired him and also felt jealous of him. Dr. Holland was famous as a travel writer. He published chapters in travels in Iceland. Later he wrote his own books about the Ionian Isles, Albania, Thessaly, and Macedonia. He was also a doctor for the Princess of Wales and a member of the Royal Society. His grandmother was the sister of the first Josiah Wedgwood. Dr. Robert Darwin did not greatly admire Dr. Holland.
He once said to Charles, "His medical work is more fashionable than scientific."
Charles left the room to visit his Aunt Bessie. He ran up the stairs quickly and knocked softly on her bedroom door.
A quiet voice said, come in.
She lay deep among the cushions of a long chair and read Shelley's Prometheus Unbound. Bessie Allen Wedgwood was now 67 years old. She married Josiah Wedgwood when she was 28 and he was only 23. People thought this marriage was unusual because she was older, but they truly loved each other. When she was young, Bessie was very beautiful. Charles saw this in a portrait painted by Romney. It was a wedding gift and stayed in her bedroom. A year and a half earlier, she became very ill after a sudden attack. Doctors did not know the reason. Dr. Darwin believed it may have happened because she took too much poppy syrup to calm her nerves.
"Welcome, Charles," she said softly. "I waited for you and the first day of September together. Will you stay for the whole month?"
Charles stopped himself from sighing. "You look well, Aunt Bessie."
"I have a new cap on," she said. "I wear it when I want to look charming."
Charles agreed. She still had charm and a very gentle voice and manner. Sir James Mackintosh was related to the Wedgwoods through marriage. After a Friday evening meeting in Cambridge, he once told Professor Henslow, "There is something interesting about that young man Darwin." He also said about Bessie, "I never knew another person whose kindness came so naturally. I used to joke that the gentlest woman in England had the loudest house."
"How is your sister Caroline?" Aunt Bessie asked.
"She is well as always," Charles answered. "She still waits patiently for your Joe to marry her."
"I do not know what to do about that quiet son of mine," she said. "They love each other. Why do they not marry and give me grandchildren?"
"Joe loves the pottery business," Charles answered.
"The pottery business can wait," she said. "Joe can make pottery and children at the same time." "Charles, I think you are blushing."
Charles went back to the library. The family sat around the long library table covered in leather. There were neat piles of magazines, newspapers, pamphlets, and small books. Charles made sure to sit beside his uncle. A servant girl in a blue apron and cap brought pots of tea from China and India. Another girl followed her with a 3-level stand full of food. There were thin white bread sandwiches, hot buttered scones, currant buns, and tea biscuits. Whole cakes stood on Wedgwood plates. A jug of hot water stood beside the teapot on a small heater. There was also a china bowl for cold tea left in the cups. Emma cut a caraway seed cake into large pieces while everyone ate sandwiches. Everyone ate except Charles. He drank cup after cup of tea with milk and sugar because he felt nervous. His arms and legs felt restless. He could not bring his worries into this calm tea time while everyone talked, laughed, and joked together. He wished he knew a good prayer to whisper to himself, but he could not remember any words from the Book of Common Prayer that felt right. If anyone noticed how quiet he was, they were too busy drinking their tea to speak about it. Dr. Henry Holland also made Charles feel uncomfortable. The doctor was bald on the top of his head. His eyes were not even, and his lower lip pushed forward. He talked for a long time about his last trip to Europe.
"Find me one man with common sense," he said.
But there was sadness in his voice. His young wife had died after only 8 years of marriage. She was Emma Caldwell. She had once brought happy and lively energy to life at Mayor Hall. Charles looked at his uncle with admiration, as he always did. Uncle Joe's was 62 years old. He wore his thin dark hair carefully across his head. His large dark eyes noticed everything. He had a strong Roman nose, a firm mouth, and a hard chin. His clothes were very neat. A white cravat was tied around his neck. The ends were inside a white waistcoat. Over it, he wore a fine coat with a wide velvet collar and 2 rows of covered buttons.
"Charles, now that we have eaten, will you tell us your news?" she asked.
He took 2 letters from his coat and gave them to Josiah. "Uncle Joe's, would you please read them aloud?" he asked. Read the letter from Professor Henslow first. Then everyone will understand what is happening.
Josiah gave the letters to his youngest daughter.
Emma's voice was clear and calm. As she continued to read, everyone slowly understood the meaning of the message. The room became very quiet.
Charles leaned back deeper into his leather chair. His legs stretched under the table. Everyone listened very carefully until Emma finished reading George Peacock's letter.
Then the room suddenly became loud with excitement. Emma put her arms around Charles's shoulders. Hensley came to shake his hand. Elizabeth and Charlotte congratulated him. Josiah held his hands tightly across his chest.
The first person to speak was Dr. Henry Holland.
I would be careful if I were you, Charles, he said. They give no clear details. You will have to follow the ship's orders all the time. A naturalist must be free and independent. That is how I have always worked.
Charles did not agree.
They offer me many chances. They may even leave me in ports while they study the coast.
Then he looked at his uncle.
Uncle Jos, my father asked me to give you this note.
Josiah read the note. Then he said, "Why do we go to my study? We need to talk about this."
Find me one man with common sense.
The two men walked through the library door. Charles was not surprised when Emma came with them and held his arm. She was the only person who supported him.
"This is a wonderful chance," she said softly. "What other young man can take such a great voyage? You have always loved natural history. You must go."
Charles shook his head. Your father will decide now. He can send me on a journey around the world or keep me at home.
Josiah's study was small and plain. Sometimes he called it his office. Inside, there was a desk, writing paper, 2 pens, and 3 hard chairs.
He sat at the desk and looked at Charles. "I understand that your father has concerns about this trip. Sit down and write his reasons one by one."
Charles focused on a piece of paper from Uncle Joe's. He picked up a feather pen, dipped it into the ink, and wrote quickly. Then he gave the paper to Josiah. Josiah read it carefully. His dark eyes looked serious.
He spoke slowly and clearly. "Your father asked me to think carefully about this offer. You wrote down the reasons that worry him. I will answer each one."
He stopped for a moment and then continued.
"I do not think this trip would harm your future as a clergyman. I believe the offer is honorable. The study of nature is not a church profession, but it still suits a clergyman very well."
I tried to tell father that, Charles said.
Josiah continued. "Your father calls it a wild plan. I do not fully understand that reason. You will have clear work to do. That work can help you learn discipline and careful habits." He looked again at the paper. "Your father thinks many other men may already have refused this place. That idea never came to my mind. I see no reason to believe it." He continued in a calm voice. "He also worries there may be problems with the ship or the journey. I cannot believe the Admiralty would send a poor ship for such important work. And even if some men refused the offer, people would not think badly of you."
Find me one man with common sense.
Josiah read the last part. "If your father compares these next 2 years with the life you may have at home, he may fear this trip will make you restless and unable to settle down. But sailors often live quiet family lives after their travels."
Uncle Jos, Charles answered, "I know very little about sailors. I also know very little about the sea."
Ruefully, Charles stood up and walked around the desk. He thought carefully about his life. "It is true that I have lived an easy and happy life," he said. "There were many good friends at Christ's College. We hunted and rode horses. We stayed awake late at night. We drank, laughed, and joked together. I also read many books.
You always read a lot, Josiah said. I almost never saw you without a book. Young people should enjoy life while they are young. There is no better time for that. If I saw you now studying for a job all day, I might think I should not stop you. But that is not your situation. I think your love of learning fits well with this journey.
Charles could not hide his excitement.
Yes, natural history. I have worked hard at it since I was a little boy. Dear God, I wish it could become my job so I could earn money from it.
Uncle Joe smiled kindly. He had always believed in his tall nephew.
Now let us talk about your father's last concern, he said. He thinks this journey will not help your future work.
Looking at you as a man who wants to learn about the world, this journey will give you a rare chance to see many people and many places. For a short time, nobody spoke. Emma always thought in a practical way.
What do we do next, Papa? She asked quietly.
I will write a letter to Dr. Darwin, her father answered. I will explain the ideas I spoke about here. Why do you not go into the garden? There will still be light for another hour. Charles and Emma walked down the main path to the lake. They went around the lake together and held hands. Charles's face was bright with happiness. Emma looked happy too.
It feels as if we are already on the ship, Charles said. It is taking us around the world.
You are the one going on the journey, Emma answered. I must stay here at home. You will write as often as you can, won't you, Charles? Your sisters will read the letters first and then send them to us.
At every port, I will write, Charles said. I will also keep a journal. Your father is a wonderful man. He tried to help me as if I were his own son.
You look very much like his youngest brother, Tom, Emma said. You also speak and act like him. Father loved Tom very much. He was very clever. He was the first man to create a way to take photographs. He was brilliant, but he was often very ill.
Father sent him to a far country to help him get well, but nothing helped. He died before he could finish a special process to keep his pictures safe. Later, Dager continued the work and became famous for creating photography. The sun was going down behind the green hills in the west.
Have you never looked carefully at Tom's picture in the drawing room? She asked. That is why Father likes you best.
Her face also seemed to say, you belong to me too. Before he slept that night, he placed his hunting boots beside his bed. He wanted to put them on quickly when he got up in the morning. At first light, he woke up and drank a cup of fresh coffee. Then he walked to a far part of the Mayor estate. Dr. Holland and some of Josiah's neighbors would meet him there. With the gamekeeper, they planned to walk all day through thick heath and young pine trees. He had not been outside very long when a groom ran toward him.
Mr. Darwin, they want you at the hall, the man said.
Charles ran back to the house. When he came through the door near the lake, he saw Josiah Wedgwood in the breakfast room. Josiah was already dressed for travel.
Charles, I changed my mind during the night, he said. I will not send the letter to your father.
Charles was shocked.
A letter may reach him at a bad time, Josiah continued. I want to take it to him myself. You should come with me in case your father wants to ask more questions. You can tie Dobbin behind my carriage.
Dr. Robert Darwin did not argue again. He read Josiah's letter. Then he listened while his brother-in-law explained why the journey was a good idea. He thanked Josiah for making the long trip to help his son. Then he turned to Charles.
Yesterday I told you this, he said. If you could find one sensible man who thought you should go, I would agree. There is no man I respect more than your Uncle Joe's. You have my permission.
Book TWO, my feelings arc swinging like a pendulum. Book TWO. Charles put his arms around his father. But Dr. Darwin was a very large man, and Charles could not hold him fully. Dr. Darwin smiled and shook his son's hand warmly. Uncle Joe's had won the discussion, just as he wanted. He dressed quickly by candlelight. At 3 in the morning, he went to the Shrewsbury Town Hall. There he caught the Wonder Coach for the long trip to London. The journey took 16 hours. Passengers from nearby inns had already taken the better seats inside the coach. So Charles sat on top of the coach with the bags of mail. They stopped in Birmingham for breakfast while workers changed the horses. Then the coach travelled through Coventry toward the southeast. At Brick Hill, Charles left the coach. He hired a horse and a small carriage with 2 seats. Then he drove the last 40 miles to Cambridge on rough country roads. Late in the evening, he arrived at the Red Lion Inn near Christ's College. His whole body felt tired and sore. Before he went to bed, he wrote a note to Professor Henslow.
How soon should I come to see you in the morning?
He gave the note to one of the inn boys to deliver. He did not sleep long, but he slept deeply. When he woke at daylight, he saw an envelope under his door. Henslow woke very early each day. He had put the letter there himself.
Come as soon as you wake up. We will keep breakfast for you.
Charles left the Red Lion and walked to Henslow's house. As he walked, he suddenly remembered Cambridge with strong feeling. Only 4 months had passed since he left the town with his diploma in his bag. After Shrewsbury, Cambridge was his favourite town. He had spent the happiest 3 years of his life there. Christ's College was his main college, but he knew students from many other colleges too. The beetle collectors came from several colleges. Students who loved music met in King's Chapel on Sunday mornings. Others went on weekend trips with Professor Henslow. There were also members of his Glutton Club. A university town was different from other towns. The air there felt special. Students in black caps and gowns hurried from one college to another. Some went to lectures. Others went to meet friends. Many carried books in their arms. The town felt full of energy. Young students were always learning and searching for new ideas. Many famous English men had studied there before they entered the real world. Milton, Newton, Dryden, Francis Bacon, Wordsworth, and many others had once walked there. Because of this, the town felt important and full of history. Cambridge was a beautiful old city with 17 stone colleges. There were large chapels with coloured glass windows, green lawns, old trees, and lovely gardens near the homes of the masters and teachers. Stone bridges crossed the river Cam behind the colleges. Students enjoyed moving small boats on the river. Some students also swam without clothes near Sheep's Green. Women walked along the narrow path there. They opened their parasols and hid their red faces behind the silk cloth. The long white stone building of the Senate House had many windows. It was calm and beautiful in style. There he and the other students from Christ's College and the other colleges received their degrees. The students went forward one college after another. He walked a short way up Petty Curie to the large entrance of Christ's College. He went through the cool stone hall. The porter's room was on his left. Then he crossed the square and stopped on the south side of the first court. He looked up at his rooms on the second floor. In his first year, he had lived above a tobacco shop on Sydney Street. He looked at the geranium flowers in his old flower boxes. He had not learned a great amount in his studies there. Still, Christ's College had changed his dislike of education. He walked back through the stone arch. St. Andrew's Street joined Regent Street. There was a row of houses with small front gardens. Narrow paths led to brightly painted doors. The roofs were covered with slate. Gutters carried rainwater down into the gardens. Professor Henslow's house was a little larger than the others. It had a basement, and the top parts of the basement windows could be seen above the garden. The house had 3 floors and tan brick walls. Each floor had curved windows at the front. A stone arch stood above the blue door. Around the house was a low stone wall. The house was pleasant and comfortable, but rather narrow. It did not look like the home of a famous professor from St. John's College. Most students from Shrewsbury went to St. John's College, but both Erasmus and Charles chose not to go there because the rules were too strict. Unlike many other professors, Professor Henslow had no family money. Adam Sedgwick was the same. Professor Henslow had 2 jobs. He was a botany professor and also a church curate. Even so, he still needed extra money. He gave private lessons for pay, sometimes 6 hours each day. He needed to support his wife and 3 children. He also spent much money on books and rare plants for the botanic gardens. His home was always open to teachers and students. His wife Harriet usually served a bottle of Madeira wine and some ginger oatmeal cakes. Charles hit the bronze door knocker 7 times. This was his special way in the Henslow family. He knocked 5 times quickly and then 2 times slowly.
Professor John Henslow opened the door at once. He smiled warmly and shook Charles's hand.
Charles always thought Henslow had the most handsome and kind face in all Cambridge. He had a large head and thick black hair. His hair was soft and full, with long sideburns to his jaw. His forehead was high and wide. His face looked strong, but he was also modest and kind. His eyes were gentle and full of feeling. He had curved eyebrows, a large calm mouth, and a chin with a small dimple. His skin was brown from time outdoors. His body was strong and full of energy. He loved work because he felt it gave new life each day. He wore a stiff collar under his chin, a black neckcloth, a long coat, and a waistcoat with large buttons. His hands were good for his work in botany. He had long, careful fingers. His face also showed that he wanted to give much to other people. He only wanted them to understand the natural world around them. John Henslow had become the most important man in Charles's life. He was a strict teacher, but he was also very patient. He did not only teach facts. He also taught students how to love learning and how to study carefully. He showed them ways to understand many kinds of human knowledge. He was never boring or controlling. He taught with humor and excitement. After 5 years at Edinburgh and Cambridge, Charles knew that teachers like this were rare. Such teachers were a great gift to students and scholars.
Harriet Jennings Henslow came down the stairs with her 2-month-old son in her arms. She kissed Charles and spoke softly. "Welcome home. You now have a godson."
"So I see. Congratulations. And congratulations to you too, my dear Henslow. Now you have a son to carry your family name."
Harriet was a little over 30 years old. Her face was not very beautiful, but her manner was warm and gentle. She was loving and good at caring for her home. She parted her soft brown hair in the middle and pulled it down over her ears. Her eyes were also soft brown. She came from a good family. Her father was Reverend George Jennings. He was a church official in Ely and also a magistrate in Cambridgeshire. He had enough money to own a house in Connaught Place in London. He also paid for Harriet's brother Leonard to study at Eton and St. John's College at Cambridge. Harriet's father later inherited Bottisham Hall in Cambridgeshire from a cousin. Still, there was only a small amount of money for Harriet when she married. Even without much money, Harriet could have married a richer man. But she married for love. After almost 8 years of marriage and 3 children, the love was still strong. Since her husband became close to Charles Darwin, Harriet also accepted him as part of the family. But at first, she was not fully sure about him.
"I like young Darwin. He is a pleasant young man," she said to her husband. "But why do you like him more than the others? He does not seem as clever as some of your best students."
"Maybe not yet," her husband answered. "But inside that large head, He has a mind that can do more than learn facts. He can think about big ideas. He naturally moves from small details to large questions. One day he will become successful. I do not know when or how, and he does not know either. But the ability is there. That is what teachers look for. What happens later in life is something we cannot know or control.
Yes, Professor, she replied quietly. I will remember your wise words.
Charles and Henslow sat in the large room that was both a living room and a library. People met there on Friday evenings. The furniture came from Harriet's marriage money. Now it looked a little worn because so many guests visited the house. There were large dark red sofas and armchairs. There were wooden chairs with soft cushions. Books, plants, and boxes of new beetles stood on the tables. A marble fireplace stood near shelves full of books. On the walls hung prints by Rembrandt, which had been a wedding gift, and other fine pictures the Henslows had collected over the years. Henslow had first shown Charles the Fitzwilliam art collection. It was kept in a large room at the Perse Grammar School on Free School Lane, near Christ's College. Charles quickly told Henslow the good news. Josiah Wedgwood had helped him, and now his father agreed to the voyage. Henslow was very happy.
Excellent. We were very disappointed when your letter said your father refused. I felt as bad as when I had to refuse the offer myself.
Charles looked at him with surprise. You received the offer? You never told me.
There was no reason to tell you, Henslow answered. At first, I accepted it. Harriet agreed even before I asked her. But she looked so unhappy that I changed my mind at once. Leonard Jennings received the first offer. He almost accepted and even packed his clothes. He has many years of experience as a naturalist near his home at Bottisham Hall. But he cared for 2 church groups and felt he should not leave them. We must write to Peacock immediately.
My father was right when he thought other men had been asked before me, Charles said. I suppose the position needs someone like me. I have no family and no duties.
Yes, Henslow replied. At last, the offer has gone to the right person.
After breakfast, Charles and Henslow walked into the back garden. Early September flowers filled the air with a sweet smell. Henslow felt full of joy. His deep voice grew stronger as he spoke.
For 6 years I have tried to improve that neglected 5-acre botanic garden in town. The university leaders would not give me money to change it. Last week they bought 30 acres outside the town. Part of the land is fen country. The soil is rich and untouched, and the land can become very beautiful. Now I will have the money to create a small Kew Gardens. We will finally have room for the many new trees and shrubs brought here during the last 50 years.
He pushed his fingers through his thick curly hair.
Come. Let us walk there.
They stood up from the old cane chairs under a large dogwood tree. At that moment, Harriet brought a visitor to them. The man was Mr. Wood, the nephew of Lord Londonderry. Charles had met him before at the Friday evening gatherings. He did not know Wood's first name. He also did not know what work Wood did or why he came to the meetings. Wood called them Friday night science. But he never talked about science. He only spoke about politics, slavery, voting rights, and why he believed the Reform Bill would not work in real life. Wood was short and strong. His hair was thick and curly. His voice was sharp and quick. He wore very fashionable clothes from London. He had pointed shoes and black trousers. The trousers were tight under his feet. He also wore a dark coat and a shiny silk hat. He walked proudly because he came from a noble family. He was truly happy to see Charles.
My dear Darwin, this is a wonderful surprise, he said. I thought you were already living in a church house in Shropshire. I imagined you working with church people on Sundays and studying beetles during the week.
Not yet, Wood, Charles answered. It seems I have 2 more years.
That is excellent. Tell me everything.
Charles had only started speaking when Wood stopped him.
This is amazing, Wood said. Captain Fitzroy and I are related. We are some kind of cousins through Lord Londonderry. Lord Londonderry is the half-brother of Fitzroy's mother. People say Lord Londonderry helped Captain Fitzroy become commander of HMS Beagle.
The Beagle, Charles said softly. This is the first time I have heard the ship's name.
I am a close friend of Captain Fitzroy, Wood said excitedly. I will go back to my rooms now and write a letter about you. Do you believe in fate, Darwin? I do. We met this morning on a Saturday. Then you travel to London on Monday to make your final plans. This cannot be an accident.
That is very kind of you, Wood, Charles said.
It is nothing at all, Wood replied.
Then he turned to Henslow.
I only came to say hello, he said. But now I must leave quickly. I want to send a letter on the 1 o'clock coach to London. I want Fitzroy to receive it this evening.
The 2 tall men walked down Trumpington Street. They passed several beautiful colleges in Cambridge. Then they went beyond Henslow's church, Little St. Mary's. The church stood near St. Mary's Lane, which led to the River Granta. Every Sunday morning, Reverend Henslow preached there. Behind the church was an old cemetery. As they walked past the church, Henslow looked carefully at Charles.
Charles, do you truly want to become a clergyman? He asked. Do you think you will do the work well?
Charles felt surprised. No one had asked him this before. I think so, he answered slowly. I did well in my theology classes. I also know Paley's book very well. I believe I can write and give a good sermon.
But you are not. Henslow began.
Not deeply excited about the church, Charles said. No one in my family has ever felt that way. But we are faithful people. I think I can care for a church community in a simple and honest way. They walked in silence for a short time. Then Charles spoke again. My dear Henslow, maybe you should teach me quickly how to preserve specimens, he said. My friends in Edinburgh taught me a little about sea life. You showed me how to dry flowers and preserve beetles. That is all I know. During the long times between ports, I must preserve everything I collect on land.
Henslow laughed gently. It was a warm and pleasant laugh. First, let us talk about rocks and fossils, he said. Wrap them in paper first. Then wrap them in rough hemp fibers called tow. It is cheap and easy to find in ports. You must label every object with permanent ink. Write directly on the specimen. Do this even with shells and bones. You must also visit William Yarrell's bookshop in London, he continued. Buy a copy of Charles Lyell's Principles of Geology. It is a very important book. But do not believe all the ideas inside it. He has some very strange theories. Now let us speak about animals with soft bodies, amphibians, reptiles, and fish. You must preserve them in strong alcohol. You can use wine alcohol or grain alcohol. Buy the common purple kind because it is cheaper. The mixture should be 70% alcohol and 30% water.
9 out of 10 specimens are ruined because the alcohol is too weak. For large specimens, you must cut open the belly. Then keep the inside parts in a separate container. Do not trust your memory. Keep a list with the names of the ships and the dates when each box of specimens is sent home. Make sure the person who receives the boxes also keeps careful records. Charles looked quickly at his friend. But who can do that work? He asked. If I stay away for 2 years, there may be many boxes with thousands of specimens. I cannot send them to the Mount. People there will not know what to do with them.
No, the boxes must go to someone with knowledge, Henslow answered. That person must check the condition of the specimens. He must also compare them with your second catalogue and make sure everything is correct.
My dear Henslow, forgive me, Charles said, but I think you are talking about yourself. I do not know anyone else who could do this work or would want to do it. Henslow smiled. He looked pleased, but also a little tired.
First, try the scientific societies in London, he said. They may help.
Use glass jars when you can. Clay pots and wooden barrels can leak or lose liquid. Close the jars with a stopper and a layer of animal skin. Then add 2 layers of tin foil and another layer of skin. Keep 3 or 4 bottles open at the same time. Use one for sea animals. Use another for animals you will cut open and study. Use another for very small specimens. Always put fish into the strongest alcohol. Use arsenic soap on all animal skins. Do not forget to brush the legs and beaks with a special liquid. Pack insects, except butterflies, between soft cloth in small boxes. Put a little camphor at the bottom of the box. They walked many miles to the new land Henslow had bought. He took a folded map from his coat pocket. Then he sat under an old tree and opened the map on the ground. He had already planned the 30 acres.
My dear friend, do not wait until later to begin work, he said. When you have an idea, start the first work at once. Then, when you get your land, you are already ready. I want small hills, waterfalls, fish, and a rock garden. We will keep some of the fen land as it is. Our students can continue to watch nature and collect plants and animals there. We will build greenhouses and hothouses for tropical plants. There will be many wide paths. This place will be both a public park and a botanic garden. Parents will bring their children here. They will teach them the names of plants, herbs, and trees.
You never know, Darwin, we may make botany very important one day. The same may happen with insects and sea life. These subjects may become as important as mathematics, Latin, Greek, and old literature. The problem in English universities is clear. Many teachers think natural science is not important. We must change that during our lives. On Sunday morning, Charles and the Henslow family dressed for church. Little St. Mary's Church was small and warm. It had a curved ceiling with strong wooden beams. The choir sang very well. Reverend Henslow wore a rich black robe and looked very grand. At 11 o'clock, he gave a sermon for Charles from Luke 8 verses 16 to 17.
And he said unto them, No man, when he hath lighted a candle, covereth it with a vessel, or putteth it under a bed, but setteth it on a candlestick, that they which enter in may see the light. For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid, that shall not be known and come abroad.
After church, the Henslows stayed and spoke with people from the church. Charles took the 2 young girls, Frances and Louisa, to the river. The girls wore white Sunday dresses. Many families from Cambridge were already there in small boats. They carried large picnic baskets in the front of the boats. When they came home, they saw Mr. Wood walking up and down in the library. His face looked pale.
Mr. Wood, what happened? You look very upset.
My feelings are changing all the time, Wood said quietly. I am.
His voice became very soft. The library became silent. A piece of paper shook in Wood's hand.
I received an answer to my letter to Captain Fitzroy, he said. Then he looked at Charles. I am sorry. Very sorry. Captain Fitzroy does not want you to go. Darwin, I feel terrible. I think I ruined your chance.
But how could you do that? Charles asked. Wood pressed his teeth together. Then he spoke in a rough voice.
I praised you, but I also had to tell him something. Captain Fitzroy is my relative. I told him that you are a Whig. You support the Reform Bill. You want more people to vote.
That is true, Charles answered. The bill would give the vote to property owners with £10 a year or more.
Wood made a low unhappy sound. We Tories think the Reform Bill will bring chaos again.
And we Whigs, Henslow said calmly, think it will begin a new age. But what does politics have to do with natural history?
But the HMS Beagle is a very small ship. Captain Fitzroy wants a naturalist who can also be his friend. No one else on the ship can become close friends with the captain. He wants a pleasant person to eat meals with. No one else may eat with him or go into his cabin. Charles felt deep disappointment again. It was the same feeling he had when his father said no to the journey. He thought the chance was lost again.
Have I ever pushed my political opinions on you? He asked.
No.
Of course not. You are a gentleman. I wrote only to tell Fitzroy that you are a very pleasant person. But if you argued with Fitzroy about the Reform Bill, he would never forgive me. Then life on the Beagle would become very difficult for you. Captain Fitzroy has already given the place to an old friend, Mr. Chester. I think he works somewhere in the government. After Wood left, Charles walked around the room without thinking clearly. After all the trouble I caused my father and Uncle Joe's, I am very unhappy. Henslow was almost never angry. But now his face became red with anger.
Peacock has acted very badly. He told the story in a very wrong way.
84. My feelings are swinging like a pendulum. He told me that only he could choose the naturalist for the voyage. Charles made a short unhappy sound. He did not often react like this. Then he spoke with a cold smile.
How can a captain eat 3 meals every day with a Whig Liberal? He would become angry very quickly. Even if the Reform Bill passes Parliament, only 17% of Englishmen will get the vote.
The light feeling left Henslow's face. He looked serious.
People fight wars because of politics. They fight wars because of religion. They fight wars because of land. The human mind always finds a reason to kill.
After that, both men were quiet. At 1 o'clock, Harriet came into the room. She said dinner was ready. They ate very little. A young servant girl carried a silver sauceboat with onion, clove, and nutmeg sauce. But neither Charles nor Henslow wanted any sauce on the bread pudding. Then Charles quietly put down his knife and fork. Henslow lifted his head from the plate. He looked at Charles with surprise.
Are you changing your mind? Or is it too early? He asked.
No, it is not too early. I am leaving on the Star tomorrow at dawn for London. They officially offered me the naturalist position. Tomorrow Captain Fitzroy must look directly at me and say that he refuses to give me the job. I will accept nothing less. The Star coach brought him and his bags to London at noon. It stopped at the Old Bell Inn on Holborn. He had come to London before with family and friends. But the city still felt strange to him. It was large, noisy, and dirty. He walked down Fleet Street. He passed the church of St. Clement Danes, which stood close to the road. Then he went on to the Strand near St. Mary le Strand and Somerset House. He continued past the Adelphi Theatre. At last he reached Trafalgar Square. The square was a large open place. Workers had removed old buildings there. The new National Gallery was starting to rise above the square. He was lucky to find rooms at 17 Spring Gardens. The street stood near the Admiralty building. He received a large corner room. There he washed and put on clean clothes. Then he walked to the window and looked toward the Admiralty. A worried thought came into his mind. What if Captain Fitzroy is not in London? Did I come here for nothing? My feelings move like a pendulum. Soon he walked through the grand entrance of the Admiralty on Whitehall. Stone griffins stood on top of the columns. A guard sent his name upstairs with a young messenger. The answer returned quickly.
Captain Fitzroy sends his respects, sir. He asks you to come to his office at once.
Charles climbed the stairs and followed the boy through a long hallway. The messenger knocked and opened the door. The room looked very empty. Naval officers often stayed at the Admiralty only a short time after long voyages. They finished reports and then went home. Because of this, they did not need large offices. But Captain Robert Fitzroy did not seem plain or simple. When he stood from his desk, Charles saw a tall and thin man. He had dark curly hair brushed forward and long dark sideburns. His shoes looked elegant. His ears lay close to his head. His dark eyes shone under thick black eyebrows. He also wore a fine mustache. His face looked handsome and gentle. Only his nose bent downward a little. He wore very fashionable clothes. Still, he did not look like a man who only cared about fashion. He looked experienced and confident. Robert Fitzroy came from an important family. One of his ancestors was King Charles II and Barbara Vere, the Duchess of Cleveland. People did not see this family history as shameful because Charles II had no true heir. Captain Fitzroy was the grandson of the Duke of Grafton. He was also the son of Lord Charles Fitzroy. Sometimes he seemed proud and strict, but people believed he had earned this respect. His family had also left him a large fortune. At 12 years old, he entered the Royal Naval College at Portsmouth. At 19, he finished first in his class and won the first medal. People knew he was excellent in mathematics, weather study, and sailing ships in dangerous seas. In October 1828, he served at the British naval base in Rio de Janeiro. At only 23 years old, he became captain of HMS Beagle after the earlier captain died. For more than a year, he led the survey ship with great success. The Admiralty admired his work. He returned to England with very accurate maps. Britain wanted its navy to rule the seas. Because of this, the country needed maps of coastlines, rivers, and ports around the world. The navy wanted safe places for ships to land and travel. Fitzroy's dark eyes shone as he welcomed Charles.
Your timing is perfect, Mr. Darwin.
Why is that, Captain?
If you had arrived 10 minutes earlier, I would have given you bad news.
And if I had come 5 minutes earlier?
Then I would have given you good news. This note just arrived from my friend, Mr. Chester. He says he cannot sail with me because he must stay at his office. If he had joined the voyage, there would not have been room for you on our small ship.
Charles felt shocked by the sudden change in luck. Then you accept me?
I am very glad you came to London so quickly. I must apologize for my quick answer to Mr. Wood's letter. After more thought, I understood something. If two young men get along well, they will not fight about English politics while they travel far from home. We will be mapping the coast of South America and the Pacific Ocean.
Sir, I am not a man who likes to fight.
Good. You can share my meals in my cabin. The food will be simple, and we will drink only water. While I command this ship, I do not drink wine or rum. You may also use my divan when you want to read or rest quietly, but sometimes I will want to be alone in the cabin. Can you accept that?
Everyone needs some private time. Sometimes people need it more than food or sleep.
If we treat each other well, I think we will live together happily. If not, we may become angry with each other. Please sit down. We can talk here across the desk. I must tell you something first. I will help you as much as I can, but there is not much space on the ship. I think it is best to tell you the difficult parts first. I do not want you to stay here if you will feel unhappy. The Beagle is a small ship, and we all live very close together.
May I ask where I will sleep?
In the poop cabin. We will hang your hammock in one corner. Our library is also there. The room is a little larger than my cabin. It has a skylight of the same size.
The chart table will be useful for your work. John Lord Stokes will sleep in the corner on the other side. He is 19 years old. He will work as mate and assistant surveyor. He was a midshipman on the Beagle during the first voyage.
Our crew is very young, Mr. Darwin, but most of the men sailed with me before. I think you will live well with us. However, if you decide not to stay, you can return to England at any time. Many ships sail there.
Thank you. The only problem for me may be seasickness.
People often make the sea sound worse than it is. During bad weather, maybe 2 months each year, we can leave you in a safe and healthy place. We have many books, instruments, and guns for your use. We stop the ship and stay for 2 weeks while we survey the land and draw maps. During that time, you can stay on land and work as a naturalist. Sometimes I will come with you. I also like natural history and collecting.
Charles's face became bright with excitement. He thought about staying in faraway tropical ports.
But you should see HMS
Beagle before you decide.
I am going to Plymouth by steamer next Sunday, he said. Why do you not come with me?
I would like that.
Good. Then we agree. I think you want to meet Captain Beaufort now and talk about the work. Please ask him many questions about the South Seas. And if you are free, have dinner with me at my club this evening. We can enjoy good food and wine.
That would make me happy.
Your friends may tell you that a sea captain is a very hard man. I cannot help much with that. I only hope you will give me a chance. We leave Plymouth on October 10th.
Captain Francis Beaufort became the Royal Navy hydrographer only 27 months before Charles came to his office in the Admiralty building. The hydrographic office had 7 rooms on an upper floor. Maps, charts, drawings, and old globes covered the walls and tables. Francis Beaufort sat behind a large mahogany desk. He was born in Ireland. His father was Dr. Daniel Beaufort, an unusual churchman who taught himself surveying and map-making. He drew the first true map of Ireland. The father was a very small man, less than 5 feet tall. He was very intelligent. Francis loved him even with all his problems. As an adult, Francis spent many years trying to save his father from debt. As a boy, Francis wanted only one thing. He wanted to go to sea. At 15, he joined a ship of the East India Company. Young Francis studied navigation by the stars and learned map-making. Like his father, he became very careful with small details. He joined the Royal Navy in 1790. In 1811, he made the first surveys of the south coast of Turkey. 20 years later, people still believed these maps were the best and most correct. Later, he also made an excellent survey of the coast of Syria. Unlike his father, Francis was ambitious. He wanted to fight in Britain's wars. He hoped to capture enemy ships, win prize money, and gain promotion. None of this happened. Instead, he was often shot at and wounded. He became unhappy and left the Navy in 1801 with only half pay. In 1805, he returned to the Royal Navy. The Navy needed him to command a ship to India. He had studied science for only 5 months at the Dunsink Observatory. Even so, he became a Fellow of the Royal Society. Without payment, he made 170 maps for the Society for the Diffusion of Useful Knowledge. This work gave him a strong reputation. When he became head of the Hydrographic Office in 1829, the position was not important or respected. People often ignored the department. Sometimes they even looked down on it. The Admiralty gave it little money. The first secretary, Croker, treated it badly. The famous Arctic explorer Edward Parry held the position before Beaufort, but he spent most of his time on his own expeditions. The office had only about 1,000 maps. The Navy used charts from many explorers. Some were French, German, Italian, or Spanish. Many maps were so incorrect that they were dangerous. Francis Beaufort changed this week office into a busy and organized place. People called it a great harvest for surveyors. By the time Charles entered the office, Beaufort had 2 young naval lieutenants working as curators and indexers. He also had 4 trained draftsmen and a secretary who prepared sailing instructions. In London, he hired the best engravers, printers, lithographers, and bookbinders. While HMS Beagle was being prepared, 11 other naval ships were already at sea or getting ready for survey work. Logbooks and notebooks arrived from all over the world. New maps and charts came in every day. These would help the British Royal Navy travel safely across the oceans for trade and war. For many years, Francis Beaufort suffered from what he called his blue devils. He often felt anxiety, sadness, and doubt about himself. For years, other men received promotions instead of him. Many of them were less skilled, but they had better social positions. At the age of 55, he finally became head of his own department in the Royal Navy. At last, he found some peace inside himself. Charles looked closely at him. Beaufort seemed short as he sat behind the desk. He had a smooth bald head, deep eyes, and a nose and chin that looked uneven. Before Beaufort looked up, Charles could already see signs of many hard years on his weathered face.
Mr. Darwin, I know your name, Beaufort said. I had the pleasure of meeting your father in 1803, before you were born. My sister Louisa and I took our mother across the Irish Sea to see him. Even in Ireland, people knew your father's great skill in helping women patients.
My mother was not healthy for many years. She had a skin problem on her legs. Your father said he cared more about mother's health than about the skin on her legs. He visited her for several days. Then he sent us home. Her health became much better, even if the skin problem did not fully go away. She lived until she was 94 years old.
I hope I can keep the good name of the family.
Beaufort smiled a little. His face and eye showed almost no feeling. You met Captain Fitzroy. He is an excellent map maker. What did he tell you? Charles told him the main parts of his talk with Captain Fitzroy. He also spoke about Fitzroy's warning to ask Beaufort many questions about the South Seas. Darwin, if you begin this journey and then do not sail around the world, you will feel very disappointed. You will stay 1 week at the Madeira Islands and also visit the Canary Islands.
Excellent, Charles said. We will see Tenerife and Humboldt's famous dragon tree.
Beaufort looked unhappy for a moment. Then he decided not to become angry with the confident young man. Charles believed that HMS Beagle was leaving for a voyage about nature and science. I am now planning the route through the South Seas. It was likely that he would return home by the Indian Islands. The trip would take at least 3 years. Charles became pale. 3 years, not the 2 years they first planned. He was not afraid of 1 more year for himself. He could live this new life if he needed to. But he thought about his father and sisters. It was already hard for them to accept 2 years apart. What would his father say now? He would surely be upset. He might think people had tricked him. He might even stop giving permission for the voyage. Charles feared the moment when he must tell his family. For a short moment, he thought about hiding the truth. He swallowed and spoke carefully.
The longer trip will give me more experience and knowledge.
Good, Beaufort said. I will place you on the ship's books. Then your food will cost only £30 each year, like the other officers. As I told Peacock, the Admiralty does not want to pay a salary, but they will give you an official position. If a salary is necessary, I think they may agree.
About the salary, Captain Beaufort, I would like to speak with my father first, Charles answered. He gives me enough money at Cambridge. I think he plans to continue.
Beaufort quietly pressed his teeth together. He remembered the years when he had paid his father's debts. Charles noticed the change in his mood.
I do not think I need a salary, sir, he said quietly. I cannot know yet if I will be truly useful on the Beagle. But I plan to collect many things from natural history.
Beaufort saw that the young man now felt less sure of himself. His face became softer again.
There should be no trouble with your collections during the voyage, he said gently. Send them home whenever you fill a box.
He handed Charles a list.
These are the supplies you will need. Check each item as it is loaded onto the Beagle.
Charles looked over the list. He was surprised by how complete it was. He thanked Beaufort warmly.
Actually, I made this list before you were chosen, Beaufort said. I hope that Dr.
Robert McCormick was the doctor on the ship. He could use the collections well. He had collected many things on other voyages.
Will he be unhappy because I am taking this place? Charles asked.
He should not be, Captain Beaufort answered. He is a Navy doctor. His first duty is the health of the more than 70 men on the Beagle. In hot countries, that keeps him very busy. He was never allowed to stay in port when the ship went out to survey.
I am happy to hear that, Captain Beaufort, Charles said. I do not want an enemy on the ship.
It will be the opposite, Beaufort replied. The men on the ship will be glad to have someone there who is not from the Royal Navy. They can speak freely with you. Be ready to sail on October 10th. Charles stood up and thanked the captain for his kindness. Beaufort was already looking down at his maps again with strong attention. Charles walked out into the streets of London. His mind was full after the 2 meetings. He walked along Whitehall to the Treasury. Then he went down to the river and walked beside the Thames. He passed the great Houses of Parliament. Later he turned back to Westminster Bridge and stood there watching the green river water move below him toward the English Channel.
My feelings move like a pendulum, he thought.
A rash appeared on his hands. This had happened before when he felt great stress. He usually had a calm nature, so he disliked this feeling.
Shakespeare was right, he thought. There is truly a turning point in men's lives. At 1 o'clock today, I believed the voyage was finished for me. At 2:30, I was offered an official position and maybe even a salary as a naturalist.
He returned to his rooms. He washed and changed his clothes. Then he prepared for a pleasant dinner with Captain Fitzroy at his club. The next morning, Charles entered Yarrell and Jones's bookshop at the corner of Berry Street and Little Rider Street. He smelled fresh ink on new paper. To him, it was a wonderful smell.
William Yarrell came forward to greet him. He only looked quickly at the letter from Henslow.
Yarrell was about 50 years old. His face was long and thin, and his cheeks were red from many trips outdoors. His soft brown eyes looked kind. The little hair left on his head was curly. He had a thin nose and a simple mouth. The most unusual thing about his face was the dark, thick eyebrows above his eyes. Charles already knew about him from Professor Henslow and Leonard Jennings. Yarrell was the only naturalist in England who earned his living from a bookshop and newspaper business. Since 1825, he had written many serious articles for the Zoological Journal. He also planned to publish 2 books about British fish and British birds. He had already written 18 articles about animals.
Yes, I know about your appointment, Yarrell said. News travels fast among people like us.
I do not know much about prices in London, Charles said. There are several things I need. I need a good telescope, a compass, and tools for dissection.
I'm your man, Yarrell said. I will tell my cousin that I am leaving. Yarrell helped Charles buy a telescope at a fair price. He also bought a compass for it and some tools for cutting and studying animals. Charles decided to write to Susan and ask her to send his microscope to London. As they left the last shop, Charles asked, "Can you really control these shopkeepers like that?"
In London, we call that bargaining, Yarrell answered. You must learn this skill if you want to live here.
Yarrell also helped Charles buy knives and tools for his work. Then he spent one day teaching him how to prepare birds and fish to send home safely. Charles was most surprised by the friendship between men who studied nature. Yarrell called them our little group.
Other people do not respect our work, Yarrell explained. So we help each other. We are learning more every year. One day we will remove old wrong ideas.
For the first time, Charles liked London. Before this, he had only visited for short holidays. He had watched plays and visited art shows. He also remembered the dirty coal smoke in the air. Now the busy streets and loud sounds matched his feelings inside. One morning at 5 o'clock, loud guns woke him from sleep in St. James's Park. The guns announced the coronation day of King William IV and Queen Adelaide. At 6 o'clock, Charles left his room. Men were putting gravel on the road to Westminster Abbey. Workers were building seats in front of many houses along the road for the procession. Charles felt a little ashamed because he paid 1 guinea for a seat to watch the event. Huge crowds filled the streets. About 20,000 people stood along the road. Another 3,000 sat on wooden platforms near Charing Cross. Soldiers stood everywhere. The Scotch Greys and the 7th Light Dragoons waited in the park. The Life Guards and Royal Horse Guards lined the streets in blue uniforms. Foot guards protected the abbey inside and outside. The weather was dark and cloudy. Light rain fell from time to time. But at 10 o'clock the sun appeared. Then the red and gold carriage of the King and Queen left St. James's Palace. People cheered loudly along the road. Bands began to play God Save the King. Charles saw hats, flags, and handkerchiefs waving in the air. He was pleased to hear people shouting, "Reform! Reform!" with the other cheers. King William IV wore his admiral's uniform. The Queen wore white clothes and a jeweled headpiece. The King looked healthy and people seemed to like him. Still, the crowd did not show great love for him. Later, during the ceremony in the abbey, heavy rain began to fall. A man sitting beside Charles laughed and said, "This is the start of the reign of King William IV." On Friday morning, Charles walked back to Yarrell's shop to buy a book about astronomy. "After all, sailors will think I am foolish if I cannot find latitude and longitude," he said. He studied the book until Captain Fitzroy arrived in his carriage. They went shopping for guns.
"I like to save money," Fitzroy said, "but not when buying firearms. You should buy pistols like mine. Never go on land without loaded pistols."
"Are they costly?" Charles asked.
"About £60.
Charles gave a low whistle.
"I will help you find a cheaper pair," Fitzroy said. "I will bargain for you. You also need a good rifle. Fresh meat is very important on a long voyage."
Captain Fitzroy kept his promise. They spent the rest of the day visiting gun shops. At last, Charles bought strong pistols and a new rifle for £50. Charles was surprised when he saw the captain spending almost £400 on his own guns. Fitzroy also carefully chose 6 chronometers from 22 instruments. The ship needed them to measure longitude correctly during the journey around the world. Late that afternoon, Charles returned to his rooms at 17 Spring Gardens. He made lists of things he needed and removed many items from the lists again. He now felt sure the voyage would suit him, even if it was difficult. He thought Fitzroy was the perfect captain. Charles was excited to see the ship for the first time. He had spent 6 days in London. On September 11th, he left with Captain Fitzroy on a steam packet for Plymouth. The trip took 3 days. The ship sailed from the Thames past Ramsgate and Dover into the English Channel. Then it travelled west past the Isle of Wight to Plymouth. 94th, my feelings are swinging like a pendulum. At the last moment, Captain Fitzroy asked, "Are you sure you want to travel by water?"
"The Defiance coach can take you to Plymouth in 26 hours. I am afraid the sea may become rough and frighten you away from the Beagle."
"Nothing will frighten me away from the Beagle."
"Have you travelled on a ship before?" he asked.
"Only once, for years ago," Charles answered. "My uncle Josiah Wedgwood took me to Geneva to bring home his daughters. I did not feel very well on the ship, but I still ate a large dinner with roast beef." The family of 13-year-old Charles Musters had asked Captain Fitzroy to care for the boy. The young boy had joined HMS Beagle as a first-class volunteer. It was his first time away from home. Charles helped take care of him. They sailed into Plymouth Sound in the evening of a bright day in the middle of September. The sky and sea were a clear blue-green color. Inside the large breakwater, the ship moved through a narrow opening into Sutton Pool. There, workers tied the ship beside a wharf near Barbican Quay. Around Sutton Pool stood large stone warehouses with 3 floors. Pulleys hung from the roofs to lift and store goods from the ships. As Charles walked down the gangplank, Captain Fitzroy pointed to a crowd nearby.
Sutton Pool is the place where Plymouth keeps its ducking stool, he explained. They are lowering a woman into the water because of bad behavior, and those steps over there are famous. The Pilgrims walked down them in 1620 before they sailed to North America on the Mayflower.
Fitzroy called for a carriage. Young Musters and the baggage sat on top. The captain told the driver to take them to the top of the Hoe. It was a large green walkway above Plymouth Sound. Many sailing ships rested in the nearby waters of Mountbatten and the Catwater. On their right stood the strong citadel. Large brass cannons protected the city from enemy ships. On the other side was Mill Bay. Ships from the Baltic brought wood from Scandinavia there. Far away stood the Royal William Victualling Yard. Straight ahead was a small island where Sir Francis Drake had placed his compass in 1582. That was 2 years after he sailed around the world.
"It is beautiful!" Charles cried.
Then the carriage carried them down Union Street to Stonehouse Bridge. As they traveled through the center of Plymouth, Charles saw a rich and busy city. There were many fine Greek and Gothic buildings. The homes in the town were old Elizabethan and Jacobean houses. Many upper floors had rich decorations and stood out over the narrow stone streets. When they reached Devonport, Fitzroy guided the driver through many small streets. They stopped on a small hill above the Royal Naval Dockyard.
"There she is. Isn't she beautiful?"
Charles suddenly felt very worried. The HMS Beagle had no masts or inside walls. It looked like a frame made of wood. "She looks more like a broken ship," Charles said without thinking. Captain Fitzroy did not seem upset.
"That is because you cannot yet see how she will look after the repairs," he said. "Today is September 13th. The Beagle began this second voyage on July 4th. She needed a new deck and many repairs on the upper part. I received permission to raise the upper deck. This will help the ship greatly at sea. It will also make life easier for everyone on board. We will have 8 more inches of space at the back and 12 more inches at the front for eating, sleeping, and working. You see, Darwin."
Fitzroy's dark face shone with pride.
"I decided to spend all the money and effort I could to make this expedition as good as possible."
Charles thought about his large home at the Mount. The rooms there had very high ceilings. He thought, "We think in feet. Fitzroy thinks in inches." Fitzroy continued to speak.
"The bottom of the ship was in very bad condition. We are adding thick firwood planks. Over the wood there will be felt, and then new copper."
"But can you finish all this work before October 10th? Charles asked.
We changed the date to October 20th.
Charles quietly breathed out with relief. He needed more time to become comfortable with the size of the ship below him. Night slowly came down over the docks. The darkness covered the ships and buildings. Fitzroy turned away.
"I think we should eat supper and stay at the Royal Hotel in 4th Street, he said. "The manager, Mr. Loving, is my friend. He will help us. They serve a good breakfast very early. Tomorrow I will take you to the Beagle. I will introduce you to the officers and show you where you will live. You are a man from the land now, but the Beagle will change that. A large sailing ship moving with the wind is the most beautiful sight in the world."
The next morning the sun rose warm and yellow. Small clouds moved across the sky. At the dockyard they saw workers, tools, and building materials everywhere. The men moved over the HMS Beagle like busy ants. Captain Fitzroy showed Charles around the ship. He explained many things about sailing, but Charles understood only a little. The young captain spoke with great excitement. "This new outside covering will add about 15 tons to the ship's weight," he said.
"It will also add nearly 7 tons to her measured size. Our new rudder follows the plan of Captain Liho. Here in the kitchen, we are putting in one of Fraser's stoves with an oven. We will not use a normal fireplace. We will also place lightning protectors on all the masts, the bowsprit, and even the flying jib boom. Thunder and Lightning Harris invented them. He will come here and help us put them in. Our ropes, sails, and wooden poles are the best we can buy. All the cabins will be finished with mahogany wood. 6 very good boats are being built for us. 2 of them belong to me. I believed we needed 2 more boats than the Admiralty allowed. All the boats will be stored in a safe way. They can stay secure even in very bad weather.
Charles felt dizzy as they moved quickly through the ship. They went up and down the front and back hatchways. They walked through unfinished cabins, the gun room, the midshipmen's sleeping area, the sick bay, the sail room, and the coal storage place. "I was foolish last night, sir," Charles said. "I said the Beagle looked like a broken ship."
"I will tell you one thing, Darwin," Captain Fitzroy answered. "No survey ship will ever leave England better prepared to sail around and map the world. Now I want you to meet my officers."
Charles was friendly by nature and made friends easily, but now he felt nervous. He was about to meet the men who would live with him for the next 3 years in a small ship. Would they like him? Would these sailors dislike his Cambridge education? Would they dislike his small private income? Would they think he was useless on the ship? Would they see him as a problem? Would they become angry because he could eat with the captain? As far as Charles knew, no natural scientist had travelled on such a long voyage with a British ship. Would the men think he was only a lazy person who collected beetles, as his father once feared? These thoughts troubled him deeply. It was the first time in his life that he had worried like this. He had not felt fear when he entered school at 9 years old. He had not felt fear when he went to the University of Edinburgh at 16. He had not felt fear when he entered Christ's College in Cambridge at 19. Still, he knew one thing clearly. He would not try too hard to make everyone like him on the Beagle. He would not flatter people or act falsely. Whatever happened would happen naturally, like warm sun or cold rain. The officers of HMS Beagle wore simple uniforms. They had gold shoulder decorations and white summer trousers.
Captain Fitzroy said, "My feelings move like a pendulum." "John Wickham is the first lieutenant," Fitzroy explained. "He is the officer who sails the ship. Master Edward Chaffers controls our navigation. Everyone reports to a higher officer. I lead the scientific surveys. I decide where we go next and how long we stay in each place to finish our work."
Charles looked carefully at the men who would become his shipmates. John Wickham was of medium height. He was thin and moved easily. The summer sun had made his skin red. He did not need to show his authority strongly. People could feel it naturally. John Wickham had never received a formal education, but he read many books. He also taught himself Spanish. When needed, he could speak for Captain Fitzroy with officials in South America. The captain was like a god on the ship. The sailors did not look at him directly. Wickham was the next most important man. Everyone followed his orders quickly. He knew more about the ship and sailing than anyone else there. His blue-grey eyes were very sharp.
"Mr. Wickham, this is Charles Darwin," Fitzroy said. "He is coming with us as our naturalist."
"Welcome to the ship, Mr. Darwin," Wickham said. "We will try to give you an easy trip."
"Thank you, Mr. Wickham," Charles answered. "Is Tierra del Fuego really as bad as people say?"
"It is worse," Wickham said. "But you will come through safely."
As they walked to the back of the ship, Fitzroy spoke again.
He joined the Adventure as a mate on its first voyage. Then he became a lieutenant after 1 year.
Next, Captain Fitzroy introduced Bartholomew James Sulan. He was the second lieutenant and 2 years younger than Charles. He finished at the Royal Naval College with very high marks. Fitzroy and Sulan knew each other from the college. Fitzroy was leaving the college when Sulan arrived, but they became friends. Sulan had already served on HMS Beagle during its first voyage. Fitzroy especially wanted him as second lieutenant for this trip. Sulan was a handsome man. He had dark hair, dark eyes, and a high forehead. His face was broad and strong. His mouth looked serious, but he loved to talk. He was born near Falmouth Harbour. His father was a commander in the Royal Navy. Because of this, Sulan always expected to work at sea. Even at 20 years old, he looked comfortable in his naval uniform. He was kind and open with people. He loved life in the Navy. One day, he hoped to become an admiral. Everyone said Sulan talked more than anyone else. He was also very good at making friends. When he met Charles, he greeted him warmly.
I never thought I would meet the grandson of Dr. Erasmus Darwin, Sulan said. He was an amazing man and a great medical writer. I read the Botanic Garden 2 times. My father read your grandfather's funny poems to me when I was a boy. O mortal man that liv'st by bread, what makes thy nose to look so red? 'Tis Burton ale, so strong and stale, that keeps my nose from growing pale. But I like his serious poems most, Sulan continued. I like the part about fire and earth and the great sky.
In the sick bay, Charles met another important man. His name was Benjamin Bino. During the voyage, he became one of Charles's closest friends. Bino was 28 years old and 6 years older than Charles. Still, he looked younger. He was born in Barbados to English parents. Later, he returned to England for school. He received his medical diploma in March 1825. Then he joined the Medical Reserve Corps. Soon after that, he became assistant surgeon on HMS Beagle. When Fitzroy became captain of the Beagle in 1828, the two men became friends. In July 1831, the Beagle prepared for its second voyage. At the same time, Bino passed his final exams. People thought he would become the chief surgeon for the trip. He had light skin, soft grey eyes, and a gentle personality. But in the sick bay, he changed completely when caring for sick or hurt sailors. Once, he shouted at a sick sailor.
You may want to die, you fool, Bino said. But I will not let you die. Think how bad that would look for me. I will keep you alive, even if you do not want it.
Bino believed sailors must become fully healthy before leaving the sick bay. He did not release them until they could climb to the top of the main mast. For reasons nobody understood, the Admiralty chose Dr. Robert J. McCormick as chief surgeon for the second voyage. Benjamin Bino became McCormick's assistant. He accepted the decision calmly.
It is only a matter of time, he said. I respect McCormick.
He worked with the crew carefully and knew his job well. But he could not help himself. He hated the hot weather in the tropics. The heat made him sick. I do not know if the problem was in his body or his mind. The Admiralty knew he had returned home sick 2 times before from the West Indies. Why did they send him there again when it was so hard for him?
My feelings move like a pendulum.
Captain Fitzroy then took Charles to the top deck. The yawl would be tied there. 2 long whaleboats were also near the back of the ship. Then Fitzroy showed him the poop cabin behind the wheel. There was a sign there. It said England expects that every man will do his duty.
The good thing about this cabin for you, Fitzroy explained, is that you can enter it directly from the top deck. You also have 3 large windows for light. I have the same kind of windows, but my cabin is on the lower deck near the water. The bad thing is that your cabin is at the very back of the ship. You will feel more movement there, but you will get used to it.
Do all sailors get used to it? Charles asked.
No, not always, Fitzroy answered. Even Wickham gets seasick in small boats.
Charles walked into the poop cabin and stopped in surprise. Then he walked around the room and looked carefully. The room was a little more than 11 feet wide. Bookcases stood along one side. They were empty now. There were also shelves for instruments and many drawers. In the middle of the room were marks for a large map table. The table would be 6.5 feet wide and 4.5 feet long. Then there are only 2 feet on each side of the table, Charles said.
3 feet at the widest part and 2 feet at the narrowest, Fitzroy replied. You will have about 2 feet of space to walk around the table. We will hang your hammock in this corner near your drawers. Stokes will work at the map table most of the day. His hammock will hang across from yours. Both of you will sleep above the chart table. There will still be 2 feet between your heads and the top deck. A midshipman named Philip King will also use the table. This cabin probably feels very small to a man from land.
Charles spoke quietly. I will do my best with it.
I thought you would, Fitzroy said.
I was offered a bigger ship, but I chose this one because it is safe and strong in dangerous storms. A ship does not need to be very large. Safety comes from a strong ship, good officers, and a skilled crew. Do you still want to join us?
Yes, Captain. I feel good about this voyage. But my thoughts change all the time. Sometimes I feel hope. Sometimes I feel doubt. Please forgive my strange way of speaking.
Captain Fitzroy smiled. His thin dark face looked kind.
Come with me. Let us meet the other officers. They are not perfect gentlemen, but they are a very good group.
My feelings are swinging like a pendulum. For days later, on September 17th, Charles was back at 17 Spring Gardens. He wrote to Susan. The coach travels very fast. I came from Plymouth. The trip was 250 miles and took only 24 hours. There was also a letter from Professor Henslow. He asked Charles to stop in Cambridge before going home from London. Charles answered him. I gladly accept your invitation, but I do not want to sleep at your house. I will arrive very late at night by mail coach. After 2 or 3 days, I must leave very early for Birmingham. Please order a bed for me at the Hoops Hotel. The two men walked into town together. They wanted to buy a good rain gauge for Charles. They looked in many shops for a strong iron net for shells, but they could not find one.
Henslow said he would have one made and send it to Plymouth.
He also drew pictures of the bottles Charles needed for fish and sea animals. Charles could buy them in London. Charles said that Captain Beaufort wanted the collection sent to the Admiralty.
Send everything to Falmouth, Henslow said. Many ships from long voyages stop there first. I will ask my scientist friends in London to store the boxes for you.
My father will send money to the people who pay the shipping costs, Charles answered. The next afternoon, Henslow walked with Charles to the stable at the Hoop Hotel. Charles had rented a post-chaise. He would drive it to St. Albans and stay there for the night on his way to Shrewsbury.
My dear Darwin, Henslow said, I want to give you one piece of advice. Some of the men on the voyage may speak and act in rough ways. Do not feel hurt or angry because of this. Please control your tongue and stay calm.
When they had to say goodbye, Charles reached down from the carriage and held the professor's hand. I cannot leave without thanking you, he said. You were very kind to me during my time at Cambridge. Much of my happiness and learning there came from your help. The next morning, he took the Wonder coach to Shrewsbury. He crossed the Welsh Bridge. After one long climb uphill, he reached the gardens of the Mount. His sisters waited for him there. They loved acting in small plays. They performed for family and friends around Shropshire. Sometimes they also acted during holidays in Shrewsbury. Now they were enjoying a light play called Nobody's Going Away. Nancy, his old nanny, had made 12 white shirts for him.
What else can I do for you, Mr. Charles? She asked.
Could you sew the name Darwin on the cuffs? He asked. Then they will not be lost in the washing. Edward had been speaking with Clemson, the local gunmaker. He was trying to get extra parts for Charles's old guns. Charles needed 2 extra hammers, 2 springs, and 4 plugs for each barrel. When Dr. Darwin returned home after visiting patients, he hugged his son. He did not begin one of his long talks. Instead, He wanted to hear about Captain Fitzroy and the ship.
I am pleased by what you told me, Charles, he said. The officers sound like good men.
They have all sailed with Captain Fitzroy before, Charles answered. Then Charles shared more news. The voyage of HMS Beagle would last 3 years instead of 2. For a moment, Dr. Darwin became pale, but he said nothing. Charles wondered if his father was thinking about his age. He was 65 and might not see his son again. Dr. Darwin gave a weak smile. The Darwin sisters became quiet and tried not to cry. After dinner, a letter from Professor Sedgwick arrived. Charles had asked him which books he should take on the voyage. Sedgwick wrote,
I am very happy about your appointment. I truly hope this voyage brings you happiness and honor. I am not sure which books to suggest. First, take Daubeny's book about volcanoes. Blackwell's Introduction to Geology is also good for a beginner. For fossil shells, visit the Geological Society. Meet W. Lonsdale there. Tell him you are my friend and travel companion. He will help you. You should also get Humboldt's personal narrative. That book will show you the right spirit for scientific work. Study the Geological Society's collection as much as you can. Then give them specimens from your travels. When the meetings begin, I will suggest your name for membership.
Dr. Darwin looked closely at his son. How old are the members of the Geological Society? He asked.
I think most of them are about 40, Charles answered.
And Dr. Sedgwick wants them to accept you at 22.
Later that evening, Dr. Darwin asked Charles to come with him to the library. Several oil lamps with green glass shades lit the room. Robert Darwin poured himself some port wine and sat in one of his very large chairs made for him in Shrewsbury. Charles sat on a small stool near him.
Charles, I do not want you to leave thinking I was too hard on you when I first heard about this voyage, he said. My feelings were more about Erasmus than about you.
Raz? What does he have to do with it? Charles asked.
It has been more than 3 years since Erasmus finished at Christ's. Since then, he has done almost no work. He trained to be a doctor, but he does not practice medicine. At first, I agreed with his trip around Europe before settling down. But now he does not come home. He hardly writes to us. I think he is afraid to face me because he has no clear future. I believe he plans to drift through life and never work. The Darwin family has always worked hard since the year 1500. Some were farmers and some were rich landowners. But as far as I know, we never had a man who wasted his whole life doing nothing. The thought that Erasmus may never do useful work troubles me deeply. When I thought you also wanted to drift away in the tropics, I became very worried.
Charles felt deeply touched by his father's sadness. Please do not worry about me, father, he said. I will never be lazy. I know I spent too much money at Cambridge, but I would need great skill to spend more than my allowance while living on the ship.
But people tell me you are very clever, Dr. Darwin said.
Then he smiled widely. Then he saw his youngest son move back a little.
He added, I want to speak seriously about money. Charles, I think you understand from things I said before that I will leave you enough property for a comfortable life. But I want you to know something. Half of your inheritance will come from your mother's money.
How is that, father? Charles asked.
Josiah Wedgwood gave his daughter £25,000 when she married. He also gave her 20 shares in the Monmouthshire Canal. He built the canal to carry clay and to send out his china and porcelain. I invested your mother's money carefully and wisely. I put money into railroads, canals, and government funds. Most of all, I used it in loans on land. During the 35 years of our marriage, your mother's money became more than 3 times larger. I always kept her money separate. First, I did not need it. Second, I believed it belonged to her children. My father left me £25,000. Together with the money from my medical work and careful investments, I had enough.
Charles did not know what to say.
Until I can earn enough money myself, I will spend as little as I can. Thank you, Father. No, no, his father answered. If you want to give thanks, go to church and pray for your dear mother's soul.
He got up early the next morning. He asked the stable boy to prepare his horse for the 20-mile ride to Woodhouse in the northwest. Woodhouse was the home of the Owen family. The Owens made very good money from sheep and cattle. They were one of the oldest families in Shropshire. The estate had 9 farms. The family bought them slowly over many years with money from their wool business in Shrewsbury. There was also a large forest with hills. People said it was one of the best places for hunting in Shropshire. The Darwin and Owen families had been close friends for many years. William Owen often visited with several of his 9 children. They stayed during Hunt Week at what they jokingly called the Darwin Hotel. Dr. Darwin cared for the family's health problems. The Darwin children also stayed at Woodhouse for many weeks. Charles loved 2 things at Woodhouse. One was the hunting in the forest each autumn. The Owen children simply called it the forest. The second was the lovely Fanny Owen. Charles was deeply in love with her. Fanny rode and hunted with him.
When Charles shot a bird, she often said, "Charles, you have become a very fine shot."
Charles kept a careful record of every bird he shot during the season. His friends thought this habit was strange but funny. 2 years earlier, he went shooting with some of the Owens and their cousin, Major Hill. Each time Charles fired and believed he hit a bird, someone in the group shouted, "You cannot count that bird."
I fired at the same time.
The gamekeeper agreed with them. After several hours, they told him it was only a joke. Charles did not enjoy it. He had fired at many birds, but he no longer knew how many he had really hit. Because of that, he could not add them to his record. He kept count by tying knots in a piece of string on his jacket.
Earlier, Charles's sister Cathy had said to him, "I never saw a girl as charming as Fanny."
While he studied at Cambridge, Charles often wrote letters to Fanny. He wanted to tell her about his life and stay fresh in her thoughts. Fanny was not good at answering letters. Still, she always asked him to forgive her. She said she felt shy about writing after waiting so long to answer his last letter. Much later, after she received another long and friendly letter from Cambridge, she admitted she felt very bad for waiting so long before writing back. Charles later told Cathy, "Everyone knows that Fanny is the prettiest and most charming girl in Shropshire." As he rode the 20 miles through beautiful farmland, he thought about her. Fanny is much more than pretty, he thought. She loves fun. She is warm and kind. At every dance, people notice her first. She enjoys life with great happiness and energy. He saw many signs that Fanny liked him. During Christmas in 1829, he did not visit Woodhouse. She felt upset and asked why he had not come home for Christmas.
Fanny said she was sure he would come.
Then she joked that some dear little beetles in Cambridge had kept him there. Charles thought she sounded a little jealous. He hoped this was true. There were other signs too. Every year, when the strawberries were ready, he stayed at Woodhouse for a week. He and Fanny lay on the strawberry beds for hours. They ate strawberries and kissed each other. Their mouths became red from the fruit. Fanny was fun and full of energy. She rode horses with him across the countryside. She loved fox hunting and rode very fast.
"Riding with the hounds is the happiest thing for me," she said. "It is wonderful to ride hard across the downs."
The year before, she tried his rifle for something different. When she fired the gun, it pushed back hard and hit her shoulder. Fanny laughed about it. But later that night, during a party at Woodhouse, Charles saw the mark. Every night at Woodhouse seemed like a party night. They stood together near a window between dances. Her blue and yellow dress slipped from her shoulder. Charles saw a large dark bruise there. All 3 Darwin girls visited Woodhouse often. They had many happy times at dinners and dances. But later, the sisters began to think the friendship between Charles and Fanny was becoming serious. Then a quiet feeling of opposition began. Fanny felt this strongly. At the end of one long letter, she wrote that she should put the pages into a well-closed envelope. She knew sisters liked to look at letters. She hoped to keep their relationship secret. Her words were a little dramatic, but Charles liked her careful way of speaking.
At the bottom of every letter she wrote, "Burn this."
She did not want people to question her if they learned she was writing to Mr. Charles Darwin. Charles said that family friends could write letters to each other. He also said there was nothing private in their letters.
But Fanny answered that she did not want other people to hear their messages.
From far away, Charles could see Woodhouse standing proudly on a small hill. It looked a little like a French castle. The house was 2 stories high and made of yellow brick. Tall Gothic pillars stood near the large front door. There were many tall windows at the front and back of the house. Trees grew flat against the walls and covered much of the brick with dark green leaves. No one knew how many rooms Woodhouse had. There were 9 children and very social parents, so there was almost never an empty bed. For Charles, Woodhouse felt like a third home beside the Mountain Mayor Hall. A stable boy took his horse when he arrived. Then a butler led Charles into the rich drawing room. The room had striped green wallpaper. Large bow windows had gold satin curtains with green cords and tassels. There was a glass chandelier, a round mahogany table, a writing cabinet, a rosewood tea table, and portraits on the walls. Fanny Owen lay on a sofa and read a simple love story from a reading club in Shrewsbury. Charles looked at her with pleasure. Her hair was the color of honey. Sunlight from the window made it shine like gold. She wore it long and loose, not curled high on her head like the fashion at that time. She had round shoulders, a flat stomach, small hips, and long slim legs under her yellow gold dress. The dress matched her hair. Blue trim on the dress made her eyes stand out. It was her eyes that made many men in Shropshire follow her. They were large, far apart, and blue like the sea. Her skin was smooth and beautiful.
Fanny looked up and ran to Charles. She kissed him. "My dear postilion, welcome to the forest," she said. "Life here feels like exile. There is nothing to do except read novels. I feel ashamed because I trouble you so much. Kind people often get too many requests. Did you bring my bottle of asphaltum? I cannot finish my painting of the Dairy Maid without that color. Father keeps me busy with that terrible picture, and I am very happy you came. My sisters tried to stop you from coming. Tomorrow night we will have a party for you."
Charles moved a little, but Fanny held him tightly. He did not like hearing his sisters blamed. "Yes, my dear housemaid, I brought the paint," he answered. "I also brought the 6 small brushes you wanted."
"And did you bring me an exciting book? Anything you could quietly take?" she asked.
"Nothing as exciting as the books you like," he said. "But I brought a copy of Walter Scott's Antiquary from my bedroom shelf."
"Now tell me some news from Shrewsbury," she said.
Charles had important news himself. He was going away on a voyage around the world for 3 years. He had come to say goodbye, but he could not make himself speak about it. He decided to tell them after the party tomorrow. He tried to remember some stories because he did not usually collect gossip. There had been an argument between Dr. Dugard and Mr. Hill. Dr. Dugard said that Mr. Hill promised him a large amount of money every year. The money was for helping the marriage between Sir Rowland and Miss Clegg. John Price was one of Susan's many admirers. He became angry because Susan wrote on only one side of the paper when she sent him a message for her father. Susan was very angry at his rude complaint. Then William Owen came into the room. He was known as a strict and quick-tempered country gentleman from the old days. He wore grey metal glasses. They matched the grey colour in his thick and untidy hair. He had 5 grown sons. Still, he liked Charles very much. Charles was bright, friendly, and pleasant. Owen thought of him almost like a nephew. Their friendship was real and warm.
The animals are moving now, Charles, Owen said. Shooting is best early in the morning.
Can I come too, Governor? Fanny asked.
No, Owen answered. I want a morning with men for a change. With all you girls around me every day, I feel like I live in a convent.
Fanny turned to Charles.
The governor is upset because of what happened last night. Papa, may I tell Charles the story?
She still liked to speak in a childish and funny way. She said littles instead of little and changed other words too. She called Charles postilion and called herself housemaid. Charles never understood why she used those names. Maybe she was joking. He did not lead people often, except once when he collected toads near Cambridge. And Fanny was not at all like a housemaid.
Papa thinks he hears people walking at night, she said. So he put a pile of dishes at the top of the stairs to catch them. Late last night he heard a sound and went out to find the person. But he forgot about the dishes. He fell down the stairs with all the crockery.
Charles laughed. It was the kind of wild story Owen often created.
There is a new carriage in the stable, Charles, Owen said. And there are 2 fine grey horses. Take Fanny for a drive.
Fanny sat beside Charles in the carriage. She held his arm while he guided the horses. How are all your many admirers, Fanny? He asked.
Most of them are terrible, she answered. Very few can dance. They also drink too much and become silly. Maybe the problem is me. When I see an empty glass, I always fill it again. Tomorrow at the party I must be a little careful. I have some worries. Oh, not about you, my dear postilion. You are more fun when sober than those other men when they are drunk.
And I am the best waltz dancer you know, he said. She pressed his arm and moved closer to him.
It is difficult to seat 29 people at dinner, she said. But I want you beside me. So I will do a little trick when I give you your ticket from the basket.
He leaned closer and kissed her cheek. Her skin felt soft and smelled lightly of cologne. Fanny, you are impossible, he said with a smile. She looked at him from the side.
I never planned to let anyone stop me, she answered.
The next morning he went down to the dining room. The table looked bright with a bowl of red and yellow flowers. The whole Owen family was already there. He joined them near the sideboard. There was porridge, fish baked in milk, boiled eggs, and large amounts of warm toast. The housemaids poured coffee. While they ate, Charles told them about the letters from Peacock and Henslow. He also spoke about his meetings with Captain Fitzroy and Captain Beaufort. Then he described his trip to Plymouth and his first view of the ship HMS Beagle, and then he said he would be away for 3 years. There was silence for a moment. Then the men cheered. Mrs. Owen looked very afraid. Fanny looked at him with surprise and worry. He had been home for only a few days when he started to feel uneasy. Soon he became very worried. He knew he was sad about being away from his family and friends for so long. But there was another reason. It was Fanny Owen. I never said it clearly before, but I love Fanny, he thought.
I am sure she feels the same about me. But what am I thinking? Fanny could never live in a quiet country house. She loves parties and high society. Without that life, she would be unhappy.
He had enjoyed the party at the Owens' house very much. All evening, he and Fanny had made each other happy. But when he left the next morning, he did not ask her to promise anything. He did not even ask if she would wait for him. Now I feel lost, he said quietly to himself. It is like I am in a balloon over the sea. I will drift away for a very long time. He felt he must return to Woodhouse, even for only a short visit. His father had just bought a huge horse from Mr. Wynne, the trader. It was the biggest horse in Shropshire and more than 18 hands high. Charles got permission to ride the horse to Woodhouse. The animal was strong and fast. It could travel much faster than old Dobbin. His father did not mind that he was going back to the forest so soon. But the women whom Fanny called the sisterhood showed disapproval. He rode quickly through the quiet Sunday morning. Charles found William Owen in his office at the back of Woodhouse. William was counting the wool from his lambs. He looked over his metal glasses, saw Charles, and quickly stood up. "Charles, it is good that you came again before your trip," he said. "Sarah has good news. At last, the long story with Edward Williams is finished. He asked her to marry him, and she said yes." "And where is our happy Fanny?" Charles asked. "She went on a trip with friends for a few weeks. The plan came very suddenly. I could not stop her." Charles felt very sad. He hoped to see her. He stood near the dead flowers and looked ahead without seeing anything. Tears came into his eyes. He felt foolish because he did not speak to her when he was there before. The older man walked to him and put an arm on his shoulder. "Charles, I have always enjoyed seeing you and Fanny together." "It feels wrong that I missed her like this," Charles said. He touched under his eyes with his fingers. "I will be away for a very long time." "You will write letters to each other. I know she likes you more than any other man. If you want, you can leave a message with me."
Sarah Owen came into the room. Charles hugged her warmly to congratulate her. Sarah was simple and honest, and she had been his friend for many years. "Father, may I take Charles for a walk?" she asked.
"Come back in time for sherry. I want to ask him for a favor." Outside, the sun felt warm on their faces. Some strong bulls near the fence became angry and ran toward them. "Tell me about your engagement, Sarah," Charles said.
"I have known for a long time that Edward loved me," she answered. "He wanted to ask me many times."
"What was he afraid of?" Charles asked.
"Marriage. Most men are afraid of it. How did Fanny feel about it?"
"She is happy for me. You know the custom. A younger sister should not marry before the older one." His feelings were hurt.
"Is Fanny in such a hurry?" he asked.
Sarah stopped under the cool elm trees.
"Now, Charles, do not worry about that," she said. "Fanny loves you very much. She said she wanted to make some pincushions for your cabin. She thought they could help you."
"They would help me," he said.
"Did she make them?" "You know Fanny," Sarah answered. Then this trip suddenly became possible. "Now, what can I give you for the voyage so you will remember us here at Woodhouse?"
"A piece of your hair," he said with a smile.
"Are you serious?" she asked.
"Always."
"Do you have a knife in your pocket?"
"Always."
"Then cut off some hair now. I will ask Mr. Baker, the silversmith, to put it in a locket for you."
She put the lock inside her handkerchief.
"I do not know what Woodhouse will do without you for so long," she said. "But I hope we both do well in our new work. God bless you, my dear Charles."
"My dear Sarah, that sounds very sad," Charles said. "Do you know what favor your father wants to ask?"
"Yes. He wants you to ask Captain Fitzroy to take my brother Francis on the Beagle as a midshipman."
"I will write to Captain Fitzroy at once." While he rode home, Charles thought about it. If Francis goes on the ship, the Owen family will stay close to the voyage. There will be letters from Woodhouse. The young man will write about the journey, and maybe about me too. Then his connection with Fanny would continue, just as it had during his years at Cambridge. Soon he received a cheerful but disappointing letter from Captain Fitzroy. Devonport, September 23, 1831.
Dear Darwin, I am sorry that I cannot take young Owen. All the places for midshipmen were filled when the ship entered service. There is no free place now. If I could help you, I would do it. I have Beech's voyage, but I do not have Head's rapid journeys across the Pampas and among the Andes. You may bring your Humboldt books and any other books you want. But I cannot leave my own books behind. I will take all my things with me. There will be enough room for books.
The workers in the dockyards were moving very slowly with the Beagle. Because of this, Charles could stay away one more week if he wanted. He was allowed to take only one traveling case onto the ship. Caroline packed and unpacked it many times. She tried to fit in as many clothes as possible. She packed his best suit, a waistcoat, and a cravat for social visits. She packed polished boots to wear with them. For cold weather, she added thick socks and a wool cap that she had made herself. There was also warm wool underwear that covered him from neck to ankle. For hot places, she packed several loose trousers made from light cloth. She added cotton stockings and wool stockings. She packed more trousers, 24 handkerchiefs, and Nancy's 12 shirts with Darwin on the cuffs. She also packed 24 towels, for pillowcases, and things for washing. He could buy work boots and a straw hat later in Plymouth.
At the end of the week, Caroline spoke with joy. It is almost a miracle. Now I can fit in twice as much as before.
Catty walked with him while he collected and tested Henslow's methods for keeping plants, flowers, and insects safe. She did not worry about the clothes in his case. She worried about how much courage he had in his heart for a 3-year journey around the world.
Father is more proud of you than he shows, she said.
I have not done anything yet.
Her smile looked very much like his own. But you have, Charlie. You earned the friendship of Professors Henslow, Sedgwick, and Peacock. Men in London like Fitzroy and Beaufort also respect you. All of them are older than you.
Only his goodbyes at Mayer still remained. As always, his worries seemed to disappear when he arrived there. He found Josiah in the library. The older man was carefully rubbing oil into some valuable leather books.
Ah, Charles. Everything is going well. I can see it from your happy face.
Uncle Jos, you are my first Lord of the Admiralty.
I always wanted to go on a naval journey as a naturalist. I wanted to sail with Captain Philip King in 1817. He explored the coast of Australia and found a new route from Sydney to Torres Strait inside the Barrier Reef.
So, Charles, I did not go to the Mount only to help people. I also had my own reasons when I asked your father to let you go. Emma heard Charles speaking. She came into the library and hugged him. Then she went upstairs with him to her mother's room.
Can you have a painting of yourself as a sailor? Aunt Bessie asked.
Captain Fitzroy has hired a travel painter named Augustus Earle. He is the nephew of a famous American painter. Maybe he can make a sketch of me.
Will you carry a sword or a dirk? She asked.
Charles smiled. Aunt Bessie, you read too many romantic books. The only thing I will carry is a scalpel. Before dinner, the Doveleys, Emma, and Fanny played music and sang Goethe's Veil Chen. The Wedgwoods thought it was a great piece by Mozart. At dinner, several sons and daughters of the Wedgwood family came to say goodbye to Charles. Later, Charlotte took him to her workroom. There she showed him her watercolor paintings and pencil drawings of Mayer.
These are very good, Charlotte. I wish I could draw. It would help me a lot on the voyage.
Thank you, dear Charles, she said. Because you said that, I will write to you often. I will tell you all the news from Mayor Hall.
Emma put the backgammon board in the living room. She and Charles had played the game together for many years. Emma kept a small notebook with all their wins and losses. After several games, they stood together on the front steps.
Remember, Charles, write home as often as you can. Then we can follow your travels.
I will send letters on every ship that carries mail to England. Sometimes I know I will miss home very much. When that happens, I will think about Mayor with love and thanks.
It is good to know you will think about us. We will always think about you too.
Emma, did you get a letter from Raz?
No.
He has not written to any of us. Then why should he write to Mayor Hall?
Because we thought he had warm feelings for you.
Emma said nothing. The silence was long and heavy. She looked at Charles, but her face showed no emotion. Charles understood that he could not know what she was thinking, even after many years as her cousin and friend. He also understood that Emma did not want to continue the talk. The first 2 days of October were his last days at the Mount. As the time to leave came closer, his father and sisters tried to act calm. But it was not easy for them. Charles took a long walk beside the Severn River. He felt sad as he looked at the familiar places. He wanted to believe everything would still be there when he came home again.
Catty said, Charlie, we all seem sad today.
Charles nodded. My feelings change all the time, like the clock in our house, he said. I keep telling myself this is a great chance for me. There will be many interesting things to see. There will be beautiful places and plenty of work. The officers also seem pleasant.
Then he continued, but I must also learn navigation and weather study. I must get used to life on the sea. Sometimes I feel full of excitement. I think about date trees, cocoa trees, palms, and tall ferns. Everything will be new and wonderful.
Not everything will be wonderful, my dear Tacitus, Caroline said. She used his old nickname. There will also be difficult times.
Of course, he answered. No man can live long without good and bad times. I know that now. But the hardest thing is leaving so many people I love for such a long time. The most difficult moment came before sunrise on the day he left. His father's driver had the yellow carriage ready. His bags were already inside. The family stood there in their long night clothes. Charles hugged his 3 sisters. His father hugged him too. Their eyes were bright with pride and sadness. But Edward closed the front door a moment too late. Charles saw the pain of parting on all their faces. The carriage left the round driveway. Then it went downhill and crossed the Welsh Bridge. After that, it went to the town hall to meet the wonder coach going to London. Long ago, the Romans came to England under Caesar in 54 BC. Later they returned during the rule of Claudius in AD 43. They wanted to defeat the Celtic tribes. The Romans chose this place beside the River Thames for their capital and military fort because the river shape was good for defense. Some of the old brick walls and watchtowers were still there. Yarrell gave him a copy of a new book called Topographical Dictionary of London. Charles also had a new map of the city. Together, the book and map helped him move through the busy streets, small roads, and squares. He used them for shopping and visits. He went at once to 17 Spring Gardens, where he had stayed before. The place was easy for him to use. It also brought him good luck. Inside his travel bag was a cheap copy of Boswell. On his first morning, he ate breakfast and read from the book aloud to himself. He enjoyed the words very much. I often think about how different London is for different people. Some people only care about one thing, so they see London in only one way. A politician sees it as the center of government. A farmer sees it as a big market for cattle. A businessman sees it as a place for trade and money. A man who loves theatre sees plays and shows. A man who wants pleasure sees taverns and women. But a thoughtful man sees all parts of human life there. He can never stop learning from it. After this, Charles thought about words from William Cobbett. Cobbett had written them only 10 years earlier. He had travelled from his home near Kensington to a town in Sussex. The trip was 50 miles long. During the journey, Cobbett passed through the south side of London. He crossed Kennington Common. He went past new houses at Stockwell and large houses near Brixton Hill. Cobbett thought the land between London and Croydon was very ugly. He hated London itself. He called it dirty, smoky, and full of bad smells. Charles had 20 days before he needed to leave for Plymouth on October 23rd. He wanted to finish all his shopping and preparations before then. Using his map, he first went to Apothecary's Hall on Water Lane. In the shop, he bought talcum powder for Captain Fitzroy. He also bought Dewsbury and Brown's Oriental toothpaste. He bought some arsenic to use if blisters appeared on his lips or fingers. He bought Kay's Wordsdale's pills. The pills claimed to help stomach problems, headaches, constipation, and nervousness. One crew member had asked for something for his hair, so Charles bought some Rowland's Macassar oil. He did not try to find the fastest way through the city. He enjoyed the busy life of the great capital. In the streets he saw large brewery wagons with runners instead of wheels. He saw sedan chairs carrying well-dressed women. There were omnibuses and stagecoaches. Covered wagons came from the countryside with food and other goods. The traffic was loud, crowded, and confused. He saw that many young men dressed in a very careful way. They walked in a soft and gentle manner. They wore tall neckcloths with bright pins. Their coats had velvet collars. They wore tight trousers, white gloves, and carried canes. Their hair was long and fell over their ears and coat collars. The hair shone in the sun. He could smell the grease in their hair even from the other side of the street. The streets were full of travelling sellers. People called them the criers of London. They sold small things that shopkeepers did not want to sell. They sold bootlaces, needles, thread, pins, lavender, water, cherries, slippers, matches, and salt. There were also workers in the streets. Some repaired chairs. Some sharpened knives. Others worked with wood. Among these people were singers and musicians. Some played noisy organs. Some played pipes. Others sang songs from operas for a few coins because theatres and inns did not want them. He also needed 2 more things. First, he bought a strong pair of walking boots. The bootmaker Howell made them exactly for his feet. Then he visited 2 tailors on the Strand, Hamilton and Kimpton. They suggested dark blue wool cloth for a warm coat for winter at sea. They measured his shoulders and tall body carefully. As he walked through London, he had mixed feelings. Some things pleased him and some did not. He loved the theatre. At the Royal Theatre in Haymarket, he watched 2 very good shows. On Wednesday he saw Macbeth. On Friday, almost in the same seat, he listened to The Barber of Seville. One thing troubled him deeply. Many funeral groups walked through the streets every day. In the churchyards, heavy rain had uncovered bones and skulls from the ground. They lay in the mud for everyone to see. He visited his distant relative, Dr. Henry Holland. The doctor was popular in society. He lived on Brook Street near Grosvenor Square. Dr. Holland asked Charles what had happened since their tea together at Mayor Hall. Soon after that, he seemed more interested in speaking about himself.
Charles, my family does not know this yet, he said. I am trying to marry the daughter of Sidney Smith. He is a clever and famous churchman. I think his daughter likes me.
I must ask this, Charles answered. Do you love her?
I do not know yet. Love at 34 was different. That was when I married my first wife. Now I am 42. I have 4 children, and my wife died only 1 year ago.
I understand.
When you saw me at Mayor Hall, did you know I was completely in love with Charlotte Wedgwood? I told her I truly wished to marry her. She said, I respect you and I like you, Dr. Holland. I think you would be a kind husband, but I will not marry you. Is that not sad?
Late one afternoon, someone knocked on the door of his rooms.
Mr. Charles Darwin, a man asked.
Yes, Charles answered.
I have a message for you from Captain Fitzroy.
HMS Beagle's departure has been delayed again, until November 4th. Charles gave a low groan.
I do not like this waiting either. By the way, I am Augustus Earl. Captain Fitzroy asked me to paint during our trip around the world.
I thought that was true. You look like a painter somehow. Please come in. My landlady will soon bring tea.
Thank you. I also brought something for you. It is a first copy of my new book.
Charles read the title, a narrative of a 9-month residence in New Zealand. He quickly looked through some pages. Earl wrote in a strong and clear way. While holding the book, Charles studied the painter's face and manner. Earl was 38 years old, but he still looked young and open. His face was clean and smooth. He had thick black eyebrows. He wore loose sailor's trousers and no waistcoat. His white shirt was large and wrinkled. His shoes looked old. Around his neck was a black cloth, and he wore a sailor's round hat with a wide edge. Earl's father and brother were both painters. They studied at the Royal Academy. Augustus grew up in an artist's studio. He never wanted another kind of work. When he was only 13, one of his paintings appeared at the Royal Academy. After the Napoleonic Wars ended, he traveled to many far places. He sailed to Australia, Carthage, the Barbary States, Chile, and India. He painted landscapes and also the daily life of the local people. He painted their work and their preparations for war. The people often found him amusing as he painted on wood or canvas. A housemaid brought tea into the room. Earl ate and drank with great hunger. He had learned many things from books and from the people around him. He told stories with the excitement of a child. He spoke a lot about his problems with British missionaries among the Maori people.
I lived and painted with the Maori people, he said. The missionaries became very upset. They said I was harming the local people. Then they made plans to send me away. They said I did not respect religion. That was nonsense. When I lived on Tristan da Cunha, I read the Church of England service every Sunday morning to the small community there. I believe in holy things. Do you?
Yes, I do, Charles answered. My chance to join the Beagle also feels like help from God. Soon after Earl left, a delivery boy from Rodwell's bookstore brought a package. Charles opened it with excitement. Inside was a copy of Charles Lyell's Principles of Geology. It was a gift from Captain Fitzroy. Henslow had written letters for Charles to many important men. These included the botanist Robert Brown and the traveller William Burchell. He also wrote to the presidents of the Geological and Zoological Societies and to the director of the British Museum. But he did not write a letter to Lyell. Charles knew Henslow and Lyell had met in Cambridge in 1826. Lyell had stayed there for a week. Charles wondered why Henslow did not write to him. Maybe Henslow agreed with Lyell's descriptions of changes in the earth. But perhaps he strongly disagreed with Lyell's ideas about the causes. More than anything, Charles wanted to meet Lyell. Lyell was only 33 years old. He had spent years collecting facts from many parts of the world. Then he published a book that some scientists called the most important book on geology. Years earlier, in 1795, a Scottish geologist named James Hutton had written Theory of the Earth. Hutton said that the Bible should not be used as a science book. But his writing was difficult to read and understand. Lyell wrote in a much clearer and stronger way. Charles read eagerly until long after midnight. Soon he understood why Henslow did not accept Lyell's ideas. Henslow believed the earth was only a few thousand years old, like the Bible said. He believed God created the world and all living things. Then God became unhappy with them and sent a great disaster to destroy the earth and begin again. Lyell believed something very different. He said the earth changed slowly over millions of years. Natural forces worked all the time and caused these changes. This idea was new and shocking to many people. Adam Sedgwick accepted some ideas about great disasters in the earth's past, but he did not believe slow natural forces could shape the world without God's direct action. After 1 o'clock in the morning, Charles put out the lamp. He lay still in the dark room and tried to understand this new theory. Then he remembered words from one of his teachers at Christ's College.
Books are the final resting place of knowledge.
Of all that is good and all that is evil, all that is true and all that is false, all that is wisdom and all that is ignorance. Charles woke suddenly and sat up in bed. Why had Captain Fitzroy sent him that book? It was a strange gift. Charles had heard stories in London that Fitzroy was very religious. People said Fitzroy chose Charles as naturalist because Charles planned to work in the church. He walked to the windows near the Admiralty building and opened the curtains. Captain Fitzroy must know about Lyell's book. Many newspapers had written about it. If Fitzroy sent the book, then the stories about him could not be true. Charles did not know Fitzroy very well. Still, he had never heard him speak about religion like Professor Henslow did.
Henslow once said, "I would be very unhappy if anyone changed the 39 articles."
Charles had never heard Fitzroy talk about religion or the Church of England. He climbed back into bed and felt calmer. I am not going on the Beagle for 3 years with fixed ideas, he thought. I do not want to prove or disprove the Bible. I want to watch and collect. The sea, the earth, and the mountains will show me the truth. Captain Fitzroy and I will never fight about religion. Later, Charles came back to his rooms after buying a medical kit, rough cloth, and special ink. There he found a letter from Fanny Owen. His hand shook a little while he opened it. Exeter, October 6, 1831.
My dear Charles, our letters crossed on the way. I received your letter a few days ago. You sounded very sad. I cannot think about us being apart for 3 years, but I am sure you will enjoy your journey. It is selfish to keep speaking about how long you will be away. Still, I must send you one last goodbye.
She wrote more in the letter. She said she believed she would still be the same when he returned. She said her opinion of him would never change. She also wrote that she would always remember their many happy times together. Charles folded the letter and placed it inside the Lyell book. Most of his shopping was now finished. He began to visit important men who studied natural science. He carried letters that introduced him to them. One of these men was Robert Brown, the famous British botanist. Brown was 58 years old. He had studied at the University of Edinburgh. In 1801, he became naturalist on Captain Matthew Flinders's expedition to Australia. He returned to England with almost 4,000 kinds of plants. Soon after that, he became librarian of the Linnean Society. He published books about plant classification. People in England respected his work because it was very exact. Robert Brown had a large square head and a wide jaw. His lower lip pushed forward like a bulldog's. His face looked unusual. He had a short neck, broad shoulders, and a heavy chest. His voice was deep, and he spoke in a serious way. At the Linnean Society in Soho Square, Brown changed the back part of his home into a laboratory. He removed 2 inside walls to make more space. There were long tables, many plant samples, microscopes, and scientific tools. The room looked like the new laboratories at London University near the British Museum. Brown took Charles to a table full of instruments.
Look through this microscope and tell me what you see, Brown said.
Charles looked carefully. He had learned to use microscopes in Edinburgh and later at Cambridge with Henslow. It is very beautiful, Mr. Brown, Charles said. but I cannot clearly say what it is.
Try, Brown answered.
I think it is a thick liquid inside a plant cell.
That is a fairly good guess.
Please tell me what I saw.
Brown smiled a little. That is my secret.
Mr. Brown, I am still very young. Soon I will leave England for 3 years. Are you afraid I may take your discovery?
Young Darwin, did you hear that I am a miser? It is true.
Charles felt surprised. For a short time, he said nothing. You do not like to spend money.
Money is not very important. Plants are important. I care most about my dried plants and my discoveries. I do not want to use them all. I also do not want to waste them.
During his many visits, Robert Brown spoke with Charles for hours. He shared his great knowledge of plants. Then Charles asked, "My feelings are swinging like a pendulum. Mr. Brown, why have you not published anything since your Latin book about the plants of Australia in 1810?
I am always afraid of making a mistake. Here with you, I can make a mistake today. Then I can correct it tomorrow or next week. But after words are printed, the mistake stays there. Printed words are dangerous. Never put yourself into that trouble, or you may regret it for the rest of your life."
But do we not need to print our observations and discoveries so other people can learn from them? Can we not correct mistakes later? No person can fully understand everything. Each person learns a small part of the world. In the end, people will put all the knowledge together. That is romantic nonsense. I will die with all my information inside my head. That is a very good place for it. Charles returned to the bookshop to see his friend William Yarrell. The front of the shop was always busy in the early morning. Yarrell did not sell all 80 newspapers printed in London. Still, there were tall piles of the Times, Morning Herald, Morning Advertiser, Morning Chronicle, Sun, and Standard. Farther inside the shop were large piles of weekly and monthly magazines. There were the Edinburgh, the Quarterly, the Westminster, Fraser, the Literary, the Athenaeum, and many more. Men came in on their way to work. They bought several newspapers for 7p each. It was an expensive price. England loved newspapers now because the printing was better. People bought 25 million copies every year. William Yarrell came forward. His strange high eyebrows lifted with happiness. "Good day, sir," Charles said. "I need some books for the Beagle."
"If I do not have a book here, I will order it and send it to the Beagle as a gift," Yarrell answered. "That will be my apology."
Charles smiled. "First, I need a description of active and extinct volcanoes by Charles Darwin. Adam Sedgwick recommended it. I also need a new general atlas by A. Arrowsmith. Then an introduction to entomology, or elements of the natural history of insects by William Kirby in 4 volumes. And Travels in Chile and La Plata by J. Ermias in 2 volumes. One by one, the books were placed in his hands.
"What else do you need?" Yarrell asked.
"I need a light mountain barometer. I must carry it inland. I want to measure the height when I climb mountains."
"Let us walk to Covent Garden or Newgate Street," Yarrell said. "I know a shop there. They make accurate barometers. You can carry them over the Andes."
"You are going to cross the Andes." His next problem was how to take all his things to Plymouth. He could carry only one travel case on the stagecoach. At last, he decided to send his heavy things by ship. He packed his new boots, warm sea coat, microscope, mountain barometer, medicine cans, and books. After he took his boxes to Puddle Dock, he visited the scientific societies one more time. He asked if they could keep his boxes of specimens when he sent them home from the voyage. He hoped they could store them in their large cellars. Professor Sedgwick had told him to visit William Lonsdale. Lonsdale was the curator and librarian of the Geological Society in Somerset House.
Can we keep your geological collection? Lonsdale asked. How can we know? We do not know what you will send back. Come to see us when you return.
At the British Museum on Great Russell Street in Bloomsbury, Charles Koenig showed him around the old Montague House. The building was a large old palace that had changed into a museum.
You can see our problems, Darwin, Koenig said. We need at least 10 more years to finish the repairs. We also must organize the collections we already have.
The Marquis of Lansdowne was president of the Zoological Society at 33 Bruton Street near Grosvenor Square. He was sorry too and could not help. But William Yarrell, one of the men who started the society 5 years before, suggested Charles as a corresponding member. The society accepted him. Charles felt very happy. Even Captain Beaufort could not help him.
We do not have storage space here at the Admiralty, Darwin, Beaufort said. I also do not know who would take responsibility for your collections. Do you have nowhere else to go?
Yes. There was one person left. Charles knew this question would come. He felt he should have known earlier and not troubled the busy people in London. He crossed the street and went up to his rooms. Then he took out his writing folder. 17 Spring Gardens, Tuesday the 18th of October, 1831.
My dear Henslow, I am writing to you about sending my collections home. I have spoken to many people. You are my only help now. If you can take care of my collections, you will do me a great kindness. Sending the boxes to Cambridge will not cost much. The important thing is to have a safe place for them. I also need someone to make sure they stay safe. I think only the plants and bird skins may cause problems, but I know you will care for them well. Please give me very clear instructions about how to send everything. Write them as clearly as possible. About payment, I think this is the best plan. After 1 or 2 boxes arrive, write to my father. He will send money to your account at any bank in Cambridge that you choose. I will also write to him about this matter. Believe me, my dear Henslow. Yours sincerely, Charles Darwin.
It was his last task in London. There are no mountains to climb at sea. Book 3. He could now go to Plymouth and get ready for the long trip around the world. When he stood again on the hill in Devonport, he looked at HMS Beagle with surprise. Captain Fitzroy had shown him the ship there before. Now the ship looked completely different after 38 days. The work on the ship was finished. He looked at the strong wooden body of the ship. He saw the higher upper deck, the walls inside the ship, and the tall masts. At the back, the chart room was higher than before. The ship was smaller than the other ships in the dockyard, but she looked beautiful and well balanced. At the front, there was a small figure of a beagle dog. There were 3 skylights. 2 of them had 3 windows each. One skylight was above the chart room. Another was above the captain's cabin. The 3rd skylight was above the officer's dining room and had 4 windows on each side. As he walked down to the dock, he saw the crew working quickly. Some men were painting the front part of the ship. When he went on board, he saw carpenters at work. They were putting drawers into the cabin at the back of the ship. They were also adding fine mahogany panels in the officers' cabins and dining room where they could.
How do you like our ship now? Captain Fitzroy asked.
He stood behind Charles. His thin and handsome face showed both pleasure and humor. Charles became red in the face. It is a very beautiful brig. Even a man like me, who knows little about ships, can admire her.
A brig has only 2 masts, Fitzroy answered. We added a 3rd sail to help with steering. We believe this is the best ship made in the dockyard. She is strong and safe, my dear Darwin. Without that, these fine mahogany panels might never return to England.
During his earlier visit, Charles had gone to the Clarence Baths on Richmond Walk near the water. The place was named after the Duke of Clarence. The Duke had opened the fine building the year before. Captain Fitzroy had moved into the officers' rooms inside the dockyard wall. Charles decided to move into one of the 6 comfortable lodging houses near the swimming baths. There were large baths with hot and cold water, showers, steam rooms, private baths, and hair-washing rooms. Fresh sea water came into the pools from the Atlantic Ocean through iron pipes. Newspapers said Charles's house had many useful comforts. He saw this was true. The house had a large and very clean bedroom. There was also a sitting room and a dining room. The windows looked over a channel of the Hamows. Beyond it, he could see the green hills of Mount Edgecumbe. The day was cold and rainy. After he put his books on the tables and shelves, he placed his other things in drawers and cabinets. Then the house felt warm and comfortable while he waited for the ship to sail. Only a short walk away were the bath's coffee room and news room. There was also a room that sold sweets. Nearby stood several taverns called the Course, the Hunt, and the Regatta. There were also the Fountain Tavern and Thomas's Hotel. Many naval officers visited these places. A few days later, Charles was invited to eat with the officers in the dockyard. The group included Lieutenants Wickham and Sulan, the Master Chaffers, Dr. Robert McCormick, Assistant Surgeon Benjamin Bino, and the Purser George Rowlett. Augustus Earle was invited too.
The officers laughed and told Charles noisy and frightening stories about Neptune. They said Neptune would punish him when he crossed the equator for the first time.
Although it was near the end of October, the day became clear and bright. A fresh wind blew from the sea. The men felt happy and excited. They believed the ship would soon receive its orders. Then they could sail south when the north wind arrived. Charles liked the friendly feeling among the men. He thought they were good men, even if they were rough. But their talk worried him sometimes. They used many sea words and slang expressions. Most of it was hard for him to understand. The days passed pleasantly. The weather changed often, like the weather in North Wales. Sometimes it was cold with light rain. Then thick fog arrived. Later the sun shone brightly again. Charles spent almost every day on the Beagle. His main job was to stay out of the crew's way. Under the sailmaker's direction, the men worked on the sails. They fixed strong ropes to the sails so they could raise them high, hold them safely, and bring them down quickly in danger. He walked around the ship and learned its different parts. On the front deck stood a small gun. Near the sides of the ship were the booms. Farther back were 4 brass guns. 2 were 9-pound guns, and 2 were 6-pound guns. Large whaleboats hung from the Beagle's sides. 2 more whaleboats rested above the quarterdeck on wooden supports. Her largest boat, the yawl, stood in the middle of the ship. The cutter was inside it to save space. A small dinghy was at the back of the ship. He finished his shopping in Plymouth. He bought nightcaps to keep his head warm at night. He also bought a rubber cloth cape. There was a small pocket in one corner for carrying water. His evenings were busy too. Plymouth was proud of its beautiful and safe harbour. The city was also an important cultural centre in England. He went to science lectures at 7 o'clock in the evening. The lectures were at the Athenaeum. The building had 4 large Doric columns and looked over Plymouth Sound. It also had a very good library and a bright lecture hall. He borrowed new books from the proprietary library in Cornwall Street. The building looked like a large Greek temple. He went to services at St. Catherine's Church. The church had beautiful wooden walls. He also took long walks around the city. Plymouth was growing fast. It had a large fish trade and many ships. There were iron factories and places that made soap, cement, sailcloth, and rope. He felt lucky to share the chart table and the poop cabin with John Lort Stokes. Stokes was 19 years old and came from southwest Wales. Captain Philip King had known the young man for many years. Stokes was only 13 when he joined the Adventure Beagle expedition in 1825. King described him as steady, slow, and old-fashioned. Charles and Stokes soon became friends. Charles told Captain Fitzroy this was good because they would share the cabin for years.
"You will get along well," Fitzroy said calmly. "Stokes is my strongest helper on the Beagle. When we prepared for this second voyage, I helped him become a mate. I wrote to the Admiralty and asked them to make him assistant surveyor. The work would not cost them more money."
He lifted his left shoulder. He often did this when something failed.
"They said no. They think he is too young. But I made him my unofficial assistant surveyor. He is talented. You will see that. One day the Admiralty will see it too."
John Stokes had a calm and open face. People liked to look at him because he had a kind nature. He had no beard. His smoke-grey eyes were clear. His black hair was thick and very neat. He parted it so carefully that it looked measured with a survey tool. He was medium height and still looked young. His voice was calm and never rough or loud. He spoke with a soft Pembroke accent. His hands were steady like the hands of a man born to draw maps. Charles asked if he felt very disappointed after the Admiralty refused his promotion. "You have the right name," Charles said. "You should also have the position."
Stokes answered calmly. "My father often spoke about good fortune. He said if you do not expect it, you will not be disappointed. There is still time. I think I will spend my whole life in the Navy. One day I hope to command the Beagle on one of her voyages."
Charles laughed quietly. "With that way of thinking, Stokes, you may become an admiral one day."
"Maybe," Stokes answered. "Do you want to go sailing? I can get a small boat."
Charles Musters was 13 years old. He was starting to miss home. So they took him with them. They reached Millbrook and tied the boat near the shore. Then they walked along the west coast of Mount Edgecumbe. There were farmhouses and old stone barns there. The buildings looked very old. The village sat between tall hills. Mount Edgecumbe stood high above it. There was only one small road. It was just wide enough for a donkey and cart. Old houses stood close beside the road. Only a few small gardens stood between the houses and the hills. They walked past a small church and a cemetery. Then they left the village and climbed the turning road up the hill.
"I feel happiest when I walk," Charles said with joy. "When I climb hills and mountains, I feel complete."
Stokes smiled. "There are no mountains at sea. But wait until the Beagle climbs the great storm waves."
Soon they came down a long steep road to Cawsand. It was a beautiful village beside Plymouth Sound. There were tall trees and rich houses there. Below them stood old stone forts. On both sides they saw green fields with sheep. At the end of the road there was a small stone square near the water. They went into the smugglers and drank some ale.
"You are wrong, Johnny Stokes," Charles said. "There are mountains behind every port where the Beagle will stop. I want to climb all of them."
The next morning Stokes asked Charles to go with him to the gardens of the Athenaeum.
"I am going to prepare the Beagle's astronomy house for some tests with the dip needle," he said.
"What is a dip needle?" Charles asked.
"You have used a compass before," Stokes answered. "A dip needle is also a kind of compass. It is very important for ships. People have known since about the year 1600 that the Earth acts like a giant magnet. This force has two parts. One part moves across the Earth. A normal compass shows this part. The other part moves up and down. The dip needle shows that part. At the magnetic equator, the needle stays flat. At the poles, it points up and down. The way the needle moves helps sailors understand direction. In the past, ship captains only used the compass and the stars. Now the dip needle also helps them find their position. They can know how far north or south they are. They can also know how far east or west they are from the poles and the equator. Then Stokes smiled. Most people agree that Plymouth is the center of the world.
After we make one main time here, ships at sea can find their place on a map and guess the time, he said.
They can also know the time in this Athenaeum garden.
When I travel through the Strait of Magellan, I will know the exact time when the 7 p.m. lecture starts here in the Athenaeum, another man said.
That is nonsense, Stokes cried. I only went to school for 4 years, but I know more than you.
We study different things, my lad, the man answered.
Charles learned new things every day. He often went to dinners with Captain Fitzroy at the Commissioner's house. There he met Captain Philip Parker King. Josiah Wedgwood had once told Charles to read King's book about the coasts of Australia. One day Captain King spoke to Charles in private.
My son Philip is 14 years old, Captain King said. He will sail on the Beagle as a midshipman. This is not his first voyage. He sailed on the Adventure for 5 years as a volunteer. He was only 9 years old when we began, but I was there with him. I cannot ask an officer to watch him closely. That would be asking for special treatment. But you are not a Navy officer, so I can ask you. I will feel better if my son has a friend on the ship.
I will gladly help him, Charles said. Young Musters is already under my care. I will take them out to study nature. Captain King's hard face became warm with relief and thanks.
Thank you, my dear Darwin, he said. While the Beagle stays in port, I will teach you about weather. I can show you how to use instruments and prepare for strong winds, storms, and waterspouts. I will also teach you how to record air pressure, dew point, wind strength, and rain.
Until now, the great men in Charles's life had been scholars. They were men like Professors Henslow and Sedgwick. Their work in botany and geology helped make those subjects exact sciences. Now Charles began to meet a different kind of man. These men built things and solved real problems. The first was Thunder and Lightning Harris. He was 40 years old and came from Plymouth. He studied medicine at the University of Edinburgh. Later he worked as a militia surgeon. Then he returned home and became a local doctor. When he married at 33, he left medicine. He decided to spend his life working with electricity and its many uses. He had already written articles about electricity for scientific journals. Charles met him at a dinner party at the Fountain Tavern. He liked the man's lively excitement at once. William Harris was putting a lightning protection system on HMS Beagle. Mr. Harris, can you explain how you control lightning? Charles asked.
Harris smiled brightly. We do not control it, Mr. Darwin, he said. We send it safely into the ground.
I understand how that works on land, Charles said. But how do you do it at sea?
We do it in a similar way, Harris answered. On November 21st, I will show it at the Athenaeum. I will use an electric machine as a thundercloud, a tub of water as the sea, and toy ships as battleships. My plan uses copper plates joined together. They go inside the masts and yards and connect to the water below. Electric power becomes weaker when it moves across a large surface. Then the lightning does not cause damage, even if it strikes the mast. The Beagle will have this system. I am sure that during your 3 years at sea, you will hear loud thunder and see bright lightning. But you will not lose a mast or a sailor.
Later Charles met another practical man at a lecture in the Athenaeum. Sir John Rennie was 37 years old. He was an engineer. He had just finished the new London Bridge from plans his father made. Now Sir John was rebuilding the large breakwater at the entrance to Plymouth Sound. The breakwater stopped strong storm waves from the English Channel and the North Atlantic. His father started the work in 1812. He dropped large pieces of limestone into the sea. In 1 year, the breakwater rose above the water. But a storm in 1817 and a hurricane in 1824 badly damaged it. The structure had to be built again. Once more, the son finished the work his father began. Perhaps he understood better that nature can destroy things more easily than people can build them. Sir John was very friendly.
"I will work on the breakwater tomorrow morning, Mr. Darwin," he said. "If you can come with us, I will show you the changes we are making."
Captain Fitzroy went out on the commissioner's yacht. He invited Charles to come too. Later, Fitzroy returned in the commissioner's boat after measuring the breakwater. Charles stayed behind with Rennie on the windy rocks. Together they watched the workers drop huge blocks of limestone from the Orriston quarries.
"Our first mistake was simple," Sir John explained. "We built straight walls. We quickly learned that the sea must never hit a straight surface. When the sea became violent, it threw the heavy stones around like small rocks. The new breakwater will resist even the strongest sea. We are building it like the roof of a house. The water will move off the sides."
Charles looked at the rough water and the long limestone walls. "You are very much like Thunder and Lightning Harris," he said. "You both want to show that people can defeat the forces of nature."
Sir John smiled. "I must warn you, Mr. Darwin. People cannot control every force in nature."
"Which force cannot be controlled, Sir John?" Charles asked.
"The human mind," Sir John answered.
November 4th was the sailing date Earl had given Charles in London. But the day came and passed. Charles felt restless. Still, he liked the officers and crew. Most of them worked well together. Many had sailed together before on the Beagle's earlier voyage. There was one exception. The others told Charles about Dr. Robert McCormick. He was often rude and difficult. Only the sick men liked him. He treated his patients well and tried to keep them cheerful. It was easy to see that he felt unhappy. He acted as if Charles Darwin did not exist.
Sulan spoke about him. "Do not worry," he said. "The doctor is only happy when he argues with someone. He must stay on the ship most of the time. He can only collect a few things and cannot travel far inland. You will do most of the exploration work."
A few days later, Dr. McCormick invited Charles to walk with him on Mount Edgecumbe. From the doctor's comments about plants and animals, Charles saw that the man knew a lot about nature. They walked up a hill through fields after the harvest. The doctor also seemed worried about something. At last he turned quickly to Charles.
"Darwin, tell me the truth," he said. "You know my cabin. Should I paint it French grey or plain white? Both colors have good points."
Charles felt relaxed again.
"Use both," he said with a light smile. "One wall grey and one wall white."
No, the doctor answered. "People will think I cannot decide. But I always decide things. For example, I am the only man who says in public that too many months were wasted to prepare this small ship for sea."
"My dear doctor," Charles said with worry. "I hope Captain Fitzroy and Lieutenant Wickham do not hear that. They will feel hurt."
"The truth never hurts anyone," McCormick answered. "Only sickness inside the body hurts people. And I know how to cure that. Drink quinine water with some citric acid in the port or sherry bottle. Our captain does not like wine on ships. That is foolish."
Charles quickly changed the subject.
"Tell me about your boyhood," he said. "How did you begin collecting birds' nests and eggs in the fields near Yarmouth?"
A few days later, Charles saw Captain Fitzroy. The captain looked very angry, and his face was red.
"That impossible, doctor," Fitzroy said. "I never wanted him here. Ben Bino was surgeon on our first voyage, and he was very good."
Charles made a face. He did not need to ask what McCormick had done.
"McCormick spoke against me at the Athenaeum," Fitzroy continued. "He said I wasted months preparing this ship. What can I do with that foolish man?"
The captain did not expect an answer. He only wanted to speak about his anger. Sometimes two men meet for the first time and understand each other very quickly. They can see each other's mind and character. They know they can become friends. That happened with Charles and Benjamin Bino. They liked each other at once. Bino was calm and friendly. He liked shooting, collecting things, and studying nature, just like Charles. He was 6 years older than Charles, but he did not look older. His face was smooth like a child's face. Soon Charles understood why. Bino did not feel jealousy, anger, or hate toward people.
Bino smiled and showed his white teeth. "Do you like betting, Charles?" he asked.
We played card games all through Christ's College, Charles answered.
"Vintage UN?" Bino asked. "I will bet 5 bottles of Madeira against 3 bottles that I will become chief surgeon on this fine ship before 6 months pass."
One evening in the middle of November, Captain Fitzroy asked Charles a question.
"Would you like to come with me to the docks at the Barbican?" he asked. "We must bring the 3 Fuegians. I brought them to England on the last voyage. Mr. Matthews will also come with us. He is a missionary. He plans to stay in Tierra del Fuego and start a Christian settlement there."
3 Fuegians? Charles asked with surprise. How did they come with you to England?
Fitzroy lifted his arms. His movement seemed to say that strange things simply happened to him, perhaps by the will of God.
In March 1830, Fitzroy began, "I sent a small group of men in a whaleboat to study the inlet near Cape Desolation.
When they left the whaleboat without protection, someone stole it. Fitzroy became very angry. He took many armed men to the shore and asked for the whaleboat back. They only found some things from the boat. There was part of a sail, an oar, an axe, and the boat's tool bag. A fight started. 1 Fuegian died during the fight. The men also caught some Fuegians who had small parts of the boat. Among them were 3 children. Their mothers had left them behind. The next day, the men went out again to look for the whaleboat. All the male prisoners escaped. They swam back to the shore. The children stayed behind. Captain Fitzroy sent the children back to their tribe. Only 1 child stayed with the ship. She was a healthy 9-year-old girl. She showed clearly that she wanted to stay. She smiled often and was pleasant. Fitzroy kept her as a hostage for the stolen boat. Soon Fitzroy started to teach her English. He gave her the name Voyage Basket. The name came from a small boat made by men from HMS Beagle. They had made the boat from wicker, canvas, and clay to return to their ship. Charles asked what happened to the stolen whaleboat.
Fitzroy smiled proudly. "We found a quiet place called Christmas Sound," he said. "There we built a new boat."
Before leaving Cape Desolation, they took another hostage. He was a heavy and unhappy man. They needed him as an interpreter and guide. They named him York Minster after the place where they found him. Captain Cook had given that place the same name many years before. Later they found small parts of the whaleboat in some homes at Christmas Sound. Then Fitzroy took another young man. They named him Boat Memory. He was about 20 years old. A few days later, the men explored the Beagle Channel. There Fitzroy spoke with a local tribe. The tribe agreed to send a strong boy onto the ship. They named him Jemmy Button because they paid for him with beads, buttons, and small things. When the expedition was ready to leave the coast of Tierra del Fuego, the 4 natives seemed happy on the ship. Captain Fitzroy thought it would be useful to take them to England for a short time. One of them, Boat Memory, died after medical injections at the Royal Hospital in Plymouth. The other 3 people went to a school of the Church Missionary Society in Walthamstow, near London. They studied well there, and many people liked them. The Queen asked Captain Fitzroy to bring the girl, Voyage Basket, to the court of St. James's. Voyage had a nice haircut and wore an English dress. The Queen gave her one of her own hats to wear. She also took a ring from her finger and put it on Voyage's finger. The Queen gave her money too. Voyager could use the money to buy clothes before she left England and returned home. Now the three Fuegians were going back to Tierra del Fuego. They would begin farming there and build a missionary house. The Church Missionary Society wanted to teach the Fuegian tribes about Christianity. When the three Fuegians walked down the gangplank, Charles smiled at their clothes. The two men dressed like English gentlemen. They wore white collars under their chins and wide black cloth bands around their necks. They also wore long coats, neat trousers, and clean shiny shoes. The girl had short dark hair. She brushed it forward over part of her ears and forehead. Her nose and mouth were large, but her dark eyes were big and full of feeling. The minister's wife at the school gave her a simple wool dress with buttons down the front. She and Jemmy were good-looking. Their skin was smooth and copper-colored. York looked strong and serious. He wanted things his own way and did not trust people easily. He also kept his feelings inside. All three had very loud-speaking voices. Their voices were much stronger than English voices. Teachers worked with them for many months. Slowly they learned to speak in a quieter and more polite way. The purser from the steamboat that brought them to Plymouth came down the gangplank.
Captain Fitzroy, we have many boxes and crates for the Fuegians and for Mr. Matthews, he said. There is enough to build and fill several houses.
That is because the members of the Church Missionary Society are very generous, Fitzroy answered. They want to help in Tierra del Fuego and teach the local people there. I will send Navy wagons in the morning.
Finding a place for the Fuegians to sleep was a serious problem. Captain Fitzroy ordered the crew to clear the storeroom next to Benjamin Bino's cabin for Voyager Basket. The two men received sailor clothes from Fitzroy. They also got hammocks in the men's sleeping area at the front of the ship. Captain Fitzroy ordered his 22 chronometers to be placed in the small room near his cabin. George J. Stebbing spent many days preparing the room. His father made mathematical instruments in Portsmouth and was well known. Each chronometer went inside a wooden box. The box hung in gimbal so it could move safely with the ship. Stebbing placed sawdust around every box and between them on large shelves. There were 3 inches of sawdust under each box and at the sides. This helped protect the instruments from movement. Each chronometer had a letter from the alphabet. Stebbing also kept a chart with their daily records. Only the letters I, J, Q, and U were not used.
We keep them between the decks, Fitzroy explained. This is very important. But they are not exactly in the middle of the ship, and that would be better. Still, in this place, men walking on deck, gunfire, or chain cables cannot change them even a little.
6 chronometers belonged to Fitzroy. The Navy gave him 11. 4 came from instrument makers for testing. The makers were Arnold and Dent, Molyneux, and Murray. 1 more came from Lord Ashburnham. Stebbing worked very carefully. He liked machines more than people. He was happiest when he cared for exact mechanical instruments. Captain Fitzroy hired him to watch all the navigation instruments on the ship. Fitzroy paid him himself because Stebbing was not part of the Navy. The Navy would not provide a man only to watch the chronometers.
How do you know when they are not shaking? Charles asked.
We put powder on the glass every day, Stebbing answered. Then we watch it with a magnifying glass when the ship moves or shakes.
A chronometer was a tool that measured time very exactly. Sailors used it to find longitude at sea. After the ship left port, only Stebbing, Captain Fitzroy, and Stokes could enter the chronometer room. They went there only to wind the instruments, compare the time, and check for movement. Charles watched Stebbing place the instruments carefully in the sawdust. During the long wait, Charles felt strange and useless.
The paint is still wet in the poop cabin, Charles said to Fitzroy. So I cannot arrange our library yet. Can you give me some regular work?
If you want, Fitzroy answered. Every morning at 9, when we wind the 1-day and 2-day chronometers, you can read the barometers. Then write the air pressure numbers in the logbook.
Thank you, Captain, Charles said. You have started to turn a landman into a sailor.
On November 15th, a long and detailed message arrived from the Admiralty for Captain Fitzroy. It officially released the ship. HMS Beagle could leave for sea as soon as the last equipment was ready, tested, and safely fixed in place. Captain Fitzroy felt very happy.
You are ordered to sail in the ship you command as soon as she is fully ready, the message said. You must travel as quickly as possible to Madeira or Tenerife, then to the Cape Verde Islands, Fernando Noronha, and the South American station. There you will complete the work and surveys written in the attached memorandum.
He read Captain Francis Beaufort's note. There was still a problem with the position of Rio de Janeiro. Different captains and astronomers gave different results for its longitude. This was important because many maps in South America used Rio de Janeiro as a starting point. Captain Beaufort told Fitzroy that his ship had very good chronometers. Because of this, he should be able to solve the problem. Captain Fitzroy then looked at the places they must survey. They needed to go as far south as the Strait of Magellan and the northeast coast of Tierra del Fuego. The instructions also spoke about making maps of the west coast of South America. The ship also had permission to travel across the Pacific Ocean.
If you reach Guayaquil, it will be good to sail to the Galápagos, the instructions said.
He also had to make sea maps. He needed to measure the height of hills and points of land. He had to draw views of the coast for the maps and plans. The crew also needed to watch the tides all the time. They had to study how far salt water moved into the rivers. There were many other jobs too. After he finished reading the papers, Fitzroy spoke with a small smile.
These orders are more for history than for me, he said. I already know all the work we must do. We will do it carefully. But now we are free to travel around the whole world. After we cross the Pacific Ocean to Tahiti, we can study the other southern islands. Then we can visit New Zealand and Australia. After that, we will return home by the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa. Now it is official.
He put the papers on his desk.
But to finish all of Captain Beaufort's orders, I think we will need 4 years.
Charles suddenly felt shocked. 4 years. Dear God. At first, the voyage was only 2 years long. He and his family thought that was possible. Now the journey was twice as long. He became full of doubt. What would he do during 4 long years? Would there be enough work for a naturalist? Could the work keep him interested? Would his work have real value? He also worried about his father. How could he explain this new plan to him? Charles wrote letters home often. He told his family about his own work. He also described the progress of HMS Beagle. But this news would deeply upset his sisters. He felt that he could not tell them. Something moved inside his chest, and he felt worried. His throat became tight. For years away from family, friends, and relatives. For years away from Mayor Hall, Woodhouse, and Gambridge. For years at sea. The wagons from the Royal William Victualling Yard brought the last supplies for HMS Beagle. It was a very important day for the crew. It felt almost like a special ceremony. Everyone worked together to carry the supplies into the ship's hold. Charles helped George Rowlett, the purser. Together they checked the food and other supplies. The men took the supplies from the wagons and passed them along a line of sailors. Everything went below the water line. Under the captain's cabin, there were bags of hard biscuits. Under the main hatchway and the gun room, there were large iron tanks filled with fresh water. The rum and other strong drinks were kept in wooden barrels under the midshipmen's beds. There were also boxes of food to stop scurvy. These included pickles, dried apples, and lemon juice.
Captain Fitzroy said, scurvy was a terrible problem on ships before Captain Cook sailed. That is why we carry as much of these supplies as possible.
There were 5,000 or 6,000 cans of preserved meat, vegetables, and soup from Killer and Morsum. The crew carefully passed every can down into the hold. Barrels of salt pork and salt beef were stored under the place where the crew ate. It was normal for a ship to carry food for 8 months. The medical department of HMS Beagle received medicines from Captain Beaufort. They also received cleaning liquids and things for keeping natural history specimens safe. Calomel, morphine, carbolic acid, iodine, and tartar emetic were placed in the pharmacy. The pharmacy was a small room next to Dr. McCormick's cabin. Bandages, splints, creams, and oils were also stored there. Charles was checking his own list. He asked Fitzroy where he could keep his equipment for preserving specimens.
I can give you a little space in the room behind my cabin, Fitzroy said with a dry smile. But I think many things will have to go into the sick bay. I must tell McCormick that all naturalist supplies are under your care. No one may take anything without your permission.
After several hours, Charles spoke to Lieutenant Wickham.
You do not waste any space here, do you? He asked. When we finish, there will hardly be room for a small lizard in the hold, Wickham answered. Captain Fitzroy wants us to eat well. These stores, with the fresh meat we shoot and the fish we catch, should keep us healthy. We will also have birds to eat.
The men now opened the boxes and crates that came with Mr. Matthews for the Fuegians. The crew laughed loudly as the men took things out one by one. There were wine glasses, butter dishes, tea trays, soup bowls, and a mahogany dressing case. There were also fine white cloths, beaver hats, many clothes, tools, books, and full sets of dishes. Even painted chamber pots were inside.
One Marine laughed and shouted. Can you imagine those naked people in a Fuegian storm, all sitting in a line with these little pots?
Captain Fitzroy, Charles, and Bino were standing nearby.
Good heavens, the captain said. What were those people thinking? There are tools they cannot use and books they cannot read. There are dishes for butter, tea, and soup that they do not know. Those mahogany cases will only become firewood. It is all waste. Beaver hats and white cloths in the wild land of Tierra del Fuego.
That afternoon, the last stores were packed down safely. Captain Fitzroy ordered the sails raised. The ship moved 1 mile across the narrow Hamos to the Mount Edgecumbe area. There HMS Beagle entered the calm and beautiful Barnpool. The place was surrounded by an uneven coast with small bays and points of land. Barnpool looked like a large lake. Many ships came and went there, and this made the place lively. Charles loved his first trip on the ship. He listened to the coxswain's whistle calls. He watched the men stand on the yards and pull the ropes while music from a fife played nearby. The sailors climbed high on rope ladders with great speed and easy movement, like birds rising into the air. The day came when the paint in the poop cabin was dry. Charles and Stokes carried the books from the mainland. The shelves were 4.5 feet long and 7 feet high. They had space for 200 books. It was a very good library for a small ship. The largest reference books were the 17 volumes of Dictionnaire classique d'histoire naturelle and the Dictionnaire des sciences naturelles. Many books had several volumes. Charles had 11 volumes of Euclid, and there were also several volumes by von Humboldt. He added his Spanish books, a book about preparing animal skins, and Wonders of the World. He had owned that book since he was a child. He also added books he got from Yarrell's shop, and books about algebra, trigonometry, colors, and a French dictionary. They placed the travel books on the top shelf. On the shelf below, they put books about mathematics, astronomy, and electricity. Lower down, they placed the natural history books. Most of those books belonged to Captain Fitzroy. He had collected them for many years. Charles also added many books to that group. Captain Fitzroy quickly gave George Stebbing charge of the library. Fitzroy's rules were strict but fair. All officers could use the books, even the midshipmen. But they had to ask Stebbing for a book. He brought the book to their cabin. After the agreed number of days, Stebbing collected the book and left a receipt. Every officer had to cover the book while using it. No one could take a book off the ship. Charles and Stokes spent almost 2 days arranging the books correctly. When they finished, both men made a catalogue of the library. Now Charles needed to put away his clothes and personal things. He also had to hang his hammock. Until then, he had tried not to think about the small space. The poop cabin had bookcases and chests of drawers along the walls. In the end, there was less than 10 feet of open space left. The chart table was fixed to the deck. It was 4.5 feet long and 6.5 feet wide. Captain Fitzroy was correct when he said Charles would have only 2 feet of space to walk around the table. That was all the room there was. There were only 4 inches of space on each side of him when he dressed or took off his clothes. If he moved his elbows too far, he hit the wall or the chest of drawers. He would need to learn how to dress while standing straight with his arms close in front of him. He had to put on his undershirt, shirt, vest, and coat with crossed arms. It looked like he was fighting himself. Captain Fitzroy had changed the inside of the cabin. Now the poop cabin was 6.5 feet high. It was 6 inches higher than before. There were a few inches between Charles's flat red hair and the wooden ceiling. It was very hard to fit his clothes, suits, and personal things into the small chest of drawers and cabinet. His hammock would hang in the same corner. Soon Charles almost lost hope. Then John Stokes tried to help him.
"The cabinets can hold more than you think, Charlie," he said. "You only need to organize everything well. Let me show you. Do not push things inside carelessly. Put your socks flat inside your underwear. Fold your clothes the way tailors do. Then they stay very flat."
The worst moment came when Stokes hung Charles's hammock on the wall hooks. The hammock was only a little longer than 5 feet. "What should I do, Johnny?" Charles asked. "Should my feet hang out?"
"You will get used to it," Stokes answered. "Many men on this ship are taller than 5 feet. You only need to sleep curled up."
"I spent many years sleeping flat and straight," Charles said. Captain Fitzroy heard Stokes laughing loudly. He looked into the cabin.
"What is the problem, Darwin?" he asked.
"The hammock is too short."
"The hammock is not too short. The space is too short."
"Either way, Captain, there is not enough room for me." Fitzroy looked carefully at the corner. Then he spoke to Stokes.
"Bring the carpenter. Tell him to bring foot clues."
Mr. May, the carpenter, came quickly. Captain Fitzroy took out the top drawer from Charles's chest. Then he spoke to the carpenter.
"Fix the foot clues to the back of the chest. Then we can change the hammock a little."
They hung the hammock at a different angle. Now Charles had 1 extra foot of space. The top drawer with his toilet things sat under the chart table. Then it was time for Charles to practice getting into the hammock. He sat in the middle and put all his weight on it. At once the hammock folded under him. He fell onto the deck. By then Sulan had come into the cabin. The 3 men laughed hard. Charles did not think it was funny. He held his sore back side. Nobody gave him advice. He fixed the twisted hammock. Then he sat down again in the middle. This time he moved very carefully. As soon as he put his legs on the canvas, the hammock moved hard again and threw him out. Fitzroy moved his head and smiled.
"The problem is, Captain, the hammock does not want me."
"No, no," Sulan said loudly. "It is throwing you out."
Fitzroy spoke quietly. "Please bring the sailmaker."
James Malcolm came from Devonport. He had red hair and hazel eyes. He cut the canvas again and made new rope holes. He made the canvas flatter so Charles could lie in it more easily. When the work was finished, the 3 men said, "Now we can try again."
"The big problem," Sulan said, "is that you put your legs in too early. The hammock hangs in the air, You only push it away from yourself.
What should I put in first? My head? It feels empty now and should not weigh much.
Stokes laughed and shook his black hair. No, he said. The right way is to sit exactly in the middle of the hammock. He showed Charles how to do it. Then turn your body quickly. Your head and feet must move into place at the same time. It is not much harder than getting on a wild horse.
Charles tried many times. Stokes and Sulan stood at each end of the hammock and helped guide his head and feet. At last he succeeded. But Fitzroy still thought the hammock was the wrong size and shape. James Malcolm changed the canvas 2 more times before it fit Darwin's tall body well. At that time, nobody slept on the ship yet. Charles kept his good rooms and comfortable bed at Clarence Baths. Late each afternoon, he left the dockyard and walked along Richmond Walk under Mount Wise. He passed the Admiral's stairs before he reached his rooms. He ate breakfast in his rooms at the Baths. He only ate dinner with the officers when they invited him. He did not want to expect too much. If no officer invited him, he went to the hunt or the regatta and ate alone there. Sometimes the water in Plymouth Sound was calm. Then he went on to the ship and slept in his hammock. He wanted to become used to it before the ship sailed. The hammock moved from side to side above the chart table. It made him feel sick and kept him awake. He felt cut off from everything. He did not like the open feeling around him. Because HMS Beagle was going to sail soon, all work on shore became faster. The Royal Navy was a very social world. People wanted to entertain officers before a long sea voyage. Charles went to many lunches, dinners, and dance parties. Often he was the only man there who was not in the Navy. Still, people welcomed him warmly. Admiral Sir Manly Dixon invited him to his official home near Mount Wise Parade. Officers from HMS Caledonia also invited him to visit their large warship with 120 guns. He went there on the Commissioner's yacht. Charles also had dinner with the Plymouth Friends of Thunder and Lightning Harris. He ate with Captain Philip King and Captain Alexander Vidal. Those 2 men had spent 8 years studying the coast of Africa. He also had a long breakfast with Colonel Hamilton Smith. The colonel was writing a book with the famous French scientist Cuvier about many kinds of sea fish. Some people invited Charles because he was a friend of Captain Fitzroy. But another reason surprised him. People also respected his family name. His grandfather, Dr. Erasmus Darwin, was famous in England as a writer about nature and as a poet. His father, Dr. Robert Darwin, was known as an excellent doctor in Shropshire, London, and Ireland. Captain Beaufort had told Charles this before.
I can go far because of my family name, Charles thought. In truth, this has already helped me. But what will I do in the future to deserve that name?
He wondered about his future. Could he become a great clergyman? Could he become a famous speaker like Sidney Smith? Before the ship left, Captain Fitzroy gave a farewell lunch on the decorated HMS Beagle. He wanted to thank the many people who had entertained them. Charles stood with Fitzroy and Lieutenants Wickham and Sulan to welcome the guests. Naval officers came with their wives and daughters. They all enjoyed a large meal with 7 courses from the dockyard kitchen. That evening the captain held another party. It was a dance in the ballroom of the Royal Hotel on George Street. The officers looked very fine in their uniforms. They wore blue coats with bright red collars and cuffs. Rows of gold buttons ran down the front. The highest officers wore a gold shoulder piece and gold decoration on their coats and cuffs. Their blue trousers had gold lines along the sides. They also wore blue leather belts. By this time Charles could understand rank from the gold braid and stars on the uniforms. The clothing impressed him. Still, he thought it looked a little too grand for the quiet style of Cambridge. He wondered if the fine uniforms made the men seem greater than they were, or maybe the uniforms helped weak men hide behind gold buttons. He thought he would learn the answer during the long voyage. Charles also thought the women looked beautiful. They wore elegant dresses of white, yellow, pink, and blue cloth. Their wide skirts stood out because of many layers underneath. The dresses had ribbons and flower decorations near the bottom. Seeing them made Charles think of home. He remembered his sisters and the Wedgwood girls. He also thought for a long time about Fanny Owen. He noticed the bright excitement in Captain Fitzroy's eyes while he danced with Mary O'Brien. She was his cousin and the daughter of a country gentleman and major general. Fitzroy often took her to the champagne table. Lieutenant Sulan was also very happy. He spent much of the evening with Admiral Young's charming daughter.
Poor men like us, Charles thought. We will not see these beautiful girls again for 4 years. I wonder which girls will wait for us.
The next time Charles came aboard the Beagle, he found Sulan very angry.
I caused this trouble myself, Sulan said.
Everyone else thought the story was funny. Sulan had worked since early morning. Later he went to his cabin to sleep for a short time. He told the steward to wake him for tea so he could dress for the evening dance. At tea time Sulan came out wearing only his nightshirt and sleeping cap. He carried a large gun from his cabin wall. He put the gun in a corner and drank his tea. Then he picked up the gun and went back to bed. The other officers believed he was still asleep while walking around. They decided not to wake him. Sulan slept through the whole night. He missed the dance and also missed meeting Miss Young.
Now I cannot say goodbye to her before we leave, he said.
Her father will know our ports. I am sure she will ask about us, Charles said.
Thank you for your kind words, philosopher. I will write to the young lady now. I will tell her a terrible lie. I will say I had to protect the Beagle all night. And with a duck gun too.
The joke made them feel better. The ship's weather tools showed that bad weather was coming. The tools were correct. After 1 hour, the sun was gone. A strong wind came from the southwest and pushed the ship hard against its safe place near the shore. Soon heavy rain came from the sea. Then the air became colder. The rain changed to ice and then to hail. HMS Beagle moved up and down like a small piece of wood in water. Charles had never felt such deep cold. The storm continued for several days. At different times, he felt seasick, lonely, and without hope. He began to think they would never leave the harbor. Late in the afternoon on December 2nd, Charles lay in a large chair in the living room of his apartment at Clarence Baths. He had returned there to rest away from the moving ship. He was reading an essay on the theory of the Earth by Cuvier. He had borrowed the book from the proprietary library. Then someone knocked quickly on the door. Charles opened it and saw his brother Erasmus with a travel bag in his hand.
Hello, Charlie. Susan wrote to me and told me where you were. I came to visit you.
Charles looked at him with great surprise. Erasmus looked healthy. He wore expensive clothes, but they were not too showy. He had a wool coat with wide sides and a fine silk shirt with a black tie cloth. His dark skin was even darker from the sun. The hair in the middle of his head was thin, but there was more hair on the sides. His eyes were dark and pleasant, but they also looked distant. Charles hugged his brother. Then he took Erasmus's coat and bag. He pushed his books off the table and asked for tea. 3.5 years had passed since Erasmus finished at Christ's College. After a short visit at the Mount, he went to London. Then he travelled for a long time in France and Austria. When Erasmus spoke about bad hotels or difficult travel, Charles wondered why he did not return home and live comfortably.
That is exactly what I plan to do, Erasmus answered. I will spend my time between my rooms in Regent Street and a Wyndham Club on St. James's. My travelling years are finished. I will stay in London and quietly watch the years pass.
You will not practice medicine? Charles asked.
Only the medicine I drink, Erasmus said with a small joke. My health is not the real problem. My spirit is weak. Many times I do not feel able to do very much.
Charles was shocked. Erasmus had studied for many years at Edinburgh and Christ's College. He had also been a good student. Now he would not continue the respected work he had trained for. Charles remembered his own choice not to spend his life caring for sick people, but he had stopped early and turned to religion instead. He wondered what work Erasmus would choose now.
None, my dear Gas, Erasmus replied. My years at Edinburgh and Christ's have tired me, or maybe they have taken away my ambition.
For the first time, Charles understood why his father had become so angry after reading Henslow's letter. His father thought the voyage was a wild and useless plan. He believed Charles would never live a steady life after that. Dr. Robert Darwin would suffer greatly if both his sons became men without serious work. They would live from the many years of hard work done by the Darwin and Wedgwood families. In Dr. Darwin's strong moral view, they would become parasites. He himself had spent 44 years helping other people.
I do not plan to be lazy just because I do not have a regular job.
Then you do have a plan, Raz? I am glad.
Everybody in London is very busy. People do not have time for friendship. I want to make time for it, as much as my weak health allows.
Charles did not know his brother to have weak health. Erasmus always looked healthy and strong. How will you give that friendship? Pain showed on Erasmus's face. It was hard for him to explain himself to his younger brother.
I have thought about it a lot. I want to make a small and comfortable home in London. People can come there for food and drink. They can talk together and enjoy good conversation. I have met many writers. They are some of the loneliest people I know. Many are confused and without a real home. I want to help them. I want them to know they have friends they can meet and talk to about their problems.
Then he spoke in a sad voice.
That is not being lazy, is it, Charles?
Charles felt warm affection for his older brother again. No, Raz. I think you may help as many people that way as you would as a doctor.
I am 27 years old, and I feel very tired.
He opened his arms wide. He wanted his younger brother to understand what he felt so strongly.
It is simple, Charlie. We give all our strength to prepare for adult life.
Now that I am an adult, I see that all the preparation was not very useful. Maybe other people made adult life sound better than it is. Maybe I did that myself. I do not want people to control my life again. Life is only a short dream, so let it pass. Erasmus had a lot of energy. Charles took him on long walks on Mount Edgecumbe. From the top, they could see Devonport, Stonehouse, and Plymouth. Each town stood beside a different part of the sea. In the harbour at Barnpool, HMS Beagle waited for the wind to change. Charles got permission to take Erasmus into the Royal Navy dockyard. It was probably the busiest and most colourful dockyard in the world. The place covered 71 acres. A high wall of slate and limestone stood around it. In some places, the wall was 30 feet high. They went in through the gate on Fore Street. First they passed a small clean chapel. Then they saw 13 houses for officers. Near them was a basin for the dockyard small boats. After that they visited the rigging house. They saw a place where workers pulled up small ships and cleaned their bottoms. Then they went to the boathouse where boats were built and repaired. They also visited the blacksmith's shop. Workers moved anchors in and out of the fires with cranes. Other men made chains in huge fires. Smoke and yellow light filled the large building. Next they passed the boiling house. Workers boiled wooden planks there so they could bend them. In the mast house, men made masts and yard arms. After that they saw a pond full of masts and yards floating in the water. The wood stayed there so the hot sun would not crack it. There were houses for the master rope makers. They saw storehouses full of hemp. There was also a place where old copper was burned. They passed shops for plumbers, metal workers, and armourers. At the gun wharf they saw muskets, pistols, and grapeshot in storage.
Erasmus looked around with wide eyes. I understand now why you like this place so much, Charlie, he said. Does it make you want to stay here? When you come back, will you join the Royal Navy? Maybe you could work as a naturalist. I am sure you could get a position easily.
No, Raz, Charles answered. I am going to become a clergyman. I promised Father that I would. He paid for my education. I have a strong duty to him. Erasmus turned red and looked away. Every day Charles took Erasmus to the Beagle. Erasmus followed him while he checked the barometers. He helped Charles with his work on the ship. He was surprised that Charles accepted these duties so easily. Soon Erasmus became excited about the voyage. He was happy when they heard that the Beagle would sail on December 5th. Charles thought about his brother. Poor Raz, he thought. He is the lonely one. That is why he wants a salon. He wants people around him. He wants warmth and friendship. One day Charles asked quietly, Raz, what about marriage? Do you want that in your future?
I do not think so, Erasmus answered. I do not want that kind of responsibility.
Not even if you loved someone. You're the man in the family who believes in love. You run across the fields after that pretty Fanny Owen. To tell the truth, I have never known love. It is not part of my nature.
It is not so strange for you. I remember when you liked cousin Emma Wedgwood very much. People in the family often talked about you two getting married.
A warm smile came to Erasmus's face. Ah, Emma. Our lovely Miss Slipslop. Emma and I never even held hands. If people talked about marriage, it was because the Darwin and Wedgwood cousins often marry each other. Really, our sisters would rather see me marry Fanny, the other Dovley sister.
I always thought you liked cousin Charlotte more. She is beautiful and charming. She also paints very well.
Now, Charles, you are not a man who arranges marriages. After Erasmus left, Charles felt truly unhappy for the first time since he arrived in Plymouth. He did not often feel this way. On Monday morning, December 5th, the sky was clear. After the sailors finished their work, Captain Fitzroy gave an order.
Prepare the ship to sail.
The crew felt happy. Charles was excited.
Then a strong wind came from the south. Again, HMS Beagle could not leave the harbour. Charles spoke to Stokes near the chart table.
I am going back to Clarence Baths. I want to sleep in a hard, steady bed.
Do not stay too long, Stokes warned him. If the wind changes and comes from the north, the ship may leave Plymouth before you are even dressed.
Charles stayed in his rooms at Clarence Baths while one storm came after another. Each day became more tiring. Sometimes he went back to the ship to feel better, but the Beagle moved so badly on the water that he quickly left again. Every day the officers watched the barometers closely. After 5 days, the wind finally changed. At 9 o'clock they lifted the anchor. As soon as they passed the breakwater, the sea became rough. Again the barometers showed danger. A strong storm was coming from the southwest. The ship moved heavily in the sea. Charles became seasick. It was the worst night of his life. The wind whistled loudly. The sea roared. The officers shouted orders, and the sailors cried out to each other. Charles knew he would never forget those sounds. In the morning, Captain Fitzroy ordered the ship to return to Plymouth and wait for better weather. Charles went back to Clarence Baths. The next 2 weeks were terrible. The weather stayed very cold. There was snow and ice every day. Charles checked the barometers daily. He ate very little and slept badly. He lost weight and became sad. The sailors also became angry and complained often. Mate Peter Stewart was the same age as Charles. He had joined the Navy when he was 14. One night, while they talked during his watch, Peter said,
Someone on shore is keeping a black cat under a tub. That must be the reason we cannot leave the harbour.
Give us a soft wind from the north. Then our ship can sail well. God, I want to see the warm countries again. When the strong winds became weaker, he put on his heavy boots, large black rain hat, and raincoat. Then he walked to Mount Edgecumbe. He walked for many hours in the cold and wet weather. Below him, huge waves hit the sand and rocks, but he hardly noticed them. He lifted his face to the wind and rain under his deep hat. Then he looked down at the wild sea. I am shocked, he murmured. Is this the terrible sea where I must spend many years? How will I live through it? On Sunday, he went with Charles Musters to the chapel in the dockyard. Heavy rain fell all evening. First he felt pain. Then his heart began to beat strangely. This could be serious trouble, but he complained quietly, "My troubles are my own. I will not tell anyone." The strange beating became stronger. He understood the danger clearly. During 2 years at the medical school in Edinburgh, he had learned enough about illness. He also had experience helping with his father's patients. He knew when a heart was not beating normally. He checked his pulse. He kept his left hand over his chest and heart. He did not know what to do. Even with all the problems on HMS Beagle, he was less afraid of death than of missing the voyage. He could not tell Dr. McCormick. The doctor would send him back to London at once. He also could not trust Benjamin Bino to stay quiet. Bino cared greatly about health. So he decided to take the risk. If his heart stopped, and the strange beating did seem worse each day, they could bury him at sea. After this decision, he felt a terrible pain. He said the pain felt huge. His mood became dark. He stopped going to lectures at the Athenaeum. He no longer borrowed books from the proprietary library. He refused invitations to tea and dinner. He stopped walking at Mount Edgecumbe and near the rough sea. Instead, he stayed on the Beagle and felt deeply sad. Thunder and lightning filled the sky. Heavy rain beat around the ship. His heart hit hard inside his chest, and he thought his ribs might break. These were the worst days of his life. But when the rain ended and the weather seemed better, his mood changed again. He went shopping for a flycatcher and a silver pencil. Another day he walked with Sulan and young King near the Ram's Head. On another evening, he ate with the midshipmen. There were 7 young men between 14 and 23 years old. They respected him because he had studied at a famous university. They knew they would never have that chance. The strange beating in his heart stopped. Later he went with Benjamin Bino and Stokes for a windy walk to Whitsun Bay. Looking at the sea, he said softly, "The sea here looks beautiful and wonderful." Then after a moment he cried out, "Good heavens! I just gave my first sermon." For almost 15 minutes they watched the wild waves. White foam covered the water like snow. The waves crashed against the rocks and threw salty water high into the air. Their faces became wet.
Bino said, "The ocean has the strongest power on Earth."
Stokes replied, "That is a bad joke, Ben, even if you did not mean it. Charles and I like the sea more when it is calm. Isn't that right, Charlie?"
Charles answered, "Amen." In the middle of December, Charles ate for the first time in Captain Fitzroy's cabin. Fitzroy had decorated the cabin with great care. It looked more like a comfortable room in a family house than part of a ship. The dark wooden walls matched the French writing desk and 2 comfortable chairs he had brought with him. A small carved chest held some of his favorite books. On top were things he valued greatly. There were medals and cups from his Navy service, a pair of silver-backed hairbrushes, and, to Charles's delight, a small beautiful Wedgwood vase. Above them hung a picture of Fitzroy's mother. The captain's personal servant, Fuller, prepared the round dining table. Fitzroy paid his salary himself. The table had clean white cloth, shining glasses, and bright silver. That morning the ship's cook had gone to the Plymouth market. He bought fresh meat, vegetables, and fruit. Before that, he had bought a large basket of fish from the fishing boat on the beach. Fuller served each part of the meal quietly.
Captain Fitzroy felt calm and comfortable that evening. He wore a soft civilian coat and a shirt with loose cloth around the neck. "Do I mind these delays?" he answered when Charles asked him. "Yes, I do. But I do not become upset like the others. I do not believe the black cat stories. The important thing is that the Beagle is ready and safe. I can control how a ship is built. I cannot control storms or the southwest wind.
Only God can control nature. Today we will drink wine for 4 good and useful years. I also chose a good red wine for our roast beef. Drink now, my dear Darwin. When the north wind takes us away from Plymouth, this cabin will be as dry as an old sea biscuit."
Of all the kind things you have given me, sir, eating meals with you will help me the most.
Yes, the officers eat together in the gun room. It can become very noisy there. The officers try hard to entertain themselves.
Then he became serious.
"I must explain the meal rules to you. My meals come at fixed times. Breakfast is at 8 o'clock. Dinner is at 1. Tea is at 5. Supper is at 8. We should try to arrive on time. But if one of us is late, the other person should begin eating. We also do not need to finish together. The first person to finish can return to work."
I understand.
There is one more thing you must know. We enjoy many social events here in Devonport and Plymouth. I am sure I talked as much with the admirals and their daughters as you did, but at sea, especially in bad weather, or when I cannot get the maps and charts I need, I think only about my work. At those times, I speak only about technical parts of the job. Nobody may speak to me then. So sometimes we will eat in complete silence. This could continue for several days. I want you to understand that it is not personal.
I do not talk much at sea. Captain Fitzroy, I already promised that I will not come into this nice cabin when you want to be alone. Now I also promise to stay quiet when you want silence. I will ask Stebbing to make a barometer for you. It will show if you want silence or conversation very clearly. Fitzroy was very pleased.
"You are good, Darwin. You are very good."
A playful smile came into his serious eyes.
"The first time you came into my office at the Admiralty, I almost did not choose you. Do you know why? I strongly believe in the ideas of Lavater, the German expert on faces. I think I can understand a man's character by the shape of his face. For a moment, when you sat across the desk from me, I was not sure. I wondered if a man with a long nose could have enough strength and determination for this voyage."
Charles could not take the idea seriously. "Oh, Captain, you know Lavater was a poet and a mystic. He did not care much about scientific proof for his ideas." Captain Fitzroy did not become angry.
"I asked Mr. John Wilson, the surgeon from the earlier Beagle voyage, to study the people from Voyager. He studied their honesty, memory, strong wishes, cleverness, and feelings. Then we also examined the shape of their skulls. Everything is written in my logbook."
Charles looked surprised. "You studied the shapes on their heads to learn about their minds?" "Yes." "Very interesting." Charles looked at the soft skin on his fingertips for a short time.
"Captain, can you put your hand on the side and front of the Beagle and tell us how well she sails?"
Fitzroy smiled at this and laughed a little at himself. But Charles saw that the captain became slightly serious. While he walked back to his room, Charles thought about it.
"I wonder if I can continue trying to defeat him like this."
When the ship moved only a little in the harbour at Barnpool, Charles used his free time to move his small personal things from place to place. He called them his knick-knackeries. They were small objects from his home at the Mount. He also read Basil Hall's fragments of voyages and travels. On top of his drawers, he placed a silver locket. Inside it was a lock of Sarah Owen's hair. Each time he walked past the locket, he thought about her beautiful sister Fanny. The lock of hair replaced the pincushion that Fanny wanted to make for him but never finished. The weather still brought bad news. A small ship that had left Plymouth 3 weeks before returned because of strong southwest winds. The sailors were sick from the sea and very unhappy. After 4 more stormy days, the sun finally shone red through the mist. Captain Fitzroy ordered the Beagle to prepare for departure. They left at 11 in the morning with a light northwest wind. While the ship moved around Drake's Island, the master accidentally guided it onto a rock near the island. There was almost no wind and no strong movement in the sea. The ship stayed stuck on the rock for 30 minutes. Captain Fitzroy did not criticize the unhappy master. Instead, he took control and tried several actions. None of them worked. Then he gave a new order.
I want every man moving now. Run from one side of the ship to the other. Then move from the back to the front and back again. We need the ship to rock strongly.
The plan worked. HMS Beagle came free from the rock. After they checked the ship, they found no damage to the copper keel. Soon after the ship passed the breakwater, Charles began to feel unwell. At 4 o'clock, he went to the captain's cabin and slept on a divan in the small room across from Fitzroy's bed. At 8 o'clock, he woke up and climbed up through the hatch. Then he carefully got into his hammock. At first light, both Charles and Stokes woke up. Stokes looked confused and shook his head.
Something is wrong. We are moving backward. Show me your pocket compass.
At that moment, Mr. Wickham put his head through the door.
We will be back in Plymouth Sound in about an hour. The wind changed during the night watch. When we were 11 miles out, a strong southwest storm arrived. Captain Fitzroy turned the ship around, and now we are going back home very fast.
The next day, while they dropped anchor, it became caught in the chain. The officers and crew worked for 8 hours to free it. Charles stayed on the ship and tried not to disturb anyone. Still, he wondered how such a good ship and skilled crew could have trouble twice in 2 days. Captain Fitzroy ordered extra rum for the tired men.
There is one good thing, he said during tea. Several ships that left port with us also had to return.
Then he sounded happier.
In a few days, we will celebrate Christmas here in Plymouth. If the weather is good after that, we will leave again for Tenerife.
Charles woke early on Christmas morning and walked to the beautiful chapel near Fir Street. The chapel had double aisles, a tower, colored glass windows, and carved wooden balconies. Charles was surprised to see the visiting preacher. It was William Hoare, a man he knew from Cambridge. Hoare had received his degree from St. John's on the same day Charles received his paper from Christ's College. Hoare had been an excellent student. He received top honors in classical studies. He also knew Hebrew very well. That day he gave a serious sermon about church history. Charles thought it was interesting, but not very suitable for Christmas. When the people left for their Christmas dinner, Charles and William Hoare stood on the church steps and talked together. Hoare was a weak man and often ill.
It is good to see you, Charles, he said. I heard you will travel as a naturalist. That means you will not preach for some years.
After the voyage, I still must find a church, Charles answered. What about you, William? Do you have your own church group?
Oh no, William replied. I am going back to St. John's to finish my MA. I want to become a college fellow. I want to teach and write books.
When Charles returned to the ship, it was almost empty. Captain Fitzroy had locked the door to his cabin. Charles went to the gun room to eat Christmas dinner with the officers. Their faces were red and their eyes looked heavy. Charles saw that they had been drinking for a long time. Wickham and Sulan made space for him to sit down. What happened to the crew? Charles asked.
Most of them are on land, Sullivan answered. They are getting very drunk. They think Christmas Day belongs to them.
You officers are also drinking a lot, Charles said.
That is different, Wickham replied. We drink like gentlemen in our own rooms. We do not disturb anyone. By tomorrow morning, many sailors will be in the Plymouth jail.
Do not judge us, Reverend Darwin, Bino said with a laugh. Come and drink with us. Here is a glass. Lifting it is good exercise for Christmas Day.
Charles drank with them. At first it was pleasant, but later that night, things became worse. The crew came back across the gangplank in a terrible state. Some were sick on Lieutenant Wickham's clean decks. Charles watched the trouble grow after he woke from sleep in his hammock. Many sailors returned late and argued with each other. Captain Fitzroy came out in his full uniform. The officers tried to bring back order, but the drunk sailors would not listen and could not be helped. At last, the guard at the gangplank walked away unsteadily. He said he could not continue his duty. Charles then saw 14-year-old Philip King standing guard. A pistol was in the boy's belt, and he held a shotgun in his arms. My God, Philip, Charles said. That gun is bigger than you are. Have you ever fired a gun?
Yes, Mr. Darwin, Philip answered. I hunted pheasants and ducks from the time I was strong enough to hold a gun.
As the night continued, more crew members came onto the ship without control. They could not recognize Captain Fitzroy or the officers. They behaved badly, refused orders, and caused trouble everywhere. Captain Fitzroy ordered some of the worst men to wear chains in the lower part of the ship. This was very shocking for Charles. He had never seen people so drunk and out of control. The morning after Christmas was bright and sunny. A good wind came from the northeast. They had waited many weeks for this wind, but the ship could not leave yet. Many crew members were still drunk or missing. The officers were sober and very worried. Captain Fitzroy was very angry. He spent the whole day quiet and serious. By evening, all the crew members came back. More men were put in chains. The chains were hard to wear for 8 or 9 hours. Some men cried. They shouted angry words at everyone and everything on the ship. At 11 o'clock on December 27th, HMS Beagle lifted its anchor and sailed away. Lieutenant Wickham was in command. At that time, the commissioner brought his yacht next to the Beagle. He sent a message. He wanted Captain Fitzroy, Lieutenant Sullivan, and Mr. Darwin to join him for a goodbye meal. The Beagle moved out slowly and with difficulty. The commissioner gave them a lunch of mutton chops and champagne. He joked that there were no mountains to climb at sea. At 2 o'clock, he took them back to their ship. When Charles returned to the deck, he spoke quietly to Sullivan. Mutton chops and champagne. I hope this explains why I do not feel sad about leaving England.
You will remember that meal happily many times before we come home again, Sullivan answered.
A light wind filled all the sails. The ship moved quickly across the sea at 7 or 8 knots. The sea was quiet. Charles went to bed early and felt well. The next day was different. The ship moved hard from side to side. In the middle of the afternoon, he heard a call.
All hands aft to witness punishment.
The officers stood in one line on the quarterdeck. They wore full uniforms. Lieutenant Wickham told Charles to stand with them. Below them, the whole crew stood still in lines. Captain Fitzroy called out,
Bring up the first prisoners.
5 men came forward. The first man was William Bruce. He was 23 years old and an able seaman from Devonport. He was short and had a pale face. The captain lowered his rank. Next came Thomas Henderson. He was a boatswain's mate and was married. He also came from Devonport. He was older than many of the crew. His rank was lowered too. Stephen Chamberlain and John Wasterham also lost rank. Both men were able seamen. The last man was James Lester. He was the ship's cooper. He was married, 37 years old, and from Devonport. His rank changed from able seaman to landsman. The 5 punished men were taken to one side. Captain Fitzroy called again.
Bring up the rest of the prisoners.
John Bruce came forward. He was an able seaman from Devonport. The officers ordered Bruce to take off his shirt. Then they tied a leather apron around him to protect his body. After that, they tied his wrists and knees to a wooden frame. The boatswain's mate held the cat-o'-nine-tails in his right hand. The whip was thick and about 2 feet long. Captain Fitzroy gave the orders.
25 lashes for drunkenness, fighting, and rude behavior.
Bruce bent forward and moved from side to side. He cried out as the blows cut his back. David Russell, carpenter's mate, 34 lashes for leaving without permission and not obeying orders. Russell was punished until he lost consciousness. James Phipps, main topman, 44 lashes for leaving without permission, drunkenness, and rude behavior. The men carried out the punishment. Elias Davis, cook and captain steward, 31 lashes for often neglecting his work. Charles felt sick in his heart and stomach as he watched. He had never seen such harsh punishment before. Only the day before, he had thought these men were like naughty children. He was afraid to meet Fitzroy after the punishments. Still, he thought it was better to join the captain for tea. He did not want Fitzroy to feel insulted. When Charles entered the cabin and sat at the table, he could not look at his friend.
Fitzroy spoke quietly. You do not agree with this, Charles?
Charles swallowed hard. He knew he should not interfere in Royal Navy matters. I was not ready for this, he said slowly. I did not know about it before. It seems very cruel.
Every naval officer knows this is necessary, Fitzroy answered. People without experience may think it is too harsh. I do not like physical punishment either, my dear Darwin. But some men will not obey without it. Without discipline, the ship cannot work well. On a ship, officers must make fast decisions. The men must obey at once.
Captain Fitzroy sat very straight. He looked directly at Charles while he spoke. After that, the room became quiet. Charles knew he must accept the captain's position. He would spend for years at sea under this man's command and under the rules of the Royal Navy. He wanted to show the captain that he accepted life on the ship. I worry a little about the cook, sir, Charles said quietly. Will he try to punish the officers later? A small smile came to his face.
How could he do that? Fitzroy asked.
He could put too much salt in the soup. Fitzroy smiled a little too. The tension left his shoulders. Charles also relaxed. The tight feeling in his throat disappeared. The heavy feeling in his heart was gone, as if someone had taken a heavy sack from his back. A Capacity Jorwonia Book 4.
Now we are in the open sea, and we have a good wind in our sails all the way to Tenerife and South America, Fitzroy said quietly.
You will soon begin your work as a naturalist. That will be a wonderful day for me. It will feel like a birthday for the rest of my life. They were almost 400 miles from Plymouth, in the Bay of Biscay. The sea moved strongly under the ship. The wind became stronger and pushed them fast into the Atlantic Ocean. The small ship carried many things and rode low in the water. The master took the ship as far south as he safely could. He hoped to keep the east wind for a longer time. The ship moved at 7 knots. But in the morning, when the wind reached 8 knots, Charles became seasick. He could not eat much. Only a few raisins and dry biscuit stayed in his stomach. His father had told him to eat this food at sea. The WC was just outside the poop cabin. Charles held a towel over his mouth and hurried there many times. Between these visits, he lay flat in his hammock and read for a few minutes. Then he had to run again to the W.C.
I was sick like this on our first voyage, his cabin mate John Stokes said kindly. It took me a long time to feel better at sea.
What I need is a sea stomach, Charles said quietly. This sickness is terrible. A person cannot understand it without going to sea.
Mr. Bino looked into the cabin. You will become weak if you only eat biscuit and raisins, he said. I will show Officer Steward Ash how to make hot sago with wine and spice. You will like it.
I do not think so, Charles answered. Bino came back with a large soup dish of the hot mixture. He placed a pillow under Charles's head and fed him spoon by spoon.
How does the sago taste? He asked.
It feels like soft rubber when I chew it, Charles said. But the hot wine is very good. Captain Fitzroy chose 18-year-old Sims Covington to work as the poop cabin boy. Sims was also the ship's fiddler and a second-class boy. Before this, he had worked as a shoemaker in Devonport. He had dark hair, blue eyes, and fair skin. His face was oval and well-shaped, but his nose pointed down and he seemed cold and distant. Maybe this was because he could not hear well. Charles and Stokes did not like him very much. Still, he kept the cabin clean and neat. The next day, Stokes and Covington helped him get dressed. His legs were weak, but he walked to the captain's cabin.
Still alive, Darwin? How do you feel?
Very sick. That was a bad joke, but it is the best I can say.
Sit down and rest on the sofa.
It was the last day of 1831. Charles lay on the sofa. He spent a nice afternoon talking with Fitzroy. He also read Humboldt's exciting stories about tropical places. Later, he drank tea with the captain. Then he went on deck. There he watched a group of porpoises swimming and turning in front of the Beagle. The ship carried a long flag at the top of the main mast. It had St. George's Cross and long red, white, and blue tails. Charles spoke softly to Sulan. This is the first sea life I have seen.
Sulan smiled. This is the first life I have seen in you. Welcome aboard.
At this time, the crew relaxed on deck. Some men smoked and played cards. Some danced while Covington played the fiddle. Others sang sea songs, told rough jokes, and shared stories about faraway ports. Each sailor received a daily drink of rum mixed with water. Most men saved their first drink for later in the day. It was the first time Charles saw the crew so cheerful. They looked happy while they played, almost like the dolphins in the sea. Charles learned that the sea changed quickly. One day it was calm and gentle. The next day the waves hit him with spray, and he became very sick. He could not even get up to see Madeira, though the island was only 12 miles away. Then the weather became warm and pleasant. The air felt soft. It was like a spring day in England. Charles could now walk around the ship easily. He had lost some weight, but his strength came back. At 1 o'clock, he ate dinner in the captain's cabin. Fitzroy felt happy when he saw Charles eat a large meal. There was soup, preserved beef with pickles, fresh vegetables, dried apples, and sweet pudding.
Now I know we will not need to bury you at sea, the captain said.
I promise you that you will not bury me anywhere, Charles answered. The Darwin family has always been strong. After 10 days at sea, they came near the dry town of Santa Cruz on the island of Tenerife. Above the town stood a great mountain. Fitzroy called it the monarch of the Atlantic. In the quiet bay, Charles looked at the town and the mountain through his spyglass. He had planned to visit this island the next June with Professor Henslow and 2 friends from Cambridge.
Dr. Robert McCormick stood beside him. He naturally disliked tropical places. It is an ugly and boring town, he said.
Charles was surprised by these words. Dr. McCormick, I think the opposite, He answered. The white, yellow, and red houses look beautiful. The churches look Eastern and unusual. The low forts and the bright Spanish flag are very pretty. Then someone shouted, "Heave to!" At that moment, a small boat appeared with 4 men rowing. A man stood at the front of the boat. He wore an official navy coat and a bright sash. But he also wore a cheap straw hat and untidy trousers. A Spanish officer stood behind him.
It is the British consul, Wickham said. We usually report to him on shore.
State your name and where you sailed from, the consul called.
His Britannic Majesty's surveying sloop Beagle, Captain Robert Fitzroy in command. We ask permission for the crew to land.
The officer behind the consul quickly shook his head. No. The British consul called back to the ship. No officer or crew member may land.
Why? What is wrong?
There is cholera in England. It is spreading from Newcastle to London. They are afraid the sickness will come to the island.
We do not have cholera on this ship, Dr. McCormick cried.
The health officer spoke with fear. You must stay in quarantine for 12 days.
Captain Fitzroy spoke Spanish very well. Come aboard and read our doctor's records, he said. You can inspect the crew. You will see there is no cholera.
The health officer strongly refused the offer. They would not step onto an English ship. Sadness spread across the ship. The sailors shouted angry words through the crew. The men did not care about Humboldt's dragon tree like Charles did. They wanted to meet the girls of Tenerife. The island rowers moved toward the shore. Fitzroy spoke with the officers near the rail.
What can make up for our delay? He asked.
Nothing, Captain, Sullivan answered. But Mr. Darwin will feel very disappointed.
For a short time, nobody spoke. The officers looked at Charles. He tried to hide his strong disappointment. He could not visit Tenerife. It was his first island, and he could not go ashore.
Captain Fitzroy spoke in a quiet voice. There will be many more islands and mountains in the next 4 years, he said. Raise the jib. We will sail to the Cape Verde Islands and stop at St. Jago.
At 10 o'clock that night, the ship still could not move well because there was almost no wind. Charles went on deck in his shirt sleeves. He talked with the sailor on watch. After a short time, he spoke softly. The warm night is helping us feel better. I can only hear the water behind the ship and the sails moving around the mast. The ship moved slowly through the night in weak and changing winds. Later, Charles came on deck again. The sun was rising behind Gran Canary. The island looked dark and rough in the clear morning light. Everyone on the ship was smiling and busy. Some men were fishing. Both officers and sailors felt happy because the weather was so pleasant. Me too, Charles thought. I will start my work. He went into the poop cabin. Under the chart table, he found the strip of wool cloth he had bought in Plymouth. He also took the half-round wooden hoop that had been shaped with steam at Devonport. Then he went to Harper, the sailmaker. He asked him to cut and sew the wool cloth around the curved hoop.
Glad to help, Mr. Darwin, Harper said. This quiet weather is boring.
With the wool cloth now made into a bag, Charles went to Mr. May, the carpenter. He asked him to cut a piece of wood to fit the curved top part of the bag. Charles now had a bag that was 4 feet deep and very wide at the top. Then he went to Borsworthick, the man who made ropes. Charles asked him how long the drag line should be.
About 25 feet.
Can you make 3 lines for me? Each line must be 25 feet long. 1 line will go to the back of the ship. The other 2 will hold the wooden frame of this bag.
Give me a moment.
The carpenter, the sailmaker, and the ropemaker stood with Charles at the front of the ship when he tested the bag for the first time. The ropes kept the bag standing open. Its mouth stayed a few feet under the water while the ship moved south across the Atlantic Ocean at 8 knots. Charles tested the bag 3 times. He emptied what he caught onto an old piece of cloth so he would not dirty Wickham's clean deck. He found a very small amount of sea plants and separated them carefully. Then he carried the sea animals into the cabin at the back of the ship. Stokes did not yet have maps to draw, so Charles used the chart table alone. Wickham and Sulan came to watch him work. Bino also came, with the 2 young men, Musters and King. Charles separated the animals into groups. Most of them were jellyfish from a group called Radiata. He also found small dark blue sea animals that were like the Portuguese man-o'-war. There were tiny crustacea, which were small relatives of shrimp and crabs. He sorted the usual sea plankton. Then he separated another kind of jellyfish called medusae. Everyone laughed when Charles picked up a sea squirt for the first time. It looked like a small bag with 2 holes.
Suddenly, water shot into his eye.
He did not need his sharp knife very much with these animals. He put each kind into small glass bottles with preserving liquid. Henslow and Yarrell had taught him how to do this. He also collected Atlanta, which were small clear mollusks, and Valella, another kind of jellyfish. Charles marked every bottle with a small metal label. He wrote that they were found at 22 degrees north. Then he entered the number, contents, and date of each bottle into his book called Catalogue of Animals in Spirits of Wine. He looked up at the people standing around the table and watching him with great interest. Charles wiped his hands on the apron around his waist.
Then he said, "I will take the bag out again. But I already feel very successful."
The ship moved a little, but Charles no longer felt sick. He was too busy collecting sea animals and writing careful notes about them. He preserved them and added them to his catalogue. He collected copepods with hard outer shells and soft feather-like feelers. He also found branchiopods. These looked like small yellow shrimp. They swam upside down and had many legs. He caught Portuguese man-o'-war creatures too. Their long tentacles hung down about 2 feet. Before he stored the fresh medusae in bottles, he decided to cut one open carefully with his smallest knife. He saw that these jellyfish did not have enough solid parts to cut and study. He took out his marine biology notebook and wrote notes. The body is shaped like an umbrella and has tentacles around it. Near the mouth, there are 4 long arms with grooves. It also has 4 small parts that hold the reproductive organs.
Stokes asked, "What do you think they eat?"
"I think they eat small sea animals," Charles answered. "But I know what eats them. Large fish eat them." That explains how big fish can live so far from land. These animals are very simple, but they are also very beautiful and full of color. It makes me wonder why nature gives so much beauty to creatures that seem to have little use.
Stokes looked at a Cleodora through Charles's microscope. "Why do you think their beauty has no use?" he asked. "I learned that beauty is important by itself."
"Because only fish ever see them," Charles answered. "The fish would still eat them if they had no shape and no color." During the trip to St. Jago, which took 10 days and went mostly south, Charles continued to study the things caught in his net. He became very busy and started to enjoy life at sea. He said to Captain Fitzroy, "Now I do not care much if we arrive at a port 1 week earlier or later." Charles and Captain Fitzroy began to have a friendly relationship. They ate a large breakfast at 8 o'clock. Dinner was at 1 o'clock. It included rice, chickpeas, cheese, good bread, and fruit. They drank only water at the table. Tea was served at 5 o'clock. After tea, the crew rested on the deck for an hour. They played music with flutes and whistles. Later, they ate a light supper. They had meat from tins, pickles, and oranges to help keep them healthy. Everyone received the same food and the same amount. The young officers ate 1 hour earlier. The gun room officers ate 1 hour later. On land, people usually ate together as a social activity. At sea, it was different. The first person to arrive started eating. After finishing the meal, he returned to work. Charles learned that Captain Fitzroy was not truly moody. He was usually busy with his thoughts. He liked to have Charles near him. Charles also enjoyed reading on the captain's comfortable couch. But Charles was careful. He did not stay in the cabin too often or too long. Fitzroy saw that Charles was trying hard to be polite and thoughtful. He respected this. Lieutenant Wickham admired Charles because he knew much about Old Greek and Roman studies. He gave Charles the name philosopher. One day, the crew watched Charles catch a large grey cricket with a quick movement of his insect tool. The insect had flown almost 400 miles from Africa. After that, the crew called him Flycatcher. But another name stayed longer. The crew called him the man who eats with the captain. This name gave him the most respect. "It is strange," Charles said to Sulan. "In Cambridge, people called me the man who walks with Henslow. Now, only a few months later, people know me as the man who eats with the captain."
Sulan liked even small jokes. "The crew thinks the captain is like God," he said. "So think what it means to eat bread with God. No disrespect to the captain, of course. It makes you one of the disciples."
One afternoon in the middle of January, at 3 o'clock, HMS Beagle stopped in the Bay of Porto Praya near the west coast of San Jago. To Charles, the land looked empty and dry. Long ago, volcanoes and the hot tropical sun had damaged the soil. Very few plants could grow there. Between the large black lava rocks, he saw a white line across the sea cliff. He could not understand why it was there. Charles went ashore with Fitzroy and Wickham. They visited the Portuguese governor and the American consul, who also worked for Britain.
Charles felt very excited. At last, he was standing on tropical land.
He walked through the town and looked at everything with great interest. Porto Praya seemed poor and unhappy. It had a square and one wide street. Goats, pigs, and black and brown children lay in the middle of the roads. Some children had no shirts. Black soldiers with wooden staffs watched them. Rowlett, the purser, had come ashore to buy fresh food. Charles happily ate oranges. Rowlett paid 1 shilling for 100 oranges. Rowlett also bought ripe bananas. He asked Charles to taste one.
"This is good food for men at sea," he said. "Come with me now. We must make an agreement with the most important man here. He is an American man married to a Spanish woman."
The American welcomed them into his large and cool front room. He gave them coffee.
Rowlett took papers from his coat pocket. "Each day in port, we need 74 pounds of fresh beef," he said. "We also need 37 pounds of vegetables and 150 oranges."
"Should we bring them to your ship?" the American asked.
"Bring them to the quayside at noon each day," Rowlett answered.
Later, Charles found Stokes walking around the main square.
"Johnny, come walk with me," Charles said. "From the ship, I saw what looked like a deep valley."
Ahead of them, the land rose in wide, flat levels. Between them stood round hills with flat tops. Far away, high mountains formed a rough line across the horizon.
When they reached the valley, Charles saw tropical plants for the first time. His whole body shook with joy. "Look," he said, "tamarind trees, banana trees, and palms are growing near us. See how beautiful their shapes are and how rich their colors look. Here is a group of coconut trees."
What happiness it was to come from the sea and arrive in the warm lands that Humboldt wrote about. They went back to the shore. Charles walked on volcanic rock for the first time. He heard strange birds and saw new insects flying around bright flowers. Before he returned to the ship, he studied a long line of white rock about 45 feet above the sea. The white rock continued for many miles along the coast. It was made from shells and other sea material. Below it was old volcanic stone. Above it was black basalt rock that had once flowed into the sea. Charles understood that volcanic action had pushed the white rock up from the bottom of the ocean. He took a geological hammer from his bag. For several inches, the white material had changed into hard limestone. Then he opened his notebook and wrote down his observations with a silver pencil. Later he walked back to the quay. One of the Beagle's boats was there with surveying tools inside. He spoke to Stokes.
"It has been a wonderful day," he said. "It is like giving sight to a blind man. There is so much to see that he cannot fully understand it. That is how I feel now. I hope I always feel this way."
"You will, Charlie," Stokes answered. "You still feel wonder at new things."
The next morning after breakfast, Charles went with Captain Fitzroy and Lieutenant Sulan to Quail Island. It was a lonely island less than a mile around. There they built an observatory and put up tents. The place became the center for checking instruments. Charles broke pieces from volcanic rocks. It was the first time he had ever touched them. He studied the black rock with many small holes inside. The hot rock had once come from deep inside the earth. Later he returned to the observation hut and showed Sulan the strange shape of the old lava. "The first time a geologist studies volcanic rock is very important," he said. "It is almost as important as when a naturalist first sees living coral." At the shore he collected many sea animals. Most of them were new to him. Then he ate tamarinds and oranges for lunch. He rested under a low cliff of lava. At his feet were pools of sea water with living sponges and corallines inside. The Beagle stayed at St. Jago for 3 weeks. The weather was hot. Charles came back to the ship each evening at sunset. He was thirsty and covered with dust, but he was not very tired. He brought many specimens with him. In the evenings he studied rocks, plants, and sea animals. During his walks he invited friends to come with him when they were free. He especially liked taking the 2 younger men, Charles Musters and Philip King. Bino and McCormick also wanted to go ashore often. But one doctor always had to stay on the ship. Only Lieutenant Wickham stayed on board all the time. He did not like standing on land.
"You men love the land," he said. "I was born for the sea and I will die at sea too."
One day Charles and Dr. McCormick followed a wide water path that people used as a road. It led them to a baobab tree that people said was 6,000 years old. Charles no longer felt sad about missing Tenerife. They measured the tree's height and width. Dr. McCormick was only friendly with Charles among the men on the Beagle. Still, he could not stop himself from speaking sharply.
"I am sure you understand now, Darwin, that you are here as the captain's companion," he said.
Charles did not become angry. "When I see the strict order on a ship, I think the captain needs company," he answered. "But Professors Henslow and Peacock recommended me as a naturalist. Captain Beaufort also hired me for that work." Life in the bay was pleasant for Charles. At dinner they ate fresh fish that the cook called barracuda. They also ate sweet potatoes bought from local people. One day Charles, Rowlett, and Bino crossed Red Hill. The hill was made from new volcanic rock. There they met 2 black men. The sailors bought as much goat's milk as they wanted for 1 penny. Soon many black children gathered around them. The children had bright eyes and talked loudly. They pulled objects from Charles's large pockets. They found his silver pencil, gun, compass, and mountain barometer. The children laughed and shouted with surprise. When Charles caught a stinging insect, the children cried out to warn him. They pinched themselves to show that the insect could hurt him. Another day Charles walked with Musters along the coast. They returned by a path farther inland. The island gave Charles great joy because of its geology. Everywhere he looked, there were empty plains covered with black burned rocks rising one above another.
"There is greatness in this place," Charles said. "I love walking under the tropical sun on a wild and empty island."
"All I see is emptiness, Mr. Darwin," he said. I wish I were home in our greenhouse. I miss the wet smell of moss and the hanging baskets of flowers.
Charles put his arm around the boy to comfort him. Musters, you are walking on a very important story, he said. Do you know what is happening inside the earth?
It is always hot and moving.
It boils and breaks open. If we walk in new places, maybe we can learn why. Every day brought something new to learn. On the ship, Charles spent his time preparing and storing sea animals in jars. He said to Bino, "Did you see how animals become brighter in hot places? The colors of these sea animals are as bright as the colors of larger animals." Augustus Earl walked around the island and made drawings. He watched everything carefully. John Stokes started making maps and charts of St. Jago and Quail Island. He did not complain about sharing a cabin with Charles. Each day Charles came back with bags full of rocks, birds, fish, insects, plants, and shells. He dropped them on his side of the table.
I am happy to see you working for your large pay, Charlie, he said with a smile. But please put those freshwater animals into your strong bottles. Otherwise this cabin will smell very bad.
Right away, my boy, Charles answered. But truly, geology is the thing I care about most. Look at this lava. It is like glass. It feels good to study volcanic rocks because they are not from a very distant time.
Not distant? How long ago? Stokes asked.
Maybe 10 million years, Charles answered. One Sunday every month, they held a church service on the ship. On Saturday night, the whole ship was cleaned carefully. Charles said, "Wickham, your lower decks are cleaner than many rich men's houses." Most sailors believed in God because life at sea was dangerous. The sea was not a natural place for men to live. They thought God could sink the ship at any time. So they wanted God to help and protect them. Most sailors did not read many books, but many could read parts of the Bible. They also learned some parts by memory. It was a serious time. The crew wore clean clothes. The officers wore full uniforms. Charles wore the same clothes he used every evening at dinner with the captain. He had a long coat, a velvet vest, a white shirt, a high collar, and polished boots. The men stood in order of rank. They gathered around a table with a large Bible on it. Captain Fitzroy and Sulan read from the Bible one after another. Wickham sat farther behind them. He wore white linen trousers and read his own Bible, but he stayed away from the more deeply religious men. Charles thought the first lieutenant believed one thing. If he kept HMS Beagle in good order, then God would protect the ship. Augustus Earl placed his easel and canvas at the back of the room. He painted the whole group in oils. He carefully painted every man and every uniform, as he had done before on another ship. On his last morning in St. Jago, Charles studied the island rocks again. At 1 in the afternoon, he returned to the place below the lava cliff. There he had first understood the meaning of the white line in the rocks. He drank a little water from his canteen. He ate biscuits and tamarinds. Then he suddenly had an idea. He could write a book about the geology of the countries he visited. The idea made him very happy. Perhaps he could add more knowledge to Lyell's principles. It was an important moment for him. Then he laughed at himself. Write a geology book? Me? I am only on my first voyage. It has been just 6 weeks since we left Plymouth. A geologist and an author? That is hard to believe. The ship left on a calm and beautiful day, but Charles still felt uneasy because he was at sea again. He worked hard on his catalogues to keep his mind busy. On deck, the crew handled the sails very well. HMS Beagle moved faster than the packet ship Lyre, which was sailing to Rio de Janeiro. Charles and Stokes heard cheers from the crew. They quickly ran onto the deck. They watched the Beagle move closer to the other ship. Mr. Chaffers, the master who directed the ship's course, looked very proud.
Stokes spoke quietly to Charles. "It is nice to see another ship in a harbor," he said. "When you meet another ship far out at sea, every man feels better. It reminds us that people live in this world."
The usual events after leaving port were not pleasant. Charles was called again to the quarterdeck. He had to watch the punishments. John Bruce, whom Charles had already seen punished after leaving Plymouth, received 13 lashes. The punishment was for becoming very drunk in St. Jago.
"He will probably leave the ship in Rio," Sealand whispered to Charles. "As the voyage continues, we lose the drunk men. Some leave the ship, and some are sent away."
Captain Fitzroy controlled the ship very strictly. He wanted everything perfect. Every morning he carefully inspected the deck, the masts, and the rigging. This was part of his daily routine. But he never criticized his officers in front of the crew. He had chosen Wickham, Sulan, and Chaffers himself. The midshipmen suffered most when the captain became angry. If one part of the deck was not cleaned well, or if metal showed a small spot of rust, he became very upset. He spoke to them in a hard and sharp way. By the middle of the morning, the new midshipman came on deck and asked, how angry was the captain today?
But when Charles met Captain Fitzroy in his cabin for breakfast, the captain was friendly and cheerful as usual.
Soon Charles understood the reason. Fitzroy did not leave the deck until all the work was finished. The men had to complete the caulking, painting, rope work, sail repairs, and mast repairs before he rested. Charles also learned that a ship was like a person. You could not see everything from the outside. HMS Beagle was full of many difficult parts and small details. It was like a small floating world. Charles became friendly with the officers, just as he had with his friends at Cambridge. Among the sailors, he met the skilled workers who helped him in his work. He knew the carpenter's crew, the sailmaker, the rope maker, the armorer, the officer's cook, and the 2 boatswain's mates. It took more time for him to know the rest of the crew. The sailors came from many places and spoke many languages. Most of them had fair hair and blue eyes. They all wore rough sailor clothes and caps, and their skin was dark from the sun. Still, each man had something special that made him different from the others. John McCurdy came from Aberdeen in Scotland. He spoke with a strong Scottish accent. John Davis came from Ireland, and his Irish accent was still easy to hear. George Phillips was a shoemaker, like Charles S. cabin boy Covington. His fingers were rough and full of scars. Joshua Smith worked high on the ship's mast. He came from Plymouth and had marks on his face from illness. Ben Chadwick came from London and spoke with a Cockney accent. James Tanner came from Bristol and had very curved legs, like a cowboy from America. Charles called all the crewmen by their names. It was easier for the sailors to accept him. He liked to listen to their sea words. Slowly, he learned the meaning of many sailor terms. He learned words like yar, swabber, and windbound in a port. He heard sailors shout, ho, there, and ha, boy. They used a very snug frigate, well rigged to speak about a pretty girl. He also heard sea calf, stinking tar barrel, and may I be keelhauled if. Other words were taut gale, clew line, sheets let fly, and all say taunto. They also said he goes to leeward, half seas over, and spin up a rope like a spider. Sometimes sailors spoke about longing for some flip. He understood more and more of this sailor language. But he did not use these words himself. He also did not try to learn sailing work. He already had enough work as a naturalist. He often ate with the officers in the gun room. There, the clothes were less formal and more comfortable. The table manners and talk were also more relaxed. It was a pleasant place to rest. The officers could drink wine, and they enjoyed many good wines. But they were not allowed to drink too much. Only the crew could become drunk when the ship was in port. He liked the wine and the friendly feeling around the table. Still, he felt the officers were not truly close friends. Perhaps this was because of their different ranks. He asked Lieutenant Wickham about it. Wickham controlled the sailing and led the officers at the table.
Why are the officers not close friends? He asked. The common rule on a ship, philosopher, Wickham answered thoughtfully, is that good friends can later become enemies. That is why each man keeps some distance. We work together every day and every month in a small space. Also, officers must give orders. Friendship can make this difficult.
On February 10th, he wrote a letter home. 2 days sail SWOF St. Jago. Lat 11N. My dear father, we have had a very good, fast, and pleasant voyage. At first, until we reached the Canary Islands, I felt very sick from the sea. Even now, small movement still makes me feel unwell. There is only one sad thing. It will be a very long time before I return to England. When I think about it, I feel afraid. As yet, everything on the ship was very good. He liked all the people on the ship, and he liked many of them very much. The captain was very kind. Wickham was a very good man. One thing may sound strange to you. When he was not sick, he found the ship almost as comfortable as a house. He wrote, "Give my love to everybody. My dear father, your loving son, Charles Darwin." But two things were still very hard for him. One was shaving. The other was dressing in the small space. He had a steel razor in a black case. He also had a strap to keep the razor sharp. Every morning, Sims Covington brought him hot water from the kitchen. But the moving ship made shaving difficult. He often cut his lip and chin. The hot sun in the tropics made his red hair lighter. He let the hair on the sides of his face grow long, almost to his chin. Then he did not need to shave so much skin.
Why do you not grow a beard? Mr. Wickham asked with a smile. Then you will not look like a man after a fight every morning.
Getting dressed was less dangerous, but still very annoying. He could sit on his chair and put on his loose sailor trousers, socks, and short boots. But then he had to stand up to put on his long underwear, shirt, tie, and short sailor jacket. He bought most of these clothes in Plymouth. In the small room, dressing was very difficult for him. When he felt seasick, he did not dress or undress. Even when he felt well, it took him more than a month to dress without hitting his elbows on the furniture or the wall of the ship. Dressing for dinner with the captain was especially hard. He became 23 years old on February 12th. The officers gave him a happy party in the gun room. After that, they still had 1 week before they reached St. Paul's Rocks, their next stop. For several days, the movement of the sea made him feel sick. He could not even read. He lay in his hammock and spoke to Stokes. "For 3 days, I have done nothing," he said. "Animals are all around me, and I cannot study them." The next morning, loud hammering woke him early. Workers were repairing the ship above his head. He complained, "A ship is always noisy."
Stokes answered, "A ship needs repairs every day at sea."
A strong wind pushed them forward. Soon, the Beagle looked beautiful on the water. The wind filled the white sails. Charles stood beside the captain on the deck above the wheel. Fitzroy looked through his spyglass and saw St. Paul's Rocks.
"The rocks look very small," he said. "If we were not searching for them, we might not see them. No person has ever landed there before."
They lowered 2 whaleboats into the sea about 3 miles from the rocky island. Each boat had 6 men rowing. Stokes and another man went in one boat to make maps and measurements. Fitzroy, Wickham, and Charles went in the other boat to study rocks and shoot birds. Charles was now good at climbing down the rope ladder from the ship. He liked the long boats. Both ends were narrow, so the boats could move and turn quickly. The island stood about 40 feet above the sea. It was about half a mile around. Waves crashed hard against the rocks. At last, they found a calmer place near the shore. They rolled up their trousers and tied their shoes around their necks. Then they walked through the water and reached land. When they arrived, They stopped in surprise. There were huge numbers of birds everywhere. Boobies and nardis stood close together across the island. The birds did not move. They had never seen people before. They did not know humans could hurt them.
Charles said with surprise, "There is not even space to walk. We must push the birds aside."
Fitzroy and Wickham picked up sticks. They hit some birds and killed them for fresh food. The birds did not fly away. It was a wonderful sight. The cliffs were white from the droppings of many birds.
Wickham cried out, "Darwin, give me your rock hammer."
"No. You will break the handle." Soon Darwin also began to hit the rocks. His two friends worked hard, and he joined them. At the same time, the sailors were fishing from the ship. When Charles returned to the landing place with the birds he had caught, he saw many large fish on the lines. The fish bit every hook very quickly. But when the sailors pulled up a fish, many hungry sharks rushed toward it. The crew hit the water with oars and hooks, but the sharks still took many fish. They ate about half of the catch. Before leaving St. Paul's Rocks, Charles collected some of the white bird droppings. He also took pieces of rock from below them. He wrote notes about the place and the date. Then he packed everything to send to England for chemical study. After that, HMS Beagle crossed the equator.
Captain Fitzroy welcomed Father Neptune and his wife Amphitrite onto the ship.
At 9 in the morning, Charles and 30 other new men gathered on the lower deck. The hatches were closed. The place was hot and dark. Charles was ready for strange events. He remembered the warnings Sulan gave him during his first dinner with the officers at the dockyards. 4 of Neptune's constables came for him. They covered his eyes and took him up to the deck. As he walked forward, men threw buckets of water over him from every side. They made him walk across a plank. Then they covered his face with black tar and paint. 2 sailors shaved him with iron hoops. After this washing, they pushed him into a sail full of sea water. Then they removed the cloth from his eyes. When he looked around the deck, he thought the men looked crazy. One quartermaster was dressed like Neptune. He had a long white beard and sat on a throne. Captain Fitzroy stood near a group of wild-looking men. The men wore no shirts. Their arms and legs were painted with bright colors. Red and yellow circles were around their eyes and across their faces. Charles watched them dance a sailor war dance. They shouted happily about the people below who would soon get the same treatment. The men clapped for Charles because he accepted the joke well. Captain Fitzroy wore a white shirt and white trousers, but not his uniform jacket.
"Are you fully baptized now?"
"I am completely wet, if that is what you mean," Charles answered. He watched the other new men receive the same treatment. Then, as if by accident, the laughing constables threw buckets of water over him and Fitzroy again. That evening, they ate dinner together. Fitzroy had washed and changed into a clean white uniform. He was in a cheerful mood.
"This is the crew's one chance during the voyage to play tricks on us," he said.
After 2 more days sailing west, they reached the small island of Fernando de Noronha. Charles went ashore to explore the woods. He returned with delicate flowers from magnolia and laurel trees. He also brought back clear feldspar crystals and a few pieces of hornblende. They sailed again that night, but the wind stopped completely. The ship turned the wrong way. The weather stayed hot and wet. He felt warm and comfortable, like he was in a hot bath. He lay on the chart table. Its hard surface felt good after the soft round hammock. At midnight, he went up on deck and looked at the sky full of stars. He saw the Southern Cross and the Magellanic Cloud. In the morning, Sulan caught a 5-foot porpoise with a harpoon. The crew quickly began to cut off its skin. Bahia was the first large town on the east coast of Brazil. The ship went there to get fresh water and more food. A steady wind pushed them 230 miles toward South America. They traveled between 20 and 30 miles each day. This was their best speed so far. Near the end of February, shortly after 11 in the morning, they sailed into Bahía's Bay of All Saints. They passed close to the steep north shore, which was covered with thick green trees. The quiet bay was full of ships. Some ships were at anchor and some were sailing. There were also many canoes with bright sails. Charles looked at the town. It stood among thick green woods and climbed up the hill from the water like a great theatre. The white houses shone in the sun and looked very tall.
It is because of the windows, Ben Bino said. They are long and narrow. The wide entrances, the public buildings, and the convents make the town look very beautiful.
Charles went alone into a Brazilian forest for the first time. With every step, his mind filled with thoughts and excitement. He spoke to himself. His feelings were so strong that he could not think about talking to another person. He pushed his way into the jungle. Bright orchids grew everywhere among the trees and bushes. The grasses looked beautiful. The strange plants growing on other plants surprised him. The shiny green leaves around him made him feel amazed.
If I try to follow a bright butterfly with my eyes, I soon stop because I see a strange tree or fruit, he said. If I watch an insect, I forget it when I notice the flower under it. He saw hundreds of strange flowers, plants, and insects. But he collected only a few things. He took butterflies, beetles, ants, centipedes, spiders, and land crabs. Suddenly, heavy tropical rain began before he could return to the landing place. He stood under a large tree for shelter. Very quickly, water poured down the trunk, and he became completely wet.
Covington prepared dry clothes for him.
It was dark when he went up to the deck. He joined Lieutenant Wickham near the back of the ship. A strange and loud sound came from the forest. "Wickham, what is that noise? The forest sounds so quiet in the day."
Wickham smiled. Yes, in the day it is quiet. At night the insects make their songs. They are safe in the dark.
"I want to collect some of those insects," Charles said.
The next day King and Musters went with him. Augustus Earl was very excited because he could paint in the jungle again. All 4 men carried baskets and small bags. They collected bright flowers for Professor Henslow in Cambridge. They walked many miles over small hills and deep valleys. Each valley looked more beautiful than the last one.
"These woods are wonderful," Charles said. "A man could want to live here forever."
Not me, King answered. I want to sail on the sea and become a captain like my father.
At the top of a hill Charles opened his arms wide.
"Brazil looks like a dream from a storybook," he said. "But this place is real."
The men found many things. They collected bats, lizards, winged ants, frogs, strange grasses, and unusual plants. One insect bit Charles on the finger. Later, near the shore, they found sea urchins, shells, and other sea animals. When they put everything on the chart table, Stokes cried out,
"Take those wet insects and fish away from my side of the table."
Again Rowlett went into town to buy supplies. He bought sugar, flour, raisins, cocoa, tea, tobacco, and rum. The town looked better than it smelled. People threw rubbish and dirty water from the windows into the streets below. The streets were very dirty. Black men did all the hard work. Many stood outside the warehouses near the harbor. They carried heavy loads and sang together as they walked.
These men are slaves, Rowlett explained to Charles. When the plantation owners do not need them, they come into town to earn a little money.
"This is the first time I have seen slaves," Charles said quietly. "It troubles me deeply. How can they live like this?"
They have no choice, Rowlett answered.
"And how can the Brazilians accept this? They live from the work of slaves."
They accept it very easily, Rowlett said. It gives them more time for business and pleasure.
The next day Charles asked Lieutenant Wickham and Sulan to walk with him through Bahia. Wickham disliked cities, but he agreed. It was carnival day, but the men still went into town. As soon as they entered the crowded streets, people threw wax balls filled with water at them. Others sprayed water from large metal cans. Soon all three men were completely wet. It took them an hour to reach the quiet countryside again. They decided to wait until dark before they returned through the carnival crowds. To make their hard trip even worse, heavy rain fell again and made them completely wet. Charles wrote in his notebook, "Tropical places are more wild than places in Europe, even where people grow food. Coconut trees, bananas, plantains, oranges, and papaws grow together as if nature put them there. Between them are plants like Indian corn, yams, and casada." The next day, the sky was clear and the sun was hot. Charles and Philip King stayed in the forest for 8 hours. Charles said, "This heat could make us lazy if we did not have work to do. I found some rocks, many small beetles, and that beautiful large lizard. It feels good to know my work with nature is useful."
It is good that you enjoy your work, young King said.
"No, Philip. Work with nature is not my real job, except on this Beagle voyage. When I return home, I must find work in a church." Before sunrise, a strong pain woke him in his knee. He remembered that a thorn bush had cut him when he caught the large lizard. Now his knee was very swollen. He waited for morning and asked Stokes to bring Mr. Bino. Bino came quickly in his nightshirt. He carefully removed the piece of thorn from the knee. Then he went to the ship kitchen and brought hot water. He washed the knee and put soft cloth on the swollen place.
"The thorn is not the real problem," he said. "The knee is hot and swollen. Maybe poison from the bush caused it. You must stay in your hammock until the swelling becomes smaller. Or stay on deck where the air is cooler. I will go into Bahia when the shops open and buy the medicine the local people use."
After 6 days, Charles could walk again. His friends visited him often. Officers, sailors, and workers all came to see him. Covington took good care of him. He gave him food, washed him with water, and helped him stay cool. While he rested on deck, he watched the sailors clean their hammocks and clothes. They opened the sails to dry them. The boats brought fresh water in large containers. Men repaired ropes and painted the outside of the ship. They also collected mail and carried the captain's reports to the Robert Quail, a trading ship going to Liverpool. During the warm evenings, Covington played his fiddle. The sailors sat near Charles on the deck and sang.
A sailor's life is a pleasant life. He travels from shore to shore. In every port he finds a wife. What more could a sailor want?
Sometimes they sang.
I'm here or there and always happy. On land or sea I am excited. I like to fight, kiss, or drink.
Even with the pain and the lost days of collecting plants and animals, Charles was not unhappy. He knew the men had accepted him. Later, he dressed for a dinner. Captain Fitzroy was giving the dinner on the quarterdeck for Captain Charles Henry Paget of HMS Samarang, anchored in the Bahia harbour. The talk at the officers' table became serious. Captain Paget spoke about slavery in Brazil. He told terrible stories about how black people were treated. The stories made everyone feel sick.
"It is not true," Captain Paget said firmly. "Even slaves with kind masters still want to return to their families in their own countries." "They look happy to me," Captain Fitzroy said. "This system helps the greatest number of people. The slaves live much better here than in the forests of Africa. Their masters care for them. They have homes and food. They receive medical help when they are sick. How can people say these Africans are not better here in a white man's country?"
The quarterdeck became quiet. Charles remembered that Mr. Wood in Cambridge had called Captain Fitzroy a conservative man. At first, Charles said nothing. Then he thought about his father, who had worked against slavery for many years. He also remembered Uncle Joe's and his strong writings against the slave trade. He felt it would be wrong to stay silent. Charles spoke in a calm and quiet voice. Brazil is a rich country because of nature, he said. If people also worked in a fair and good way, the country could become great. But most people live in slavery. Education is stopped, and education helps people improve their lives. Because of this, the whole country suffers. After Captain Paget left, Charles sat for an unhappy hour in the poop cabin. He felt sorry about the argument. Later, the captain's steward came for him. Fitzroy stood beside his desk in his cabin. His face was pale.
"Darwin, you are very unfair," he said. "While you were sick, I visited a rich slave owner. He called many slaves to him. He asked if they were happy and if they wanted freedom. They all answered no."
Charles answered carefully. Can slaves speak freely when their master stands beside them? He did not want to sound rude. But when he heard his own voice, he felt shocked by his manners.
Captain Fitzroy became very angry. His face turned dark red, and he stood very stiff. "If you do not believe my words, we cannot eat together anymore," he said firmly.
Charles walked back to his cabin without thinking clearly. Now I must leave the ship. We have only just begun the voyage. I have lost this great chance. What a fool I am. He stood near his bookshelf and felt angry with himself. Then Sulan, Bino, and Rowlett came in. All three men spoke at the same time.
The news is everywhere.
From now on, you can eat in the gun room. Our food is good. And the company is better.
Charles felt deeply moved. "Gentlemen, I thank you very much," he said. "But I cannot do that. The captain will become angry with you."
"Come with us," Bino said.
The officers in the gun room felt quietly happy. On a Royal Navy ship, nobody spoke against the captain. Before this, the difference in rank stopped them from speaking freely. Now that feeling was gone. But Charles still felt worried. What place did he have on the ship now? The captain had not said that Charles was no longer needed. At that moment, Lieutenant Wickham came in. A hard smile moved at the side of his mouth. When he saw Charles, he spoke at once.
"Confound you, philosopher," he said. "I wish you would stop fighting with the captain. He kept me in his cabin for hours and complained about you."
Lieutenant Sulan spoke next. "We thought you would want Darwin here with us now. He has no place to eat."
"Welcome to the gun room," Wickham said. "But I think we do not fully understand our captain."
Wickham was right. A short time later, the captain's steward arrived.
"Mr. Darwin, the captain asks you to come to his cabin."
The gun room became silent. More than anything, Charles did not want another meeting with Fitzroy. He was not used to arguments or losing friends. He could not get up from his chair.
"Go now," Wickham said firmly. "No one disobeys the captain."
Charles saw that Captain Fitzroy was calm and friendly.
"Darwin, I am very sorry," the captain said. "I should not have spoken to you that way. Of course you will still share my cabin. I sometimes lose my temper."
Charles felt great relief. It was like a heavy weight had left his heart. "Sir, I am sorry for the way I spoke," he answered.
"We will not talk about it again," Captain Fitzroy said. "The slave trade has caused many bad results in Brazil. It has made many people lazy."
The captain looked pleased with himself.
"In the morning we will sail to check the water depth near the long bank," he said. "There may be bad weather ahead. You may become seasick again. It is better if you stay on land for 1 or 2 nights. You can stay at the Hotel Universe. It is comfortable."
"Thank you," Charles said. A flat bed in a room that does not move sounds very good to me. At the Hotel Universe, Charles spoke with the owner by using 3 words he had learned. They were kama for food, kama for bed, and paygar for pay. The still bed made him very happy. He wanted to stay awake and enjoy it. But he fell asleep as soon as he lay down and rested his head on the pillow. The next morning, he found an Irish boy to help him as an interpreter. He collected many rocks, plants, and insects. Near the shore, he caught a small porcupine fish called a diodon. It was about 1 inch long. The fish was dark brown with yellow spots under its body. He also saw 4 soft parts on its head. He studied the fish carefully. It had several ways to protect itself. It could bite hard. It could push water from its mouth. At the same time, it made a strange sound with its jaws. He wrote his observations in his fish study notes. Later, warm from the hot sun, they went into a venda, a public rest house. There they drank sangaree. The coast of Brazil was made from granite rock. Geologists believe this huge area, almost 2,000 miles long, had formed from heat and pressure. Charles asked himself some questions. Did this happen deep under a great ocean? Or did another layer of rock cover it before and later disappear? This is a good question for my geology book. Only a few men had enough skill to work on HMS Beagle used special tools to measure and draw maps. The men checked their results many times. Because of this, the information was correct and reliable. They mapped the shape of the coast. They marked rocks, sandbanks, channels, safe places for ships, and water depth. The men from the Royal Naval College at Portsmouth were experts. Captain Fitzroy and Lieutenant James Sulan were among them. Some other men learned their work while serving in the Navy. They were also very skilled. These men included Lieutenant John Wickham, Mr. Chaffers, the Master, and Stokes. These officers taught the young midshipmen. The young men were preparing for life in the Royal Navy. The officers who worked on surveying did not do normal ship duties. The men who worked with sails, ropes, and wood also had different jobs. They were not expected to use the scientific instruments. The ship carried chronometers, sextants, compasses, telescopes, and other tools. One tool was the theodolite. It was heavy but could be carried by hand. It measured horizontal angles. The theodolite needed flat and steady ground. Because of this, men used it on land and not on the moving ship. Captain Fitzroy had a very good sextant. Worthington and Allen in London made it especially for him. The sextant could be held in the hand and used on the ship. Even when the ship moved, it still gave correct measurements between objects. Fitzroy taught young Stokes how to use the sextant. Stokes held it upright and looked through the small telescope. He used it to observe the sun, moon, and stars. The instrument always stayed accurate. Every day Stokes watched carefully for the sun at midday. He held the sextant to his eye. Sulan, Stebbing, and Stokes tried to teach Charles many skills. They showed him how to measure angles and lines. They taught him how to find exact longitude and latitude. This helped a person know his exact place. But Charles was usually more interested in plants and animals along the coast. He liked looking at them through his telescope. He cared less about the work in the chart room. There, Stokes used many drawing tools. He used a proportional compass, dividers for circles, and a T-square for straight lines. Charles did learn some useful skills. He learned how to use his telescope to watch a star or another object cross the meridian. He also learned to use the good Gilbert compass above the poop deck. During trips on land, Charles always carried his own compass in his bag. When the weather was clear, he stayed on deck and watched the officers and midshipmen work. They measured angles and directions to make correct maps of the coast. On land, Charles sometimes saw 6 observers sitting on the ground. Each man had his own instrument. They measured the sun during the day and watched stars at night. The men collected information about latitude, time, and true direction. They also studied tides and magnetism. Time in port was never wasted. The men had to make detailed maps of the harbor. They mapped the nearby land and measured distances. They checked the water depth and marked hills and other important places. HMS Beagle carried 6 sounding leads from Massey. They had 300 fathoms of line. Fitzroy kept leadsmen on small platforms at the sides of the ship. At least one man had to measure the depth all the time when the ship was near land. When the sea was calm enough, the men worked from small boats. For 2 months, Captain Fitzroy tested the ship. He also checked all the instruments carefully. During dinner on March 18, 1832, he spoke to Charles.
"Now we are ready to begin the important work of our voyage," he said. "The work will continue until we return to Plymouth. We will stay in the harbor until the charts are complete. Then we will draw the rocks and shallow places south of the port. Ships must stay away from them when they come to Bahia, as we did. The sea current usually moves south. Because of this, some ships have gone onto the shallow banks."
They sailed toward the Galápagos Islands. When they reached the same line as the islands, they were east of all known soundings on the charts. Fitzroy ordered the men to let out 300 fathoms of line. They could not find the bottom. Chaffers told the helmsman to turn the ship west. The men dropped the leads every 2 hours. At 2 in the afternoon, they still could not reach the bottom. 1 hour later, the lead touched the bottom at 30 fathoms.
"How is this possible?" Fitzroy asked. "The color of the water has not changed. The temperature has not changed either."
They turned the ship and moved east to find the exact edge of the bank. Then the sounding disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared.
Wickham spoke with anger. "I think we should use a grapnel," he said.
"Give it 200 fathoms of line," the captain said. "We will sail west again until it touches the bottom."
Charles watched the work with great interest. He saw the line pull hard and then move suddenly. The men pulled up the grapnel. It was an anchor with 3 iron claws. The claws were bent straight from the force. Stokes leaned over his drawing paper. Then the ship turned toward Rio de Janeiro. The city would be their base for a long time. During the long hours, Charles described his collections in separate notebooks. He did not know if he was writing too much or too little. He did not know if his discoveries were already known. Very little was written about these subjects. He also did not know if the information was important or urgent. At 9 o'clock many mornings, he went to the captain's storeroom. There he checked the barometers and wrote down the changes in air pressure each day. This work helped him feel useful on the ship. The ocean always excited him. It was always moving and changing. Many living things filled the sea. He saw his first waterspout. A dark cloud stood in the sky. From it came a small dark shape like a cow's tail. It joined a large funnel shape that touched the sea. The Marines fired the ship's largest gun to stop it. Then the waterspout disappeared in heavy rain. The sailors caught a large shark with harpoons. Everyone on the ship became excited and tried to pull it aboard. In the end, the shark escaped. One day Charles was fishing alone. He used a piece of salt pork on a hook as large as his hand. He caught a young shark and became famous on the ship for a short time. Later they ate the meat, but it was hard and tasted bad. It often rained. Many small sea birds called Mother Carey's chickens flew behind the ship. On April Fool's Day, everyone played tricks. At midnight, loud cries woke the sleeping men.
"Carpenters, the ship has a leak." "Quartermasters, a mast is broken." "Midshipmen, lower the sails."
The men hurried outside in their nightclothes. Charles said he would not be tricked. But then Sulin came into the cabin.
"Darwin, did you ever see a grampus blowing water?" he asked.
Charles quickly ran onto the deck. The men watching there laughed loudly at him. Warm tropical nights, waterspouts, sharks, and April Fool's jokes helped make life easier on the ship. The crew spent many months far from land on a sea where people were not meant to live. Slowly, Charles began to know the 3 Fuegians on the ship better. Fitzroy did not make the 2 male Fuegians work. Still, they worked because they wanted the crew to respect them. They ate and slept with the sailors in the men's sleeping area. Their hammocks hung beside the others. Charles visited 16-year-old Jemmy Button whenever he could. But talking with him was difficult. Jemmy had forgotten much of his own language. He also knew only a little English. Jemmy was friendlier than the other Fuegian. Still, he did not like officers giving him orders. Sometimes he became angry. He liked working as a lookout high above the ship in the crow's nest. When he argued, he answered like this.
Me see ship. Me no tell.
One day Jemmy came to find Charles.
Me have dream in head. Me tell? Big animal chase me. Eat me. Me eat bad fish. Die? Me catch snowstorm. Freeze. Me die. What fashion you call that?
Where do these things happen in your dreams? In Tierra del Fuego. Charles asked.
Why, eh?
It sounds like you are afraid to go back. Are you?
Me no. Me like warm bed, good clothes, good eat. What fashion you call that?
I would say you like comfort, Jemmy. I hope England has not changed you too much for life with your people.
None speak tribe. All forget.
Jemmy liked the English. He wanted to go back to England on the Beagle. York Minster was different. He was 28 years old and did not try to please anyone. He was often quiet and unhappy. For him, the Beagle felt like a prison. It was clear that York pushed Jemmy around, but he also protected the 11-year-old Voyager basket. He did not let any sailor go near her. Mr. Bino guarded Voyager's small cabin. A carpenter put a table on the cabin wall. The captain's steward lowered it when he brought her food. When the weather was good, she sat on deck and sewed her clothes. She learned this work at the society. At other times she made crochet work, like the work Charles often saw his sisters do. She explained to anyone who stopped near her.
No idle hands.
Her feelings about going back to Tierra del Fuego were between Jemmy's feelings and York's feelings. Charles asked, Voyager, will you be happy to go home to your family?
Me no make thing happen. Thing happen me. Captain take me England, me go England. Captain take me home, me go home. She smiled in a shy way, and lifted one shoulder. Me live.
At sea, there were not many things to stop Charles from his studies. There were ferns and leaves to place on a barium paper. There were specimens to cut open, describe, put in bottles, or cover to keep safe. To keep full records, he wrote long notes in his daily diary. He described the sights of the tropics. He also wrote about the lives, habits, and ways of the native people.
I think you enjoy writing, Stokes said from the seat at Darwin's right side.
You're right, Johnny. I feel very comfortable with a pen in my hand. S. Beagle was very busy. The gunner cleaned the small guns and weapons. The men on watch worked with the large ropes. They tied short pieces of flat cord onto the ropes at equal spaces. In the sail room, the men cleaned the area and aired the sails. They also cleaned cables and chains. The lower deck was washed. The main topmast was moved. The rigging was checked and repaired. The men washed all hammocks and clothes 2 times each week. Charles said, life for sailors is not lazy on this ship.
It would be bad for the men's spirits if they had nothing to do, Wickham said. We keep every man busy. This is not useless work. Every part of the ship must stay in very good condition. At sea, that can mean the difference between danger and safety.
There were other dangers too. Some dangers came without warning. HMS Beagle sailed south near the shore. Most of the crew stood along the railing. The ship was near Cape Frio. A terrible shipwreck had happened there before. Captain Fitzroy had served on the Tees for years before that ship was lost. Charles learned something about sailors. A sailor does not openly fear the sea, even during bad storms. But deep inside, many sailors worry that one day their ship may crash and sink like the Tees.
Fitzroy stood on the quarterdeck with his telescope. He said, if sailors were asked where a ship was least likely to crash, many would say Cape Frio, but that the Tees crashed straight into these high cliffs while moving fast.
The Tees left Rio de Janeiro on the 4th of December, 1830. The ship fought against a strong south wind and thick fog. Between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock, she traveled 21 miles. After 6, the weather became worse. Rain and fog covered the sea. At 8 o'clock, it was very dark. The rain fell so hard that sailors could not see far from the ship. William Robinson was now a sailor on the Beagle. He had traveled on many long voyages, but he was only 20 years old.
I called to Borsworthick on the front deck, William said. I told him, look how fast that storm is coming.
Borsworthick was now the Beagle's rope maker. He added, less than a minute later, I saw a cliff through the rain and darkness. I shouted, land ahead. At the same moment, an officer shouted, turn the ship. Then the front of the ship hit the rock. Our 3 masts fell down with a terrible noise.
Many men on the deck were dead or hurt. HMS Tees broke apart and sank. The boatswain threw a rope onto the rocks. The men used the rope to help sailors reach the cliff through the rough water. Still, 25 men died. People called the accident a disgrace.
But, Fitzroy said, an English warship may face danger because it tries hard not to waste time in port. A merchant ship would stay and wait.
So that the Tees was under orders to reach a place quickly. Charles asked.
That seems true, Fitzroy answered. But I do not think that will protect the captain from a court-martial. Does the story of the Tees frighten you?
Yes, of course, he said.
Only a foolish person would not feel afraid.
The ship the Tees became a strong sign of danger for them. Every bad storm made them think about it again. At dusk in early April, they arrived at the harbor of Rio de Janeiro. Many people thought it was the most beautiful harbor in the world. Sugar Loaf Mountain stood dark against the clear night sky. It was too late to find a good place to stop the ship. Captain Fitzroy turned the ship toward the wind. They moved slowly among many ships in the harbor. There were ships from the British Royal Navy. They also saw many porpoises, sharks, and turtles. Rio de Janeiro was the main base for the British Navy in South America. Charles went to his hammock late that night. He slept badly until morning. He had been away from Plymouth for 4 months. There should be letters from home. Those letters would remind him that he still belonged in England. The wind was light that day. Late in the afternoon, Captain Fitzroy left in a small boat. He wore his full Navy uniform. He went to report to Admiral Thomas Baker on the ship Warspite. The Beagle was covered with many colorful flags. Lieutenant Wickham and Chaffers moved the ship beautifully around the harbor. They lowered sails and raised them again many times. Soon a message came from the flagship. The message praised the good order and discipline on the Beagle. It also said that no sounding ship had ever moved so perfectly before. Only then did Charles learn what Captain Fitzroy had ordered before leaving.
Show the Beagle at her very best.
While waiting for the mail, Charles tried to forget his homesickness. He looked at the beautiful view around him. The mountains were rough like the mountains in Wales. Green plants covered them. Palm trees stood along the tops of the hills. Below the hills was the Great Bay. Warships from many nations filled the water. Near the shore stood Rio de Janeiro, the capital of South America. Charles saw the harbor wall, the palace, the cathedral, and many towers. The Beagle would stay there for a month. The crew would map the coast and measure the waters. Captain Fitzroy told Charles that he could live on land during that time. Augustus Earl knew the city well. He suggested that they rent a house at Botafogo Bay. It was 4 miles from the center of the city. Earl said Charles would find many plants and animals there for his collection. At last the mail boat arrived beside the ship. The crew quickly forgot their duties. Everyone rushed to look for letters.
Lieutenant Wickham shouted loudly. Take the letters below. Every fool is reading letters and forgetting his work.
Hellier, the captain's clerk, slowly gathered the large envelopes. He carried them below deck. Then he gave the letters to the men who were free from duty. Charles waited a full hour before he received his letters in his cabin. There were 2 letters from his sisters. One was from Caroline and one from Katty. There was also a letter from Charlotte Wedgwood at Mayor Hall. Another letter came from Henslow through Plymouth. Charles read them eagerly. The letters carried news from home. They also showed love and care for him.
Caroline wrote that she thought about him all the time. She hoped he was enjoying all the new places he saw. Still, she felt sad because he was far away for so long. She wrote that everyone would value him even more when he returned home. She said Erasmus hoped Charles would come back after 2 years. The family would be very happy if that happened. She also wrote that their father was well. Life at home continued much the same. In the evenings they played cards. After their father went to bed, Erasmus, Charlotte, and Caroline sat near the fire and talked together. Often they talked about Charles.
The Wedgwood family had visited the Mount. The Darwins had also stayed for a long visit at Mayor Hall. Erasmus went with them. For a time, it seemed that Erasmus liked Charlotte Wedgwood very much.
Charlotte had started her letter to Charles in the middle of January. 2 weeks later she finished it. In the letter she announced that she was engaged to Mr. Charles Langton. He was a young clergyman. Soon they would marry.
To Charles, it seemed that many people in England were getting married after he left. His cousin Henslow Wedgwood had married his cousin Fanny Mackintosh. Charles quickly searched through the letters for news about Fanny Owen. Then he found shocking news. Fanny Owen was engaged to Robert Biddulph of Chirk Castle. People did not think highly of him. Fanny planned to marry in March. Now it was April 4th. Charles suddenly understood. She was already married. I still thought about her every night, he cried. I left Shrewsbury only 3 months before she became engaged to Biddulph, and I believed she cared for me. There were tears in his eyes. For a long time, he lay still in his hammock. His body hurt. I have been a fool, he said sadly. I did not see the truth around me. Mr. Owen wanted me to marry his daughter, but that was all. Fanny was liked by every man. She always wanted attention and praise. There was no chance she would wait 3 or 4 years for me. He picked up Katty's letter again.
I believe Fanny and Biddulph will first go to Chirk Castle for a week. Then they will go to London for the spring. When you return, you will find her an old married woman. I hope this will not hurt you too much, dear Charlie. You can be sure that Fanny will still be kind and friendly to you. She will be happy to see you again. But I fear this will not help your sadness very much, dear Charles.
He sat at the corner of the map table and wrote to his sister. If Fanny is not already Mrs. Biddulph, I would say, poor dear Fanny, again and again until I slept. I do not know what to think or say. I still feel great tenderness for her, and I still call her my dearest Fanny. Then something strange happened. The picture of Woodhouse and the forest disappeared from his mind. Instead, he saw the bright flower garden at Mayor Hall. He remembered Uncle Joe's and Emma. They had helped him get the chance to sail around the world. He stood up and went to his chest with things from home. He closed the silver locket that held Sarah Owen's hair. Then he went on deck and threw it into the sea. He went with Earl to the palace steps and walked through the busy streets. The houses had bright colors and balconies. There were many churches and convents. People hurried everywhere. The city looked rich and full of trade. It also seemed always ready for a celebration. Earl was a very good guide.
This town could make a painter crazy, he said. There is color everywhere, with trees and plants all around. I painted this place before, and I will paint it again. But we compete with God here in Brazil. This is his greatest painting.
I also want to travel into the unknown parts of the country, Charles said. I want to go where no one has written reports. The captain had asked them to take Philip King with them. They walked for miles along a dirt road near the coast of Botafogo. Mountains stood behind them during the walk. Botafogo Bay looked beautiful, with beaches and shining water. They found a pleasant wooden house painted pearl grey. It had screened porches on 3 sides. Inside was a small sitting room and 3 bedrooms. Each bedroom had a small bed, a rough wooden table, and a chair. Behind the kitchen was a porch where they ate their meals. From there they could see the mountains. Flowers filled the garden around the house. A small lake stood nearby. Mr. and Mrs. Bulger owned the house. They gave the men a good price. Each person paid 22 shillings a week. The Bulgars lived in a small cottage behind the garden. Mrs. Bulger often came out to cook breakfast and dinner for them. Her face reminded Charles of the polished dark dining table at the Mount. Later, back in town, Earl introduced Charles to his friends at the Table d'Hôte restaurant. The restaurant served very tall and cold drinks with rum. There were British and American businessmen there. There were also consuls, naval officers, and travelers who often moved from place to place. Soon after they sat at the round table for English speakers, a red-haired Irishman came in. His name was Patrick Lennon. He greeted Earl warmly.
A few days later, and I would have missed you, Patrick said. I am going to the country near the Rio Maki. 8 years ago, I bought forest land there. I sent an English agent to manage it. But I never received any money from the business. Now I am going there to learn what happened.
Charles looked excited. How long is the journey? He asked. What kind of country is it?
I would like very much to come with you.
It takes about a week each way, Lennon answered. I could use another man with me. And I need another gun. I will only have my young nephew and a Scotsman named Laurie to talk to. Can you sit on a horse for 12 hours?
I can ride and shoot. When do we leave?
In 3 days. Come to Praia Grande, a village across the bay, at 9 in the morning. Bring a blanket. We will find food on the way. I will rent a horse for you.
Charles spent a whole day getting his passport for the trip inland. The Brazilian officials did not understand why a young English stranger was in such a hurry on a hot April day. The next evening, Charles, Earl, and Philip King moved some of their things from the Beagle to Botafogo. When Charles put his microscope, bottles, and specimen boxes on the table, the room looked like a laboratory. On the 3rd day, he crossed the water to the village of Praia Grande. Lennon was waiting for him. The group also had a young friend of the Scotsman named Gosling, a Brazilian guide from the interior, and a black boy who helped with many jobs. Charles carried his flycatcher with him. They rode through very quiet woods. There were many large butterflies with bright colors. They passed some farm fields and then entered the jungle again. Sunlight came through the thick leaves. The trees were full of orchids growing on them. At noon they rode through the small village of Ithacaia. There were good Brazilian houses there, with slave huts around them. That night they slept at a venda. The place only gave them straw mats to sleep on. Before sunrise they left again. They rode across a narrow sandy plain between the sea and the salt lagoons inland. Charles saw many fishing birds in the sky. There were egrets and cranes. The bright white sand and strong heat hurt his eyes. His thermometer showed 96 degrees. But the view was beautiful. The wooded hills reflected in the water of the lagoon.
I hate scenery, Laurie said. I push it out of my eyes like flies.
That night they stayed at a larger venda. It was built with thick wooden posts and woven tree branches. There was a roof and a dirt floor. After they removed the saddles from the horses and fed them corn, the men went to the front veranda. There were tables and benches there. Lennon bowed politely to the owner.
"Can you please give us something to eat?" he asked.
Anything you want, sir.
"Do you have fish?
Oh no, sir.
Do you have dried meat?
Oh no, sir.
Do you have bread?"
Oh no, sir.
2 hours later, there was still no food on the table. Charles asked about it.
Lennon answered, "The food will come when it is ready. If we complain, they may tell us to leave because we are rude."
At last, they received a bowl with chicken, rice, and farina. The guide said, "We are lucky."
Sometimes guests must kill their own chickens.
Charles looked for a knife and fork. Lennon's nephew showed him his 10 fingers. Charles slept on a wooden platform with a thin straw mat. Before he slept, he saw that the room was very dirty. "If I only wanted clean sheets," he said, "I would have stayed at the Mount." The next evening, they arrived at Campos Novos. There they stayed in a clean and pleasant venda. They ate very well. There were biscuits, wine, and strong drink with dinner. They also had fresh fish for breakfast. Everything cost a little more than 2 shillings for each person.
Lucky travel, Lennon said. You must accept the bad things and the good things. Then you continue your journey.
During the next 2 days, Charles collected plants, insects, and shells from lakes with fresh water and salt water. Later they entered another forest with very tall trees. In his notebook, Charles wrote, "Wonderful and beautiful flowering plants." They found tall ant nests with pointed tops. Some were 12 feet high. Charles stopped and cut off a piece. He wanted to study it later in London. After 10 hours on horseback, they arrived at Ingetado. They rode together and ate together. Their rifles stayed ready near them. Still, they spoke very little. Only Laurie, the Scotsman, spoke often. He always asked for a full bill for everything he ate and drank. He never received one. One morning, Charles woke up feeling sick. His body shook badly. He told nobody. He crossed the Barra de Saint João in a canoe. His horse swam beside him. When the group stopped to eat, he could not swallow any food. He continued to travel until night. He pressed his knees hard against the horse to stay in the saddle. That night, they stayed at the Venda da Mato. Charles slept badly and had short, frightening dreams. He was sick in a foreign country. He could not speak the language. There was no doctor and no medicine. He woke up covered in sweat from fever. But when his mind became clear again, he pushed away his fear. "I ate or drank something bad," he thought. "I will get better." And he did. He finished the next day's journey to Sossego. There stood the comfortable home of Senhor Manuel Figueireda. From far away, they heard a bell ringing. Then they heard a cannon fire.
Laurie shouted, "That is our welcome."
The house stood on a hill like a large English barn. A small stream ran under it. There were cows, goats, sheep, and horses in the fields. Orange and banana trees grew around the house. Near the house stood a cooking shed and a large storehouse. There were also stables and work buildings for the black workers. The house had wooden floors and a roof of reeds. The windows had shutters. In the sitting room, gold-colored chairs stood against white walls. Charles enjoyed the first dishes of the meal very much. Then the servants brought a roasted turkey and a roasted pig from the kitchen.
Senor Figueireda was a smart older man and a good manager.
He was building roads to nearby towns so he could move his goods more easily. He had 110 black slaves. They were treated well, had enough food, and wore decent clothes. Each worker learned a skill. During the meal, many children came into the dining room again and again. People had to send them out each time. This showed that the children were not living in fear. Charles soon felt much stronger again. He went with Senhor Figueiredo to see the fazenda. It was a large open area cut from a huge forest. Charles wrote notes about the coffee harvest. He also learned about mandioca, or cassava. People crushed the roots into pulp, dried it, and baked it into farina. The next day they traveled through a forest. Charles saw toucans and bee-to-birds there. They later visited Mr. Cowper, who worked for Mr. Lennon. Mr. Cowper welcomed them warmly. Still, it was clear that the fazenda was managed badly. The slaves worked too hard and did not get enough food. Lennon and Cowper had a serious argument. Lennon became very angry. He threatened to sell a mixed-race child at a public sale. Cowper cared deeply for the child, and people believed the child was his. Back at Sossego, Senhor Figueiredo helped settle the problem. No slaves would be sold. Lennon would finally begin to earn money from his investment. Charles spent many happy days at Sossego. He collected reptiles, flowers, ferns, and many plants. He believed people in England had never seen some of them before. He also collected many strange insects. Later, Charles, Lennon, and Lennon's nephew started the trip back to Rio de Janeiro. The weather became very cold. Heavy rain fell. The wooden roads turned into deep mud. Several wooden bridges had broken down, so they had to take long paths around them. The small inns were very poor. Sometimes they had to sleep on dried corn. During the journey, they lost their passports. When they reached Rio de Janeiro, guards stopped them. The guards wanted proof that the horses were not stolen. Charles felt excited about his journey into the inside of Brazil. His saddlebags were full of specimens. When he visited the Beagle, he was surprised by many changes during his 2 weeks away. As he rode from the wharf in a small boat, he saw many new faces. 3 sailors who had been whipped had run away. 2 others were too sick to continue and went home. 7 crewmen left the ship or moved to HMS Lightning. 2 more moved to HMS Warspite. New men from other Royal Navy ships replaced them.
Wickham said, "We expect this kind of thing when we reach our first Royal Navy base. We send some men away, and some choose to leave themselves. But the officers stay the same. By the way, you should visit the captain."
Dr. Robert McCormick was preparing to leave the ship and return home. He showed Charles that he held no anger toward him.
"Darwin, I have been in a bad position on this small and uncomfortable ship," he said. "I hoped to study natural history, but many problems stopped me. I will return home on HMS Tyne. I leave at midnight. But first I must buy a grey parrot in the market."
Captain Fitzroy sat in his cabin and compared his maps of Bahia with French maps made by Baron Roussin's expedition. When Charles entered, the captain looked up with a serious face.
"I am sending the Beagle back to Bahia in a few weeks for more chart work," he said. "Our results match the recent findings of Captain Beechey. But there is a difference of more than 4 miles in longitude between his maps and Baron Roussin's maps. I have decided to return to Bahia and learn if the Beagle's measurements are correct."
"It does for you men on land too. You have 2 more months here. Does that make you happy, Philos?" Charles smiled when he heard the short form of his name. "Yes, sir. Very happy. Fuegia Basket has been sick. Mr. Bino does not know the problem. Can she stay in your house at Botafogo? I am sure Mrs. Bulger will care for her like a mother." The next morning, he moved more of his things to Botafogo. 2 sailors untied the small boat behind his cabin. They put his books, writing tools, boxes, and cork materials into it. Charles told the sailors to move toward the white beach at Botafogo. Just before they reached the shore, 2 waves came over the boat. Water filled it quickly. Charles was completely wet. He cried out when he saw his books and supplies floating in the water. "Oh no! Not this! These things are very important to me.
Sorry, Mr. Darwin, but we must move quickly instead of standing here shaking from the cold.
He moved as fast as he could. The two sailors tied the boat safely and helped him pour water out of his things. All three men carried many armfuls to his nearby house. There, he placed everything on the porches and kept them away from the strong sun. His writing papers were safe inside a water-resistant bag, but the books and boxes had marks from the sea water. He spent that day and the next fixing and drying everything. Now he had almost 10 free weeks before HMS Beagle sailed to Montevideo on July 5. During that time, he collected many sea animals. Every ditch was full of them. 1 hour of collecting gave him enough work for the rest of the day. He spent the time preserving the animals and closing the containers. He also wrote in his diary about the 200-mile trip to Rio Maki. Earl was sick and could not paint. Charles wrote to him. When a naturalist walks in England, he often finds something interesting to study. Here, he had a pleasant problem. He could not walk a short distance without stopping to look at a new and strange creature. Sometimes it was a howler monkey. Sometimes it was a click beetle or a strange mushroom.
Be careful with this jungle, Earl said with a weak smile. It will make you unable to live in normal places again. Especially in England.
In the first days of May, Stokes brought Charles 2 letters from the Beagle. One letter was from his sister Susan. The other was from Fanny Owen. It was dated March 1, 1832. Susan's letter was dated February 12. She wished him a happy birthday. The sisters took turns writing each month. They did not write quickly before the ship left. Instead, they wrote a little each day like a diary. This helped Charles know everything happening at home.
Susan wrote that Harry and Jessie Wedgwood were staying with them for 2 weeks. She said they fit well into the family life. They also enjoyed playing whist with everyone. Harry Wedgwood read Joseph Andrews aloud to the family. Susan wrote that they laughed a great deal during the reading. She had also been reading Mutiny on the Bounty. She said it was an old story but still very interesting. She liked reading about the mutineers living happily on Pitcairn Island. Susan wrote that Professor Adam Sedgwick had visited on his way to North Wales. She said he praised her music and made her feel shy. Because of Charles, she had played much more music that winter. Susan also wrote that Charlotte Wedgwood and her husband, Charles Langton, might receive a church house at Winstonstow.
This news made Charles think about his own future. Would he also receive a church position one day? Would the work give him enough money? How long after returning home could he lead a church? Would he live in a place where he could still study nature and collect plants and animals? Fanny Owen's letter told him about her engagement to Biddulph and her coming marriage. The pain from the first news had already become weaker. Now her letter seemed light and playful to him. When he read it again, he decided that Fanny had only liked him as a pleasant friend. Her words about affection were probably no deeper than friendly fun and happy talk. She had not truly loved him. He also thought he was lucky in some ways. Still, he continued to feel empty inside where his love had once been. He continued writing long letters to the Mount. He sent them whenever a ship left for England. The letters were addressed to Caroline, Catty, or Susan. But they were mostly written to keep his 66-year-old father informed about the Beagle voyage and free from worry. Charles knew his father feared that his youngest son would become a restless traveler with no serious purpose. Although I enjoy this traveling life, I still see a quiet church life in my future. I can see it even here among the palm trees. After the family at the Mount read his letters aloud several times, they sent them to Mayor Hall for the Wedgwood family to read. The days passed quietly. Heavy rain often fell. Charles wore his oilcloth hat and cape. Sometimes he could only go outside for 1 or 2 hours between the showers. Mrs. Bulger took care of Fwager Basket and Augustus Earl. She gave them her own herbal medicine. One day, Charles took young King to the Beagle so he could prepare for the trip back to Bahia. There he learned that 3 of the 12 men from a boat trip to the Rio Macaco were very sick with fever. Charles had missed that trip because he was drying his wet supplies. The sick men were Charles Musters, John Jones, and John Morgan. John Jones was a young boy who was supposed to receive a promotion on the day he became ill. Charles asked Mr. Bino, why did these 3 men become sick when the others did not?
They did not obey orders, Mr. Bino answered. They were told not to swim in the Rio Macaco. The rivers there are dangerous.
Will they recover? Charles asked.
I do not know, Mr. Bino said. I brought 2 respected doctors from Rio de Janeiro. They agreed it was better to keep the men here on the ship with me so I can watch them.
Among his plants, he had many kinds of orchids, climbing plants, long lianas, mimosa plants, tropical herbs, and shrubs from the bin family. He also had camphor, breadfruit, jaca, hymenophyllum, agave with many flowers, Spanish moss, coffee plants, cinnamon, and cabbage palms. The land and air were full of insects. There were water beetles, fireflies, cicadas, locusts, vampire bats, shining beetles, leaf-cutting ants, swallowtail butterflies, wasps, walking sticks, praying mantises, cockroaches, palm weevils, and snout beetles. Many of these were new to him. It was a very large job to describe, study, and keep all of them. He loved every part of the work. Outside, he collected plants and animals. Inside, he cleaned and preserved them. Still, the work was hard. Soon his boxes, jars, rocks, fish, sea animals, and insects filled his bedroom. They spread onto the verandas where he cut and preserved fish and sea life in strong alcohol. Even with so many living things around him, he did not forget geology. He learned that most of the area was made of gneiss. This rock was like granite and had quartz, feldspar, and mica inside it. Heat and pressure had changed the rock over time. The gneiss had many garnets in it. He also saw large stones of greenstone. On the small island of Vilgagnon, he found 2 long lines of hard rock that cut across the land. At the bottom of Corcovado Mountain, he found quartz with iron in it. On May 18th, he wrote a letter to Professor John Henslow. He told him about the voyage and the geology of St. Jago. He also wrote about the trip to the Rio Macaco. He said, "Now I am collecting freshwater and land animals. At this time I am very interested in spiders. They are very interesting. I think I may already have found some new kinds." He decided not to send a collection box until they reached Montevideo. He asked Henslow to tell Professor Sedgwick that the trip to Wales had helped him greatly. That trip gave him a strong interest in geology. He said he would never give it up. He climbed Corcovado Mountain with Augustus Earle. The mountain was about 2,000 feet high. They followed the aqueduct and climbed the steep sides to the top. The summit was covered with thick forest. When they reached the peak, he saw one of the most famous views in the world. He said, "If we judge places by the surprise and wonder they give us, this place is surely one of the greatest." He spent pleasant evenings at home with Fwager Basket and Earle. Together they read Anson's travel book. At the same time, he learned that a young English bachelor was popular in the English-speaking group in the city. Mr. Aston, the British minister, invited him to dinner at his home. Captain Fitzroy had spoken well about him, and Admiral Thomas Baker invited him to dinner several times. Admiral Baker also invited him to visit the HMS Warspite and have dinner on the ship. There he met friendly young officers from the Royal Navy. The British attaché invited him to hear a famous piano player.
Earle teased him. "Flycatcher, you are the most popular young man in Rio," he said. "I am sure someone will offer you a good job and a beautiful daughter to marry."
One evening, when the Beagle returned, he found Philip King at the house in Botafogo. At once, he saw from the boy's face that something was wrong. What happened, Philip? He asked. Were our maps incorrect?
No, Philip answered. The captain was pleased. Our measurements from Rio de Janeiro to Bahia matched the earlier ones exactly. Now our maps will become the accepted maps.
That is good. Then there was silence before King spoke again.
John Morgan died from his fever. We buried him at sea. 5 days later, John Jones died too.
And Charles Musters. We buried both of them in the English cemetery in Bahia. Charles sat down heavily in a chair. Young King was crying.
I know your feelings, Mr. Darwin, he said quietly. You cared for Musters like a brother.
Poor young boy, Charles said sadly. He was only 14. He did not really begin his life yet. He missed his home very much. Now he will never see home again. I feel very sad for him. During his last 2 weeks in Rio de Janeiro, Charles often went into the forest. To him, it was like a great treasure for a man who loved nature. But after some time, he understood something. It was tiring to feel excited at every new thing on the road. Still, he felt a naturalist must feel this joy. While the Beagle took on fresh food, Charles spent his last days studying his corallines. He also took one last long walk through the Brazilian jungle. High above him, Charles saw a large monkey with a beard. The animal hung stiffly from its long tail. A mixed-race boy walked with a young Brazilian man. The boy carried an axe. They began to cut down the huge tree. You are cutting down a whole tree to reach a dead monkey? Charles asked with surprise.
Why not? The young man answered. There are too many trees and too much forest.
The tree crashed down loudly. It pulled earth from the ground and broke other trees as it fell. To Charles, this showed how rich and full Brazil was. That evening, the quiet area of Botafogo celebrated the night before St. Juan's Day. Large fires burned outside. People fired rockets, guns, and fireworks all night long. Near morning, Charles was still awake and walking outside. Then he met Earl, who looked tired and pale.
Does this seem like a strange way to honor a saint? Earl asked. It sounds like they want to blow him out of heaven.
On July 1st, Charles went to a church service on HMS Beagle. He thought the ceremony was very moving. He especially liked the moment when the crew of 650 men removed their hats during God Save the King. Later that day, he carried his things back onto the Beagle. It felt strange to sit again in his small place in the poop cabin. The 11 weeks had passed happily. When he left Botafogo, he felt both thankful and sad. As HMS Beagle sailed past HMS Beagle and HMS Samarang, the sailors on the two warships climbed into the rigging. They gave the Beagle a warm farewell with 3 loud cheers. The band on HMS Beagle played To Glory You Steer. Charles spoke to Captain Fitzroy. There is a friendship between men at sea, he said.
It is even stronger because ships spend so much time alone, Fitzroy answered.
The masts of HMS Beagle had strong support. The ship had larger crosspieces, tops, and ropes than most ships of the same size. Every block and wheel on the ship was made to fit the ropes and chains well. Between the masts were large trysails made from strong canvas. The sails had several reefing points. During the first 3 days, the ship sailed south toward Montevideo and Buenos Aires. Charles did not enjoy the weather. The wind was light and changed often. There were also long waves on the sea. He was not sick from the sea, but he felt very unhappy. On the 4th day, a strong wind began to blow. To him, it felt like a great storm. Mr. Chaffers thought the same. He lowered some of the sails and removed the top masts. Now HMS Beagle moved smoothly across the water. It looks like the ship wants to avoid the hard waves by itself, Charles said to Stokes. The Beagle now felt like a living thing with its own character. It was strong and able to survive hard weather. Charles could no longer think of it as only wood, rope, cloth, and metal. The ship was the most important thing on board. It was even more important than the captain. The lives of everyone on the ship depended on the ship working well. That included Charles, the young naturalist who still had much to learn. In the middle of July, Charles woke up to a bright sky and calm water. Whales, petrels, and Cape pigeons filled the sea and sky. People on the ship felt different now. At breakfast in the gun room, the officers spoke with excitement. They wanted to see and explore the unknown coast of Patagonia.
Suland said, "We are going into the wild parts of Patagonia. Why do we not grow beards and look like wild men too?"
They all did it. At first, Charles' beard made his face itch. Soon he had a thin red beard. He was very happy because he no longer cut himself with his razor. After breakfast, he went up on deck. He took deep breaths of the cool, fresh air. The ship moved smoothly ahead at 9 knots. Now it was time to make the first box for the specimens he would send home. There were 4 carpenters on the ship. Their leader was Jonathan May. He had helped Charles build a net for sea animals.
Jonathan May said he wanted to build the box himself.
First, Charles put out his rock collection. There were 254 different pieces. He found them between St. Jago and Rio de Janeiro. Then he showed his plant collection. The plants were dry and flat between sheets of paper. Labels were inside the papers. When they returned to Cambridge, Henslow would place them on stronger paper. There were also 4 large bottles with animals in alcohol. He had a very large spider collection. There were many small beetles in little boxes. He also had 2 kinds of brightly colored planarii. These animals looked a little like snails. There were many kinds of sea animals in strong liquid. He had birds that he prepared himself. There were fish in very strong liquid. He also had many small animals without bones. He had cut open some of them for study. There were containers with lizards and snakes. He also had mounted butterflies and other flying insects. There were many kinds of insects in the collection. Carpenter May touched his short beard.
"Give me a few days, Mr. Darwin, and I will build a strong wooden box for everything," he said. "The rocks can stay at the bottom. The butterflies can stay on top."
The ship was moving very fast. It traveled 160 miles in one day. The men were happy.
"We will see land soon," they said.
But by evening a strong wind blew against them. Again the sailors brought down the top masts. The ship fought against the rough sea with only a few sails open. Charles lay on the captain's sofa and read Captain Philip King's 2 books about the survey of Australia. The next morning there was much to see at sea. He watched a group of grampuses, blackfish, and killer whales swimming after the ship. He thought they were about 15 feet long. The animals came out of the water together. First he saw their round heads. Then he saw their tall fins on their backs. They hit the water hard and moved very fast. Far away, black whales sent water into the air near a group of porpoises. Then Charles saw flying fish, penguins, seals, and a bird like a yellow hammer. The day felt like autumn in England.
"It will not stay like this," Suland warned. "We are only 60 miles from the mouth of the Plata. There will probably be thick fog."
By evening the wind became stronger. The night was dark and stormy. In the middle watch, between midnight and 4 in the morning, Chaffers woke Lieutenant Wickham.
"Mr. Wickham, I think I can hear cows on the shore," he said. "On the shore? Then we are far from our course. That is what happened to the Lettese. Come up to the deck."
Wickham checked the instruments and then walked to the front of the ship. He could see nothing in the fog. He listened carefully and smiled a little.
"Those are penguins and seals. They make a terrible noise. Keep the ship on course."
After 21 days at sea, They arrived at the mouth of the Rio de la Plata. The river water was brown with mud. It stayed above the sea water where the two waters met. Charles watched with Mr. Bino as the ship moved toward Montevideo. "This surprises me, Ben," Charles said. "Why does the muddy river water not go under the sea water?"
"The sea water is heavier," Bino answered.
They stopped near the HMS Druid. A small boat came from the other ship. Captain Hamilton told Captain Fitzroy that there had been a change in the government. The new leaders would not allow British sailors to go onto the land.
"We need food and supplies," Fitzroy said. "Will they let my purser come ashore?"
"Yes, if he brings money," Hamilton answered. "You can be sure of that."
Rowlett went ashore in the cutter. He carried a bag full of money to buy fresh meat and vegetables. At the same time, Charles and Fitzroy went in a small boat to nearby Rat Island. The captain checked his instruments there. Charles walked around and hunted for animals. He found some strange creatures. One animal looked very unusual, and he showed it to Fitzroy. At first, people would think this is a snake, Charles said. But it has two small back legs, or maybe fins. This may show how lizards and snakes are connected. Fitzroy looked surprised. "You sound like your grandfather in Zoonomia." He tried to explain how one kind of animal could slowly change into another kind. "I remember him writing about the big changes in animals after they are born." I did not believe him when I read Zoonomia at 15. He did not have enough proof for his ideas.
He was wrong. You are wrong too. Lizards and snakes are the same now as they were at the creation.
The next morning, Captain Fitzroy gave out warm clothes because the weather was very cold. Charles received a large coat that did not fit well. It covered him like a heavy wool blanket. He went ashore with King and some midshipmen to hunt. They walked to the hill outside the troubled town that gave Montevideo its name. Charles shot 2 partridges, some wild ducks, and different kinds of lizards. One lizard was a large iguana almost 3 feet long. When they returned to the ship, the cook was happy.
"Iguana is good to eat at this time of year," he said.
At dinner, Fitzroy said, "I just heard about some old Spanish maps of Patagonia in Buenos Aires. The city is only 100 miles up the river. I decided to go and see them. I do not want to leave Montevideo before I see the town," Charles said. "If we wear our good clothes, we may not look dangerous."
"We will look like 2 English gentlemen taking a walk," Fitzroy answered.
They went alone into the city, the capital of the new Republic of Uruguay. There were no signs of war or revolution. Still, Charles did not like the town very much. The streets were dirty. The buildings did not match each other. The roads outside the town were in very bad condition. Even so, Charles quickly saw that the country would be good for studying nature and animals. When they returned to HMS Beagle, a young man was waiting near the guard.
"It is Robert Hammond," Fitzroy said with surprise. "He is an old friend from another ship. I asked him to come."
Hammond soon explained the situation. He had moved from the Druid to take the place of Charles Musters on the Beagle. Charles thought, no person can stay forever. Now Musters is gone and another man has taken his place. One person means very little in the world. When HMS Beagle entered the outer harbor of Buenos Aires, 100 miles up the Rio de la Plata from Montevideo, a guard ship fired at them. A short time later, they heard another gunshot. When they reached their anchorage 3 miles from the landing place, Fitzroy ordered 2 boats into the water. A quarantine ship stopped the boats. The officers again refused them entry because there was cholera in England. They told the men to return to their ship at once. The tide was strong, and the wind blew against them. The sailors rowed hard and cursed together as they worked. HMS Beagle returned to Montevideo. There, the chief of police and the captain of the port came in small boats to ask for help against a group of mutinous men in the town.
"We do not have the authority," Captain Fitzroy replied.
"We give you that authority."
On shore, the British Consul General spoke to Fitzroy.
"Captain, you must protect the British citizens here in every way you can."
52 armed men left the Beagle. Charles went with them and carried pistols and a cutlass. They guarded the main fort and kept the mutinous men under control until government soldiers arrived. Sulan looked very excited at the thought of a battle. Charles said, "I never thought I would be in a war."
"If you shoot any mutinous men, send them home as specimens," Sulan joked. "Homo sapiens."
Nobody needed to shoot. In the afternoon, the men passed the time by cooking beef in the courtyard. At sunset, a boat returned to the Beagle to get warm clothes. Charles had a headache because of all the excitement. He went back with the boat and saw the crew working quickly. They raised the boarding nets, prepared the guns toward the shore, and cleared the deck for possible fighting. When night came, Chaffers said, "Now we can defend the Beagle well if someone attacks the ship." "Why would the mutinous men attack our ship?" Charles asked.
"To get ammunition," Chaffers answered.
Charles forgot about his headache. He stayed on deck all night with the watch. At dawn, more government soldiers arrived. The uprising ended.
Fitzroy announced, "Now we can begin the slow and boring study of the shore."
Charles collected scorpions from under stones, leeches, crabs, and many insects. He collected gnats, mosquitoes, flies, and fleas. He also found freshwater shells in small streams. There were birds he had never seen before. He collected a finch, a curlew with habits like a jacksnipe, and a kind of lark. He also gathered many snakes, lizards, and beetles. All these things covered 1/3 of the chart table. On the other side, Stokes and Philip King carefully drew maps of the Rio de la Plata. The next day, some of the men went out shooting. They hoped to find a group of ostriches. When Charles finally saw one, he was so surprised by its appearance that he did not shoot. By the middle of the afternoon, Wickham and Sulan were very tired. They sat under a tree and said they could not walk any farther. Charles offered to find horses for them. He hired 2 horses. The men rode them one after another, and they reached the town before the city gates closed.
"Good thing we did not get an ostrich," Charles said proudly. "We would have needed a 3rd horse to carry it."
"How can you walk so much?" Sulan asked.
"I am bigger and stronger than you. I could break you in 2.
"Maybe you could," Charles answered, "but you will never walk farther than me. I have taken long walks since I was a boy." The next time, Charles went out alone. He found a large capybara. The animal looked like a very big guinea pig. He ran after it and shot it in the head. Then he tried to lift it. It weighed almost 100 pounds. He understood he needed a horse to carry it back to the ship. After collecting the live animals, Charles studied the geology of Montevideo. The area was very interesting. There were many kinds of gneiss rock. The feldspar was often yellow and rough. Some parts were not fully formed. These rocks lay between layers of dark green slate. Some slate was fine and some was rough. His studies in North Wales had prepared him well for this Beagle voyage.
"It should arrive safely in England," May said.
On August 19, 1832, Charles and his friends carried the large box into the whaleboat. Then they moved it onto the packet ship HMS Beagle, which was going to Falmouth. Charles asked how long it would take for the box to reach Cambridge.
"I cannot say, sir," a man answered. "We stop at a few places on the coast. Maybe by Christmas." "Is it a Christmas gift for someone at the university?"
Charles laughed as he imagined Professor Henslow opening the box. "I truly hope he thinks so."
The next job for HMS Beagle was to study the coast of Patagonia in the south. They lifted anchor and sailed carefully. A strong wind came from the northwest and pushed water out of the river. At night there were 18 feet of water under the back of the ship. By morning there were only 13. The ship moved to a different place. As soon as they lifted the anchor, the wind pushed the ship close to a buoy. The buoy marked an old wreck. One mistake could have sent the ship onto the wreck, but Mr. Chaffee's crew worked well and sailed away safely.
I do not want any more dangers like that, he said.
But his wish did not come true. Captain Fitzroy said they would check the important points along the coast. For many miles, the shore was only sandy hills. Nothing changed. No people lived there. "This is the saddest place I have ever seen," Charles said to Stokes. Suddenly he missed his home at the Mount. He thought about the flowers and trees there. He remembered the roses, the blue lobelia, and the trees beside the River Severn. "Ships never come to this coast," he said. "But the Hydrographic Office in London needs good maps." For some days the weather was fine and the sky was clear. Then heavy rain came. The air became thick, and they could not continue the survey. Soon the sailors put fishing lines into the water. Everyone caught fish and shouted happily. There were enough fish for dinner. Only Captain Fitzroy looked worried.
"I feel that the barometers will rise," he said. "Then the wind will change direction. A strong storm will come with it. Wake me at once when the barometers change."
At 1 o'clock in the morning, Charles heard sailors being called onto the deck. The barometers had changed. While he and Stokes dressed quickly, Charles spoke quietly. "The captain feels the weather before the barometers do."
"Good captains understand the sea weather," Stokes answered.
They began badly. The anchor became stuck in soft clay. The clay had hardened around the iron parts. The anchor broke. While they pulled up the broken pieces, they also lost the buoy and its ropes. By morning they were far from shore, but the sea was rough. The wooden carriage for the small cannon broke. The cannon fell into the sea. Fitzroy was very angry about the two losses. "Who will the captain blame?" Charles asked Sulan.
"Wickham and I checked the equipment," Sulan answered. "The cannon was not tied down well enough."
Again they lost another anchor. It was one of the biggest and best anchors on the ship. Like the first one, it became stuck in hard clay and broke.
"So early in the voyage," Sulan said sadly. "It is a great loss."
During the storm, Charles was sick from the sea for 2 days. His body still felt very bad, but now he was not afraid of the storms and waves. On September 2nd, he wrote in his diary, "This day will always be important to me. Today was the first time I felt hopeful about joining this voyage." The ship stopped for a short time outside Blanca Bay. The waves were very strong, and nobody could go to land. Again, the men dropped fishing lines into the sea. Charles did not let anyone cut the fish before he wrote about each one in his fish notebook. The sailors accepted this. Captain Fitzroy felt worried and annoyed. Their maps of the area were poor and did not help them much. Then they found they had stopped at the end of an inlet. The waterway went no farther. A small sailing ship with a Buenos Aires flag came toward them. Fitzroy sent a whaleboat with Lieutenant Wickham to speak with the men on the ship and ask for information. At noon, the whaleboat returned with an Englishman on board.
"James Harris, at your service, sir," the man said. "I own the schooner. I sail on the Rio Negro and trade along the coast."
"We need a pilot," Fitzroy said. "We are looking for a safe way into the harbor of Port Belgrano."
"Then you must lift anchor and cross the large north bank," Harris answered. "The water is shallow there. Later we will reach the channel, and there the water is deep enough for any ship."
At dusk, Harris stood at the wheel of the Beagle. He was a middle-aged man with red cheeks and deep white salt lines on his face. The Beagle sailed quickly into the good but little-known harbor of Port Belgrano. The ship stopped near the wells below Anchorstock Hill. They were about 600 miles south of Montevideo.
There are many inlets along this flooded coast, Harris said.
We must examine them, Fitzroy replied. Can you take a small group of us to the Buenos Aires settlement?
Charles ran to his cabin. He took his leather bag and his hammer. They left in the captain's fast boat. For Sailor's Road. Harris entered the first creek he found. After some miles, the waterway became very narrow. The oars touched both sides. Charles could see only mud. They waited 2 hours for the tide to rise. Then they could row over the mudbanks through the tall rushes. After more hours, they reached a guardhouse for miles from the settlement. Charles looked up and saw a group of men watching them.
What strange-looking men, Fitzroy said. Earl should be here to paint them.
The men were gauchos. All of them wore ponchos, large cloth covers with a hole in the middle for the head. Around their waists were bright shawls over loose trousers with edges hanging down. Their boots were made from horse hide. The boots dried on their legs and were not removed. Their spurs were very large. The gauchos rode strong horses. They carried swords and short guns. But the men themselves were more interesting than their clothes. Many were half Spanish and half Indian. Some were fully Indian and some were black. James Harris explained who the men from the Beagle were. Then he arranged for them to ride behind the gauchos to the fort. The fort had mud walls and a narrow ditch around it. Captain Fitzroy and his group did not receive a warm welcome. The fort commander was polite, but his second officer looked nervous. He pointed at Charles, who wore normal clothes.
Who is he? The officer asked Harris.
An Englishman. Mr. Charles Darwin.
What does he do?
He is a naturalista.
What is a naturalista?
A man who knows everything.
Now the major became afraid. Through Harris, he asked Charles.
What is this everything you know? What do you know about?
Rocks, fish, insects, birds, plants, shells. The man turned to Fitzroy.
Are you spies? He asked. Did you come here before an attack? Major, we are here to make maps and study the land, Fitzroy answered. But you like our harbor for ships? The major asked. Yes. It is very good. The whole British fleet could stay there.
The major became very angry.
So that is the truth, he shouted. You will bring the British fleet here to take our land. I will stop you. Leave my fort now. Take this naturalist with you. He is a witch doctor.
Harris spoke quickly. I have a Spanish friend near here. He will let us stay in his house.
The friend's house had only one room, but it was comfortable. The men ate a small meal. They had not eaten for 12 hours. Then they slept on the floor. Charles slept between Rowlett and Harris. In the morning, officers from Buenos Aires watched them carefully. The men could not leave the settlement easily. People gave many excuses to stop them. At last, soldiers came to guide them away. When they reached the Beagle at noon, they saw soldiers on a high hill. The soldiers watched the ship closely. Charles went back to his hammock. Stokes smiled with his open and friendly face.
So you are a man who knows everything, Stokes said. Just think about it. I have shared this cabin with you for months, and I never knew.
After lunch, Fitzroy called Stokes, Wickham, and Sulan to his cabin. His cheeks were red, and his dark eyes shone brightly. Charles listened while Fitzroy spoke.
Gentlemen, I have made a decision.
After what we saw yesterday in the water and along the shore, I now believe the Beagle cannot explore this area well by itself. We would need much more time, and that is not possible. Harris and his partner have 2 small ships. They are covered boats with schooner sails. The larger boat is 15 tons. The smaller boat is 9 tons. Harris agreed to rent the boats to us. Mr. Harris will guide the larger boat. His friend, Mr. Roberts, will guide the smaller one. Both men have worked for many years in these waters. They know the banks, harbors, and tides very well. I think they can do this work well if strong officers lead them.
Which officers?
Wickham and Sullivan asked together.
Wickham, I want you to take the larger boat. Stokes, you will take the smaller one. This will help us very much. While you map this area, the Beagle can sail north to Montevideo. Then it can go south to Tierra del Fuego. We can return the 3 Fuegians and Mr. Matthews there.
2 more boats can help us do much more work, Wickham said. His face looked a little pale. May I ask a question about the Admiralty?
Do you mean the cost? Yes, that is a serious problem. I do not have permission to rent or buy extra help, but I do not worry too much about it. I believe this plan will succeed. I made the agreement myself. I will decide a fair payment for their work.
Wages, rent for the boats, and food for the 2 owners were included. The boats needed repairs, but they already had materials and workers on board. Sulan walked up the rear stairs to the open deck. Then he spoke quietly to Charles.
I am happy the captain did not choose me. I become sick on small boats. Wickham becomes sick too.
On Sunday morning, they had church service. After that, Charles went ashore with some officers. They studied long sand hills covered with rough grass. Beyond them were the pampas, and the flat land stretched far away. On Monday morning, the crew went ashore. One group collected wood. Another group dug wells and filled the ship's water barrels.
Captain Fitzroy spoke a contract while his clerk, Hellier, wrote it down. The boat owners agreed to work with their boats for 8 lunar months. Fitzroy agreed to pay £148 each lunar month. After December 1832, he could end the agreement at the end of any month.
Harris left to bring the 2 boats. Rowlett went with him to look for supplies at the settlement. Charles went hunting with Wickham. The captain's servant, Harry Fuller, asked to go too. Charles shot a large male deer and a female deer. But Fuller did even better and got 3 male deer. We need a wagon to carry them back to the ship, Charles said.
No wagon, Wickham answered. We will use sailors. Fuller, go back and get help.
When they were alone, Charles spoke quietly. I will feel sad when we separate.
I will miss you too, Flycatcher, Wickham replied. You know I am not a man who speaks about feelings. But it has been good to have a friend on this ship. I do not have to command you, and I do not have to obey you.
They had been away only a little more than an hour. When they returned, vultures and hawks had already eaten 1 dead animal.
That happened because we were careless, Wickham said with a curse as he looked at the birds above them.
I learned something today, Charles said. There is always something more hungry than we are. Captain Fitzroy moved the Beagle a few miles farther into the harbor. There was a better place there to collect water.
We will stay here for several weeks, he explained. The small boats must be repaired. Then we will all leave together.
The crew learned the right time to throw their nets into the water. Each day they caught about a ton of fish. Earl drew pictures of the sea and the land. Charles separated the new fish species and wrote about them in his notebook. It was now the middle of September. A year had passed since Charles arrived in Plymouth. By the 18th day, 3 days after the equinox, spring began. Flowers covered the plains. There were pinkwood sorrel flowers and wild peas. Birds started to lay eggs. Every day brought new discoveries for Charles. He collected clover and sweet-smelling flowers near the sea that he could not identify. He also gathered succulent plants. Among the reptiles he caught were toads and a harmless snake from the Coluba group. He also found a snake with wide jaws and a nose with a pointed end. When Charles dropped the snake onto the chart table, Stokes cried out,
"One good thing about working on the schooner is this. I will not need to work with your ugly snakes crawling over my maps."
But his soft voice showed he was not truly angry. Charles later hunted with gauchos whom Rowlett had hired to bring fresh meat to the Beagle. He wore rough sailor trousers and a jacket. Charles was surprised when the gauchos offered him a horse for one trip. The gauchos slept on the ground. As they traveled, they hunted animals for food. Sometimes they killed pumas, lions, or ostriches. They also searched for ostrich eggs. Charles was the only man with a gun. The gauchos warned him,
"Do not shoot."
The gauchos caught animals with bowlers. These were 2 or 3 iron balls tied to leather straps. One gaucho rode ahead and tried to push the animal toward the others. The men rode very fast while they swung the bowlers around their heads. Then the first rider threw them. At once, the animal fell down. Its legs became tied together by the leather straps. Charles admired their riding skills. They were quick and very accurate. The group found 64 ostrich eggs. They also caught many armadillos. At midday they made a fire. They cooked some eggs and roasted the armadillos inside their hard shells. Charles enjoyed the meal. As they sat around the fire, Charles noticed something for the first time. One of the gauchos was a woman. She acted afraid of his gun.
"No es cargado?" she asked.
Charles answered politely with a lie. "No, it is not loaded." In his animal collection, Charles had an agouti and the hare of the pampas. He also had 3 kinds of armadillos, a zorillo, and a South American guinea pig. Inside the stomach of an ostrich, he found a worm. His collection of birds and eggs was growing fast. He got an egg from a South American ostrich called Struthio rhea. He also collected cliff birds, terns from the salt marshes, parrots, and short-billed snipe. At night, he worked by candlelight. He preserved the animals and birds. He wrote descriptions and made lists of everything. Sometimes the captain came into the cabin to see Charles's new discoveries.
He said, "If you work like this for 4 years, Professors Henslow and Peacock will be very pleased."
Charles traveled around the bay with Captain Fitzroy and Sulan. When they arrived at Punta Alta, about 10 miles from the ship, Charles noticed some low cliffs. The cliffs were about a mile long. He hit the lower rocks with his geological hammer and found layers of gravel.
"Captain, look at this," he cried. "There are bones here. Fossils. These are the first fossils I have ever found in the ground. Please help me dig them out."
The hard ground broke apart easily. Soon Charles held the bones of huge ancient animals in his hands. He was shaking with excitement. Sulan helped him carry the bones to the boat.
"I found a lower jaw," Charles said. "And some perfect foot bones."
"From what animal?" Sullivan asked.
"Professor Sedgwick told me not to guess about fossils," Charles answered. "We must wait for the people in Cambridge to study them." That night he slept badly. At first light, he woke up and called Sims Covington. He told him to bring a pickaxe from the supplies. Charles drank a cup of tea near the cook's stove. Then they left in a whaleboat. They climbed the cliffs at Punta Alta. There, Charles and Covington dug into the 3rd layer from the bottom and found shells. In a place where gravel and red mud met, Charles found more bones. He also found an almost complete head from a huge animal that no longer existed. They worked hard for 3 hours to remove it.
"What did we find?" Covington asked. He was sweating from the hard work.
"My first thought is that it is related to a rhinoceros," Charles answered. When they returned to the ship, Charles emptied his canvas bag onto the deck. Lieutenant Wickham was already angry because the 2 schooners had arrived late at the bay.
He shouted, "Darwin, take this dirty mess off my clean deck. Look at what you have done. If I were the captain, I would throw you and all these things out of here."
Come now, John, Charles said. You know you like me and my strange collections.
I will like you when you clean this place with a bucket and a stone, Wickham answered.
After dinner, Wickham came into the cabin with an embarrassed smile.
I am sorry, Flycatcher, he said. I was too hard on you.
The two schooners arrived the next morning. Wickham took a large group of men to the shore. The group included the sailmaker, cooper, armorer, and carpenters. They made a tent camp beside a small creek. The schooners were pulled onto the beach for repairs and inspection. Even Charles could see that the path was badly built and ugly. It was dirty and smelled bad. The lever looked even worse. Both boats had carried seal oil and sea elephant oil. Charles spoke to Philip King, who had agreed to go with Wickham on the lever. Your decision is very brave, he said. It will be good experience for me, Mr. Darwin. My father will be happy.
The cabin in Stokes's boat was 7 feet long and 7 feet wide. It was only 30 inches high. 3 men had to hang their hammocks there. In a small place at the front, 5 more men had to live. The larger boat carried the instruments. There was a sextant, a transit, a theodolite, a plumb line, and other tools. Its cabin was the same size, but it was 4 feet high. There was also a table and seats inside.
Wickham's Royal Navy, Charles said with a laugh. I always knew you would become an admiral.
Give us 3 weeks to clean them and fix the cabins, Wickham answered. We will add fresh paint, new masts, sails, a rudder, and a wheel. Then they will look beautiful.
Punta Alta was full of old bones. Darwin found the lower jaw of a large animal with many teeth. He also found bones from 2 or 3 small biting animals. There were bones from the legs of a huge animal like a megatherium.
How did these animals become trapped high up in a cliff? Covington asked.
They were not trapped there, Darwin answered. There are seashells near the bones. Some bones also have barnacles on them. So we know these remains once lay at the bottom of a shallow sea.
And something pushed the sea bottom up into the air and made cliffs.
Yes, Darwin said. It was not a volcano because there is no lava here. It was probably not an earthquake either. The land may have sunk and disappeared if that happened. So what caused it? I do not know. Maybe some strange force under the earth. I wish Professor Sedgwick or Charles Lyell were here to explain it. Later, Darwin carefully dropped the bones onto the deck of the Beagle. Sulan was the officer in charge. He looked at the pile of bones and laughed. Then he copied Wickham's voice. Ah, Darwin. More of your rubbish. Take that ugly thing off my clean deck before I throw it and you into the sea. Bino asked how old the head, teeth, and rib bones were.
Your guess is as good as mine, Ben, he answered. But they must be very old.
When did the flood happen?
Who knows?
The Church of England knows, Bino replied. They said the world was created in 4004 BC. God must have waited at least 1,000 years before he became angry enough to destroy the world.
Do you mean these animals died in the mud of our shallow sea about 5,000 years ago? Last night I read something in Lyell's Principles of Geology. I want to read it to you. He opened the book where he had left a marker. Bino sat across from him at the chart table. Lyell says geologists think in thousands of years. But nature shows millions of years. He believes there was a world before creation. I know this idea sounds shocking, Ben. Professor Henslow told me not to believe Lyell completely. But after what I have seen on this voyage, Lyell may be right and Henslow may be wrong. Captain Fitzroy moved HMS Beagle near a cliff at the entrance of the harbour. He wanted to build a marker for ships that came there later. The ship stopped near Mount Hermoso. A large group of men climbed into 4 whaleboats. The boats carried tools and wood. While Fitzroy looked for the best place for the marker, Charles and Philip King searched for rocks and fossils. By early afternoon, the wind became stronger and changed direction. When Charles and King came back to the beach, they saw that 2 boats were already pulled onto the shore. Large waves crashed onto the beach. The other boats had returned to the Beagle 2 hours earlier. The men had trouble leaving the shore.
"We will sleep here tonight," Stokes said. "It will not be pleasant. We have only thin clothes and little food."
They used the sail from one boat to make a cover from the wind. The air was already very cold.
"There will be no supper tonight," Stokes said firmly. "If the sea stays rough, we may be trapped here for several days."
18 men stayed on the shore. They slept close together behind the screen. Still, they could not sleep well. Then the rain came. At sunrise, the sky looked dark and dirty. A strong wind blew across the sea. Big waves hit the shore.
"This weather will stay for some time," Stokes said.
Far out at sea, the Beagle moved badly in the rough water. That night they ate fish from the shore and the little food left from the day before. By evening, the wind became weaker. Captain Fitzroy came close to the shore in his whaleboat. He stopped about 100 yards away and threw a barrel of supplies into the water.
"I need 2 strong swimmers to bring that barrel back," Stokes said.
2 young men took off their clothes and swam out. They pushed the barrel back to the beach. There was enough food and rum to help them feel warmer, but the wind and cold became even worse. Charles shook from the cold again and again. "I never knew cold could hurt so much," he said quietly to Stokes as they lay side by side. In the middle of the 3rd day, help finally came. Bino checked every man carefully. He gave them rum and tea. Then he sent them to their hammocks with many blankets. Charles watched Stokes resting happily in a hammock across from him. After that adventure, Charles said, "I can truly enjoy the comforts of the Beagle." Later, the sea became calm again. Charles spent many hours on land. He carried a hammer, a notebook, and a silver pencil. He dug deep into the cliffs at Punta Alta. There he found a jawbone with a tooth and parts of a hard bony shell. These remains made him believe he had found the fossil of the ancient animal called Megatherium. In Cambridge, he had heard that the only Megatherium fossils in Europe were in the King's collection in Madrid.
"At the end of the world," he cried, "could I have the only Megatherium that people in England can study and write about?"
The Beagle, the Paz, and the Liber sailed south on October 17th. The Paz and the Liber looked bright with their new paint and sails. The 3 ships stopped at the entrance to Bahia Blanca. The next day at noon, the 2 smaller ships sailed farther south. The men on HMS Beagle gave them 3 loud cheers. Then the Beagle sailed north to Montevideo and Buenos Aires. They needed new anchors and more supplies for the trip south to Tierra del Fuego. The men ate salt pork and salt beef. When Charles entered the cabin at the back of the ship, he suddenly understood that the whole chart table was now his. He placed all his discoveries on the table. He knew that no collection in England, not even the one in the British Museum, was as good as his. While sailing to Montevideo, he asked the chief carpenter, Mr. May, to build a strong box. Charles needed it to send home his second collection. Again, he separated his sea animals and fish. He prepared his insects carefully. He cleaned the skins of his birds. He kept the wing bones, leg bones, and skulls. He removed the soft parts except for the brain. Then he filled the skins with fiber and used poison to protect them from insects. He dried his plant samples. He prepared his different shells. He labeled his fossils. He felt thankful for the training from Dr. Robert Grant and William McGillivray in Edinburgh. He also remembered the lessons from John, the black man who had traveled with Charles Waterton to South America.
"1 barrel will not be enough, Mr. Darwin," Mr. May said. You will need 2 large barrels just for your fossil bones.
Tired after 16 hours of work, Charles went up to the deck. He spent some time with the men on watch. Above him, the sky was full of stars. Later, he returned to his cabin and took off his clothes. Then he began to write in his private diary. The night was very dark, and a fresh wind blew across the sea. The water shone with a strange pale light. In the daytime, the white foam of the waves looked normal. Now it glowed softly in the dark. In front of the ship, 2 bright waves moved through the water. Behind the ship, a long white trail spread across the sea. Far away, the top of every wave looked bright. Near the horizon, the sky was not fully dark because the shining sea reflected light upward. The men became very excited when the ship stopped at Montevideo. Mail had arrived for most of the crew. Charles received 2 letters. One was a daily journal from his sister Susan. She finished it and posted it on May 12. The other letter came from Caroline. She finished hers on June 28. Susan's news was more than 5 months old. Caroline's was 4 months old. Charles closed the cabin door and quickly opened Susan's pages. Her writing was neat and careful. The family at the Mount had received his first letters on 2 days in a row. Susan wrote that everyone felt great joy because he was healthy and seeing wonderful places. His father felt proud because his advice about raisins and biscuits had helped Charles during his seasickness. Dr. Darwin no longer compared a ship to a prison. Now he knew Charles felt at home on the Beagle. His 3 sisters first read the letters to their father. Then they read them aloud to the servants, Nancy and Edward, and to the old gardener Joseph. They all talked about Charles's problems and successes. One sister copied the letters for Uncle Joe's and the Wedgwood family at Mayor Hall. Another sister made a copy for William Owen at Woodhouse. The third copied some parts for Charles's friends at Cambridge. The original letters went to Erasmus in London. He was asked to show them to Charlotte Wedgwood and Reverend Mr. Langton. One part of Susan's letter made Charles very happy. Professor Sedgwick had visited the family on his way to Wales. He spoke a lot about Charles and sent his kind wishes. He also asked Charles to study the gravel banks near small rivers and look for animal remains there. Another part of the letter upset him. Robert Biddulph had delayed his marriage to Fanny Owen for many months because of money for the marriage. Charles cried out in surprise about this. He thought he was ready to hear about Fanny Owen's marriage, but Caroline's description of the wedding troubled him deeply. For the first time since his sad days in Plymouth, he felt a strong beating near his heart. Caroline wrote that Fanny wore beautiful white clothes, with a bonnet and veil. Mr. Biddulph looked handsome and polite. He also looked very nervous during the ceremony. His face was pale, and his hands looked blue. Fanny looked beautiful and happy. After the wedding, they went to London for a month. The letters were full of stories about love and marriage. But nobody wrote a single word about Emma Wedgwood. Emma was now 24 years old. She was pretty, quiet, and kind. She was also intelligent and talented. Charles had always thought she would marry early. He imagined her face in front of him. He remembered her bright brown eyes, her fine brown hair, and her warm smile. Then he felt a deep wish to return to beautiful Mayor Hall with its lake and green hills. To help himself forget his homesick feelings, he opened a group of newspapers. He read them for several hours. On October 30th, the ship sailed up the river toward Buenos Aires. A fresh wind blew against them all day. Captain Fitzroy had spoken with the government in Buenos Aires. He explained that he wanted to use his instruments to measure the distance between Montevideo and Buenos Aires. Because of this, the guardship allowed them to pass. Charles had prepared his boxes to send back to England. Buenos Aires became his first real holiday since leaving Plymouth. He rode on horseback beside the shore. Sulan and Ben Bino joined him when they visited English shops in the city. There they bought things from home. They replaced old clothes and bought toilet items. They also bought scientific instruments and many containers for Charles' specimens. The men visited churches and admired the bright decorations for which the city was famous. They enjoyed the museum. They rode far into the countryside to visit an estancia. The willow and poplar trees beside the ditches reminded Charles of Cambridgeshire. They also went to the theatre. They could not understand any of the words there. Later, they had dinner with Mr. Core, the English official. Rowlett spent his time buying supplies everywhere in the city. He bought vinegar, pickles, lemons, fresh beef, vegetables, fruit, tobacco, rum, soap, cocoa, tea, coffee, and potatoes. He also bought iron and coal for the forge and many other needed goods. The men walked around the city in very good spirits. It was many months since they had been in a big city.
Sulan said, "Now I understand why foreigners think English sailors are a little crazy."
Charles watched the Spanish women. They wore their hair high with large combs. Big silk shawls covered their shoulders. They walked in a beautiful way. For a short time, every Spanish girl reminded him of Fanny Owen. Charles had heard about General Rosas. He was the leader of Buenos Aires. He was forcing the native Indian tribes to leave the land. Then cattle ranchers could use the pampas safely. Charles knew he needed a passport if he traveled into the country. He spoke with local officials. They gave him a letter for the commandant at Patagones. They also gave him passports as the naturalist of HMS Beagle. In the middle of November, they returned to Montevideo. They had sailed through very bad winds. A few days later, the Duke of York packet ship arrived at the port. Charles carefully moved his fur boxes and casks into the ship. The ship would take them to Falmouth. He received 2 more letters from home. One letter came from Erasmus. In her letter from August, Susan wrote that Erasmus seemed to like Fanny Wedgwood. She thought he might marry her. Their father had pain in his back. His sisters wanted him to stop visiting patients in his yellow carriage. They wanted him to see patients only at the Mount. The family hoped Charles would come home whenever he wished. They did not want him to feel ashamed about returning.
Susan wrote, "I am happy that the quiet parsonage still seems lovely to you. It is nice to imagine you living there one day. So many people are marrying this year, but I am sure there will still be a good wife for you."
Erasmus wrote very differently. He said he did not want to marry Fanny Wedgwood or any other woman.
He wrote, "I told you all the political news. But you are so far from England that maybe you do not care. Politics do not travel well."
He is wrong! Charles cried.
The letter said the reform bill had finally passed. But many people still did not register to vote. Some forgot. Others did not understand they needed to do it.
Erasmus also wrote, "I am sorry you still dream about that small parsonage in a lonely country. I hoped you would live near the British Museum or another place of learning. My only hope is that the established church disappears one day."
Charles was almost as happy to receive a package with the 2nd volume of Lyell's Principles of Geology. In this book, Lyell wrote about changes in living things. Charles lay in his hammock in the quiet chart room and read Lyell's important question. Lyell asked if species disappeared naturally over time. He also asked if new plants and animals appeared later to take their place. Charles lay quietly and thought about the future. One day he hoped to show Charles Lyell the fossil bones he had found at Punta Alta. Then he suddenly became full of energy. He wrote to Erasmus and asked for many things. He wanted good mirrors, lace, needles, pins, and pillboxes. He also asked for Cuvier's mollusks, von Humboldt's fragments, a botany book by Linnaeus, and Scoresby's Arctic regions. It might be 9 months before another letter reached him. HMS Beagle was repaired and filled with supplies. On November 27, the ship sailed from Montevideo toward Tierra del Fuego. This place was at the far southern end of South America, below the Strait of Magellan. Cape Horn stood near the middle of this land. There the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans crashed against each other with terrible force. Magellan called it the Land of Fire, but it could also be called the Land of Storms. In 1585, the Spanish tried to build a settlement there with more than 200 men. Most of them died during the first winter. Now no country wanted the land. Even the English did not want it. People who knew the dangers called it El Diablo. They believed it belonged to the devil. Augustus Earl decided to stay in Montevideo. He suffered badly from rheumatism, even though he was not yet 40 years old. He hoped to improve his health there. Charles said kindly, "Be careful with those large rum drinks at the table d'hôte, Gus."
"Charlie, my stomach cannot take rum or any strong drink now," Augustus answered. "It makes a man wonder if life is worth living. But maybe I will meet a pretty girl. That always helps."
Charles laughed. "If your appetites are weaker now, your imagination will help you," he said. "I will see you when we come back." The three Fuegians knew they were going home. Only a bad disaster could stop them now. Jemmy felt nervous. He acted unhappy, as if something bad would happen to him. He did not look Charles in the eyes anymore.
"Me no want go home."
"But that was Captain Fitzroy's agreement with you," Charles said. "He took you to England for 1 or 2 years. You could see the country and learn many things. Then he would bring you back home."
Captain say. "No me say. What kind of thing is that?"
York was different. He looked proud and happy. He acted as if he had won against the sailors. His face seemed to say, "You tried to make me English, but you did not win."
"Me go show rich man," he said. "Much presents. Me be chief aliculip."
"Where do these riches come from, York?" Charles asked.
"Captain. Me take for pay. Make Captain famous. Him name in paper. Fuegian take him court. Him see Queen."
Charles laughed warmly. "York, I think you will become a chief. You think like a politician." Fuegia Basket was different from both of them. Many old memories from her early life were gone now. She remembered more about the comfort and kindness of the society. Because of this, she did not know what to expect at home. The uncertainty made her a little afraid. She knew she could not choose her future. She stopped making clothes and crocheting.
No need. Tear quick.
By 4 in the afternoon, the ship was under many white butterflies. The sailors shouted, "It is snowing butterflies." It was an amazing sight. "Where do they come from?" Charles asked.
"A strong wind from the northwest brings them here," Fitzroy answered. "I will get my sea net and catch some."
When he came back from the cabin, the wind was already stronger. He was breathing hard.
"There are as many as snowflakes in a heavy snowstorm," Bino said. "Look at the sky they cover. They are very high, very wide, and many miles long."
Charles lifted his face. The butterflies landed softly on his hair, forehead, nose, mouth, and chin. "Now I understand how the Israelites felt when food came from heaven," he said quietly.
"There is one big difference," Sullivan said with a laugh. "Do not eat the butterflies. You cannot eat them."
After 1 week of good sailing, they reached San Blas. Soon after sunrise on December 3rd, they saw some low islands and sailed toward the shore. Suddenly the water changed color. The sea became shallow very fast. The depth went from 10 fathoms to 3. The ship turned south with the moving tide. Jemmy was high on the mast. He saw them first.
Small boats, he shouted.
Soon the 2 small schooners came beside them. They had separated 7 weeks earlier. Wickham came on board first. The sun had burned his skin badly. His lips were dry and cracked, and he could hardly speak. Then Stokes and King came aboard. Their skin was also burned by the sun. Everyone gathered around them. They greeted them warmly and laughed at their strange appearance after so much hot sun and sea spray. Their maps and sea charts were very good.
Captain Fitzroy asked them to continue studying the coast near Port Desire.
Charles felt sad when they left again after 2 days. He would not meet them again until March at the Rio Negro. That place was more than 500 miles south of Montevideo and far down the coast of Patagonia. During the next days, Charles collected sea animals with a net behind the ship. He caught crabs, oysters, and shrimp. He studied how they lost their old shells. Then, on December 11th, exactly 1 year after HMS Beagle first tried to leave Plymouth Sound, a strong wind came from the southwest. Charles knew he would become seasick again. He expected to live on raisins and biscuits.
"I will tell you how to fight the storm that is coming," Sullivan said. "Write about it. Make it part of your notes. Then the storm belongs to you."
"I will clean my pen and prepare my notebook," Charles answered. Soon he began to write. It is always interesting to watch a storm coming. First there is a black cloud with a curved shape. Then the wind passes through. After that, a line of white waves comes closer and closer. Finally the ship leans hard to one side, and the wind whistles through the ropes. In the middle of December, they saw land through the fog south of the Strait of Magellan. This narrow sea passage joined the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. The famous Portuguese sailor Magellan had sailed through it in 1520. Charles stood with the officers on the quarterdeck. He watched the land with great interest. The next day they reached Tierra del Fuego. Fitzroy changed the ship's course and sailed along the coast. Soon they saw smoke signals. Through his glasses, Charles could see a group of native people watching the ship. The wind was strong. The Beagle sailed 50 miles along the coast and stopped near low rocky land with steep cliffs facing the sea. During the night, the ship rolled heavily because the anchorage was open to the sea. Charles could not sleep or rest well. He got up at daylight around 3 o'clock in the morning. He watched HMS Beagle start sailing again. A little after noon, they entered the Strait Lemay with a strong wind behind them.
During dinner, Fitzroy said, "Think about the sea when the wind and tide push against each other. The water rises very high then. Sailors call this kind of sea pot boiling. The waves break in a wild and uneven way against the ship."
"I do not think I want to imagine that, Captain," Charles answered. "But one day I will probably see it myself." They stopped that afternoon at Good Success Bay. It was a little more than 100 miles north of Cape Horn at the end of South America. Captain Fitzroy said they would stay there for some days and study the area. A group of Fuegians stood on a high rock above the sea. They waved their skin cloaks and shouted to the men on the ship as it moved through the harbor. Just before night, the sailors saw a fire near a simple hut the Fuegians made for the night. Good Success Harbor was wide and calm. Low slate mountains stood all around it. Captain Cook had also stopped there long ago in January 1769. That night a strong storm came with wind and rain. Heavy winds rushed down from the mountains. The sea outside the harbor would have been dangerous. Inside the harbor, the Beagle moved only a little. In the morning Fitzroy sent a whaleboat to shore. Charles, Jemmy, some officers, and Lieutenant Sulan went in the boat. They wanted to find fresh water. As they came near the shore, Charles looked closely at the Fuegians. Their skin was a dark copper color. A wide red line of paint went from one ear to the other across the upper lip. Above it was a white line. The white paint covered the eyebrows and eyelids. Their black hair was wet and hung to their shoulders. Charles wondered what the paint meant. He also wondered how long the people had used these markings. The Fuegians ran toward the boat and shouted loudly. Their leader was an old man. He wore a cap made of white feathers and an old guanaco skin over one shoulder. The other three were tall and strong young men. One man had a black face with a white line over his eyes. Charles had never seen people like this before. When Sulan brought the boat onto the beach, the Fuegians stayed careful. Still, they kept shouting and making strong hand movements.
As the men stepped onto the beach, Sulan spoke quietly. Look around. There are no women or children here. They are waiting to decide if we are friends or enemies.
Charles said, I did not know people could live so differently from us. How can we become friends with them?
Give them gifts, Sulan answered. That always helps.
The sailors gave each Fuegian a piece of red cloth. The Fuegians quickly tied the cloth around their necks and shouted happily. Now they were friendly. The old man walked close to Charles. He hit Charles 3 times on the chest and back at the same time. Then he spoke in a strange language that sounded to Charles like the noises people make when calling chickens. After that, the old man opened his guanaco skin and showed his chest.
It is their kind of handshake, Benjamin Bino explained.
The Fuegians cried, Cuchillas! Give us knives! They made a movement like cutting meat near their mouths.
They are dangerous enough without knives, Sulan said quietly. Jemmy, ask them how far away your home is.
Jemmy remembered only a little of his old language. Even that small amount was hard for the Fuegians to understand. All 5 men shouted at him at once.
Me no understand, Jemmy said sadly. What fashion call that?
The Fuegians knew Jemmy was different from the other men on the Beagle. They looked carefully at his neat hair and skin. They made him take off his shirt. They also examined 2 officers who were shorter and had lighter skin, though they had beards.
Squall! Jemmy cried. Me no word. Think you squall.
If an officer coughed or yawned, the Fuegians copied him. Hammond made monkey faces, and one young Fuegian copied him too. The sailors sang and danced. One Fuegian wanted to dance with Hammond. The Fuegians looked healthy and strong, but their life seemed very hard. Their hut was only a few bushes beside a rock. It could not stop the wind, rain, or ice. They lived on seals, birds, mussels, and things they found on the shore. Sometimes they also ate guanaco. They wore skins and old cloth. Their only tools were bows, arrows, and spears. As they walked back to the whaleboat, Charles said, I do not think there are people anywhere living more simply than this.
That may be true, Charlie, Mr. Bino answered. But that is because of where they live and the life they have. Look at the 3 Fuegians with us. They once lived the same way. Now they live well in English society. They learned many things.
Charles wanted to travel farther into the country. Captain Fitzroy insisted that Covington go with him and carry a weapon.
I do not often give you orders, Darwin, Fitzroy said firmly. But this is important. In wild places, you must never go ashore alone or without protection. There can be danger from the local people and from nature itself.
There was no flat ground. The forest was thick, tree branches hung low, and they had trouble moving forward. He found the path of a mountain stream. Dead trees blocked much of it, but he crawled through. Covington stayed close behind him. Then he left the dark ravine and came to the top of a hill. The view was great, but there were signs of destruction everywhere. Large rocks lay in strange shapes, and many trees were pulled from the ground. The forest below was full of Antarctic beech trees. He took his hammer from a leather bag and started hitting rocks. The results were not good. Still, he collected many lichens, mosses, ferns, algae, beetles, and hairy spiders. What pleased him most was one thought. No white man had ever walked through this part of the forest before. At 4 in the morning on the third night, the Beagle sailed south again. A light wind moved the ship forward. In this place, wind and water were always fighting each other. Still, the ship passed Cape Good Success on calm water. The next morning, the wind became stronger from the east. It carried them past Cape Deceit. Charles felt very well and very happy.
This weather is very rare, Fitzroy said. It is like winning a prize in a lottery.
They planned to sail around the rough Cape Horn and go toward the Pacific Ocean. There they would return Voyage Basket and Yorkminster to their people. After that, they would sail back through the Beagle Channel. Captain Fitzroy had found this channel during the first Beagle voyage. Then they would return Jemmy Button to the Takinika at the end of Navarin Island. At 3 in the afternoon, they reached the southern end of the world. Only Drake's Passage stood between HMS Beagle and Antarctica. The evening was calm and bright, but by night, a strong storm began.
Cape Horn wants payment, Fitzroy said with a hard voice.
He pushed away his supper and went on deck. There he watched the sailors adjust the sails so the ship could stay against the wind. By morning, Cape Horn was beside them. They could see the place sailors called the Notorious Point. Mist covered it, and storms of wind and water surrounded it. Black clouds moved across the sky. Heavy rain and hail came again and again.
Go to Wigwam Cove, Captain Fitzroy ordered.
It felt good to rest in the quiet cove. The next day was Christmas. A full year had passed since they left Plymouth. Charles happily thought about the 2 groups of specimens he had sent home. He wondered if Professor Henslow was receiving the first group at that moment. He also remembered the most exciting times of his life. All normal work stopped for the holiday. There was a church service and then a day of fun. The men showed their strength, sang songs, and danced while Covington played the fiddle. Some sailors went ashore with guns to hunt. The younger men mostly wanted to shoot for fun. Charles, Sulan, and Hammond decided to climb Cater's Peak. It was a steep mountain above the bay. Antarctic birch trees covered its sides. They were tired when they reached the top, 1,700 feet high.
Hammond asked, Darwin, what do you think about the geology of these islands?
They seem to be the end of the Andes Mountains, Charles answered. The mountaintops rise only a little above the ocean. I can hardly believe people live here.
Yes, they do, Charlie, Sullivan said seriously. I felt that the Fuegians were following us up the mountain.
They explored near some Fuegian homes. The small round huts were only 4 feet high. People built them quickly from branches, grass, and reeds. The work took about 1 hour. The huts lasted only while there was shellfish nearby for food. Outside the huts, waste had collected on the ground. There Charles found wild celery and scurvy grass. In the middle of the night, they woke to an order.
All hands on deck.
It was the start of a long time of bad weather. It was summer in Tierra del Fuego, but the temperature fell to 38 degrees. Charles could live in tropical heat better than most men on the ship. But the cold was very hard for him. Warm clothes did not help him. His wool cap and his coat from London could not stop the cold feeling in his body. Only the strange sea birds made him forget the cold for a short time. He wrote about them in his diary. He saw a bird called the steamer. It was a large bird like a goose. It could not fly. It used its wings to move across the water. There were also many penguins. They spent much time under the water. Charles thought these birds were interesting. The steamer used its wings like paddles. The penguin used them like fins. The ostrich used its feathers to move with the wind. At the start of January 1833, Charles understood something. People never truly become used to seasickness. He could not eat even biscuits and raisins. Wrapped in his heavy coat, he went up to the deck for air. He held the wooden rail tightly. Salt water hit his face and eyes. Then he understood an old saying. People who go to sea for pleasure may find only suffering there. Some ships needed many months to pass Cape Horn. Others never reached the Pacific Ocean. Strong winds pushed them back again and again. Sulan, how long can this continue? I do not think my body or my mind can take much more.
Until the end of the world, the officer answered. But you will survive. What else can you do? Jump into the sea and swim past Cape Horn.
For 4 days, the Beagle tried to sail west around the Cape in strong wind and heavy seas. But the ship moved less than 3 miles.
Smaller storms than this have destroyed many good ships, Fitzroy said.
With all sails raised, they came close to Christmas Sound near the land called York Minster. The crew heard an officer warning the lookout to watch carefully. Captain Fitzroy could not clearly see where the ship was. The wind carried thick spray across the sea. He could only see a small distance around him. Charles remembered another ship, the HMS Thetis. It had crashed against rocks at Cape Frio. For the first time in his life, Charles felt close to death. By the next noon, the storm became even worse. A huge wave crashed onto the ship. The noise was very loud. Water flew everywhere. The ropes holding the quarterboat broke. Captain Fitzroy gave an order.
Cut away the whaleboat.
A sailor used an axe. In a moment, the sea pulled the boat away. It disappeared under the water. 3 huge waves hit the Beagle one after another. The ship leaned far to one side. Sailors worked in water up to their waists.
Captain Fitzroy stood on the quarterdeck and shouted, "Open the ports."
The carpenters pushed hard against the ports with long bars. When the ports opened, water rushed off the deck before another wave arrived. Slowly, the ship became steady again. The hatches had been closed tightly. Only a little water entered below the deck. But some water reached Charles's collections. Later, they also found water inside some tins of preserved meat. A terrible smell filled the hold. When Benjamin Bino entered the cabin, he saw Charles looking very unhappy.
In a storm like this, water always gets into the storage places, he explained.
I know we should be thankful that we are alive, Charles said. But look at this. My paper and my plants are wet with salt water. I cannot replace them. Bino put an arm around Charles's shoulder.
Everything can be repaired except death, Charlie, he said.
At last, the storm became weaker.
Captain Fitzroy said proudly, "This is the worst storm I have ever seen. The wave that pushed the ship onto its side was the largest I have ever known. But we lost very little. Only 1 whaleboat and some netting are gone. Still, we have traveled only 20 miles in 24 days.
What will we do now? Charles asked sadly.
We will return to Corrie Sound, Fitzroy answered. There we can keep the ship safe from the wind and sea. That is Jemmy's country. York Minster has decided to stay there with Jemmy and Voyager because we cannot take him home.
The next day, they took 2 boats to land. Then they walked many miles to search for flat ground. But they found only wet and empty land. Wild geese lived there. They also saw a few guanacos. Charles wrote in his report, "The ground here is covered with thick turf and peat about 6 feet deep. This land is not good for farming. I'm afraid the whole area is a swamp."
Then we must take the Fuegians farther inland. If we cannot find good land for farming, we will take them back to Ponsonby Sound.
10. 3 whaleboats and a yawl left HMS Beagle with 28 people. They also carried farewell gifts for Matthews and the Fuegians from the Missionary Society. When the things were packed at the dockyard in Devonport, they looked funny and strange. Now they were in the wild land of Tierra del Fuego. The wine glasses, tea trays, soup bowls, fine wooden cases, white cloth, and beaver hats looked foolish there. The captain led the boats toward the entrance of the Beagle Channel. By evening they moved through a land full of small bays and narrow waterways. The little group of boats found a safe place behind small islands. There they put up tents with the boat oars and made fires to cook supper.
After almost a month on the rough sea, Charles loved the place. "Tonight I will sleep on hard land that does not move," he said happily.
The next morning they explored the channel. Many Fuegians lived there. The people were surprised to see the 4 boats suddenly appear. Some made fires to get attention. Many ran for miles beside the shore to follow the boats. On a high cliff above the yawl, 5 naked men waved their arms and shouted loudly. Their long hair blew in the wind. In the middle of the afternoon the boats went to shore. The Fuegians held slingshots, ready to use them. The men kept shouting one word.
Yamaskuna. Yamaskuna.
What does that mean? Charles asked.
It means, give me. You will hear it many times.
They found an empty cove and stayed there for the night with careful guards. The next morning another group of Fuegians arrived. They picked up stones and sent their women and children into the woods. Fitzroy told the men to keep their guns ready. "Captain, you would not tell us to shoot these poor naked people?" Charles asked.
It is only to frighten them away.
But the Fuegians were not afraid. The captain fired pistols above their heads. They only touched their ears because of the loud sound. When he waved his sword, they laughed.
Fitzroy felt unhappy. "We should find a place between this tribe and Jemmy's family," he said.
"Why do we not calm them with more gifts?" Charles asked.
"They want knives and boats."
That night they stayed with a family from the Tekinika people. They were relatives of Jemmy. The family was quiet and friendly. They sat with the Beagle crew around a large fire. Charles still felt cold in his heavy clothes, but the naked Tekinikas had sweat running down their bodies. Later a large group of Fuegian men arrived. They had run very fast through the night. Blood came from their noses. Foam covered their mouths from running so hard. Charles looked carefully at them. Each man had different red, white, and black paint on his face. The Beagle group went to look for Jemmy Button's parents, brothers, and sisters. Jemmy said he could not understand the native language. But he knew the way through the Beagle Channel very well. He guided them to a cove where his family had once lived. He found one brother there. Later his mother arrived with other brothers, 2 sisters, and an uncle. Charles felt disappointed. The meeting is not very emotional, he thought quietly. Then Jemmy learned that his father was dead. "Are you sad about that?" Charles asked softly.
"We cannot change it."
They came to a place called Woolia. The land there was rich and clear. Captain Fitzroy felt very pleased.
"European vegetables will grow well here," he said. "Now we must build their colony."
The Fuegian men sat and watched all day while the women worked. But the men were not completely lazy. They spent much time stealing things when the sailors were not looking. Charles and Hammond walked in the hills and collected plants and other things. Matthews, the carpenters, Jemmy, and York put up tents and built 2 small houses with 1 room each. The sailors used shovels and hoes to show the Fuegians how to work the land and plant seeds. The Fuegians could not understand why they were doing this.
Bino said, "You live near the sea. You eat what you find on land and in the water. When there is much food, you eat a lot. When there is little food, you become thin. That is how these people have lived for a very long time."
"We will change that," Richard Matthews said shyly. He was a quiet young man. "We will teach them to live from the food they grow themselves."
When the men from the Beagle woke the next morning, all the women and children were gone except Jemmy's close family. The Fuegian men stood together on a hill above them. They watched the sailors in an unfriendly way.
"Jemmy, York, what happened?"
"What?" Fitzroy asked.
"You clean gun," Jemmy answered.
No. Fight, York said.
Old Man said do not come close. But they did. A sailor spit in his eye. The old man made a sign. Then they cut his skin.
Then we will not sleep here another night, Fitzroy said. Move all the goods to Jemmy's family houses.
Missionary Matthews, Jemmy, York, and Fwager Basket stayed behind. Will they be safe? Charles asked.
They must learn to live with their own people, Fitzroy answered.
One whaleboat and the yawl went back to the ship. The other two whaleboats travelled up the Beagle Channel. They wanted to map the islands near the western entrance. The day became very hot. Charles and the others took off their shirts. Soon the sun burned Charles's pale skin red. They saw many whales near the shore. Water rose from the whales as they breathed. This reminded them that the long channel was part of the sea. The channel was narrow but straight. It stretched 120 miles to the Pacific Ocean. That night they stopped at a beach with small stones. Charles thought the ground was dry and comfortable under his blanket bag. It was his turn to stay awake until 1 in the morning. He remembered his thoughts carefully for his notebook. There was something serious and quiet in that place. He felt very far from the rest of the world. The night was calm. Only the heavy breathing of the men and the cries of night birds broke the silence. Sometimes they heard a dog bark far away. That sound reminded them that the Fuegians might be near the tents. The days were bright as they entered the northern part of the channel. Many icebergs filled the water. The place looked like the Arctic. They measured the water, made charts, and drew maps. Each day the maps became more complete. At the same time, Charles's leather bag filled with notes and samples. Near the end of January, they stopped in a small bay for their midday meal. They made a fire on the sandy beach. The two whaleboats were tied safely. Charles pointed at a glacier half a mile away. Its tall wall was a beautiful blue color. Then, without warning, a huge piece of ice broke away. It fell into the channel with a sound like thunder. A large wave rushed toward them.
The boats, Captain Fitzroy cried. They will break apart.
Everyone started to run. Charles and 3 sailors moved the fastest. His long legs reached one of the whaleboats first. He grabbed the ropes and pulled with all his strength. One sailor pushed from behind. Another sailor caught the ropes of the second boat. A strong wave knocked him down. But the 4 men reached the boats in time. They saved them. After the second and third waves went away, the men returned to their meal.
Gentlemen, you saved the day, Fitzroy said. If you had not caught those boats, the waves would have thrown them along the beach and carried them away. I have no medals for you. Please accept my words instead.
Charles felt his chest beating hard.
Suland said, Philosopher, you ran very fast, like an animal running from danger.
It was only instinct, Charles answered. The next day the whaleboat sailed beside a long granite ridge. It seemed to be the backbone of Tierra del Fuego. Soon they came to a wide stretch of water. Captain Fitzroy raised his arm to get attention.
Gentlemen, I now name this place Darwin Sound. That name will be written on our maps.
The color came quickly to Charles's face. He was very surprised. He felt proud, like a boy at school who had won a prize. That night they could not sleep on a beach. They slept on large rocks instead. The water reached the side of their tent. Old seaweed washed against it. Charles did not care about the hard conditions. When they returned to Woollya, they met a group of natives in special clothes for a ceremony. One woman wore a loose linen dress that had belonged to Fwager Basket. Others wore white cloth, ribbons, and pieces of tartan cloth that Matthews had left there.
We should return to our people quickly, Fitzroy said.
By noon the boats reached the shore. Matthews came to meet them, and they felt relieved. York and Jemmy wore their English clothes. Fwager came out from a hut and looked the same as before. York and Fwager said they had lived well. but Jemmy said people had stolen everything except the clothes he wore. The new garden was destroyed. Nothing remained of it. Mr. Matthews had suffered the most. Some men held his head down and took nearly all his things. He saved only the larger tools. He had hidden them in the roof of his hut and in a cave. He could not rest during the day or night. The men wanted everything they saw. Some carried large stones and threatened him. Others stood around him in a circle. When he had nothing more to give, they pulled his beard and pushed him. He believed they might kill him to take his possessions. The women were kinder. While Jemmy guarded the hut, they made a place for Matthews near their fire. They also shared food with him. Captain Fitzroy thought carefully about the missionary's future.
Matthews, I do not think you should stay here, he said. You want to help these people, but no missionary work can happen here. You should not stay in this danger again.
He looked at the many Fuegians sitting and watching them.
How can we carry your chest and the rest of your things to the boat safely? He asked. These men are stronger than we are.
If we move quickly, they may not understand what we are doing, Charles said. Everything happened very fast. They entered the hut and the cave. Then they carried everything into the 2 boats. When the last man entered the boats, Fitzroy gave the Fuegians a few axes, saws, and nails. The Fuegians lowered their stones. They allowed the boats to leave the beach. Charles watched the beach grow smaller behind them. He felt sad about leaving the Fuegians with their own people. They had lived among civilized people. Now they had returned to a simple life again. Fitzroy had wanted to help them kindly, but now the result seemed cruel. That night they slept near the entrance to Ponsonby Sound. The next evening they reached HMS Beagle. Their 2 whaleboats had sailed about 300 miles. I feel like an experienced explorer now, Charles said with a laugh as he entered the familiar cabin. He emptied the treasures from his large leather bag onto the chart table. There was a lark, a sandpiper, and a finch. There were flying insects, sea urchins, freshwater snails, and pieces of fine slate rock. The rest of the table was also full. There were many maps and charts from their 3 weeks of exploring the Beagle Channel. On one chart there was a wide area of blue water called Darwin Sound. Book 5. It took 3 days to sail to Berkeley Sound in the Falkland Islands. The islands lay east of the Strait of Magellan. People said a group from Buenos Aires had recently settled there and were doing well. Everyone was surprised to see a British flag flying above the settlement. There was only one whaling ship in the harbor. Charles stood near the back of the ship and looked down at the lower deck. He saw a small boat coming from the shore. A chief mate climbed aboard the Beagle. He saluted Captain Fitzroy and explained the problem.
Our ship, La Magellan, was badly damaged in the storm, he said. It was wrecked on the shore. Our men want to return to a civilized port. We saved our supplies, and they may help you.
When the men from the Beagle went ashore, they found a sad little town. There were a few broken stone houses and some rough huts made from turf. There were many sheep, goats, pigs, and cows. But Charles saw only a few unhappy people. Mr. Dixon was the English representative. He was a middle-aged man with wet eyes. The teeth on one side of his mouth were worn down because he always smoked a pipe. He explained that the town had once done well.
These islands were empty for thousands of years, he said. Then the government of Buenos Aires claimed them and sent settlers here. The settlement grew well. Last month HMS Cleo arrived and took the islands for Britain. And the Americans found that the U.S.
Corvette Lexington, a year ago, had come here and destroyed the buildings and property without reason. The gauchos ran away into the land because they were afraid. This place has a good harbor, fresh water, and many animals to hunt. It could become a good colony for ships that sail around Cape Horn. But now that will not happen. Clark Hellier brought new rope, bread, salt meat, and other small supplies onto the ship. The Frenchman had saved these things. Captain Fitzroy also agreed to take 22 sailors and officers with him to Montevideo. They would sleep on the deck. Then Edward Hellier went back to the shore to hunt. Later, people found his gun, watch, and clothes on the beach. It seemed that he had shot a duck and the bird fell into the water. He took off his clothes and swam out to get it. Mr. Bino later found him caught in thick seaweed. The men had to cut the seaweed to reach him. He had been dead for some time. They buried him the next day on high ground where HMS Beagle could be seen. A British flag covered the coffin that Mr. May had made. Captain Fitzroy read the funeral service. It was a sad time. When Charles went to the captain's cabin, he saw Fitzroy sitting heavily in his chair.
"This loss hurts me as much as it hurts his friends," he said softly. "Mr. Hellier was a good and sensible young man. Now I can only write a kind letter to his family in England. This is very hard for me. I think he swam after the bird because he wanted to get it for my collection at home."
Charles opened a canvas package he had brought into the cabin. "Mr. Bino cut the duck free from the seaweed," he said. "It is a kind of duck I have never seen before. And here is the bullet that killed it."
Fitzroy shook his head. "I will keep the bullet. You should keep the duck for your collection. That duck cost too much."
While the Beagle surveyors worked on the ship and on the shore, Charles spent 3 cold days riding through the countryside. Brown hard grass grew over the wet ground. Charles said there was not much to write in his journal. Still, during the next weeks he collected many things. He found snipe, wild geese, a fox that looked like a wolf, owls, a jackass penguin, and starfish. He also collected different fish from the rocks and seaweed. There were sea slugs too. They laid eggs in long ribbons that stayed on the edges of the rocks. More ships came into the harbor. Captain Fitzroy thought the Unicorn was the most important. William Lowe owned part of the ship and led sealing trips. Sometimes he also worked as a pirate and slave trader. He met with Fitzroy and the officers in the gun room.
"The weather has been very bad for me," he said. "I returned from my 6-month trip with an empty ship and no money. This has been the worst season in my 20 years at sea. I did not catch a single seal.
I must sell the ship soon. Captain, do you know anyone who wants a very good schooner at a low price?"
Fitzroy looked excited. "How low?" he asked.
$6,000. The new owner can take the ship now. The money must go to my partner in Montevideo. Lowe left, and Fitzroy sat at the head of the table. He thought carefully and then spoke to the officers.
"On our first voyage, another ship traveled with us. The ship was called the Adventure. It helped us with our survey work. Now I believe the Beagle cannot finish all its work alone. If we continue without help, we may lose the most important part of the journey. We must carry out many careful measurements around the world." He continued speaking. "The trip across the Pacific and the return through Australia and the Cape of Good Hope may become impossible. We may spend too much time on slow coast survey work instead."
The room became very quiet.
"Our work will take us far from places where we can buy supplies," Fitzroy said. "We may lose whole months only to get food and other things we need. For a long time, I have wanted another ship to help us. It must carry cargo, work with only a few sailors, and stay close to the Beagle."
Fitzroy and Chaffers went to look at the Unicorn. Mr. May checked the inside of the ship carefully. Later, Fitzroy spoke to the officers again.
"I could not find a better ship," he said. "It carries 170 tons. It is built from oak and joined with copper. There is a lot of room inside. It is also strong at sea. I believe it cost at least £6,000 to build and prepare. At £1,300, it is a very good buy."
"What will it cost to prepare the ship, Captain?" Rowlett asked.
As purser, he had to pay the bills.
We can get many things from the wreck of the Magellan, Fitzroy answered. We can take anchors, cables, and small spars. The price will be a little more than £400. That is much lower than normal prices in busy ports.
The officers agreed that it was an excellent deal. Charles felt worried. He grew up in a family that watched every pound carefully. The Admiralty still had not approved Captain Fitzroy's payment plan for Mr. Harris's 2 schooners. The cost was £140 each month. They had been away for 6 months. The cost was £840. One day, the 2 men sat at Fitzroy's small dining table. Charles asked, "Captain, may I ask a question? It is not really my place to ask."
Yes, you may, Fitzroy answered. You are careful and sensible.
Charles said, would it not be better to get approval from the Admiralty before renting schooners and buying the Unicorn?
Usually, yes, Fitzroy replied. But this is not a usual situation. The approval is probably already coming by mail. Also, we may never again find such a good sailing ship at such a low price. I strongly want to buy her.
So they made the agreement. A week later, they made small repairs to the ship and gave her a new name, HMS Adventure. Then Chaffers and a crew of volunteers from the Beagle sailed for the Rio Negro. The place was about 800 miles north of the Falklands. They hoped to find Wickham and Stokes there. At the same time, the Beagle's carpenters repaired their small boat. The crew opened the sails to dry them. The rope maker and the armor worked on shore. Each day, a small group went to land to wash clothes and clean the hammocks. They brought up a large hemp rope to air it. The crew also adjusted the yard arms. During this time, Charles worked with his birds. He cut them open, studied them, and prepared them for collection. They loaded almost 700 pounds of fresh beef onto the ship. They filled the water barrels. Then, on April 6, 1833, they released the ship from its moorings, lifted the anchor, and raised the sails. Charles was happy to travel north again. He missed the heat and rich green plants of the tropics. They sailed toward the Rio Negro on the coast of Patagonia. A strong wind pushed them quickly forward. For 2 days they traveled far, but the sea was rough. Everything on the ship felt dark and wet. Life on board was very uncomfortable. Charles spent much of the time leaning over the side of the ship because he was seasick. Then the weather became beautiful. Charles called it heavenly. The sky was clear and blue, and the sea was calm. Lieutenant Sulan had become more serious after becoming second in command of the Beagle.
That is a sailor's life, Charlie, he said. One day there is a cold storm. Then everything becomes warm and quiet. After that, another storm comes. All this can happen in one day. It prepares a man for marriage.
They were still only a few hundred miles from the dangerous weather near Tierra del Fuego. After 5 days, they reached the mouth of the Rio Negro. Captain Fitzroy felt upset when they did not find the 2 small schooners there. Still, he and the officers did not admit they were worried. The next day, the watch saw a sail in the southwest. The Beagle quickly followed it. It was the Adventure. Mr. Chaffers reported that the ship had traveled well even during strong storms. Fitzroy was pleased.
Then, Mr. Chaffers, he said, please sail to Maldonado in the Rio de la Plata and wait for us there. We will continue looking for Wickham and Stokes.
Later, a small trading schooner brought news. Its captain had seen both Wickham and Stokes. They had been sailing south toward the Bay of St. Joseph near the Gulf of San Matias. Everything had gone well except for one sad event. A Marine named Williams had fallen into the sea and drowned. Fitzroy felt sad about the man's death, but he was greatly relieved that the schooners were safe. He felt responsible for all of them. They sailed to the Bay of St. Joseph to meet the schooners, but the ships were not there. A very strong tide pushed into the bay. The Beagle had to drop a stream anchor to hold the ship in place. Charles could see the nearby cliffs for a short time. They seemed full of fossil shells. But he could not go ashore. That evening, he wrote to Henslow. I think of myself as your student, so I am very happy to tell you about my good luck. I greatly want to hear from you. When I feel seasick and unhappy, one thing comforts me. I imagine the future when we walk together again on the roads near Cambridge. I believe the megatherium sent to the Geological Society comes from the same ground layer as the bones I sent home. I think water carried it into the river from the cliffs along the banks. The next morning, a fresh wind began to blow. Captain Fitzroy decided to sail to Montevideo.
He told Charles, we must make the Adventure ready for service. We also have much surveying work to do there. You should have about 2 months on land. Where would you like to stay? Would you prefer the small town of Maldonado, Montevideo, or Buenos Aires across the river?
Charles felt happy when he thought about 2 quiet months on land. He was tired of the moving sea. In the ship cabin, he had learned how to dress and undress in the small space between his drawers and the cabinet for his specimens. Now he could do it without hitting his elbows or legs. He no longer hurt his neck or back. Earlier he had told his cabin friend Stokes, I have become like a circus man. Still, life on land was much better. I think I will stay in Maldonado, he said. It has 2 good things. I can rest there, and it is a new place.
You should stay with an old woman called Dona Francisca, Stokes answered. I cannot promise she will make you comfortable, but at least her roof does not leak.
At Montevideo, Charles went ashore to visit Augustus Earle. Charles looked at him carefully. Even after 4 months of rest, Earle did not look healthier. We missed you, Charles told him. Have you painted at all?
Earl smiled his uneven smile. You can be sure of that, my friend, he said. I tied a brush between my swollen fingers. Then I went out to paint every day when the weather was dry.
Charles saw many paintings against the wall. He picked them up one by one and looked at them carefully. There were soft and beautiful landscapes. There were pictures of harbors and small trading boats. There were also very real pictures of black workers carrying bundles on their heads near the quay. These are beautiful, Gus, Charles said. Your hand is still very skilled. You paint exactly what you see.
Thank you, Phylos, Earl answered. I waited a long time to hear words like that. When I return to London, I want to show these paintings at the Royal Academy.
Charles had also been waiting for kind and helpful words. He felt very disappointed because Professor Henslow had not written to him. Charles hoped the first box he had sent 8 months earlier had arrived safely in Cambridge. He badly needed advice and criticism. He was only an amateur and did not have enough training. Every day he faced the endless variety of nature. He did not know if he was working in the right way. Most of all, he wanted to know if his specimens reached Henslow safely prepared, packed, and marked correctly. His sisters Caroline, Susan, and Cathy still wrote daily diaries. Caroline's letter was sent on September 12th. Cathy's letter came from October 14th. Susan's letter came from November 12th. The news was already 5 to 7 months old. Even so, the letters brought him great joy. But there was also very sad news from Mayor Hall. Fanny Wedgwood, one of the Happy Dovely sisters, had died suddenly from a fever. Emma was full of grief. Aunt Bessie was so sad that she could no longer manage Mayor Hall. Uncle Joe's had stayed strong. He helped the family remain calm during their sorrow. Charles felt especially sorry for gentle and loving Emma. Now only Emma and sick Elizabeth stayed at home. Young Joe travelled in and out often. The news from the Mount was more comforting. His father often sat under the banana tree in the greenhouse. Charles had once suggested planting it there. His father felt cheerful because the tree made him think about the tropics his son now visited. He still saw some old patients. but he told people he would no longer travel far for medical work. A new doctor from York now did most of the practice. What a pity, Charles thought. My grandfather and my father have practiced medicine for almost 100 years. Erasmus should have taken over father's work. Perhaps. Letters from the Mount filled his mind with many pictures. He saw the family around the dark dining table with its sweet smell of wax. He remembered warm afternoons in the greenhouse with the wet smell of moss. He thought about the library with its tall pillars. There he read old books and also new books by Scott and Thackeray. From his bedroom, he could see the road to North Wales and the castle above Shrewsbury. He gave a deep sigh and began to pack the things he would take to land. When he touched his leather bag, net, and hammer, he felt excited again. Maldonado! He quickly found the house of Dona Francisca in the small village. Most people there were Spanish, but some had both Spanish and Indian family roots. Dona Francisca was very old, but she acted only a little old. She wore clean and careful clothes that looked very old and valuable. She welcomed Charles and told him the times for meals. Then she showed him a large room with a high ceiling and very small windows. All the rooms were on the ground floor and opened into each other. There was no real privacy. The furniture surprised him. There was a narrow bed with rough wooden legs. A broken cane chair stood near it. Several old wooden ship boxes were stacked together to make a chest. He spent the day trying to make the room more comfortable, but it was not easy. At least he bought a weak wooden table for his tools and bottles. He placed his 6 books on the floor beside the bed. While looking through Milton's Paradise Lost, he found some lines about resting after hard work. He lay on the bed with his feet hanging over the end and his hands behind his head. He did not feel safer than in his ship hammock. Do not worry, he told himself quietly. Soon I will travel in the countryside. I will sleep on the ground under many stars, with my saddle under my head. But it did not happen soon. Heavy rain fell for many days. The rivers became full. There were still no bridges in Maldonado. Between storms, he walked around the village. His Spanish was not very good, and the town was almost empty. Like many Spanish towns, the streets were straight and parallel. He walked again and again through the streets, across and down. That was enough to keep him busy for a time. Later he stayed in his room and learned patience and Spanish. He read books when he could ignore the sound of the rain. He wondered if he had always been patient. Maybe he was changing because his life now felt full and important. At last the rain stopped. The sun appeared. The pools became mud and then hard, dry clay. During that time, he made one friend. His name was Don Francisco Gonzalez. Don Francisco and his servant, Morante, offered to guide him on a trip into the country. On a fine morning, the 3 men left the town. They drove several fresh horses in front of them. This was a great help because no one wanted to ride a tired or hurt horse. Horses were cheap and easy to find. 3 horses cost the same as 1 average saddle. Nobody walked, not even poor people. Young boys rode wild young horses with no saddles. They chased each other over the hills. Charles thought they were the best young riders he had ever seen. He agreed to pay $2 each day for all the travel costs. Don Francisco and Morante carried pistols and swords. Charles thought this was too much. He carried only 1 gun. Soon they heard bad news on the road. A traveler from Montevideo had been found dead. The land was hilly and uneven. Short green grass covered the ground. They had no fixed destination. Charles stopped often and used his hammer to study beds of marble. Don Francisco laughed with surprise while Charles hit the rocks again and again. The plains were full of quiet cattle. They also passed large groups of ostriches. Charles thought the birds looked beautiful when they ran. As a sailor, he described them in a sailor's way. He said they moved like ships with full sails in the wind. The men rode through low wild mountains. Charles learned that the rocks there were slate. He collected pieces of stone there and also from an old gold mine. One morning they woke early to climb the Sierra de las Animas. From the top they could see Montevideo in the west and the plains of Maldonado in the east. They tied the horses while Charles collected more specimens. Don Francisco admired Charles because he could tell which snakes were dangerous and which were safe. But he was shocked when he saw Charles place scorpions, spiders, lice, and flatworms carefully on cotton inside small boxes. Then Charles opened a cavity he had shot. He took a worm from inside the animal and wrapped it gently in cotton.
Don Francisco cried out with surprise. "Senor Darwin, you not stupid. You very smart. Why do you take the worm from the cavity?"
Charles still felt unsure when people asked what a naturalist was. It was easier for him when people called him a strange man than the man who knows everything. He gave a short explanation. Then, so his guide would not feel confused, he started to collect plants. He took cacti, agave plants, small flowers, and plants with thick leaves. When they came to a lake, he collected water grass. He also collected frogs, lizards, and toads. This made him remember Professor Henslow near Cambridge.
The professor once asked, "What will you do, Darwin?" "Make a pie with toads."
Charles quietly collected 9 kinds of snakes and 8 kinds of mice. Don Francisco kindly acted as if he did not see these strange activities. Charles also carried a small compass in his pocket. People were very surprised by it.
One host asked, "Senor Darwin, what is that strange thing for?"
Charles answered, "Senor, it tells me the direction of the roads in your country."
The man asked, "Can you show me the direction of the road through my estancia?"
"Yes," Charles answered. He walked onto the veranda and looked at the road with the compass. "It goes northeast," he said.
The host looked at him with great admiration. "You are a stranger," he said. "But you know roads to places where you have never gone."
News traveled quickly through the quiet country. The next afternoon, they visited a friend of Don Francisco and asked to stay there. The family said their young daughter was sick.
The mother begged Charles, "Senor, please come to my daughter's room. She heard about your magic. I think it will help her."
Later, they stayed with a large Spanish family. Grandparents and many grown children sat together at the supper table.
The grandfather asked, "Senor Darwin, does the earth move or the sun?"
"The earth moves, Senor," Charles answered.
One son asked, "Do you have more magic, Senor Darwin?"
Charles took out a special match. He bit the end and lit it. The local people usually use stone to make fire. The family watched him with surprise.
The father asked, "Senor Darwin, can I buy one from you? I will give you a whole $1."
Don Francisco told stories about Charles. He spoke about how Charles broke stones with a hammer and collected insects.
The families enjoyed these stories so much that many people would not take money for their kindness. At one estancia, a young man could not understand Charles's words.
He asked, "Senor Darwin, were you born unable to speak Spanish?"
"Yes, Senor," Charles answered. The young man shook his head sadly. Several times they saw groups of gauchos hunting animals with bowlers. One gaucho tried to teach Charles how to ride fast and throw the balls. Charles was good at catching insects and birds with a net. But he learned the bowler very slowly. One ball hit a bush and fell around his horse's back leg. Another ball slipped from his hand and caught the horse's legs again.
The gauchos laughed loudly. The young teacher said, "I know how to catch animals. But I never saw a man catch himself."
One night they stopped at a pulperia, a drinking shop. There was almost nowhere to sit. Darwin thought the young gauchos looked very interesting. They were tall and handsome, with proud faces. They had long black hair and long mustaches. Their spurs made noise when they walked. Each man carried a knife at his waist. The gauchos were very polite to Charles. Each man refused to drink before Charles took the first drink. Charles knew he would become very drunk. He also could not leave to sleep for a few hours. That would have seemed very rude. They traveled across the countryside for 12 days. Charles enjoyed the strong horses, the warm clear air, and the firm ground of the pampas. He wrote notes about the rocks on the hills. In several places, he found bones of huge animals from long ago. These discoveries showed that the plains had once been under salty river water from the Rio de la Plata. The land had slowly risen over time. Charles tried to explain this to Don Francisco. He held one arm straight out. "Look, amigo," he said. "My left arm is water. My right arm is land. When the water goes down, the land rises. When water rises, land goes under the sea."
How do you know?
Don Francisco asked. "I learn from the rocks and what they are made of," Charles answered. "The mountains tell us about the past. That is why I collect fossils and shells that were once under water." Don Francisco bowed his head in a polite way. Charles never knew if the man truly understood him or believed him. About 50 or 60 miles north, in the Tapas Valley, Charles broke a large piece of rock with his hammer. Inside the rock, he found quartz crystals. This showed that the rock came from old volcanic activity. The whole area had changed slowly over a very long time. "We often think mountains and rocks never change," he said. "But long ago, they were hot and soft." He returned to Dona Francisca's house. There he put out all the living things he had collected during 12 days on the pampas. He never thought his rocks were less alive than the cacti, snakes, or scorpions he had gathered. Life in Maldonado was quiet and lonely. Buenos Aires was only 130 miles away across the Rio de la Plata. That city had restaurants, theaters, music, and beautiful young Spanish women. Maldonado had none of these things. Charles made no friends there. He ate alone and spent most of his time by himself. The food from the cook had almost no taste. His room also had very little furniture. He had grown a beard for the wild land in Patagonia. The beard was much darker than his hair. It grew quickly. Several times each day, he brushed it carefully. "This beard does not make me more handsome," he thought. "But at least I can keep it tidy." He began to miss the Beagle very much. Now he waited eagerly for the ship to arrive. Maldonado had few people, but many birds. Charles had not studied birds for some time. Now he prepared many traps and tools for catching them. After a few days, he had collected 80 different kinds of birds. He caught an ovenbird that built its nest in open places. He found another bird that looked like a butcher bird but hunted like a hawk. There were parrots that ate together in large groups on the plains. He also collected condors, turkey buzzards, mockingbirds, woodpeckers, and hawks that fed on dead animals. Preparing all the birds took a great amount of work. He also had to preserve reptiles, insects, small water animals, and fish from the beach. Soon he became very tired from too much work. At last, he decided he needed an assistant. He would pay the man full wages and buy his food. He quickly calculated the cost. It would be about £60 each year. He had left England a year and a half earlier. During that time, his yearly expenses stayed below £200. He felt sure his father would agree to the extra cost. Then he thought about Sims Covington. Charles did not like the young man very much. But Covington learned quickly and had already helped preserve specimens. He could shoot birds and prepare them well enough. Charles decided to ask the captain if Covington could leave his sailor duties and become his assistant. That was only if the young man agreed. HMS Beagle arrived near the end of May. Charles strongly wanted to see his friends after almost a month alone. Only 3 days later, John Wickham and Philip King arrived in a small ship. Fitzroy had rented it to bring them back from the Rio Negro. Lieutenant Wickham would supervise changes to the Adventure. The ship would travel with the Beagle and support it. Stokes stayed in command of the 2 smaller ships and continued the survey work. The arrival of Wickham and King brought celebration to the gun room.
"Philip, you look a foot taller than when I saw you 5 months ago," Charles said.
I do not know how, the boy answered with a tired smile. I have been sleeping in a cabin only 2.5 feet high. It is just long enough for me to curl up like a snake.
Later, Charles went to the captain's cabin for tea. He felt happy to sit again in the beautiful room with mahogany walls. The table had clean linen cloths. The glasses shone brightly. There was fine china and polished silver. "Captain, this feels like coming home," Charles said. "I have not spoken English for weeks. In fact, I have hardly spoken at all. It was like living in a silent monastery."
Fitzroy laughed softly. "I missed you too, Philos," he said. 80 different kinds of birds. That must be a record."
"I would like to speak with you about that, Captain," Charles replied.
"Go ahead," Fitzroy said.
Charles told Captain Fitzroy how many hours of hard work he needed for his collections. He had to keep animals and plants safe, dry them, put them in bottles with alcohol, and write careful notes. He also had to copy information from his small notebooks. The notes were short and difficult to read later. Then Charles asked the captain a question. He wanted Sims Covington to work for him. Charles said he would pay for it himself. Sims often went ashore with Charles. Captain Fitzroy had ordered that nobody should travel alone. The captain thought quietly for a moment.
"Yes, that is possible," he said. "As your cabin boy, he does not have many important jobs on deck. He mostly plays his fiddle. At 8 bells he plays Nancy Dawson to tell the crew the grog is ready. He will want to keep doing that. I will keep his food on the ship's records. I will also write to the Admiralty for permission. Consider it finished."
Sims was very happy with the plan. He moved into Dona Francisca's house.
On the outside veranda, he built a work table for Charles. When the weather was bad, Charles stayed inside and worked on his specimens. When the weather was good, he walked through the countryside. Sims carried his large gun. Together they collected many animals. They found deer, large water hogs, small animals like moles, animals like opossums, and cavies. One important change came after Sims became Charles's helper. Charles had once loved shooting very much. He had enjoyed long months of bird hunting at Mayor Hall and in William Owen's forest. Every spring he hunted with his friend Tom Iton. At Christ's College, he had even practiced lifting his gun quickly in front of a mirror. Now the joy of shooting was gone. Charles did not fully understand why. Then he remembered something Adam Sedgwick had once said at the Mount.
"I loved hunting before I became a geologist," Sedgwick had said. "When I took my new position, I gave away my dogs and my gun. My hammer replaced my trigger."
Charles thought about those words. "I think the same thing has happened to me," he reflected. "The Beagle has become my new life." July brought problems. Captain Fitzroy was very proud of his maps and charts. Then he received bad news from the Admiralty. The letter came from Captain Beaufort. The ideas in the letter came from other people in the Admiralty as well. Still, the message hurt Fitzroy deeply. Charles found him sitting sadly in his cabin.
"The Admiralty does not approve of my renting and repairing Harris's 2 schooners, Fitzroy said. "They say I used authority I did not have. They refuse to pay any of the cost. Worse than that, I have made Captain Beaufort worried. It seems I have damaged my position with the Admiralty."
Charles answered carefully. "But they have not seen the excellent work from the schooners. They have not seen the soundings and charts."
Captain Fitzroy shook his head sadly. How could we send maps from wild Patagonia? He asked. Also, the work is not finished yet. I want Captain Beaufort to receive our completed survey of this coast. It will be the best and most complete survey ever made. But we may not finish before the end of the year.
Charles felt sorry for him.
When this month ends, I must return both schooners, Fitzroy continued. I have calculated the cost for 11 months of rent. It is £1,700. Then there is the extra money for repairs and supplies.
He looked around the cabin as if he wanted a drink. There was nothing there. Then he looked back at Charles.
Very well, he said quietly. I will release the schooners. I still have the Adventure. But the Admiralty may also refuse to approve my purchase of the Adventure. Even so, the ship is important. It can help us chart coasts all around the world.
He stood up and walked across the cabin. His back was stiff with tension.
I must write to Captain Beaufort and ask forgiveness for causing more trouble, he said. I will repair the Adventure and finish our survey of both coasts of South America. I will pay the costs myself. After that, who knows? My dear Darwin, please forgive me now. I need to be alone.
Charles went up to the deck. He sat in the sunlight and stared ahead silently. Having lived for many years with the strong control of Dr. Robert Darwin, he felt worried about Captain Fitzroy renting the Paz and the Liber without permission from the Admiralty. But he also felt angry because men in London were criticizing the captain. Those men worked at desks and had never faced the rough Atlantic Ocean. It was late July when HMS Beagle started the long trip south again. They would sail 500 miles to meet John Stokes and his crew on the schooner Liber. They also planned to study the Outer Banks near the Rio Negro and Bahia Blanca. Captain Fitzroy chose a stormy night to leave. Lightning filled the sky with bright light. After 3 months in Maldonado and Montevideo, he wanted to sail again as soon as possible. He knew the Admiralty was watching his actions closely. He also wanted to finish the survey of the East Coast. Lieutenant Wickham stayed behind to direct the repairs and new equipment for the Adventure. Charles looked up at the sky. Then he said softly, "We should all thank Thunder and Lightning Harris." Strong waves slowed the ship for several days. Heavy storms continued during the 9-day journey. Charles felt sick most of the time. During the worst wind and rain, his skin became red and spotted. Later, when the weather became calm and the sun returned, his skin looked normal again. At the mouth of the Rio Negro, the ship fired signal guns. Soon the Liber moved across the water to meet them. Charles quickly climbed down the rope ladder into a small boat. He crossed to the little schooner and warmly hugged Stokes, who had once shared his cabin. He could not believe that 8 months had passed since they last met in early December. Stokes was now 21 years old. His skin was dark from the sun, and he looked stronger and older. His eyes looked calm and sure. His face now showed authority. "John, how did you live through these strong coastal storms?" Charles asked. "We lost a whaleboat, and many other ships sank."
Our small ship protected us, Stokes answered. The sea pushed us forward instead of hitting us hard.
Stokes gave them his maps of the coast, which no one had mapped before. The officers praised his work highly. To reward him, Captain Fitzroy gave him a very small cabin beside the chart room. The cabin had recently become empty. Now both men would have more privacy. After the happy dinner in the gun room, Charles returned to the schooner with Stokes. They sailed into the mouth of the Rio Negro and stopped in a quiet place. Later, the wind became calm. Charles and Stokes sat on the deck for most of the night and told stories to each other. The next day, Charles walked many miles along the coast. He looked for a way to climb to the high land above the cliffs. When he reached the top, he was very tired and breathing hard. The land there looked dry and empty. There was sandstone, natural salt pools, dry grass, and bushes with long sharp thorns. Charles wrote in his notebook, "These empty plains will never be useful for people." The next day, John Stokes was free. The two men rented horses and rode 10 miles up the river to Patagones. The town stood on a cliff above the river. It was a small town with Spaniards and Indians. The people seemed to live together peacefully, even though other parts of the country were fighting in a long war between Indians and Spaniards. Many houses were built deep inside the sandstone. The river was wide, deep, and fast. There were no farms, no cattle, and no trade. Nobody seemed to work. Still, the young Indians wore clean and colorful clothes. Everyone was kind to the visitors. Soon a crowd gathered around them. Stokes had learned a lot of Spanish during the last 10 months. From him, Charles learned that the government in Buenos Aires helped the town. They sent old horses there for meat. The women earned a little money by making horse rugs and boots for the gauchos. They used the back legs of the horses for this work. But one word was repeated again and again. The word was sal, which meant salt. Charles and Stokes rowed out to the Salinas. These were large shallow lakes with salty water. In summer, the water dried away and left wide fields of white salt. The men from Patagones drove wagons pulled by bulls to the lakes. They dug up the salt there. In some places, the salt was several feet deep.
"They have enough salt here for the whole world," Stokes said.
"And in Montevideo they bring in English salt. I saw the bags," Charles answered. They rested while Charles wrote in his notebook. Large pieces of gypsum were in the mud. In some places, many worms pushed the mud upward. "Johnny, how can these animals live in water full of salt?" Charles asked. "Why do those flamingos live in this salt lake except to eat the worms? And what do the worms eat? Maybe very small animals with one cell."
"Charlie, you asked many questions," Stokes said.
"I am interested," Charles replied. "I think this is a small world of its own. Everything here lives in these inland salt seas."
"When you return to Christ College, you should study for honors," Stokes said.
"I am not going back to Cambridge. Only if a church there badly needs a young deacon." The Liber was returned to Harris. Charles and Stokes went back to HMS Beagle. There they learned that the ship would stay in the area for a few more days to finish its measurements. Then it would stop at Bahia Blanca and travel the 500 miles to Montevideo and Buenos Aires. The crew would prepare all the maps they had made since leaving Plymouth. The maps would be sent to the Admiralty in London. After that, they would prepare the Adventure and both ships for the 8-month trip back to Tierra del Fuego. Then they would go through the Strait of Magellan into the Pacific Ocean. Charles went to Captain Fitzroy. "Captain, this is a good chance for me to travel overland to Bahia Blanca. It is a little more than 100 miles away."
"Excellent idea, Philos," Fitzroy said. "But find a good guide and enough fresh horses. I think James Harris may go with you. I released him from work on the 2 schooners. He is going to Buenos Aires."
Charles found James Harris at his home in Patagones. Harris agreed to go. He found a skilled guide, many horses, and 5 more gauchos. The men wore white boots, wide trousers, and bright red cloth around their waists. With their horses and dogs, they were traveling to General Juan Rosas's camp on the Rio Colorado, 85 miles away. General Rosas and a small army had been sent by the Buenos Aires government to destroy groups of fighting horse Indians.
"Those gauchos are as happy to have company as we are," Harris said. "This whole area is in trouble."
They rode through many miles of dry brown grass and thorny bushes. The morning air felt cool and fresh. Charles carried his heavy metal water container. He filled it with rainwater from puddles each day. Some horses had been stolen from the corral during the night. Because of this, they traveled slowly behind the horses carrying supplies for General Rosas. Ostriches, guanacos, and hares crossed their path. The guanaco was an animal like a deer without horns. There were not many other living creatures. They also found a tree that the Indians worshipped as a god. Charles got off his horse and saw white horse bones around the tree. The horses had been killed as gifts to the god. Pieces of bread, meat, and cloth hung from the branches. Poor people even pulled threads from their ponchos and left them there. Why build a church when nature has already made one for you? Charles said. A small group of Indians came near. The men climbed down from their horses. Respectfully, they poured mate, a green tea drink, into a hole near the tree. Then they sat on the ground and blew cigar smoke up through the branches. Charles shook his head with surprise. In Homer's Iliad, the old Greek soldiers burned part of a bull so the smoke would rise to heaven and please their gods. He said, "Has this kind of worship continued for 3,000 years? Or do different people create the same ideas by themselves?" 2 leagues later, the gauchos decided to stop for the night. They saw a cow and rode after it very fast. They caught the animal with a rope and pulled it back. Then they killed it and cooked the meat for their evening meal. After night came, they covered the fire. They tied the horses so they could not run away. Then they put their saddles in a small circle around the fire. Charles lay down on the ground. He put his head on his saddle and covered himself with a blanket. He felt happy and comfortable. Harris was already asleep. Everything on the plain was very quiet. The gaucho's dog stayed awake and watched the camp. Charles thought, "I will remember this place for a long time." He also enjoyed the free life outside in the open land. The group traveled for a week before they reached the Rio Colorado. 3 leagues later, they left the hard sandstone plain. They came to rich land with grass, clover, and small owls. The horses walked more easily there, and the men were glad to see the green land. General Roses's camp stood near the river. There were also about 600 Indian helpers with the soldiers from Buenos Aires. The camp formed a large square about 400 yards wide. Supply wagons, mud huts, and straw huts closed it in. Most of the soldiers had Spanish, black, and Indian family backgrounds. Nobody smiled or looked friendly. Charles thought they looked hard and dangerous. The gauchos delivered their goods. Then Charles and Harris went to the only rancho there. It was really just a poor small hut.
An old Spanish man welcomed them inside. He told them a long story about serving under Napoleon during the march to Russia.
Someone showed Charles the way to General Roses's secretary. Charles gave him the letter of recommendation he had received 5 months earlier. He did not know what would happen next. He had heard that General Juan Manuel Roses was a cruel man. People said he drove Indian tribes from their land. Many men and women were killed. The children were taken away and sold as slaves. Roses also had very large areas of land. He kept 300,000 cattle there and grew a lot of corn. He did not have a formal education. But over the years, he learned many things by himself. He acted like a gentleman and spoke English. He wore gaucho clothes and ruled in a hard way. His soldiers liked him very much because he rode horses as well as they did. An armed guard let Charles enter General Roses's tent. The tent was comfortable and had tables and writing materials inside. Charles was surprised when he saw Roses. He had a handsome face that looked more European than South American. His black hair was wavy. His dark eyes were strong and wide apart. He also had a strong chin. Roses pointed to a folding chair made of canvas.
"You are a naturalist on HMS Beagle?" he asked.
"Yes, General. I have been there for almost 2 years now."
"What brings you to my camp?"
"I wanted to see your country. I hope to write a book about the geology of South America." Roses stayed serious.
"What can the Buenos Aires Army do for an English naturalist?"
I wanted to travel overland from Patagones to Buenos Aires. But people told me the land beyond Bahia Blanca is dangerous because of Indian groups.
It is safe now. I have built posters across the 500 miles. Each one has armed men and extra horses.
Then I want to ask a favor. I can pay for everything I need. Will you allow me to stay one night in your posters and use fresh horses? Juan Rosas looked carefully at Charles's thin face and sunburned skin. When he answered, his voice was serious but warm.
My secretary will write the permit for you.
You will be safe because my soldiers will carry my messages to Buenos Aires. You will not pay any costs because you will take my horses to the next posta.
Charles smiled with thanks.
General, I do not know how to thank you.
Thank me by writing your book about South America. My father helped push the British out of Buenos Aires in 1807. But I respect your country. One day I will visit it. Your letter will be ready before dark. Learn many things.
Charles went back to the small mud house. He found Harris lying on the hard bed.
Rosas is wonderful, Charles cried. He is giving us fresh horses and a place to stay in his posters all the way to Buenos Aires.
Harris shook his head sadly. I am too sick to go with you, Darwin. I must stay here until this fever is gone. Take the guide. It is too dangerous to travel alone.
Early the next morning, Charles started his ride up the Rio Colorado. He later called it an exciting ride. They passed salt marshes and wet swamps. Then his horse fell. Charles flew over the horse's head and landed in the dark mud.
When he stood up again, he said, I am completely wet and dirty.
They reached Bahia Blanca late that evening. Both men were wet and covered with mud. The HMS Beagle was not there. Charles slept at the home of Don Pablo, who was a friend of Harris. The next morning, Charles asked the commandant of Bahia Blanca for help. The man lent him a soldier and 2 horses. They rode for 2 hours but did not see the ship. When they turned back, the tired horses could not continue. Charles and the soldier caught an armadillo. They cooked it for dinner. That night Charles slept with his head on a saddle. His muddy clothes were his only protection from the cold air. He also had no water to drink.
You must buy a young horse, Don Pablo said.
After much bargaining, Charles bought a young mare for £4. He also bought strong trousers, a shirt, and a coat. Then he rode with the guide to Punta Alta. That was the place where he had found the Megatherium fossil the year before. Rain began to fall. His new clothes became completely wet. That night they slept under saddle blankets. When Charles returned to Bahia Blanca, he found James Harris at Don Pablo's house. The fever was not fully gone.
I must tell you something, Harris said to Charles. One of General Rosas's posters was destroyed by Indians 2 nights ago. The soldiers there were killed. If you still want to travel overland, be very careful when you sleep.
6 days passed before they finally saw the Beagle. Then 2 more difficult days followed. The wind was so strong that the ship could not send a boat to the shore. At last Chaffers came in a whaleboat. Charles helped him buy meat for the ship. Then the 2 men returned to the vessel. Charles had not seen his shipmates for 15 days. He ate supper in the gun room. Each man offered him a bottle. Later, in the chart room, Sims Covington welcomed him warmly. Charles did not know before that Covington cared so much about him. When Charles told Captain Fitzroy that he wanted to continue the land journey from Bahia Blanca to Buenos Aires, Fitzroy looked worried.
No Englishman has ever made that journey.
He read General Rosas's letter. The worry slowly left his face.
You must have made a good impression on the general. He is not known as a friendly man.
A Jesuit man named Faulkner made a map of the country some years before. I found a copy of the map.
I will ask my clerk to find it in my papers for you.
Fitzroy wanted to study the dangerous banks of Anegada Bay again. He hoped this work would stop ships from sinking there in the future. The ships stopped and dropped anchor when they could. This helped them keep their position and connect their measurements. But often they had to leave again very quickly. They always watched the deep water carefully. Charles smiled when he said goodbye to Fitzroy. "My dear Captain Fitzroy, the Royal Naval College and the Admiralty will honor you." Now Charles was free again to live like the gauchos he admired. He could stop his horse and say, "We will sleep here tonight." He found a guide who knew the road to Buenos Aires. Then he got a new passport from the commander at the fort. He carefully put his permit to ride General Roses's horses into his saddle bag. He also packed the map made by the Jesuit explorer. Then he started his trip north. They stopped only a short time at the first posta. After that they continued to the Rio source. The water reached the horses' bellies when they crossed the river. The wide valley of the source was rich and green. Wild turnips grew there in many places. They tasted good, but they were a little sharp. When Charles had nothing important to study, he closed his long notebook. Then he put it back into his large coat pocket. They arrived at the second posta in the middle of the afternoon. Charles asked the lieutenant there, "How far is the Sierra de la Ventana?"
"About 6 leagues away," the man answered. "I will send another guide with you."
The Sierra de la Ventana was made of pale grey rock. But Charles felt disappointed when he saw it. The place had no trees and looked lonely and empty. It was dark before they found fresh water. The 3 men made camp beside a small stream near the mountain. They could not find sticks to cook their meat over the fire, so they used thistles instead. The night was clear and cold. By morning the dew on the saddles had turned to ice. The water in their kettle was frozen solid. Charles wondered why he had slept so well on the ground with only one blanket.
Then he said proudly, "I am becoming a gaucho."
His first guide knew Charles was collecting information for a geology book.
The guide said, "Climb to the ridge. Walk to the top. There are caves, coal, gold, and silver there. We will stay here by the fire."
The climb was hard and tiring. Charles carried water in a piece of rubber cloth tied at the top with a leather string. When he reached the top, he saw that he had been wrong. A steep valley separated him from the 4 peaks he wanted to reach. He saw 2 horses eating grass below. Charles took out his telescope and watched them. At the same time he stretched his leg because it hurt. Then he started climbing toward the first peak. He found no caves, coal, gold, or silver there. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon when he reached the top of the second peak. There is no need to climb the other 2 peaks, he decided. These first ones have shown me enough. Then he suddenly understood that he should feel afraid. A group of hostile Indians could easily attack him with spears. But instead he laughed quietly. "A little danger makes life more exciting," he said. He found an easier way down the mountain. At sunset he joined his companions again. While he wrote notes with his silver pencil, he drank a lot of mate. He also smoked several small cigars. Then he prepared his bed and went to sleep while a strong wind blew above him. They reached the source posta in the middle of the day. Many men were there.
His guide said, "I was here when Indians killed many men." The women ran to the hill. They pushed large stones down on the Indians and saved themselves.
Supper was made from animals the soldiers caught. They ate deer, ostrich, and armadillo. They slept on dry thistle stalks. General Roses had told Charles that soldiers would meet him there and travel with him. 2 more men arrived with a package for the commandant. That night the soldiers sat around a fire and played cards. There was a young black man, a man who was part Indian and part black, an old miner from Chile, and other men of mixed families. Charles climbed a small cliff and looked down at them. Dogs slept near the men. Guns and pieces of deer and ostrich lay on the ground. Long spears stood upright in the earth. The horses were tied nearby in case of danger. A dog barked. One soldier left the fire and put his ear to the ground. The days brought many new experiences. There were 3 kinds of partridge on the plains and also a small fox that hunted them. Charles joined hunting trips and used a bowler, but he could not catch anything. 2 soldiers killed a puma. They ate only the tongue. They also found 16 ostrich eggs, and these made a very good supper. Charles and his guide later joined the men from the next posta. They rode fast through low wet land toward the Sierra to Palquan. First they crossed wet grass. Then they traveled over soft black ground. After that they passed shallow areas full of reeds. The 5th posta was a rancho beside a large lake. Many wild birds lived there, including black-necked swans. That evening the soldiers returned with 7 deer, partridges, armadillos, and 3 ostriches. The ride to the 6th posta was difficult because the black soil was soft. The rancho there was neat and simple. It had wooden posts, roof beams, and a roof of dried grass. A strong hailstorm had come the night before. The pieces of ice were as large as apples. Many small animals had died. Dead deer, ducks, and ostriches lay across the plains. At the 8th posta Charles asked, "What am I eating?"
The officer answered, "It is one of our country's favorite foods."
Charles stopped eating the meat. He knew that one favorite food in the country was unborn calf. "Is it calf from a cow?" he asked.
"No. It is puma. Good white meat."
Charles felt sick. The soldiers argued about which meat was better, jaguar or cat. Quietly, Charles gave his meat to a dog waiting behind him. Soon he began to reach settled land. The 9th posta stood beside the Rio to Palquan. Around it were toldos, the hot huts where Indian families lived. The men there served with general roses. Charles found shops and bought biscuits. These were the first biscuits he had eaten since Bahia Blanca. He passed a small group of Indians traveling to Guardia del Monte. They wanted to sell animal skins and handmade clothes. They also carried bright belts and garters made with great skill. For long distances the riders moved through water that reached above the horses' knees. Later they came to an estancia. There Charles saw cattle and a white woman. After crossing the Rio Salado, he arrived at one of General Roses's protected estancias. The people there treated him like an important guest. Guardia del Monte was a pleasant small town. Its gardens were full of peaches and quinces. Near the town, beside a freshwater lake, Charles found a perfect fossil of a megatherium. Then he traveled through rich green plains with many cattle, horses, and sheep. Now he was back in civilized country. People warned him that he must sleep at the posta because there were many robbers.
"You cannot trust anyone," they said.
The officer at the posta looked confused when he saw Charles's passport.
"What is a naturalista?" he asked.
"Who are you?" he asked. But he liked the important title and let him continue. On the 13th day of his journey, he arrived safely in Buenos Aires. There were agave hedges and many olive, peach, and willow trees there. His saddlebags and leather bag were full of collected specimens. He went at once to the house of Mr. Lum, an English merchant he knew. Mr. Lum showed him to a bedroom. The room had an English bed, curtains with a matching bedspread, and a real chest of drawers. Then Mr. Lum told him that HMS Beagle had arrived in Montevideo 4 days earlier. He took Charles to a rocking chair on a veranda above the town. Mr. Lum looked at Charles with surprise all the time.
"No one except soldiers travels those 500 miles to General Roses's camp," he said with wonder.
Charles wrote a letter to Captain Fitzroy in Montevideo. He told him he had arrived safely. He also asked if Sims Covington could come to Buenos Aires by river. Then he wrote down his expenses from the past year. He took money from the bank and bought new clothes and boots. He also bought medicines, paper, ink, bottles, and boxes. Sims Covington arrived very quickly. He brought a message from Captain Fitzroy. The captain said he hoped to leave the River Plata in the first week of November. Sims also brought letters for Charles. It had been 4 months since Charles received news from his family. Katy's letter was dated May 29, 1833. She was in London with Susan for a holiday.
We see Erasmus often because we live near him, she wrote. He is kind and pleasant, and we enjoy being with him. He drives his carriage very well, even in the busy London streets. He seems to care for Fanny, Henslow Wedgwood's wife, more than ever. He spends much of his time at their house. Papa has worried about this for a long time. He thinks there may be trouble.
She also wrote that Uncle Joe's was in London and sick with influenza.
London looks full of sickness, she wrote. All the theatres are closed because many singers are ill. Some shops are closed too. 90 clerks at the Bank of England are sick.
Poor Fanny Owen Biddulph looked very ill and weak. She was lonely in her London home.
For some strange reason, Mr. Owen would not let Mrs. Owen stay with her before the baby came, Katy wrote. So poor Fanny was alone. Mr. Biddulph seems loving to her, but he likes pleasure and thinks mostly about himself.
Charles believed that Henslow knew Erasmus was not a danger. Erasmus's feelings for Fanny were only warm family feelings. Charles also thought about the idea that Erasmus cared for Emma Wedgwood more deeply than he understood himself. He remembered Erasmus saying in Plymouth, "I do not love myself or the world enough to love any woman." Charles felt truly sorry for Fanny Owen. It seemed she had an unhappy marriage. She had chosen her own future. Or perhaps her future had chosen her. Again, Charles felt worried because he still had no letter from Professor Henslow about the safe arrival of his first shipment. After reading the letters, Charles looked at the calendar and spoke to Sims. "It is now the 23rd of September, he said. "If the Beagle does not leave Montevideo before the first week of November, I have more than a month for a trip to the north."
His eyes shone with excitement.
Later, Mr. Lum returned from his office for tea. He found Charles on the veranda with a map open on a round wicker table.
"My good friend, help me plan a journey," Charles said. "I would like to follow the Rio Parana for a long distance."
"Up to Santa Fe, here," Mr. Lum said. He moved his long fingernail north on the map. "I will give you a letter for a good friend in Rosario. He will help you there. From Santa Fe, you can cross the river to Entre Rios. It is rich farming land between the Parana and the Rio Uruguay. Then you can travel down the river through Uruguay to the Plata. After that, you can return to Buenos Aires and then go on to Montevideo. The whole trip will take from 2 to 3 weeks.
Sims gave a small smile. "Mr. Darwin, may I come with you on this ride?" he asked. "I can collect birds and small animals for you."
Charles stayed silent for a long time. He liked to travel alone with only a guide. The guide could show him the country but would not disturb him. Charles wanted to feel independent. He also liked not being responsible for another person. Now this feeling had become very important to him. Mr. Lum understood Charles's silence.
"Covington, you will not be idle while Mr. Darwin is away," he said. "I will send you to my estancia in the countryside. There are many birds there."
Sims's face became calm again. He accepted what would happen next. Charles went to the government offices. He needed visas for Entre Rios and Uruguay. Later, he bought a bag of shot for his large pistol. He also bought a new lens for his telescope because the old one was scratched. When he came home, he saw Mr. Lum with a brown-faced middle-aged man from Buenos Aires. The man wore work clothes.
"Darwin, this is Juan," Mr. Lum said. He was a guide for Captain Francis Head. Captain Head traveled in this country about 10 years ago.
"Captain Head wrote rapid journeys across the Pampas," Charles said. "I think it was in 1826. We have the book on the Beagle. I read it at sea.
He looked very excited.
Captain Head teach me little English, Juan said. Only few words. But we understand.
Yes, I am sure we will understand each other, Charles answered. Now we should agree on your pay. Then we can make a list of the things we need. Mr. Lum, thank you for helping me so much. They started late the next morning. On the first day, they traveled only 7 miles to the town of Luxon. They planned to sleep at the mail posts on the road. Charles and Juan had to pay money for each league between the posts. But Charles decided to sleep outside that night. At sunrise they crossed a strong wooden bridge over the Rio Luxon. Their horses moved faster on the flat open land. The estancias were far from each other. The ground was full of thick thistles. The plants were so tall that they reached the backs of the horses.
Juan told Charles to keep his pistol ready. He also told him to carry his gun over his left shoulder and not behind his back. The thistles are a good place for robbers, Juan said. They live here.
At sunset they crossed the Arrecifes River on a raft. The raft was made from empty barrels tied together. After that, they stayed at a post house.
The postman spoke in Spanish. You come from Buenos Aires? Then you pay for 31 leagues.
Charles knew they had not traveled 90 miles. In South America, a league was not always 3 miles. But he did not want to argue. He paid for himself and for Juan. The price was close to the cost of sending packages between 2 post stops. The evening meal was small but acceptable. The camp beds were clean. Charles felt satisfied. By the next evening, they arrived at the town of San Nicolas. The town stood near a branch of the Rio Paraná.
Ah! Charles cried as he looked at the river. It is a great river. It is worth the journey. Look at the large ships below the cliff.
Juan was not surprised. He had seen ships there many times before.
Tomorrow we enter Santa Fe province, he said.
Good people. Better thieves. No cutthroat. Steal is off head. They did not take Charles's ears. But in a busy market, someone took his pistol from his leather belt. He did not see it happen. Later, he crossed the Pabon River. There was a beautiful waterfall there. The water fell about 20 feet. Charles stopped to look at the falls. Then his hand touched the pistol holder. It was empty. He said a bad word that unhappy Cambridge students often used when they had to leave the university.
Juan smiled in a sorry way. Tell you. Steal ear. Pistol we more need than ear.
You are right, Charles said. It is too dangerous to travel without a pistol. How far are we from Rosario? I have a letter for a Spanish gentleman there. Maybe he can lend me a pistol for the rest of our trip.
Juan covered his eyes from the hot sun. Few league. Ride quick.
Rosario was a beautiful town. It stood on a flat plain about 60 feet above the Rio Paraná. There were many small islands in the river. The islands had many trees. The high cliffs near the river were bright red. There were groups of mimosa plants and cacti there. Many ships moved along the river. They carried goods and people to Buenos Aires and Montevideo. Charles and Juan rode straight to the house of Mr. Lum's friend. The man read Charles's letter.
Then he said, Mr. Lum is my good friend. He teach me English. Also how English do business. My poor house is honored.
He walked with Charles through the large town. Later, he gave him a good meal and asked how long he would stay. Charles answered, not for long. Thank you. But I want to cross the river to Entre Rios and return through Uruguay to Buenos Aires. There is one favor I really need. Someone stole my pistol. Can you give me one? I will send it back to you by post.
Of course, the man said. But please do not send it by post. Leave it with Mr. Lum.
They left at night under the moon. By sunrise, they reached the Rio Tercero. Charles had heard there were old bones in the cliffs near the river. He went to look for them. Soon he found a strange large tooth.
Juan said, "There are giant bones in the cliff farther up the river."
"Take me there," Charles said. "We will hire a canoe." Juan was right. Charles got out of the canoe near a cliff. There he saw two groups of bones coming out of the rock.
"What are they?" Juan asked.
"I think they are from a mastodon," Charles answered. The fossil bones were very old and weak. He could not remove even a small piece without breaking it. Charles felt upset and went back to the canoe. There he wrote notes about what he had seen. Soon he began to feel sick with fever. The weather was very hot. The road was beautiful and full of birds and flowers. He liked the small village of Coronda with its green gardens. After that, the road passed through a large wood with low sharp trees. There were empty houses there. Indians had killed the people who lived in them during a raid. Juan took out his revolver. He held it in one hand and the horse reins in the other. At sunset they arrived in Santa Fe. Charles was very tired. He rented a room with a bed and slept badly. He stayed in bed for 2 days because he was ill. It was the first time he had been sick since the hard horseback trip with Mr. Lennon on the way to the coffee farm in Brazil a year and a half before. Now he had a strange pain in his head. A kind old woman worked in the house. She became his doctor and nurse. First she tied orange leaves to his temples. When the leaves fell off, she used black plaster. When the plaster would not stay, she cut a bean into 2 pieces. She made them wet and put 1 piece on each temple. They stayed there easily. She told him it was a very good cure for headache. On the 3rd day, Charles felt strong enough to travel with Juan across the Rio Paraná to Paraná, the capital of Entre Rios. After 4 hours of moving through different parts of the river, they arrived at the busy port. Charles carried a letter from Mr. Lum to an old man from Catalonia. The man welcomed him into his home. But Charles changed his plans. "I wanted to cross Entre Rios and return to Buenos Aires by the Rio Uruguay," he said, "but I have not felt well. I think I should return at once. Can I hire a boat to take me there?"
"If not, Mr. Darwin, you can travel on a balandra," the old man answered. "It is a small coastal ship. It will take you there without trouble."
He sold the horses. Then he found a balandra. The master of the boat said they would go down the river the next day. But the weather became bad. The owner was lazy and happy to stay at home. Charles had to wait for 5 days at the house of his Catalonian host. During that time, he took long walks. He enjoyed studying the rocks and land around him. The province stood between the Paraná River and the Uruguay River. The land was rich and good for farming. The 2 rivers also kept the Indians away. On the 12th of October, Charles and Juan finally got on the balandra. It was a 1-masted boat of 100 tons. The boat moved down the river with the current. When the weather became bad again, the owner stopped the boat near islands. He tied it to trees and waited for calm weather. He accepted every delay very calmly.
The owner was an old Spaniard. He had lived there for many years. He said he liked the English. But he strongly believed the English won the Battle of Trafalgar because they paid Spanish captains for help.
Charles found this idea interesting. The man preferred to think the Spanish captains were dishonest instead of weak fighters. The islands passed slowly beside them. They were full of willow trees and climbing plants. The islands looked almost like a jungle. One day, while the boat waited for better weather, Charles went to explore an island. But after he walked a short distance, he saw clear signs of a jaguar. He hurried back to the boat. The men told him the jaguar had recently killed several woodcutters. Sometimes it even jumped onto boats. For the next 2 days, there was strong wind and heavy rain. Charles stayed in bed because the cabin was too low to sit in comfortably. When the weather improved, he went onto the deck and fished. The river had many large and strange fish. Even Juan did not know some of them. Sometimes Charles walked near the cliffs of the Parana River. There he found fossil shells. The evenings were warm and tropical. The temperature stayed near 80 degrees. The air was full of fireflies and mosquitoes. In only a few minutes, mosquitoes covered his hand completely. One night he slept on the deck. He covered his head with a thin gauze cloth. At last, Charles became eager to reach Buenos Aires. He left the vessel at last conscious. Then he got a canoe. He and Juan paddled downstream to Punta de San Fernando. When they arrived near Buenos Aires, Charles became very worried. A revolution had started. He was not allowed to enter the city because Buenos Aires was blocked. He spoke with the commandant about General Rosas being kind to him. The commandant changed his attitude at once. Charles received permission to enter the city. But Juan could not go with him. He also could not take a horse. Charles started walking. At last he reached the streets of Buenos Aires and went to the house of Mr. Lum. Mr. Lum explained the situation. Some officers and soldiers of General Rosas were fighting against the present governor. They wanted to show that only Rosas could rule the country peacefully. How can I bring Sims Covington back into the city? It is important for us to catch a ship to Montevideo quickly, Charles said.
You must pay a certain man to bring him through the fighting lines, Mr. Lum answered.
Sims arrived 2 days later. He was very frightened. He had almost died in quicksand.
One of Charles's guns disappeared completely in the sand. All of Sims's clothes had been stolen. Charles's tools and the animals Sims had collected were taken away. They joined HMS Beagle again in Montevideo. Everyone welcomed Charles warmly. The poop cabin had become the main working place of the ship. Wickham, Stokes, and several men from the 2 schooners worked there. The chart table was covered with maps, charts, logbooks, and pages of numbers. There was no space for Charles to work or sleep.
It will take a full month before we sail, Captain Fitzroy told him. We must finish these studies and send them to London.
A full month? I worried during our slow trip down the Rio Parana that you would sail without me, Charles said.
Sail into the Pacific and the South Seas without our naturalist? Wickham asked. Who else will cover our clean decks with old bones and rocks?
Wickham was joking with him. Charles smiled. For a moment I forgot how important I am to the Beagle, he said. Then he looked around the busy cabin. Maybe it would be easier if I stayed on land for the month. I have a letter for an English merchant here. He may have a room for me. But first he had to send his 4th group of boxes and crates back to England. The 3rd group had left Rio de la Plata at the end of July. He and Sims made space on the poop deck. Mr. May built temporary tables with wooden boards. They used them to place the specimens. The revolution in Buenos Aires had ended. Mr. Lum was able to recover the birds that Sims had collected. Once again, he needed at least 3 large boxes.
Why not use one of those barrels from the ship? Mr. May suggested. They carry sugar or strong drink.
Can you make sections inside a round barrel? Charles asked. May covered one box with thin metal inside. Then he helped the barrel maker put strong metal bands around the barrel. With great care, Charles placed 200 skins of birds and animals into the metal-lined box. He also put in a model of the mice from South America. In the larger box, he placed fossil bones and rock samples. Everything had labels and notes. Inside the barrel, he put jars with fish. There were also small boxes with insects and bottles with soft sea animals. He added a group of seeds and a bag of grain dust from a storehouse. A mail ship was going to leave in a few days. His friends from the crew helped him carry the boxes and barrel onto the deck. The ship also brought him many letters. The best news was from the family's newspaper, the Morning Herald. It had a story about HMS Beagle at the Falkland Islands. The article said everyone on the ship was safe and well. The second piece of news made him feel much calmer. His first boxes had arrived safely in Cambridge. It seemed that Susan had visited Cambridge too.
She wrote, Professor Adam Sedgwick gave a wonderful speech when he left his position as president of the British Association.
Charles smiled warmly. With every group of letters, he felt closer to having an academic man in the family through marriage. His father was very well. He had bought a new light carriage. He enjoyed having Edward drive him through the countryside.